Young Marshal, leaving at such a moment, if the general finds out, it may lead to I in the southwestern frontier at the intersection of the primeval forest and the borderline. A group of uniformed soldiers hastily pursued and stopped Su Qing, who was about to depart. With you 8 generals present, the enemies across the border will hardly pose a threat. The soldiers exchanged apprehensive glances, clearly fearful of the mentioned general. 5 years ago, I was framed, my family shattered, my wife and child separated, and I was imprisoned. If it weren't for the outbreak of chaos at the southwestern border, I might have died unjustly bearing the weight of those accusations. Su Qing's clenched fist hung by his side, and the long-suppressed fury surged forth as he gritted his teeth. Over the past 5 years, I have achieved numerous victories, quelled border unrest, and instilled such fear in the enemies that they dare not set foot across the line. With a shoulder bag in hand, Su Qing stood tall, his back turned to them, his intent to leave unmistakable. Now that the chaos has settled, this is the general's promise. I must depart to resolve my own matters. At the suburban airport in Zhejiang, a refreshing female voice called out to Su Qing as he exited. Young Marshal, we've been waiting for you. He looked up to see a striking woman in a black and white business attire. He could see the moment their eyes met. Lin Xiaoxi averted her gaze. Unable to hold his stare on the way to the airport, she had learned through her research that Su Qing was a formidable warrior, renowned for his countless victories. The aura he exuded involuntarily instilled a hint of trepidation within her. To her gesture, Su Qing entered a luxury sedan parked by the roadside. Young Marshal, I have brought all the updates regarding your wife and child. However, the circumstances may not be very favorable. Lin Xiaoxi, seated in the passenger seat, handed over the documents to Su Qing in the back. Not very favorable? What do you mean? Upon receiving the documents, the topmost item was a slightly faded photograph, a family portrait of Su Qing's wife and young daughter. The sight of it sent a sharp pang through Su Qing's heart. For 5 years, he had faced enemy artillery without flinching, but the thought of the hardships endured by his wife and daughter struck him deeply. Seated in the passenger seat, Lin Xiaoxi noticed the gravity in Su Qing's expression and felt a twinge of discomfort. When you left Zhejiang, the Qiao family promptly cast them out of their home. As far as I know, over the years, what did you say? Hearing this, Su Qing's face turned ashen, suppressing his inner fury as he retorted. Did I not arrange everything properly before I left? How could it have come to this? Young Marshal, are you referring to the Su family enterprise that was left for them? Su Qing, holding back his anger, gritted his teeth in silence, his thoughts drifting back 5 years. Back then, he had been framed, made a scapegoat, and knew he had no chance for vindication. He had sacrificed his life to secure a future for them. Now, he was being informed that not only had he been made a sacrificial lamb, but he had also been foolishly deceived, failing to fulfill his promise. The Su enterprise was indeed initially under her name, Lin Xiaoxi explained. However, due to certain events, it was transferred to Qiao Yixing's name. Qiao Yixing? At the mention of this name, Su Qing's head snapped up. Her brother. Indeed, Lin Xiaoxi continued as the car made its way to the city center. Since Qiao Yixing acquired the Su enterprise, there had been no further contact with his wife and daughter. It was as if the Su family had never known such a daughter or a young niece at all. Su Qing was incensed. He could hardly fathom how they had survived during these 5 years. After a lengthy silence, he finally calmed his tumultuous emotions and glanced out the window. It's all right now. I have returned. Everything you lost, I will reclaim it all, every last bit. They owe me that. The reflection in the car window revealed a face that left him speechless. It was not his own. A tragic accident had not only marred his appearance, but had nearly claimed his life. Fortunately, his repeated victories had established him as the warrior god among the border soldiers. This led the higher-ups to intervene and resurrect him, a death row inmate. Ironically, although he lived, he was no longer himself. Half an hour later, the car came to a stop at a farmer's market in a village in the city. As Su Qing stepped out of the vehicle, his brow furrowed immediately. The surroundings were far from pleasant, littered with discarded, wilted vegetables. Blood mixed with water flowed across the ground, emitting a pungent odor. Young Marshal, we have arrived. That building, is it? While Su Qing remained silent, Lin Xiaoxi abruptly pointed to a dilapidated structure. When he raised his gaze, his expression darkened even further. Was this a place meant for habitation? It was a crumbling residential building. Most of the windows were without glass, merely covered by plastic sheets to shield against the elements. Even the walls bore cracks, as if they might collapse at any moment. Su Qing could hardly believe that the Qiao family, a prominent household in Zhejiang, had their daughter, Qiao Yisin, living in such squalor. And for 5 long years. How wonderful. Truly splendid. With a scowl, Su Qing's fists clenched tighter, his entire body trembling with rage. If he recalled correctly, he had left them a villa. At that moment, a commotion interrupted Su Qing's simmering anger. "You little brat, dare you demand money from me? Have you lost your mind?" A childish voice rang out, barely suppressing sobs. "You promised you would pay me after I cleaned your shoes, but now you're refusing and bullying me." Upon hearing this, the man known as Dog Grandpa chuckled with delight. He grabbed the little girl's face, applying pressure with his fingertips as he menaced. "You little brat, do you know who I am? I own this territory. Not demanding protection money is already generous," he concluded, swinging his arm dismissively. "Get lost, huh?" The little girl fell heavily, her delicate hand scraped, drawing blood. Pain surged through her rosy cheeks, and tears streamed down her face in an instant. Witnessing this scene, Su Qing's heart shattered. The victimized little girl bore a striking resemblance to Qiao Yisin. It was unmistakably his own flesh and blood, his daughter whom he had not seen in 5 years. His little Candy. "You were a bad person. You were a bully, huh? You hit the nail on the head." To his shock, Dog Grandpa laughed triumphantly in front of the onlookers. "I am indeed a big bully. Today, I am in a good mood. Not only will I not pay you, but you will also owe me protection money." Chapter 2. Inciting the wrath of an unlikely adversary. "Your shoe-shining skills are quite remarkable. Your business must be thriving." He proceeded directly to Xiaotangwo's stall, seizing the iron container for money and emptying its contents into his hand. Well, not bad at all. Who would have thought a little whelp like you could be such an earner? All right, these coins will suffice for a pack of cigarettes for your esteemed canine overlord. Deeming the few dozen yuan in his grasp, the dog-like man unceremoniously pocketed the money. A multitude of onlookers gathered, yet none dared to intercede on Xiaotangwo's behalf. This scoundrel was a notorious local thug, whom no one dared to provoke or meddle with. They only dared to curse him covertly, decrying what a wretched being he was, stooping so low as to bully a child. Witnessing this spectacle, Xiaotangwo's composure crumbled instantly. Weeping and screaming, she lunged forward, clutching the dog-like man's leg. "No, return my money. Return my money at once. This is for my mother's treatment." Xiaotangwo tugged and pulled, her clamor causing the dog-like man's ears to ring. Abruptly, she sank her teeth into his thigh. Arg! The dog-like man, stung by the pain, angrily flung her aside. "Get off me, you little brat." Xiaotangwo, unable to withstand the force of an adult, was violently thrown to the ground, barely catching her breath. The dog-like man advanced, planting a foot on her back. Seizing her hair and snarling, "You fatherless mongrel, daring to bite me? Do you believe I won't end your miserable existence?" Her face pressed into the filthy ground, the stench of mud assailing her nostrils, causing tears to stream down her face. She cried and struggled in vain, beneath the dog-like man's foot. She was like an ant awaiting its demise. This scene pierced Su Qing's heart like a blade, twisting cruelly. Since she was old enough to remember, he had been absent from her life. Only heaven knew how much suffering she had endured and how many times she had been bullied. That she had been reduced to shining shoes to survive at the tender age of 6 or 7, eking out a meager income. At this realization, Su Qing, consumed by rage, pushed through the crowd with a darkened countenance. Well, isn't this a sight? Someone actually unafraid of death? You motherf. The dog-like man, seeing someone dare to step forward, was about to retort mockingly, but before he could complete his sentence, thud, a fist the size of a cooking pot collided with his cheek with brutal force. The dog-like man was sent flying from his spot. Su Qing, his fist still poised, was trembling with unbridled fury. "You meddling degenerate, daring to lay a hand on my daughter? You have a death wish." Crash. The dog-like man crashed heavily to the ground, the searing pain causing him to gasp and grimace. "You dare meddle in my affairs? I'll make you wish you were never born." In front of so many onlookers, someone actually dared to intervene, showing him no respect. The dog-like man, consumed by shame and anger, charged forward, swinging his fist at the back of Su Qing's head. The accompanying driver's expression shifted as he moved to intervene. "The young master can handle this. He's in a fit of rage." Lin Xiaoxi hastily restrained him, just as the onlookers were lamenting Su Qing's fate. thinking he had foolishly provoked the dog-like man. Snap! Su Qing, without turning his head, effortlessly caught the incoming fist. The dog-like man was dumbfounded. How was this possible? This punch could fell an ox, yet this young man caught it with a single hand. Suddenly, Su Qing shifted his stance, executing a sweeping leg that brought the dog-like man crashing down. The dog-like man, enduring excruciating pain in his back, struggled to rise. Abruptly, he froze. Su Qing, his face devoid of emotion, stood over him, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. An inexplicable sense of dread washed over him, causing the dog-like man to shudder uncontrollably. Thud. Su Qing ruthlessly brought his foot down, crushing the dog-like man's left hand. Hiss. In the instant of his agony, crack. A crisp sound of shattering bone echoed, and a searing pain shot through his wrist. Aya! His face turned ashen, and he emitted a blood-curdling scream. All of this transpired in mere seconds. The onlookers gasped, their breath caught in their throats. He had actually broken the dog-like man's hand with a single stomp. Despite their shock, no one felt sympathy for him. This kind of scum deserved to be taught a lesson. Thump. The dog-like man whimpered and scrambled backward, his face pale, his forehead beaded with sweat. Su Qing, consumed by rage, would not let him escape so easily. He advanced, blocking his path, and coldly stated, "You used this hand to pull my daughter's hair. I'll assist you in getting rid of it." "What? Your daughter?" The dog-like man was stunned. "That little wild child had a father." "Oh, someone remind me, which foot did he use to trample my daughter?" Su Qing said coldly, his face expressionless. Not only did this cause the dog-like man to break out in a cold sweat, but the onlookers also paled. What did he mean? Su Qing demonstrated with his actions what he meant. The driver, being astute, retrieved a wooden stick and handed it to Su Qing. What do you intend to do? Don't you dare. Do you even know who I?" Seeing Su Qing grasp the wooden stick, the dog-like man, even in his stupidity, understood his intentions. He trembled with fear, his words faltering. At this moment, Su Qing appeared to him as a vengeful specter, instilling terror in his heart. Thwack! Without allowing the dog-like man to finish his protestations, Su Qing unceremoniously swung the wooden stick. He struck his left leg with brutal force, and the dog-like man emitted a heart-wrenching scream. Aya! His expression contorted in agony, his face as pale as a sheet of paper. "I'll ask you one more time. Which leg did you use to trample my daughter on the ground?" As the words fell, Su Qing struck again, smashing the dog-like man's left leg. He knew which leg the dog-like man had used, but he wanted to repeat the question. "Tell me, which leg did you use to trample my daughter on the ground?" Thwack! Another strike. It was the left leg, the left leg. The excruciating pain from his shattered leg caused the dog-like man to lose his senses, foolishly answering. Upon receiving his response, a glint of ruthlessness flashed in Su Qing's eyes. He grasped the wooden stick with both hands and struck down with all his might. This time, he held nothing back, directly deforming and breaking the dog-like man's left shin. The agony of the broken leg silenced his screams. The dog-like man was now as good as dead. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers were dumbstruck, breaking out in cold sweats. Who is this guy? When did such a ruthless person arrive on this street? Don't hit me anymore. I was wrong. Spare my life. The instinct for survival compelled the dog-like man to abandon his arrogance and beg for mercy. If he didn't beg for mercy, who knew what this ruthless person would do next? Alas, Su Qing had already resolved to kill him. Spare him? When he trampled Xia Tangguo under his feet, did he consider sparing her? The dog-like man had to die today. Chapter 3. A foreboding sense not far away. Lin Xiaoxi noticed Su Qing's unusual expression and hurriedly stepped forward to intercept him. "Young Marshal, please don't act impulsively. We are in the country. Causing a death would be difficult to explain to the higher-ups." The driver approached with a stern face, prepared to intervene should Su Qing make a move. Su Qing's eyes flickered with murderous intent, showing no signs of restraint. At that moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of his terrified daughter, trembling in fear. The anger within him dissipated in an instant. No matter how furious he felt, he could not commit murder in front of his child. His heart softened. With a clatter, he dropped the wooden stick and returned to his little Candy, speaking gently and cautiously. "It's all right, little Candy, don't be afraid. Daddy is here to teach the bad people a lesson." If it weren't for the concern that this incident could leave a shadow over his child, it wouldn't merely be a lesson. After a while, little Candy finally regained her composure, her big watery eyes filled with confusion. "Uncle who are you? Why do you say you are my daddy?" "Uncle?" The mere mention of those words caused Su Qing's heart to twist in pain. The suffocating pressure within him surged, nearly leaving him breathless. Ouch, ouch. The half-dead dog master let out a wail, disrupting the atmosphere. The driver, regaining his senses, walked over with an indifferent expression. Don't hit me, don't hit. Seeing this, dog master instinctively pleaded for mercy, thinking he was about to be struck again. The driver ignored him, retrieving money from his pocket intended for little Candy. He then pointed in a direction and coldly commanded, "Get lost." Upon hearing this, dog master, drenched in cold sweat, felt a wave of relief wash over him. He hurriedly scrambled away, stumbling like a frightened dog. As the driver returned, little Candy took out a somewhat worn and faded photo from her pocket. It was their family portrait, taken when little Candy was still in her infancy. She compared the Su-Ching before her with the one in the photo, clearly seeing they were not the same person. Disappointment and dejection washed over her as she shook her head emphatically. "Uncle, the person in this photo is my daddy. Mommy said he went to a faraway place and would come back when little Candy grows up and understands." Gazing at the photo that contained his former self, Su-Ching felt a pang of sorrow as he lifted his hand to gently caress the stranger's face. "Little Candy." He took a deep breath, wanting to say something. Yet, as the words lingered on the tip of his tongue, he found himself unable to utter a single syllable. The man he was now was Su-Ching, yet not Su-Ching. The previous Su-Ching had been killed 5 years ago. Little Candy was still so young. She likely wouldn't comprehend any explanation. Su-Ching could only press his lips into a bitter smile and say, "Uncle is a friend of your daddy. He asked me to come and see you and your mommy." "Really? Uncle, did daddy really ask you to come?" Upon hearing this, little Candy's eyes sparkled with excitement, eagerly asking, "Where is daddy? I really want to see him." "Indeed. By the way, where is your mommy?" Su-Ching finally realized. Where had she gone that left her child alone to shine shoes for others? "Youth Marshal." The driver handed over the few dozen coins, causing Su-Ching to pause momentarily. Recalling something, hadn't little Candy mentioned she was shining shoes to earn money for her mother's medical treatment? Su-Ching's expression darkened, an unsettling premonition creeping in just as he was about to inquire further. "Uncle, I will take you to find mommy. Then you can tell me where daddy is, right?" Seeing little Candy's eager and expectant gaze, Su-Ching held back the questions that hung on his lips. A warmth blossomed in his heart as he realized his daughter had grown so much. "All right, I promise you, once we find your mommy, Uncle will tell you where daddy is." Yay, with the promise secured, little Candy danced with joy, completely forgetting the earlier bullying. Just as they prepared to leave, Lin Xiaoxi approached, clutching her phone. "Youth Marshal, Mr. Lee from the Zhoujiang Business Association wishes to meet with you. I am not available. I will not meet him." Su-Ching did not even glance in her direction as he lifted little Candy to wipe the tears from her face. The call is still ongoing." The other party overheard Su-Ching's indifference, leaving Lin Xiaoxi feeling quite embarrassed. "Youth Marshal, he served in your Southwestern Theater back in the day. He deserves this courtesy." Su-Chi would not entertain a second response, striding away with little Candy in his arms. Approximately 10 minutes later, little Candy led Su-Ching to an area of villas. Pointing to one of them, she said, "Uncle, mommy works in that house." At this, Su-Ching's expression darkened slightly, his brow furrowing in confusion. Xiaoyi-Sin had graduated from a prestigious institution, her talents and abilities unmatched. What kind of work could she possibly be doing in someone else's villa? "Hey, stop right there. Who are you?" A security guard approached, disheveled and casual, exuding an air of unreliability. "Brother, I'm here to find my mommy," little Candy replied softly. Upon hearing they were looking for someone, the guard's expression turned dismissive. Glancing back at little Candy's hopeful face, something seemed to click. "Oh, you're the daughter of the little maid from Boss Yan's house." "Little maid?" Su-Ching was taken aback, disbelief washing over him. He also noticed the guard's demeanor had shifted slightly, a hint of mockery in his expression. Though he could not discern the guard's thoughts, the look was one any man would instantly comprehend. Just then, the urgent sound of an ambulance interrupted Su-Ching's contemplation. The ambulance sped past and halted in front of the villa little Candy had pointed to. Su-Ching's eyes narrowed, a sense of dread washing over him. "Hey, you can't go in. If something is lost, can you afford to compensate?" The guard snapped back to reality, reaching out to grab Su-Ching. Su-Ching, uninterested in exchanging words, swiftly sidestepped with little Candy in his arms. Nurses emerged from the ambulance, carrying a stretcher from the villa, blood dripping along the way. Witnessing this scene, Su-Ching's heart plummeted, praying fervently that it was not her. "Mommy!" Little Candy cried out in a panic, breaking free from Su-Ching's grasp and rushing towards the closing ambulance doors. The nurse holding the door glanced at little Candy and urgently looked towards Su Qing. Are you family of the injured? Su Qing nodded, his expression dark as he remained silent, gesturing for them to take little Candy away. The nurse said nothing further, as the injured's condition was unstable and they needed to rush to the hospital. Su Qing stood still, watching the ambulance depart. He had never imagined that the first reunion after 5 long years would unfold in such a manner. From the slightly disheveled clothing, it was evident that this was no mere accident. Suddenly, he felt something, and turning abruptly, he caught sight of a figure swiftly retreating and shutting the door of the villa. Connecting the dots, a surge of rage ignited within Su Qing as he strode forward. With a powerful kick, he smashed the firmly closed door, splitting it in two with a thunderous crash. This commotion startled the pursuing security guard, who sheepishly retracted his hand. Watching Su Qing stride into the villa. Chapter 4. Consequences and Reckoning. I never wished for this. Surely it wouldn't result in a loss of life. Bah, she brought this upon herself. Such misfortune. If only she had simply laid down and closed her eyes, nothing would have happened. Why put on such airs? A middle-aged man knelt in the corner, wiping something. As Su Qing entered the door, the low murmurs that filled his ears deepened the gloom on his face. A glance around revealed the villa's opulence, now marred by chaos. A fallen sofa, shattered glass. It was clear what had transpired. Knowing you have a child, earning a living is no easy task. The middle-aged man, still oblivious to Su Qing's presence, seemed on the brink of emotional collapse, muttering anxiously, at times mocking. Serve me well just once. I'm not asking for the best, but at least ensure the child's well-being. Su Qing's heart jolted at those words, as if struck at a sore spot. He understood that for the past 5 years, Xiao Yixin had endured immense hardship raising their child alone. He could hardly fathom the suffering she had endured during those years. How shameless, pretending to be dignified, acting like a pure lotus flower. Silence. Su Qing could no longer contain himself, roaring as he strode forward. Slap. A furious blow struck the man's stern face. He fell to the ground, dazedly clutching his face, momentarily stunned. At that moment, Su Qing noticed what the man had been wiping. It was blood. His eyes widened in shock, his breathing quickening, rage swelling within him. Who are you? What are you doing here? Yin Wan, regaining his senses, glared at the unfamiliar Su Qing, his expression twisting into a snarl. Grabbing the blood-soaked towel from the floor, he hurled it at Su Qing's scowling face. Is this where you belong? Get out of here. Su Qing sidestepped, uninterested in exchanging words, and delivered a kick to his chest. Thud. Yin Wan, unable to withstand the blow, slammed against the wall, grimacing in pain and shouting for the police. Su Qing swiftly advanced, seizing his neck and pinning him against the wall. I ask you, how many times has this happened? What do you mean? Yin Wan, bewildered, felt a mix of shame and anger. If this got out, it would be a great joke that he couldn't even manage a woman. Su Qing remained silent, gradually tightening his grip, forcing him to experience the sensation of suffocation. From his earlier frantic mutterings, it was evident that he had harbored intentions towards Xiao Yixin for quite some time. The events that unfolded clearly indicated that Xiao Yixin had refused him. Otherwise, they wouldn't be in this predicament. The fury he felt was not only directed at this lecherous middle-aged man, it was also aimed at himself, a mixture of sorrow and rage. As a husband, he had not been there when she needed him most, leaving her to raise their young daughter alone, without even basic security, while she had to guard against ill-intentioned individuals. Years ago, he had wandered the cold streets of Zhejiang City, penniless. Had he not encountered Xiao Yixin, perhaps no one would have known if he had perished. It was she who, despite the opposition from the Qiao family, had given birth to the fruit of their love. Little Candy. Even after his imprisonment and sentence to death, she chose to silently bear the consequences, nurturing little Candy in blissful ignorance. Su Qing regretted not returning sooner, allowing her to endure such humiliation and suffering. The memory of Xiao Yixin being lifted onto the ambulance twisted his heart in agony, fueling his rage. He glared at Yin Wan, wishing he could tear him apart on the spot. But a sliver of reason amidst his fury reminded him that he intended to settle in Zhejiang City. Killing him would quench his immediate wrath, but would ultimately ruin Xiao Yixin's life once more. Su Qing could only grit his teeth in anger, repeatedly reminding himself not to act impulsively. As he felt the pressure on Yin Wan's neck lessen, the latter gasped for breath, stubbornly shouting, "Who do you think you are, daring to treat me this way? Do you even know who I am?" Su Qing, panting with suppressed anger, raised his head to fix a fierce gaze upon him, enunciating each word. "I am Xiao Yixin's husband. Who do you think I am?" You are. Yin Wan's corpulent body trembled violently, his eyes widening in terror. You are that murderer. Su Qing remained silent, and Yin Wan grew more frantic. Struggling to break free, he shouted for the police. Then he caught sight of the blood on the floor and fell silent, realizing that if the police were involved, who knew who would end up in trouble? Grinding his teeth in unwillingness, he suddenly had a revelation. That murderer had been sentenced to death. What was there to fear? Moreover, just because he claimed to be her husband didn't mean he was. It could be some random man. With this thought, he regained his composure and defiantly said, "Just name your price. It's not about the money. If something were to happen to Qiao Yisan, Su Qing would be implicated." He had to silence him first. Even if something did go awry, it would be of no consequence. Settling this matter merely required some money. Given his status and wealth, he had no reason to fear. Su Qing regarded him in silence. Yin Wan, having calmed down slightly, retrieved a bank card, feigning indifference as he said, "So what if you're her husband? If you had any capability, she wouldn't have to work as a maid. You just want to extort money, right? Here's 200,000. Take the money and scram. I warn you." With cash in hand, he felt emboldened, glaring viciously at Su Qing. If this got out, what would happen to her daughter? Before he could finish, Su Qing suddenly kicked him fiercely. Thud. Instantly, his hefty body flew backward, crashing onto the sofa, which crumpled under the impact. Crouching on the ground, clutching his repeatedly kicked chest, he turned pale, gasping for breath, nearly fainting from the pain. "You dare hit me?" Once he regained his composure, fear and astonishment surged within him. Why did this person not care for money? Su Qing said nothing. Striding over and placing his foot on Yin Wan's chest, causing him to writhe in agony, squealing like a pig. Ignoring Yin Wan's painful struggles, Su Qing pulled out his phone and called Lin Xiaoxi. "It's me. I'm sending you a location. Come and clean this up." Understood. Without needing to elaborate, Lin Xiaoxi understood the implication. The young commander just returned from battle, likely unable to restrain himself. "Oh," and Su Qing added, "find out what Qiao Yisan has endured over the years." He silently vowed, "I will settle the score one by one." Hanging up, Su Qing coldly stared at the whimpering Yin Wan. "Dare to threaten my daughter, and you will learn the consequences." With that, Su Qing withdrew his foot and left without a backward glance. This left the stunned Yin Wan even more bewildered. Wasn't he supposed to escalate things after making such threats? He just left? Moments later, he regained his senses, confirming Su Qing had departed. Clutching his aching chest, he glared at the open door, his frustration transforming into a burning fury. What a stroke of bad luck. Damn it. So it was you, Qiao Yisan. Pretending to be dignified in front of me. Claiming you have no husband, yet you're as promiscuous as they come. I wonder where you found that scoundrel. Threatening me, are you? I have plenty of money. Just wait. I will make you, and that dog man regret it. Chapter 5. A long-awaited reunion. I am Su Qing. Under different circumstances, I would have personally dealt with the overweight man who bullied Yin Xiaoxin. However, as she was sent to the hospital, I couldn't help but worry about her condition and had to rely on others to intervene. After leaving the villa area, I hurriedly rushed to the hospital, inquiring at the nurse's station about her situation. "I'm sorry, sir, but we do not have a patient named Qiao Yisan admitted here." What? I was taken aback. This was certainly the correct hospital. No, just a moment ago. My anxiety peaked as I felt like I might explode. How could she not be here? Just then, I spotted a nurse running by, and I recognized her from the ambulance. I quickly caught up to her and said, "Excuse me, I would like to ask." The nurse appeared somewhat rushed and initially seemed reluctant to engage with me. However, upon realizing who I was, she hurriedly replied. She got out of the car before arriving at the hospital. What? After losing so much blood, she... My heart raced with concern. What was she thinking? Why would she leave the ambulance when she was injured? Suddenly, a realization struck me, filling me with bitterness and guilt. It was evident that Qiao Yisan feared the financial burden of medical expenses. It was difficult to fathom the injustices they had endured over the years. Returning to my senses, I noticed that the nurse had rushed into the operating room. I anxiously pressed my lips together and dashed out of the hospital to find them. Soon, I arrived back at the farmer's market. Aside from returning home, they had nowhere else to go. I looked up at the dilapidated residential building, and my heart twisted with pain once more. Taking a deep breath, I stepped inside. A gust of cool wind greeted me, carrying a faint, unpleasant odor, as if something had decayed. Inside was even messier than I had imagined, with various items strewn across the corridors, emanating an array of scents. This sight made me frown, my heart feeling as if it were under a heavy weight, suffocating even my breath. As I walked through, many people brushed past me, most looking pale and worn. They did not greet one another, simply continuing on their way. It was clear that this place had a high turnover of residents, and the presence of strangers was not unusual. Those living here were likely burdened by life's hardships, making it unsurprising that they came and went without a word. How could your mother teach you to lie? Why didn't you listen? Upon reaching the third floor, I heard a stern yet feeble reprimand echoing through the corridor. Mom, I'm not lying. It's true. He said he is Dad's friend. A timid, quivering voice attempted to explain through soft sobs. Are you still lying? The weak reprimand carried a tone of disappointment. Hearing that both familiar and unfamiliar voice caused my eyes to well up unexpectedly. 5 years had passed. 5 long years filled with countless sleepless nights, haunted by her voice in my dreams. Without her as my motivation to persevere, I might never have reached this day. An overwhelming surge of emotion left me momentarily disoriented. I struggled to comprehend how I would present myself before her. All these years, your mother has worked tirelessly to raise you, not to have you learn to lie and deceive her. Amidst the reprimands, a soft weeping echoed, breaking my heart. Tell your mother where you got that money. If it was stolen, return it and apologize. No, it's not like that. The weak voice choked out. I'm telling the truth. Crash, something fell, and the sobbing abruptly ceased. It was clear she was genuinely disappointed, realizing what was happening. I could no longer contain myself and quickly stepped forward, suppressing my guilt and sorrow. As I reached the room from which the voice emanated, I peered inside through the ajar door. The first thing that caught my eye was a woman whose face was haggard, her eyes filled with disappointment and anger. A bandage wrapped around her head. The passage of 5 years had aged her somewhat, yet traces of her youthful beauty remained. Noticing the commotion, she lifted her head and saw me standing at the door, her expression shifting to a mix of confusion and alarm. Who are you? Xiaoyisen. After countless days and nights yearning for this moment, the words caught in my throat, unable to escape. Struggling to control my emotions, I gazed nervously into Xiaoyisen's questioning eyes. I am Su Qing. A shiver ran through Xiaoyisen's body as her eyes widened in disbelief. Su Qing. The name was both familiar and foreign, having vanished from her life for 5 long years. Although she had never forgotten my existence, she knew that the person she cherished in her heart would never return. At that moment, as our eyes met, the warmth reflected in her gaze mirrored my own. Memories flooded back to Xiaoyisen, tears welling in her eyes, her heart aching with sorrow and bitterness. Realizing that I was still watching her, she quickly composed herself, wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes, offering a faint smile. I'm sorry, I lost control. Your name is just like my deceased husband's. How she longed for the man before her to be the one she had witnessed executed 5 years ago. Xiaoyisen. Seeing her weary face and the bitter smile on her lips, my heart ached with empathy. Suddenly, a child's voice broke through, interrupting my attempt to confess. Little Tanghua, flipped onto her lap, seemed to be scolded. Mom, that's him. I'm not lying. This uncle is Dad's friend. Uncle? Friend? I was momentarily stunned, my lips gradually tightening. It dawned on me why Xiaoyisen had not immediately recognized me. At that moment, I was no longer the Su Qing she remembered from the family portrait. The thought filled me with bitterness. I desperately wished to clarify my identity. However, gazing at Xiaoyisen, whose face was pale and streaked with tears, the words I longed to speak died on my lips. Confronted with a stranger's face, to suddenly reveal that her husband, presumed dead 5 years ago, was still alive. How ironic it was. I could only imagine the devastation such news would bring to her steadfast spirit. No way, your father had no friends. Tell me, who are you really? Tears staining her cheeks, Xiaoyisen suddenly became defensive, fixing her gaze on me with suspicion. Mom, what are you saying? Little Tanghua looked back and forth between Xiaoyisen and me, perplexed. Xiaoyisen's agitation grew, and without answering her daughter, she glared at me, her teeth clenched. Who are you really? Are you here to cause us more suffering? Upon hearing her words, my heart sank, filled with a bittersweet ache. It was not disappointment at her failure to recognize me, but rather the realization of what her words implied. 5 years ago, I had been betrayed by a friend, which led to my imprisonment. Today, I suddenly appeared, claiming to be a friend of her daughter. How could Xiaoyisen not be on guard? She was prepared to fight for her daughter's safety, fully aware that it was a so-called friend who had devastated our family. Chapter 6. Stand up, do not kneel. Witnessing the intense emotions of Xiaoyisen, Su Qing swallowed the words that were on the tip of her tongue, gritting her teeth in anguish. She endeavored to mask her inner guilt and pain, managing a bitter smile as she spoke. Rest assured, I will not. harm you or your daughter. You can believe that I am a friend of your husband, Su Qing." As she uttered the latter part of her statement, Su Qing's voice trembled. Internally, she berated her own cowardice, questioning why she couldn't reveal the truth to her. She had the right to know. However, Qiao Yisun was utterly unconvinced. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. My husband. He would never. Suddenly, a realization struck her, her expression darkening swiftly, becoming even more haggard and bitter. I understand now. You have come for the Qiao family, haven't you? The Qiao family of today is no longer what it used to be. After assimilating the Su family enterprise, we have firmly established ourselves in Zhejiang. We have become the most promising emerging business in the region. Many had sought to leverage her identity for opportunities to collaborate with the Qiao family. You need not bother trying to curry favor with me. I have no ties with the Qiao family now. Regardless of where you come from, I hope you do not disturb my daughter and me again. As the words fell, she shielded the bewildered little Tanghua behind her, a faint look of disgust creeping onto her face. Su Qing noticed her slight biting of her lip when she mentioned the Qiao family. This habit emerged only when she was emotionally stirred or deeply saddened. It was evident that Qiao Yisun perceived Su Qing's approach as quite rude. To achieve her goals by any means necessary, even invoking her deceased husband, was utterly distasteful. This left Su Qing feeling both bitter and guilty, her mood heavily suppressed. From her words, it was clear she had endured many hardships over the years. She no longer harbored any expectations, with the sole motivation of ensuring little Tongwa's healthy growth. Observing the tear-streaked face of Qiao Yisun, who was gasping in agitation, Su Qing fell silent once more. Revealing the truth to her now would likely shatter her, causing her further harm. Big brother, it's him. Just as the atmosphere thickened, an unexpected group burst in, shattering the awkwardness. Su Qing's expression darkened as she turned to look. A group was ascending the stairs, led by the very bully of little Tanghua, the dog master. He stood there, leaning on his cane with his left arm, a fierce look on his face, completely devoid of the humility he had shown when begging for mercy. "Ah, Mom, it's him. The big bad guy I told you about." Little Tanghua jumped out, pointing at the dog master. "He stole my money. It was the uncle who helped me get it back." "What?" Upon hearing this, Qiao Yisun's face drained of color. If there was no lie, then the dog master's severed limbs were indeed real. Well, the little bastard and the old bastard are both here. The dog master caught sight of little Tanghua, limping over. "Saves me the trouble of looking for you." The men behind him were all burly and fierce-looking, clearly not to be trifled with. "Dog master, please, don't be impulsive. It's all a misunderstanding." Qiao Yisun, in a panic, pleaded. Living nearby, everyone had heard of the dog master's notorious reputation as a ruthless man. Qiao Yisun lamented internally. She, being honest and simple, only sought to make a living. Watching her lower her head to apologize to those who bullied them, Su Qing's eyes grew misty, her heart aching, and her fist clenched with resolve. Misunderstanding? The dog master scoffed derisively, then roared in anger and frustration. "Damn it, I've lost limbs, and that's just a misunderstanding." His furious shout echoed through the corridor, silencing the entire building. "Qiao Yashin, kneel down. Apologize to Uncle Dog Master, quickly." Suddenly, Qiao Yisun scolded, forcefully pushing little Tanghua to the ground. Clearly, she was terrified, even calling the child by her full name. The little one had never seen her mother this angry and was instantly frightened to tears. "Woo-woo. Dog Master, the child is still young and doesn't he understand? I can pay you back, whatever the cost." "Pay you back? Huh?" The dog master sneered, his meaning abundantly clear. Living in such a place, unable to secure a livelihood, what money could they offer? Qiao Yisun's expression darkened further, just as she was about to continue speaking. Su Qing could no longer contain herself, pulling little Tanghua upright. "Stand up. Do not kneel." "What are you doing?" Qiao Yisun panicked, yelling at Su Qing. "Are you trying to kill us? Making the child kneel before scum, don't you realize the shadow it will cast over her?" She wiped the tears from little Tongwa's face with a stern expression. Little Tanghua gazed up with tear-filled eyes, inexplicably finding a sense of comforting safety in Su Qing. The term scum fell upon the dog master's ears like a thunderclap, undeniably adding fuel to the fire. "Mark my words. If I don't break one of your legs today, I'll change my name to Dogshit." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Qing coldly responded, "It seems the lesson I gave you is insufficient." Upon hearing this, the dog master involuntarily shivered, recalling how he had been beaten like a dog by Su Qing. However, he quickly regained his composure. With over a dozen brothers behind him, what was there to fear? With eyes aflame, the dog master ground his teeth in fury, wishing he could skin Su Qing alive on the spot. On this street, he had always been the one to call the shots. When had he ever been humiliated like this? Brothers, attack! The group behind him, already itching for a fight, surged forward at the dog master's command. Dog master, no? Seeing this, Xiaoisen's face turned pale with fright as she rushed forward, disregarding everything. Little Tangwa was her entire life. If they were to come for her, then let it be her. Unexpectedly, just a few steps out, she felt a force pulling her back. In her ears, a familiar yet strange apology echoed softly. Thank you for your hard work over the years. I will not allow you to suffer any longer. A figure leaped forward, and without realizing it, Xiaoisen felt a sense of familiarity looking at that silhouette. In her gradually widening eyes, she reflected the image of that familiar yet strange figure, standing resolutely against 10 foes. Su Qing, with an unflinching expression, charged forward to meet the oncoming thugs, swiftly kicking one to the ground. Smack! The man fell, losing a tooth and bleeding profusely, his face contorted in pain. You bastard! The nearby accomplices, witnessing this, scowled and rushed forward to attack. Yet, Su Qing showed no fear, disdainfully refusing to dodge. With a swift movement, she slapped the lead thug, whose hair was dyed yellow, delivering a resounding slap. Smack! The sound rang crisply through the corridor. 2 bloody teeth fell to the ground. The thug's face instantly swelled, revealing a look of agony as he struggled to cry out. Su Qing seized him, delivering a punishing kick to an accomplice attempting a sneak attack. Smack! The thugs behind were blocked from advancing, and Su Qing seized the opportunity to unleash a flurry of slaps. Chapter 7. Consumed by wrath, demanding an explanation, the blonde-haired fellow was pummeled senseless, utterly dazed by the relentless blows. A viscous stream of blood trickled from his mouth as his cheek swelled grotesquely. His 10-odd comrades, witnessing the scene, were dumbstruck by the sheer brutality of the assault. The first thug to be kicked to the ground, now at Su Qing's feet, watched the carnage unfold. An icy dread crept into his heart, and he scrambled away from Su Qing. Soon, a few of the more valiant thugs regained their composure and roared, "Damn it! He dares to strike our brother. To your death! Everyone, attack!" In the narrow corridor, a dozen thugs surged forward, each one a picture of savage ferocity. This spectacle terrified Xiaoisen. In her panic, she remembered she could alert the authorities. However, as she reached for her phone, Su Qing charged headlong into the pack of thugs. In a flurry of motion, the burly thugs were sent crashing to the floor, their cries of agony echoing in the confined space. Clutching at their legs and bellies, they were incapacitated. Xiaoisen, phone in hand, stood frozen in disbelief. What just transpired? Su Qing nonchalantly dusted off his hands. He lifted his gaze to Dog Eye and advanced towards him. Dog Eye, paralyzed with fear, was already cowering on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Why you? Don't come any closer. He retreated, dragging his broken leg. Do you even know who I'm associated with? I warn you. It's Brother Long, the dragon of Zhou Zhang's underworld. These men you struck also work for Brother Long. If he finds out, you're a dead man. Dog Eye faltered, regretting his words. Why was he issuing threats at a time like this? That's precisely why I can't let you off, Su Qing interjected. Dog Eye was now truly despondent, his back against the stairwell. Escape was impossible. As Su Qing drew nearer, Dog Eye felt a warm sensation between his legs. He dropped to his knees, tears streaming down his face. Big brother, I was wrong. I was blind and I offended you. Please, forgive me this once. He groveled, slapping his own face. Please, spare me this one time. That one time is telling, Su Qing sneered. The atmosphere turned awkward. Dog Eye was dumbfounded. Then, I'll kowtow to you. You're not worthy to kowtow to me. Su Qing snapped, startling Dog Eye. You're not worthy to apologize to me. Have you ever heard of a dog apologizing after biting someone? Have your brother Long apologized to me? Dog Eye broke out in a cold sweat. Was this man truly formidable? Or simply insane? In Zhoujiang, everyone respected Brother Long. Yet this man dared to demand an apology from the king of Zhoujiang's underworld, bound by his predicament. Dog Eye dared not argue. He kowtowed repeatedly, urging the thugs to retreat. As the thugs dispersed, Xiaoisen breathed a sigh of relief. You. She began hesitantly, but Su Qing's phone rang. She pursed her lips. It's all right. Take your call. Su Qing answered. It was Lin Xiaoxi. Commander, the matter you requested has been investigated. The original Su Corporation was indeed left to the madam. I'm aware of that. Get to the point. Su Qing's face darkened. He moved away from Xiaoisen to prevent her from overhearing. On the way here, I discovered that the Su Corporation is now under Xiaoixing's name. renamed the Chiao Corporation. Through their diligent management, the company has flourished, elevating the Chiao family to unprecedented heights. However, all of that rightfully belongs to Chiao Yisun. Yet she possesses nothing, living in squalor, enduring humiliation, and suffering hardship. According to our investigation, the transfer of the Su Corporation was not Madame's voluntary decision. Hearing Lin Xiaoxi's words, Su Qing's fist clenched. All right, that's enough. The situation is clear. Since it wasn't voluntary, then she was coerced. And who did the coercing? The Chiao family, those ingrates. The Chiao family favors sons over daughters, and Chiao Yisun received little affection from her parents. Her younger brother, Chiao Yixing, was spoiled and indulged. Chiao Yisun, as the elder sister, was taught to always prioritize her brother. Of course, this doesn't imply that Chiao Yisun is a doormat. As a graduate of a prestigious university, she understood the implications and was forced to comply. Thinking of this, Su Qing glanced back at Chiao Yisun. Little Candy was making silly faces, trying to cheer up the shaken Chiao Yisun, who was giggling. Su Qing's eyes stung, and the rage in his eyes intensified. He could deduce that the Chiao family must have used Little Candy to coerce her. Commander, there's something I'm unsure whether to disclose. Lin Xiaoxi hesitated. Speak. Su Qing commanded. Lin Xiaoxi gathered her courage and said, Commander, you may not know, but the Chiao Corporation recently secured a major deal. So? Lin Xiaoxi paused. Today is Madame Chiao's birthday, and they are throwing a lavish celebration. What? Su Qing's anger ignited. The phone screen cracked as he gripped it tightly. Hearing Little Candy and Chiao Yisun's laughter, Su Qing felt a pang of guilt. His heart ached with remorse for them. Clearly, Chiao Yisun was unaware of the celebration. They hadn't even bothered to invite her back, as if she wasn't their daughter and niece. Su Qing gritted his teeth, trembling with anger, his face dark with rage. Lin Xiaoxi, arrange it immediately. I want them to give me an explanation. With that roar, he crushed the phone in his hand. Chiao Yisun startled, clutching Little Candy. Fear in her eyes as she looked at Su Qing. She wondered what was wrong, why he was suddenly so angry. Seeing their innocent expressions, Su Qing felt even more anguish. Did they know how Little Candy and Chiao Yisun had spent their day? If he hadn't returned in time, that fool Dog-Eye might have beaten Little Candy to death in the streets, and the onlookers might not have had the courage to even collect her corpse. Chiao Yisun had nearly been violated, and only her desperate resistance had saved her. And now they were celebrating a major deal with a lavish banquet? I'll show them. Chapter 8. The young lady has returned. Aunt Chiao, it has been a long time. I hope you are well. Happy birthday. As night fell, the Chiao family estate was ablaze with lights and lively chatter. Outside the main gate, elegantly dressed men and women entered in succession. Look at you, radiating vitality and vigor. Like a young girl in her 20s. If it weren't for the occasion, one might never guess your true age. Their arrival brought uncontainable joy to Chiao mother and Chiao father, who stood at the entrance welcoming guests. Oh, you flatter us. Please, come in and take your seats. After instructing the servants to receive the gifts, they watched the distinguished guests from various sectors of Zhejiang settle in. The smile on Chiao mother's face was a sight to behold, as it was all for her sake. Xing, make sure to entertain our guests well. We cannot let the esteemed bosses feel neglected. She gestured towards the young man moving about the hall, exchanging pleasantries. Sure thing, Mom. If there's nothing else, I'll be right in. The reply came from none other than Chiao Yisun's brother, Chiao Yixing, watching her son, impeccably attired and brimming with confidence. Chiao mother nodded in satisfaction. Everyone present was a person of significance. The Chiao family truly had made great strides. However, while Chiao mother beamed with pride, Chiao father's smile appeared somewhat strained. Observing the lively scene inside, he hesitated for a moment before quietly suggesting to Chiao mother, perhaps we should also invite Chiao Xian back tonight. Before Chiao father could finish his sentence, the smile vanished from Chiao mother's face, replaced by a cold demeanor. What would she return for? It was she who declared she would not acknowledge me as her mother, nor this family. Today is not only my birthday, but also a celebration of Xiao Xing's accomplishments, as we receive respect from all sectors. If you want her to come back, do you intend to ruin my birthday? Chiao father fell silent, his expression pained, ultimately sighing without further comment. Years ago, when Su Qing first encountered trouble, Chiao mother took it upon herself to send away their daughter, Xiao Tanghua. Chiao Yisun was still young, and given the Chiao family's status, she would have no trouble remarrying. Though her plans were well-intentioned, Chiao mother ultimately failed to send the young child away. In the end, Chiao Yisun ran away with Xiao Tanghua, and they had not been in contact for 5 years. Seeing the pained expression on Chiao father's face, Chiao mother felt a surge of irritation. Do not mention this again. Today, everyone is here to celebrate, so do not bring discomfort upon yourself. Do you see the guest inside? Xiao Mother looked towards Qiao Yixing, who was toasting the seated guests. Making a good impression on them is beneficial for our son's company and its future development. Isn't that better than your daughter, who neither acknowledges her parents nor her home, and whose fate remains unknown. With that, Qiao Mother disregarded Qiao Father and cheerfully entered to greet her guests. Sigh. In this household, Qiao Mother has the final say, and all Qiao Father could do was bitterly shake his head and sigh. Mr. Qiao, this banquet is splendid. It appears business has been quite profitable lately. A guest jested while raising a toast to Qiao Yixing, prompting hearty laughter from those nearby. Oh, not at all. Profits are modest. Qiao Yixing humbly waved his hand, his smile radiant. Haha, young Master Qiao, just how much are we talking about? A beautiful lady nearby playfully pinched Qiao Yixing's waist. The unexpected sensation made him shiver slightly, and he swiftly distanced himself with a few awkward chuckles. Soon after, he indicated he would go toast to other tables. Hey, Mr. Qiao, don't be in such a rush to leave. The earlier guest called out, holding up his glass. Do you have any interest in hearing about a project? Just then, Qiao Mother approached and, hearing this, felt a surge of delight. She quickly gestured for Qiao Yixing to hold his tongue and addressed the guest with a hearty laugh. Oh, isn't this Mr. Su? Tonight is a birthday celebration. I am the main attraction here. You come to discuss business during this occasion. How inappropriate. Haha. Oh dear, I've been careless. Mr. Su, you are indeed a sensible person, quickly standing up to apologize with a smile. We can discuss our collaboration later. And Miss Qiao? Ah, no, Miss Qiao. Wishing you longevity like the southern mountain and fortune as vast as the eastern sea. May you soon embrace a grandchild. Haha. Hearing Mr. Su's compliments, the smile on Qiao Mother's face blossomed like a flower. She then signaled for everyone to eat and drink, assuring them of an unforgettable array of performances to come. With a discreet wink towards Qiao Yixing, she conveyed that everything was under control, and he could rest easy. The Qiao family's success today was not only due to Qiao Yixing's hard work, but also owed much to Qiao Mother's adept handling of various relationships. Today, the Qiao Corporation stands as one of the most promising emerging enterprises in Zhejiang, surely attracting many seeking to curry favor. Just recently, the Qiao Corporation secured a construction project. And if successful, profits could soar to 40%. Typically, construction projects yield a profit margin of around 20%, which is already considerable. Upon the announcement of this news, it sent shockwaves throughout Zhejiang, placing Qiao Corporation and Qiao Yixing's name on the desks of numerous company executives. Everyone was curious about what capabilities this previously unremarkable young man possessed to achieve such success. Son, perform well, your mother believes. After tonight, our family will embrace monumental changes. As Qiao Mother passed by Qiao Yixing, her face radiated pride. Just as the guests reveled in joyous toast and laughter, a servant rushed in from outside, his expression betraying a sense of panic, capturing the attention of many guests who began to murmur. The ecstatic smile on Qiao Mother's face instantly faltered. What is going on? Have some decorum. Madam, it is the young lady. The young lady has returned. The servant gasped, speaking hurriedly. Upon hearing this, both Qiao Mother and Qiao Yixing's faces froze in discomfort. Nearby guests recalled the scandal from 5 years prior, whispering among themselves. This caused Qiao Mother's expression to darken, her anger simmering. After all the effort to create a celebratory atmosphere, that wretched girl, why must she return now? With a loud crash, the sound echoed in the packed hall, drawing everyone's attention. Su Qing, carrying Xiao Tanghua, kicked the Qiao family's door open with force. His demeanor anything but pleasant. Qiao Yixing stood behind him, her expression conflicted as she glanced at the gathered guests. Had she known they were coming to the Qiao family, she would never have followed. Frowning in displeasure, she quietly chastised Su Qing. Mr. Su, what do you mean by this? If you trust me, do not speak. The Qiao family owes me what is due. With that, Su Qing strode inside, his expression cold yet commanding. You. Qiao Yixing bit her lip, torn. With her daughter in his arms, she had no choice but to follow. The sudden turn of events left many guests astonished, prompting some to announce their departure. Who would want to remain amidst the scandalous affairs of the Qiao family? It was better to avoid the awkwardness of future encounters by leaving now. As the evening banquet approached, several prominent executives had already expressed their intentions to collaborate. However, the splendid atmosphere was marred by the appearance of Qiao Yixing, which led to the departure of numerous guests. Qiao Mu's expression darkened instantly as she strode over, offering no semblance of cordiality. You wretched girl, how dare you return? Have you forgotten the vow you made 5 years ago to sever all ties with the Chiao family? Chapter 9. Is this what humans can do? What? Now that you see the improvements in the Chiao family, do you regret and wish to return? Stop dreaming. Leave immediately. Don't bring shame upon our family. As these words echoed in her ears, Chiao Isin was overwhelmed by a heart-wrenching pain, tears welling in her eyes. For 5 long years, she had imagined what she would say upon their reunion, yet she never anticipated that her own mother, who had raised her, would utter such disdainful remarks. The unmasked loathing in her mother's eyes struck her like a dagger. It was as if she were confronting a sworn enemy, leaving Chiao Isin deeply pained. Before she could muster a response, her mother continued with unabashed contempt. Look at you, filthy and disheveled. Get out of our family at once, lest you tarnish our floors. Unable to bear it any longer, Chiao's father interjected, attempting to diffuse the tension. Let us not ruin this joyous occasion with anger. After all, Xiaoxin is still our daughter, and we have many guests here. Daughter? Who knows? Xiao's mother scoffed, her derision palpable. It was I who severed ties with her. Does she not realize the importance of maintaining appearances in front of friends and family? You listen well. I have no daughter. I have only a son. Do you comprehend how significant this gathering is for our family and our son? Xiao's father, visibly uncomfortable, pleaded. Must you speak of our daughter in front of guests like this? Gazing at her haggard daughter, who did not recognize her grandfather, and her bewildered niece, he wished to speak further. Yet, Xiao's mother was resolute, leaving no room for dialogue. Listening to the exchange between her biological parents, Chiao Isin lowered her head, struggling to hold back tears, her petite frame trembling. She never imagined that her long-lost parents would humiliate her so profoundly. Just as she felt overwhelmed by despair and yearned to escape with her little daughter, her brother Chiao Yixing approached, wearing a scowl and offering her no kindness. What do you mean by this? Do you realize how much you are costing us? Is it because you see the Chiao family thriving and now wish to return? In that moment, Chiao Yixin felt as though her spirit had shattered, her mind blank. Even though his words pierced her heart like a knife, she felt no pain. Was this truly her younger brother? The one she had grown up with, now speaking to her in such a manner? As her emotions teetered on the brink of collapse, Su Qing gently placed a hand on her shoulder, whispering words of comfort. You need not speak. They owe you, and I shall retrieve what is rightfully yours. For reasons unknown, a sense of inexplicable calm washed over Chiao Yixin. Retrieve what? What did she have to reclaim? And who was he to meddle in her family affairs? Su Qing's murmurs did not escape Chiao Yixing's notice, prompting him to respond harshly. Was it not you who chose to leave, swearing to cut ties and never return? Now that life has grown difficult, you wish to crawl back for scraps? Enough. I tell you, get back to where you came from. As their mother had declared, there was no daughter in the Chiao family, only him, the young master. The evening's banquet was ostensibly a celebration for their mother's birthday. Yet it was a fête meant to leverage the Chiao family's standing to forge connections with influential figures in the business world. What should have been a smooth affair was utterly ruined. Now, with the audacity to return like a beggar, dragging along some unknown man and demanding what? It was laughable. Surely this man must be attempting to seize the Chiao family fortune, believing her to be the heiress. If anyone owed anything, it was Chiao Yixin, who had incurred a debt to the family over the years. Without his intervention, she and her illegitimate daughter would have perished long ago, left to the whims of fate. What do you mean by that? Su Qing's face turned pale with rage. How dare he insult my daughter? Do you not understand? Chiao Yixing sneered. Suddenly, Su Qing froze, piecing together the implications of his words, and turned to look at Chiao Yixin, who was biting her lip, tears brimming in her eyes. Her body trembling with despair. All these years, if not for my help in finding you work, do you think you would have survived until now? Before he could finish, Chiao Yixing was met with a resounding slap from Su Qing. The sound echoed throughout the room, leaving everyone in stunned silence, while Chiao's mother lunged forward. Her expression twisted with rage. How dare you strike my son? Before she could reach him, Chiao's father intervened, restraining her while awkwardly signaling to the guests that there was nothing amiss. Chiao Yixing, how can you still consider yourself human? She is your sister. Su Qing shouted in fury. Suddenly, it all clicked in place for him. No wonder Chiao Yixin, a graduate of a prestigious university, had struggled to make ends meet. She had been living in squalor all these years. Su Qing had suspected something was amiss. It became clear that the Chiao family had been orchestrating events to sabotage her, ensuring she found no other means of support. In a fit of rage, Su Qing recalled Lin Xiaoxi's words before he had smashed his phone. It was revealed that the owner of the villa where Chiao Yixin worked as a maid was Yin Jun, the head of a company that had just partnered with Chiao's enterprise. Now it made sense. Lin Xiaoxi had hesitated to speak out, fearful of the implications. Su Qing's heart raced with disbelief and dread as he realized the depths of betrayal. You would use your sister as a pawn in your ascent, sacrificing her for your gains? Is this what humanity has come to? A surge of fury coursed through him, his expression twisted into a mask of wrath, as though a vengeful deity had possessed him. How dare you, Qiao Yixing? I will make you pay. He swung his fist, landing a powerful blow to Qiao Yixing's face. You dare strike me? Qiao Yixing, momentarily stunned, erupted in anger, ready to retaliate. Someone, stop him. Call the police. As the truth unraveled, Qiao's mother, filled with embarrassment and rage, shouted in a futile attempt to cover up the chaos. Enough. After a long silence, Qiao Yixing could bear it no longer. Her emotions reached a breaking point. Stop talking. She snatched her frightened daughter from Su Qing's arms and fled into the shadows. Yixin. Su Qing snapped back to reality, wanting to chase after her, only to be pulled back by Qiao Yixing, who was ready to unleash his fury once more. In truth, Qiao Yixin understood better than anyone what had transpired over the years. She had contemplated resistance, yet the thought of her young daughter suffering kept her silent. When faced with the choice between survival and dignity, the former undeniably took precedence. As long as her little girl could grow up healthy. The hardships endured as a mother were but a small price to pay. If they sought to exploit her, so be it. As long as they could put food on the table, life would continue. Yet, at this very moment, learning from her own brother and mother that she had been exploited all these years, used to ingratiate those men harboring repulsive intentions, becoming a mere pawn in the Qiao family's ascent to prominence. In that instant, the last vestige of her dignity shattered into irreparable fragments. A humiliation unlike any she had ever known. Nay, this transcended mere humiliation. It was a degradation, an affront to her very humanity. Chapter 10. Declaring War on the Qiao Family. In a fit of rage, Qiao Yixing lunged forward, seizing Su Qing's sleeve and swinging his fist towards Su's face. Who do you think you are in Zhejiang? How dare you meddle here? Even the wild dogs outside can't bark as loudly as you. Speaking such words in front of so many guests, how do you expect the people of Zhejiang to regard the Qiao family? Su Qing's expression darkened upon witnessing this. The anger simmering within him had yet to dissipate. He was merely inviting trouble. He forcefully shook off Qiao Yixing's grip and retaliated with a sharp slap. The crisp sound echoed, awakening the guest who had not yet had the chance to mock the explosive gossip. You. Qiao's mother was momentarily stunned. Striking her precious son in front of so many guests was akin to slapping the entire Qiao family in the face. Enraged, she gritted her teeth, ready to retaliate, but was abruptly interrupted by Su Qing's fierce voice. What am I? Fine, let me ask you, what are you? Suppressing his agitation, Su Qing pointed at Qiao Yixing and his parents, vociferously condemning them. The Qiao family's assets, including this estate and the business operations, are all mine. Without me, you wouldn't have the privilege to live such a lavish life. Everything here is what I left for Qiao Yixin, which you have stolen from her. Not only do you lack gratitude, but you also drove her out of the Qiao family. Are you even human? You let her raise her young daughter alone, suffering outdoors, and enduring the humiliation from others. She can't even find a decent job, while you secretly exploit and belittle her. You. Qiao Yixing was left speechless, both shocked and furious. Yet he overlooked the crux of Su Qing's statement. It was I who left it for Qiao Yixin. Meanwhile, Qiao's mother was on the verge of exploding. What nonsense are you spouting? Like a mad dog, you're humiliating the Qiao family in front of all these guests. The members of the Qiao family glared with expressions of fury, their faces twisted in disdain. I am here today solely to inform you. Su Qing's voice trembled with intensity as he addressed the Qiao family. What you have taken from Qiao Yixin, I will reclaim down to the last cent. Ha. Who could have imagined that Qiao Yixing would actually laugh upon hearing this? Su Qing's expression darkened. This man reclaim it? Ridiculous. Do you even have the means? I wager you can't even muster 300. Gnashing his teeth, Qiao Yixing raised his head slightly, adopting a condescending stance. You should be unaware, right? The Qiao Corporation is the most promising emerging enterprise in Zhejiang. Do you know what our last quarter's net profit was? A cash flow of 50 million. In all of Zhejiang, there are no more than 10 who can muster that amount in cash. And what about you? What do you possess? What gives you the right to compete with me? Qiao Yixing's gaze bore into Su Qing with contempt. In my eyes, you are nothing but a mad dog, unworthy even to carry my shoes. Listening to his words, Su Qing responded with a sardonic smile, which left the guests bewildered. Could this man truly be a mad dog? How could he still manage to smile? What is the point of this conversation? Qiao's mother approached with a dark expression. Get out of here. What is a mad dog barking about? She gestured for friends and relatives to expel him, clearly masking her inner turmoil and fury. What was supposed to be a joyous birthday banquet had devolved into a source of derision. How utterly unfortunate. Facing the Chiao family's cold stares, Su Qing's anger gradually subsided. He recognized that saying more would only invite ridicule. The truth would eventually reveal itself. Furthermore, he feared for Chiao Yisin, whose emotional collapse might lead her to take drastic measures with her daughter. After all, as a rational person, it was impossible to remain composed upon learning such explosive news. Su Qing himself had impulsively struck someone in anger. How could Chiao Yisin, who had endured hardships for years, respond? However, quietly leaving amidst the Chiao family's expulsion was not Su Qing's style. A glint of coldness flashed in his eyes as he leaned closer to the visibly unsettled Chiao Yixing and whispered, 5 years ago, the trap you set. Do not think it was flawless. Late retribution is still retribution. This statement detonated in Chiao Yixing's mind, leaving him stunned. You, Shu. Su Qing made a shushing gesture, a cold, enigmatic smile curling at the corners of his lips. Upon seeing that smile, an inexplicable chill crept down Chiao Yixing's spine. Images of 5 years ago flashed through his mind, recalling the scheme to frame Su Qing. But no, that incident could not be known to outsiders. This man was fishing for information. Suddenly jolted back to reality, a cold sweat broke out on his back as he turned pale. Son, what is wrong with you? What did he say to you? Chiao's mother expressed urgent concern, prompting Chiao Yixing to realize that Su Qing had already departed without him noticing. And nothing. He forced down his rising panic, his mind racing for a response. CEO Chiao. CEO Chiao. Suddenly, an urgent voice called from outside. The members of the Chiao family looked up in confusion towards the entrance. A woman dressed as a secretary rushed in, panting heavily. What is the matter? Chiao Yixing's face darkened upon seeing her. It was his secretary. Why was she here? Shouldn't she be at the company, finalizing the recently negotiated project? It's bad. It's bad. The secretary, her face contorted in despair, was on the verge of tears. Mr. Yin suddenly withdrew his investment. The project is gone. What? Upon hearing this, Chiao Yixing could no longer maintain his composure. He grabbed her shoulders, shaking her anxiously. What happened? Didn't we finalize everything? Yes. But for some unknown reason, Mr. Yin would rather pay the penalty for breach of contract than continue. As the secretary was violently shaken, her emotions finally broke down. I calculated it. If we lose this project, we will be down over 10 million. Upon hearing this, Chiao Yixing's anger surged. His teeth clenched as he trembled in rage. The monetary loss was minor compared to the suffocating consequences that might follow. A single misstep could jeopardize the company's operations. And no one would dare to collaborate with them again, a project that had already been secured. And yet he would rather pay a penalty than proceed. Any sane individual would suspect foul play. Get it arranged immediately. I want to see Mr. Yin. With that, Chiao Yixing stormed off. Inside the Chiao family's hall, the gathered relatives and friends exchanged perplexed glances, the atmosphere palpably awkward. What on earth was happening? Chiao's mother, her emotions reaching a breaking point, finally succumbed to despair. She crouched on the floor, crying out in anguish about her misfortunes, lamenting how the Chiao family had fallen victim to petty grievances. What had once been a lively birthday celebration had now turned into a complete farce, a source of mockery for outsiders. Chapter 11. The first half of life is but a jest. As night fell over Zhejiang City, the temperature plummeted, casting a chill that made one shiver involuntarily. Cargo vessels traversed the river, their deep and distant horns echoing. Woo. The banks were alive with the vibrant sounds of revelry, a cacophony that sustained the day's vigor. Yet, sitting by the riverside, Chiao Yisin seemed utterly out of place amidst the dazzling nightlife. Her gaze was vacant, with traces of unshed tears at the corners of her eyes as she stared blankly at the surging river. The events of today had profoundly altered her perceptions and her attitude towards life. Was it despair? Heartache? It felt as though it mattered little. An emptiness enveloped her, leaving her uncertain about what lay ahead. Little Tangwa hung her head, displaying a melancholic expression unbecoming of her tender years. A rustling sound emerged from the darkness behind them. Tangwa turned, bewildered, to see someone approaching. Instantly alert, she felt a surge of anxiety, wanting to warn her mother. Just then, the figure stepped into the light of a street lamp, and she recognized him. It was Uncle. She was initially puzzled. Then her face lit up with joy as she tugged at Chiao Yisin's sleeve. Mama? Huh? The sorrowful Chiao Yisin appeared confused. Uncle? How did he know she was here? Turning in astonishment, she confirmed it was indeed Su Qing. How did you know I was here? This place was her secret haven. Whenever she felt despondent and devoid of hope, she would come here to sit. Watching the vessels glide across the water and the reflections of the vibrant nightlife dance upon the surface, it always lifted her spirits. How could Su Qing not be aware of this small ritual of hers? Yet, at that moment, a bitter smile played on his lips. He dared not reveal how he had found her, instead offering a casual explanation. I happened to see you running this way, which led me here. Their eyes met, and Xiao Yisan's expression dimmed gradually. She embraced little Tanghua, sighing softly against the cold wind. It was a futile struggle against the weight of life. And after so many years, she had nearly become numb to it. Silence enveloped them, one seated by the river, the other standing in the shadows. An awkward and oppressive stillness settled over their hearts. Tanghua leaned against Xiao Yisan, her eyelids growing heavy with drowsiness. Today had worn her out. I'm sorry. Earlier Time slipped away before Su Qing broke the quiet, seeking to apologize for his earlier outburst. He should not have been so impulsive, voicing such words in front of so many people. Reflecting on it later, he indeed taught those ungrateful relatives of the Qiao family a lesson. Yet, he had also deeply wounded Xiao Yisan, undermining the struggles she had endured over the last 5 years. It's all right, Xiao Yisan replied softly, devoid of any resentment towards Su Qing. Her hand gently stroked Tonghua's head, fatigue visibly weighing upon her. This only magnified Su Qing's guilt, his heart aching with remorse. She wished to articulate her feelings, but found herself unable to utter a single word. Su Qing refrained from probing further, remaining silent in the shadows behind them. As if to declare his stance, henceforth, no one would dare to bully them again. After a prolonged silence, Xiao Yisan spoke in a calm tone. You are right. They possess everything now, all of it left to me by my husband. When my husband passed away, I was utterly exhausted and had no heart to manage it all. At that time, I had lost all hope in life, crying daily. She paused, raising her hand to wipe her face. And Su Qing realized she was brushing away tears. A pang of pain gripped his heart as he reached out, taking a step forward, but inexplicably withdrew his hand. Standing in the darkness, he remained silent, a mere listener to her plight. I entrusted everything to my brother, Xiao Yixing. Little did I know he would establish a shell company behind my back and secretly transfer all our assets. He left me with nothing, not even my daughter. At this point, Xiao Yisan shook her head with a bitter smile, unable to continue. Su Qing's expression darkened, yet he remained silent, unwilling to interrupt her. To be honest, I no longer expect any surprises or miracles from life. She steadied her emotions, wiping away the tears that had surfaced, gazing at the cargo ships gliding steadily across the river. My greatest hope is for Tanghua to grow up healthy and happy. This, too, is the task my husband entrusted to me before he departed. Yet, I find that even this modest goal eludes me. I realize the first half of my life has been a farce, a gesture subjected to ridicule. As a gust of cold wind swept through, the river surged, waves crashing against the shore. Su Qing, standing in the darkness, bowed his head in silence. Mr. Su, Xiao Yisan, cradling Tanghua, turned slightly to face him. Biting her lip, she asked, her voice laced with a tinge of hesitation, was what you said earlier true? Su Qing remained silent, standing resolutely, his stillness conveying his unwavering resolve. Xiao Yisan, perceptive as ever, understood his unspoken message despite the absence of words. Embracing Tanghua, she shifted from her earlier uncertainty to declare with newfound determination, I have decided. Everything they took from me, I will reclaim it all, without exception. Upon hearing this, Su Qing smiled with relief. Xiao Yisan had finally resolved to shed the shackles of her past and reclaim her true self. However, he suggested, let us speak of this another day. It is already quite late. The little one had fallen asleep against her, her cherubic face endearing. Seeing her daughter in such a charming state, Xiao Yisan smiled tenderly, thinking, no matter the hardships she faced, it was all worthwhile. Allow me. Su Qing stepped forward, intending to take the slumbering Tanghua into his arms. Noticing this, Xiao Yuxin's expression turned slightly odd. Mr. Su, aren't you going to rest? Su Qing, fully aware of her intent, hastily fabricated an excuse. Have you forgotten what happened earlier this afternoon outside your residence? At his words, Xiao Yisan's expression shifted as she recalled the gang. It was nearly midnight now, and should they encounter those ruffians again on their way back, she and Tanghua. She quickly shook her head, unwilling to dwell on such thoughts, yet felt an awkward embarrassment as she looked at Su Qing. Su Qing quickly reassured her, it's fine, I only just arrived in Zhejiang today and have nowhere to stay. No, that's not what I meant. Xiao Yisan hastily waved her hands, awkwardly indicating that she was a married woman. Although her beloved had been declared deceased 5 years ago, she had yet to finalize the divorce. Bringing a stranger into her home felt unsettling. Despite the absence of any ill intentions, Su Qing felt a warmth spread within him at her words, a gentle smile gracing his lips. It's all right. I can spend the night in the hallway. What if those ruffians still harbor ill intentions? What would happen to you and your child? Hearing this, Xiao Yisan chuckled awkwardly, feeling a twinge of guilt. Had he not been present today, who knows what might have happened to Tanghua? The thought of making him sleep in the hallway was unconscionable. Chapter 12. The big bad wolf is here to catch the child. Well, come in. It's all right. Back at the residence, Xiao Yisan cradled her sleeping daughter, Little Candy, and shyly gestured for Su Qing to enter. Su Qing did not decline, stepping inside with the urgency of someone who feared that Xiao Yisan might change her mind. He had waited 5 long years for this day, the day they would finally be under the same roof. There would be no pretense. After all, nothing inappropriate would occur. Su Qing was indifferent, but Xiao Yisan was not. She hurried after him, Mr. Su. She wanted to slap herself. She knew him well enough to understand why she had invited him in. Upon entering and turning on the light, she realized the condition of the home she and her daughter had lived in for the past 5 years. The space was cramped, shaped like an L, with 2 tiny rooms awkwardly partitioned. The walls were dilapidated, with a crack running through them. Did she not fear the ceiling might cave in one day? It was unimaginable that someone could live in such a place while caring for a child. How much had she endured? Su Qing sighed with a tinge of sorrow, which Xiao Yisan misinterpreted as disapproval. She quickly stepped forward to tidy up the scattered belongings, forcing an awkward smile. Please don't mind the simplicity of my home. Let's find a place to sit. Clearly, she was unaccustomed to guests, and Su Qing might very well be the first. After she finished tidying, she took Little Candy to the bedroom for a nap and returned with a glass of water for Su Qing, sitting down beside him in discomfort. Su Qing accepted the water, yet silence hung heavily between them, the atmosphere growing increasingly awkward. After a moment's hesitation, he looked up and said, "Let me help you find a better place. You should move out of here." Xiao Yisan chuckled lightly, shaking her head in refusal. "Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Su. We have only known each other for half a day, and I cannot accept such help." Her words were cut off by Su Qing's firm gesture as he insisted. "You should consider your child, too. Living here is feasible, but you must examine the environment outside. What happened today was an unfortunate coincidence, but it surely isn't the first time something like this has occurred." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yisan fell into contemplation, though she still declined his offer. Yet, she was puzzled by his intentions. Why was he so invested in their well-being? If not for his actions today, and for standing up against those ungrateful people, she might have viewed his sudden kindness with suspicion. A man being overly attentive would naturally raise her guard, and she would never agree to let him stay the night. Seeing her reluctance, Su Qing refrained from pressing further, pursing his lips. He recognized that the woman before him, though seemingly fragile, possessed an indomitable spirit. The hardships she had endured over the past 5 years indicated that she only accepted the fruits of her own labor. She would never easily accept help from outsiders. Otherwise, with her beauty and talent, she would not have fallen to such a state. Then, Su Qing pondered briefly, about to speak when Xiao Yisan interrupted. "All right, Mr. Su, I understand you want to help, but it's getting late. Let us discuss this tomorrow, shall we?" With that, she stood and returned to her room, saying, "Rest early." The sound of the door closing and locking left Su Qing both amused and somewhat resigned. Was it truly necessary to be so guarded? Nevertheless, a weight lifted from his heart. Though they had not formally acknowledged one another, being near her and her daughter was enough. Although they could not yet claim to know each other well, she did not fear leaving him overnight, nor did she worry about any untoward actions on his part. Finding a seat, Su Qing stretched and chuckled at the absurdity of it all. After everything that had transpired, it was evident that she held a favorable impression of him. Or perhaps she was merely concerned that those ruffians might invade their home at night. Regardless, after a long day, he could finally sit down and rest. Rustling sounds jolted Su Qing from his brief slumber. He quickly opened his eyes, ready to take action. However, he was startled to see Little Candy bending over to observe him. "Ah," she exclaimed, equally frightened by a sudden awakening. "Uncle, you scared me. Do you always sleep like this?" Su Qing was momentarily taken aback. How had she woken up? He then noticed the light of day streaming through the window, and Xiao Yisan was nowhere to be seen. Little Candy, noticing his scanning gaze, chimed in, "Mommy left this morning and told me to watch over you, Uncle." "Watch over me?" Su Qing rubbed his aching temples, amused. "What for?" "Well, just in case you are a bad person who might steal things," Little Candy said with innocent seriousness. Su Qing laughed heartily, pinching her chubby cheek. "The ones who bullied you yesterday are the real bad people. Uncle is here to protect you, so he is a good person. Besides, in this house, what could Uncle possibly steal? Just you." He pretended to reach for her, and Little Candy squealed in delight, running away playfully. "Uncle is indeed a bad guy," she shouted, glancing back to invite him to chase her, clearly enjoying his company. "Here comes the big bad wolf to catch the child," Su Qing exclaimed, rising to chase after her. Yet, for some reason, he felt an unexpected emptiness in his heart. This should have been a warm moment. After countless sleepless nights, had he not yearned for such carefree playtime with his daughter? Perhaps it was the fact that she called him uncle instead of daddy. With a deep sigh of melancholy, Su Qing felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. Little Candy quickly turned back, her caring nature shining through as she asked, "Why is Uncle sighing? Are you unhappy about something?" "Yes, Little Candy. Would you like Uncle to tell you a story?" "Yes, yes." Little Candy's eyes sparkled with excitement as she hurriedly fetched a stool for Su Qing. He smiled, feeling a sense of pride. Clearly, Xiao Yisen's struggles had not been in vain. She had raised such a thoughtful and obedient daughter. Just as Little Candy settled onto her stool, ready to listen, Xiao Yisen returned home. Seeing her, Su Qing opened his mouth to speak, but she interrupted with an unusual expression. "Someone is looking for you." "Looking for me?" Little Candy asked innocently. "Not you," Xiao Yisen replied, entering with groceries. Behind her trailed a woman who awkwardly waved at Su Qing. "Young master, what brings you here?" Only then did Su Qing realize that his phone had been crushed in his grip. "You all carry on. I'll step out," he said, gesturing for Xiao Yisen to let Little Candy go play in her room. He found the situation amusing. Perhaps Xiao Yisen was feeling a tinge of jealousy. It made sense. She had woken up early, cheerfully bought groceries to prepare a meal for him, only to find a beautiful woman at her door. Any woman would feel unsettled. "I'm sorry to intrude, young master," Lin Xiaoxi said awkwardly as she approached to apologize, revealing her predicament. She had been unable to reach Su Qing. "No worries," Su Qing replied, motioning for her to step outside to avoid any misunderstandings with Xiao Yisen. Chapter 13. The Puppet Xiao Family. Who is behind the scenes? In accordance with the orders of the young marshal, the assets of the Yin family enterprise were swiftly taken over. This included compensating for breach of contract and transferring assets, leaving a mere 5 million in funds. As she spoke, Lin Xiaoxi retrieved a bank card from her briefcase and handed it to Su Qing. "Only 5 million? Su Qing expressed a surprise, hesitating to accept the card. The Yin family enterprise, which Xiao Yixing had leveraged alongside Xiao Yisen to negotiate a partnership with Yin Jun, was reputed to be the most promising burgeoning business in Zhejiang City. Xiao Yixing had informed him that the cash flow available amounted to a staggering 50 million, surpassing many established corporations. Logically, the Yin family enterprise, capable of collaborating with such a formidable entity, should not be in such dire straits. Even after paying project compensation and selling assets at a loss, to end up with only 5 million seemed implausible. After all, when Xiao Yixing secured Yin Jun's project, he was brimming with pride and confidence. "The young marshal, it's like this." Noticing Su Qing's astonishment, Lin Xiaoxi hurried to clarify, lest he misunderstand and think they had appropriated certain assets. Indeed, compared to the Xiao family enterprise, the Yin family enterprise was not even in the same league. Its tangible assets were scant. The young marshal could perceive it as merely an intermediary for project turnover. Therefore, the collaboration achieved was not for a singular project but rather for long-term prospects, correct? Upon hearing this, Su Qing began to comprehend. No wonder Xiao Yixing was so audacious. The Xiao family enterprise focused on developing substantial industries, coinciding perfectly with Zhejiang's favorable policies. Thus, merely concentrating on tangible industries was enough for the Xiao family enterprise to thrive abundantly. Su Qing nodded thoughtfully. In this light, my strategy from years ago was indeed sound. When he established the Su family enterprise, his developmental strategy revolved around tangible industries. Although it was not particularly lucrative at the time, it provided sufficient security for Xiao Yisen's living expenses. Subsequently, Xiao Yixing likely discerned that Zhejiang was on the brink of a shift towards substantial industries. Xiao Yisen, not prioritizing business, must have been unwilling to miss this opportunity, thus seeking to usurp power. "You didn't come to find me just to discuss this, did you?" Returning to his senses, Su Qing narrowed his eyes with a hint of intrigue. Indeed, Lin Xiaoxi's expression grew serious. "While dealing with the Yin family enterprise, I discovered an unexpected delight. This was the first time Su Qing observed her so earnest, and he too adopted a serious demeanor, urging her to continue. Across the entirety of Zhoujiang City, amidst the hundreds of enterprises, why is it that only the Qiao family enterprise is experiencing such a meteoric rise? Young Marshal, you must be curious about this as well. Have you not pondered it? Lin Xiaoxi teased, creating suspense. Get to the point. Su Qing scoffed. Certainly, he had considered it. But he lacked comprehensive insight. Lin Xiaoxi cleared her throat and directly addressed the matter at hand. The structure of the Qiao family enterprise is far more intricate than it appears on the surface, intertwined with numerous interests behind the scenes. What are you implying? Su Qing's expression darkened. This was precisely what he feared. If they could not uproot the Qiao family enterprise, how could they avenge the grievances held in his heart and provide Qiao Yixin with justification? From an overarching perspective, it seems that Qiao Yixing has the final say in the Qiao family enterprise, correct? However, there are other shareholders besides him. The current assets of the Qiao family enterprise are not solely linked to him. Rumors suggest that the projects undertaken by the Qiao family enterprise yield profits reaching 40%. For a typical project, achieving a 20% profit is already considered a resounding success. This is abnormal. Su Qing understood without needing to delve deeper. There must be someone backing them. Precisely. Lin Xiaoxi continued. Moreover, the Qiao family enterprise is thriving. Even colossal projects worth over 100 million are within their grasp. And they still manage to turn a profit. This is increasingly suspicious. Lin Xiaoxi was not questioning or denying anything, but rather, given the scale of the Qiao family enterprise, it should not be capable of absorbing projects of such magnitude. Typically, the principal would seek a counterpart with equally robust capabilities and conduct thorough evaluations. Yet, from Lin Xiaoxi's understanding, many of the projects in the Qiao family enterprise had been approved without any assessment. This alone is perplexing, without the requisite strength. How could they ensure such profit margins? If any project were to fail, the Qiao family enterprise could potentially face total ruin. The risks are extraordinarily high. At this juncture, Lin Xiaoxi paused, contemplating whether to divulge her subsequent thoughts. Having absorbed her words and noted her change in expression, Su Qing could easily surmise what she was hinting at. You are suggesting that the Qiao family enterprise appears to be independent. Yet there is likely a larger group operating behind the scenes, correct? Indeed. Lin Xiaoxi was taken aback. How did he know what she was thinking? She had anticipated he would be angered upon learning this, especially since the Qiao family enterprise was founded by him. However, if her conjecture held true, the current eminence of the Qiao family enterprise would not come as a surprise. For Su Qing, this was a moment of exhilaration. If her assessment was accurate, the force behind the Qiao family enterprise must undoubtedly be the group that had framed him 5 years prior. Excellent. That saves me the trouble of searching. He had returned solely to avenge the grievances of his past. Hey, are you two done talking? The food is ready. Qiao Yixin interrupted as she stepped through the door. Su Qing and Lin Xiaoxi snapped back to reality, realizing they had been engrossed in conversation for over an hour, and their stomachs were now growling. Shall we eat while we talk? Su Qing glanced at Lin Xiaoxi. There was no harm in letting Qiao Yixin in on the matters concerning the Qiao family enterprise. Is that all right? Am I intruding? Lin Xiaoxi felt a bit awkward, as an outsider encroaching upon their family gathering did seem inappropriate. No worries. You're here now. Qiao Yixin waved her hand dismissively. Otherwise, it would be rather awkward for her to dine with Xiao Tanghua and Su Qing alone. Su Qing remained silent. Thus, Lin Xiaoxi took the cue and hurried to assist. By the time Su Qing entered the dining room, they had already prepared everything and were ready to eat. Uncle, sit here. Xiao Tanghua, ever considerate, moved a chair for Su Qing to sit beside her. All right. Su Qing smiled indulgently as he walked over. Qiao Yixin glanced at them but said nothing, allowing Lin Xiaoxi to sit beside her, facing each other. Our family conditions are modest, and we didn't anticipate guests. So we could only prepare some simple home-cooked dishes. That's perfectly fine. Lin Xiaoxi replied with a light laugh, expressing her gratitude. Su Qing, however, stared at the array of dishes on the table, momentarily lost in thought. He never would have imagined that after 5 years, the once inept Qiao family young lady, who couldn't even boil rice, would now be proficient in cooking. She was meant to be a pampered heiress, not someone struggling to survive alone with a child. Without uttering a word, Su Qing filled his bowl with rice and began to eat voraciously, finishing an entire bowl in no time. His speed left Xiao Tanghua wide-eyed. Are you that hungry? Ah. Qiao Yixin stood up, offering to refill his bowl. Su Qing waved his hands insistently. No need. As a guest, I can't have you doing everything. It may not have been gourmet cuisine, but to Su Qing, it was the most delectable meal in the world. Then, the entire table, including Xiao Tanghua, watched Su Qing devour his food with great enthusiasm. Xiao Yisin chuckled helplessly. Mr. Su, slow down. No one is competing with you. Silence was preferable, but once she spoke, Lin Xiaoxi felt even more awkward, burying her head in her rice. What a predicament. After much effort, their family finally reunited. What purpose do you serve by merely holding a bowl of rice at the side? Chapter 14. The Revenge Plan. I trust you. Eat. Why are you all just staring at this delicious food? Su Qing remarked, observing that she had devoured 3 large bowls while the others barely touched their meals. She coughed awkwardly. Come on, eat more, Xiao Yisin said with a hint of amusement, serving some dishes to the dazed Xiaodang. Lin Xiaoxi sat beside them, feeling somewhat constrained, only daring to take food from her own plate. Su Qing recognized her discomfort, sensing the awkward atmosphere among the 3 of them, and then took the initiative to change the subject. By the way, regarding what we discussed last night, I have a preliminary plan. Last night? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yisin paused, her hands momentarily still, a wave of tension washing over her. The events of the previous night had robbed her of sleep, and she yearned to reclaim her lost ground, only to realize her own limitations. Setting aside other considerations, with the Qiao Corporation currently thriving, what could she possibly use to contend with them? She had boasted that she would reclaim everything that belonged to her. But in the cold light of day, it seemed laughable. With neither capital nor capability, Xiao Yisin found herself powerless to act, despite her intentions. Unaware of her emotional shift, Su Qing continued eating, softly stating, I have devised a 3-step plan. First, we will establish a company that mirrors the operations of the Qiao Corporation. Second, we will seize their partners and gradually erode their distribution network, cutting off their avenues. And the third, Su Qing looked up at Xiao Yisin and the others, softly declaring, we will consume the Qiao Corporation. Indeed, Lin Xiaoxi nodded. The strategic directives are sound and quite feasible to implement. After dinner, I shall make the arrangements. However, before she could finish her sentence, Xiao Yisin interjected, her voice tinged with difficulty. That sounds easy enough, but it appears we lack initial funding, does it not? Though she knew it was inappropriate to voice such a concern, the reality remained. Without starting capital, all their talk was mere bravado. Su Qing, noting her rueful expression, reassured her, there's no need to worry about funding. Yes, but... Lin Xiaoxi began to address Su Qing, but was silenced by a stern glance from him. Xiao Yisin looked up, puzzled. What was she about to say? Lin Xiaoxi quickly realized the implication. There had been no formal acknowledgement between them. She hastily amended, do not fret. We will resolve the funding issue. No. Xiao Yisin immediately rejected the notion. I cannot accept your money. This was not mere self-importance. They were discussing how to restore her dignity. It felt utterly unjust to have her grievances avenged without her having to contribute a single penny or lift a finger. After enduring 5 years of suffering, she had long ceased to harbor any expectations and even began to doubt the motives behind Su Qing and the others' approach. Why would they, investing both time and money, seek to rectify her grievances? It seemed impossible. Surely, they must have some ulterior motive. Su Qing, noticing her growing wariness, could not help but chuckle at the irony. Lin Xiaoxi, sensing the tension, interjected, this money is not being offered unconditionally. As I mentioned earlier, once we have taken over the Qiao Corporation, you can repay us later. Before she could finish, Xiao Yisin interrupted again, still skeptical. Just like that? What do you gain from this? What do we gain? Su Qing replied calmly. Certainly, we seek collaboration. Collaboration? What kind of collaboration? Xiao Yisin set down her utensils, her eyes narrowing in suspicion as she scrutinized Su Qing. You must be aware that Zhoujiang is currently experiencing a policy windfall, heavily supporting the real economy. The Qiao Corporation is among the leading enterprises with a robust physical presence in the emerging market. In essence, if we help you dismantle the Qiao Corporation, we not only achieve revenge but also acquire valuable production lines. This is also for the future well-being of your daughter. At the mention of her daughter's future, Xiao Yisin glanced at Xiaotang, who was observing the adults with a look of confusion. Indeed, even if she did not consider her own future, she must think of her daughters. Xiaotang was at the age where she needed to start school, yet they could barely afford rent. What confidence could she possibly have in assuring her late husband's peace of mind regarding their daughter's welfare? Even though she remained skeptical of such altruism, if their words held any truth, this could be a pivotal opportunity for her to rise again. Not only could she exact revenge on the Qiao family, but she could also provide security for Xiaodong's future. Should she place her trust in them? Perhaps it was time to believe that there truly existed individuals who were genuinely kind-hearted. In fact, there seemed to be little left for her to lose. As Qiao Yuxin wrestled with her internal turmoil, Su Qing exchanged a glance with Lin Xiaoxi. She immediately understood and completed the thought that had been left hanging. Rest assured, we seek not to act without reciprocity. As mentioned earlier, once we have absorbed the Qiao Corporation, we will gain control over a significant portion of Zhejiang's physical industries. You mean, beyond returning the principal, you also expect a portion or even all of the physical assets? Xiao Yixin was not naive. She quickly grasped the implications of Lin Xiaoxi's statement. So, you are indeed here for that. A glimmer of sharp realization flickered in her eyes. No wonder. Who would give without expecting something in return? They must have calculated her connection to the Qiao Corporation and the accompanying production lines from the very beginning. The notion of her deceased husband's friends was merely a facade to draw closer to her. Upon reflection, it was not surprising. Outsiders face significant hurdles when trying to establish themselves in Zhejiang. The current landscape had been nearly divided among existing players, leaving little room for newcomers. It seemed they had caught wind of the scandal surrounding the Qiao Corporation and were leveraging it to dismantle the company and seize its physical assets to secure a foothold in Zhejiang. With policies favoring the real economy, pursuing this avenue of development seemed the most logical choice. Ah, how eloquently they spoke. But in the end, they aimed to exploit her. For reasons unknown, a wave of despondency washed over Xiaoyisen, constricting her breath. In truth, she harbored a flicker of affection for this unfamiliar man before her. After all, he had not only rescued Xiaodong, but had also helped her confront the Qiao family as treachery. Fine, if I must be utilized, so be it. At least it would ensure a better future for Xiaodong. As she contemplated her decision, her expression fluctuated, clearly caught in a tempest of thoughts. Su Qing and Lin Xiaoxi exchanged helpless glances. Had she realized something too soon? Surely not. Lin Xiaoxi subtly shook her head, silently conveying to Su Qing. If I were in her position, I would hesitate just as long. This situation was akin to a pie falling from the sky. Anyone would deliberate extensively before making a choice. Xiaodong, observing her mother's silence and the exchanged glances between Su Qing and Lin Xiaoxi, grew slightly irked and began to push her bowl away. This food isn't even good, and I don't understand what you're discussing. After a moment, Xiao Yixin snapped back to reality, her expression gradually solidifying as if she had made a decision. She stood, extending her hand towards Su Qing. Mr. Su, you once asked me if I believed in you. I am now prepared to answer. I wanted to pay a price, so I trust you. Chapter 15. Are you teaching me how to do things? Xiao Yixing, spare me your futile words. Allow me to inform you if the goods are not delivered within 3 days, according to the contract stipulations, you shall compensate me with 50% of the penalty. Yes, I understand, Mr. Liu. We have encountered some issues with the raw materials. You must grant us a bit of time. Do not waste my time. Mr. Liu's resolute tone on the other end of the line made it abundantly clear. Only 3 days are permitted. He then abruptly severed the connection, leaving Xiao Yixing to listen to the relentless beeping of a busy signal. Seated in his lofty office, Xiao Yixing's expression darkened, and in a fit of frustration, he shattered the phone against the desk. Damn it! Unable to contain his anger, he slammed the table and cursed. When I was thriving, everyone wanted to call me father. Is it truly necessary to pressure me so urgently over a mere supply issue? It's not as if I intend to breach the contract. Reflecting on the tumultuous events of the past few days, he felt as if he had been on a roller coaster ride, plummeting from glory to isolation. The root of the problem lay squarely with Xiao Yixin, who had embarrassed him in front of numerous guests at the banquet. Yet more significantly, it was due to the abrupt termination of a project with the Yin Corporation. Qiao's enterprise had multiple production lines waiting for raw materials to commence production. They would rather incur a penalty than continue the supply agreement, and the key contacts had become unreachable. Other partners, inexplicably, had also begun to exert pressure on him at this critical juncture. Xiao Yixing seethed with frustration, feeling utterly stifled and unable to vent his rage. Boss outside the office. The secretary clutched her briefcase, too timid to enter for fear of incurring his wrath. Speak up if you have something to say. Xiao Yixing, with a scowl, turned his gaze out the floor-to-ceiling window at the bustling cityscape of Zhejiang. With the boss having spoken, the secretary had no choice but to steel herself and report the situation. The raw materials have not arrived, and several production lines have ground to a halt. It seems smack. Xiao Yixing slammed the table, coldly retorting, Did I hire you to do nothing? Is there only one supplier for raw materials in the world? Don't you know to seek out other vendors in such circumstances? After receiving a reprimand, the secretary trembled, head bowed, daring not to utter a word. They had faced similar situations before, but this time the pressure from the partners was excessively harsh, especially from several major clients, who were unrelentingly demanding this batch of goods. Negotiating with other suppliers for prices and profits would also require time, unless they were willing to compromise on their profit margins. Obtaining the materials with the utmost speed would be improbable. Yet, if they failed to deliver on time, a significant penalty would ensue regardless of the circumstances. It appeared that Xiao's enterprise was destined to suffer losses this time. Otherwise, their reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. It seemed they were determined to take advantage of us. This thought sent Xiao Yixing's nerves ablaze, his entire body trembling with suppressed rage. Recently, Xiao's enterprise had been thriving, attracting numerous potential partners while simultaneously being regarded as a competitor by many businesses. The sudden collective pressure from these partners was undoubtedly linked to their vested interests. Currently, Xiao's enterprise controlled nearly half of the production lines in Zhejiang. If the upstream Xiao enterprise faltered, many downstream businesses would undoubtedly reap the benefits. I refused to believe it after a moment's hesitation. Xiao Yixing clenched his fists and coldly addressed the secretary, who dared not lift her gaze. The issue of raw materials must be addressed immediately. Production lines must commence tonight. Understood. I will. The secretary, feeling a sense of relief, was about to leave when she was suddenly halted, her heart racing in fear that Xiao Yixing might direct his ire at her. Arrange a meeting with Mr. Li from the Zhejiang Chamber of Commerce. We must secure that project. That project? The secretary paused, recollecting something, and then urgently advised, Mr. Qiao. That project is too burdensome for us. The short-term returns are not advantageous. Even if we possess a cash flow of 50 million, if we cannot sustain the project, it could lead to the secretary, considering the company's current capabilities, believed it unnecessary to take on such a substantial risk at this moment. Moreover, with existing projects yet to be delivered, pursuing a larger project could jeopardize their financial stability. However, before her rational analysis could conclude, she was met with Xiao Yixing's icy glare. Are you attempting to instruct me on how to manage my affairs? Do you think this position of CEO is yours to occupy? He then rose from his seat, vacating the CEO's chair. Mr. Qiao, the secretary, coming back to her senses, paled in fright. Realizing her overstep, she hastily promised to make arrangements, not daring to utter another word. After the secretary departed, Xiao Yixing's expression turned pensive as he stood by the window, gazing out at the world beyond. He was acutely aware of the unspoken concerns she held. But given the current circumstances, Qiao's enterprise must make a resounding statement to demonstrate their formidable capabilities, thereby attracting more collaborations. Contemplating this, his countenance darkened further, and he gritted his teeth in indignation. You, Xiao Yixing, chose this critical moment to return, causing me to lose several potential projects. He even harbored suspicions that the sudden termination of the partnership with the Yin Corporation was likely motivated by a desire to distance themselves from the Qiao family scandal, as the Yin Corporation, acting as an intermediary, required a reputation unmarred by controversy. If it were to be revealed that the collaboration between Qiao's enterprise and Yin's was brokered using his own sister as leverage, the Yin Corporation would stand to lose the most in public opinion, potentially leading to a loss of future partnerships. After all, who would refuse a mutually beneficial collaboration without cause? The reflection in the window bore witness to his steely determination as thoughts of Su Qing surged in his mind. A wave of fury ignited within him. Wait for it. I will ensure you regret crossing me. Mr. Su, what do you mean by this? Gazing at the newly polished key Su Qing had handed her, Xiao Yixing's expression soured. Did I not make it clear? I will not accept any assistance. I only wish to rely on my own efforts. Then do you have any money? You can barely manage your rent. How will you provide for little Candy's needs? Initially resolute, Xiao Yixing fell into silence. Indeed, if she could barely pay rent, how could she care for little Candy's well-being? This is not a gift. Su Qing replied sternly, it is our office. Consider it as residing in the office while handling our documents and safeguarding the headquarters. Before she could respond, he thrust the key into her hands. Xiao Yixing found herself in a quandary. Accepting it was neither straightforward nor simple to refuse. Her feelings towards Su Qing grew fonder, while simultaneously deepening her confusion. What could he possibly want from her and her daughter, considering his kindness? Moments later, she remembered her daughter playing nearby. Come here and thank Uncle. Thank you, Uncle. Though little Candy was unaware of the unfolding events, she rushed over. eager to play with Su Qing. Well done. Observing his daughter's adorable and understanding demeanor, Su Qing felt a significant portion of his guilt dissipate. Chapter 16. I am a rather petty person. Hey, you must be Su Qing, right? It saves us the trouble of looking for you. Just as I finished gathering my belongings and descended the stairs, I was confronted by a group of over 10 individuals, clearly harboring ill intentions. Su Qing's expression darkened as he quickly signaled to Chaoisen and Xiao Tanghua, who had yet to come downstairs, to stay hidden. Let's go with them, he suggested. The unruly group approached, brazenly attempting to block his path. What if I refuse to go? Su Qing retreated a step, preparing to unleash his strength to take them down. Not far off, the driver assigned to pick him up sensed the situation was amiss and stealthily approached for a surprise attack. Mr. Su. Chaoisen's voice rang out in alarm from behind. Su Qing was startled and turned back. Were there people also present upstairs? Chaoisen emerged, clutching Xiao Tanghua. Her face a mask of panic. You've left me no choice. The leader of the group raised his hand and slapped Su Qing's face. In an instant, Su Qing's countenance darkened. No one had ever dared to mock him in such a manner. The driver, who had been poised to strike, reluctantly withdrew his hand upon witnessing the scene. With Su Qing present, the situation could hardly escalate. Yet the fear of a chaotic brawl putting his wife and child in danger loomed large. Mr. Su, Chaoisen, terrified and anxious, was being forcibly ushered into a vehicle along with Xiao Tanghua. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Everything will be fine. Su Qing's expression hardened, his teeth clenched. Yet he refrained from taking action. With his wife and child in their clutches, any aggressive move could inadvertently harm them. He could only allow the thugs to shove him into the car, which then sped towards the city center. Once they had distanced themselves, the driver called Lin Xiaoxi to inform her of the situation. Without waiting for a response, he hastily followed behind to avoid losing track of them. Before long, several vehicles halted at a roadside eatery. What are you dawdling for? Get out now. One of the thugs pushed Chaoisen with brazen audacity. She flinched, nearly dropping Xiao Tanghua. Hey, keep your hands to yourself. Su Qing's eyes narrowed, and he was about to charge forward. Think carefully before you act. I can't predict what might happen. The leader of the thugs seemed to recognize Su Qing's prowess and quickly seized Chaoisen as leverage. Damn it. Xiao Tanghua, hiding in her mother's embrace, trembled at the sight of the fierce-looking thugs. It's okay, my daughter. It's going to be all right. Chaoisen, though anxious herself, endeavored to soothe Xiao Tanghua's fears. They both understood the nature of these individuals. They were likely here to settle a score on behalf of their so-called boss. Yet, Chaoisen bore no resentment towards Su Qing, her eyes reflecting a glimmer of trust amidst her panic. This stirred a mix of frustration and regret within Su Qing. If only he had acted more decisively at that moment. Would these ruffians still dare to confront him? Let us go. Why are you standing there? The leader of the thugs rudely shoved Su Qing from behind. He immediately turned, glaring. If you dare to harm them, I will ruin you. Oh, still so bold. Are you? You seem unaware of who you are crossing. The thug sneered contemptuously, urging everyone to hurry into the eatery. He gestured for his companions to keep a close watch on Chaoisen and Xiao Tanghua, ensuring that Su Qing remained under control. Upon entering the roadside eatery, a wave of cold air hit Su Qing, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Is there a murderous intent here? Having navigated the battlefield for years and survived countless life-threatening situations, Su Qing's senses were far sharper than the average person. As he stepped inside, he immediately sensed that the atmosphere was amiss. Their intentions were evidently more sinister than merely delivering a lesson. Before entering the private room, Su Qing discreetly scanned his surroundings, preparing himself for whatever lay ahead. The door to the room swung open, revealing a table laden with a variety of sumptuous dishes. Across from him sat a burly man, voraciously gnawing on a greasy chicken leg. Several other muscular men loitered in the room, clearly serving as enforcers. Tian Gu, the leader of the thugs, lowered his head slightly, fear evident in his demeanor as he dared not make eye contact with the man at the table. The one referred to as Tian Gu remained unfazed, continuing to eat without lifting his gaze, exuding an aura of calm dominance. His exposed arms bore the distinct tattoos of a coiled dragon, suggesting he was a formidable individual. Seeing this, Su Qing felt no fear. Instead, he slightly narrowed his eyes, intrigued by the unfolding situation. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed another figure. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the man leaning on a cane, his arm slung awkwardly. Oh, isn't this the dog who was beaten down? My mistake, that's Doggy. The man known as Doggy broke into a cold sweat upon seeing Su Qing enter. When their eyes met, He recalled the terror of being pinned to the ground and pummeled by Su Qing. Wait a minute. Why should I be afraid now that someone is backing me? He promptly stepped forward. Tian-gu, that SM. Gritting his teeth, he glared at Su Qing, venomously declaring, in front of so many people, to break my limbs is not merely a personal attack. It's a slap in your face, Tian-gu. Tian-gu remained silent, continuing to consume his greasy chicken leg, while Dog Yi lamented, sniffling and shedding tears, painting a woeful picture. Regardless of how it goes, Tian-gu, how much does that street in the agricultural market earn you in a year? I oversee that street, and with so many witnesses to my humiliation, it could spell trouble for me. Before Dog Yi could finish stoking the flames of discontent, Tian-gu raised the chicken leg, now just a bone, urging him to be quiet. He then beckoned to his underlings, who promptly seized Xiao Tanghua. Mommy, Xiao Tanghua. The sudden turn of events took Xiao Yisun by surprise. She rushed forward, but was blocked by several thugs. This is bad. Su Qing's expression shifted dramatically as he realized he had overlooked their safety in the chaos. Just as he was about to spring into action, he found himself encircled by several burly men, their intimidating presence palpable. Damn it! His face darkened immediately. He dared not act recklessly. He could only watch helplessly as the frightened Xiao Tanghua was lifted toward Tian-gu. Sweetheart. As Tian-ji's greasy hand reached out, gripping Xiao Tanghua's face, she cried out in pain. Xiao Yisun, terrified and helpless, felt tears streaming down her face, yet she could do nothing. Across all of Zhejiang, you are the first to dare lay hands on my brothers. Tian-gu's voice was cold and unyielding, showing no regard for Su Qing. To injure my brother is akin to injuring me. If I do not receive justice for my brother, how will all my subordinates regard me, their leader? Mr. Su. Xiao Yisun suddenly gasped as she saw a thug brandishing a thick wooden stick. Just as her wide eyes filled with terror and she gasped in alarm, the thug swung the stick down. Swish. At that moment, Su Qing's figure flickered, and he suddenly kicked out. Bang. The thug barely had time to react before Su Qing sent him crashing to the ground. The stick flew from his grip, and Su Qing seized it, swiftly swinging it back. Wham! The hefty wooden stick struck Tian-gu squarely on the head. Gasp! Everyone present gasped in astonishment. Good lad. You dare. The burly men were on the verge of exploding with rage. But that was not the end. Su Qing grabbed a plate from the table and hurled it like a flying disc. With a swift motion, several plates shattered against the faces of the burly men, scattering fragments across the ground. A cacophony ensued as none could defend themselves, clutching their faces and crying out in pain. Damn it, you little brat. Are you refusing a toast and opting for a penalty drink instead? Before long, the imposing henchmen regained their composure, only to be struck with astonishment as they realized Su Qing had mysteriously positioned himself behind Brother Tian, pressing a shard of the plate against his neck. I apologize, but I must confess, I am rather petty and do not take kindly to being threatened. Chapter 17. Needless to say, this cur is worthless. Brother, remain composed. There are many of us. You cannot abscond. Upon witnessing their leader restrained, the henchmen halted, glaring menacingly at Su Qing. Xiao Yisun reacted swiftly, retrieving little sweetie. By the time the henchmen realized, they were behind Su Qing. Damn it. He cursed himself for losing his leverage. Mama. Little sweetie was terrified, sobbing in Xiao Yisun's arms. It's all right. It's all right. Xiao Yisun soothed little sweetie, though she herself was frightened. Brother, your audacity is unprecedented. Tian-gu spoke, his face stern. His mere presence intimidated Xiao Yisun, filling her with dread. I shall grant you an opportunity to apologize, and this matter shall be. Are you daft? Su Qing remarked, disbelief evident. What did you say? Tian-gu retorted, eyes flashing. In response, Su Qing pressed the shard into his neck. Do not be impetuous. If you harm Tian-gu, you shall not escape. The henchman exclaimed. Mr. Su. Xiao Yisun cried out, her voice filled with worry. Su Qing glanced back, signaling her to remain calm. If only discourse were possible from the start. Su Qing scored Tian-ji's neck, drawing blood. The crowd was dumbfounded by this action. You dare wound Tian-gu. A henchman charged, but Su Qing calmly whispered into Tian-ji's ear. Your underling seems eager for your demise. Tian-gu sensed the youth's composure. The hand wielding the shard was steady. Who is this fellow? Tian-gu lost his nerve and ordered his men to stand down. Tian-gu, they protested. Silence. Su Qing smirked. Tian-gu softened his tone. Brother, about what transpired? Suddenly, the door burst open, shattering the tension. Young master, Lin Xiaoxi cried, her face etched with concern. Are you unharmed? Outside lay several convulsing thugs. The driver followed, his hand bleeding. Su Qing relaxed. He signaled Lin Xiaoxi to escort Xiao Yisan and little sweetie away. You, Tian Gu roared, infuriated by the sight of his fallen men. Who is he? Su Qing pressed the shard deeper, drawing more blood. The henchman surged forward. Young master. The driver intervened. Kicking a thug. Do not interfere, Tian Gu commanded. He is formidable. Lin Xiaoxi led Xiao Yisan and little sweetie away. Xiao Yisan glanced back, her expression a mix of worry and unspoken words. You two depart. Su Qing instructed the driver. Now unencumbered, Su Qing was ready. You have the audacity to threaten me. You are the first. Tian Ji's composure faltered. Speak. What do you desire? What do I desire? I should be asking you that. I do not seek trouble, but neither do I cower before it. What do you mean? Tian Gu asked. Su Qing scoffed. I hear you are the king of Zhoujiang's underworld. Is this not so? It is. Threaten me, and you shall not leave this place alive. Silence. Tian Gu snapped. Are you fools? Is this the rabid cur you harbor? Su Qing mocked, his words stinging. Su Qing turned to Go Yi and bade him recount the events, then asked Tian Gu, was I at fault? Your dog bit indiscriminately. And I corrected him. Was I wrong? You. Tian Gu realized he had been manipulated. Tian Gu, allow me to explain. Go Yi pleaded, kneeling. Chapter 18. Su Qing's calculations, brother. This is all a misunderstanding. Can you put this down for now? On the chaotic ground, amidst the shattered remains of a plate, there lay a pool of blood that belonged to Dog Master. Upon realizing that Dog Master had played tricks, the henchmen surged forward without needing any command from Brother Tian. In mere seconds, they rendered Dog Master incapacitated, convulsing on the ground, though fortunately for him, he was not yet dead. Indeed, brother, the misunderstanding has been resolved, and we have also taught this worthless dog a lesson. Just set down the shards. If you injure Brother Tian, you. The henchmen were anxious. Su Qing remained silent, casting a glance at the barely conscious Dog Master, feeling not an ounce of pity. This fellow should have anticipated the consequences when he trampled on the little candy. Moreover, if he hadn't acted swiftly and taken the initiative earlier, he could have been the one ambushed, leading to a situation where Xiao Yisan and the others. But there are no ifs. Su Qing took a moment to steady himself, still refusing to release his grip. Let them leave first. Upon hearing this, Brother Tian's face darkened instantly. Was there ever such audacity? He longed to flip Su Qing to the ground at that moment, to make him aware of who the true leader was. However, given that his life rested in Su Qing's hands, Brother Tian dared not overstep. Helpless, he signaled for the agitated henchmen to exit first. But big brother, how could they be willing? What if Su Qing attacked after they left? Brother Tian said nothing, casting a fierce glare, causing the younger men to fall silent. Indeed, let us not forget that standing before them was Brother Tian, the formidable figure in Zhoujiang. Those who dared to offend him ended up either half dead or crippled. This rash youth may have reached the end of his rope. Before long, the henchmen withdrew, including the nearly beaten-to-death Dog Master, leaving behind a trail of blood. All right. Brother Tian took a deep breath, relaxing his mindset. Kid, you're the first to dare do this. In secret, he was preparing to find an opportunity for retaliation. When had he ever endured such humiliation? However, in truth, he held a certain admiration for Su Qing, the first to defy him without fear of death. Su Qing paid no heed to the threat in his words and calmly replied, I have heard that your words carry significant weight in Zhoujiang. Just how many territories do you oversee? Brother Tian was taken aback, then coldly chuckled. You don't even know who I am, yet you dare offend me? Truly a reckless youth. In all of Zhoujiang, who doesn't he know him? Who wouldn't he give him face? Su Qing did not waste words, pressing the sharp shard against his neck. Brother Tian fell silent, suddenly realizing, no matter how powerful he was or how many subordinates he had, what use was it? When threatened with a blade to his throat, wasn't he just meat on the chopping block, ripe for slaughter? I dare not boast. Brother Tian sighed resignedly, unwilling to confront the reckless youth, and answered honestly. In the nearby districts of Zhoujiang, anyone who knows me will generally give face. Su Qing nodded, so it seems Dog Master was not exaggerating. Of course, he remained skeptical of Brother Tian's words, as the saying goes. There are always those stronger than oneself. But he was not foolish enough to believe that Brother Tian alone commanded the entire underworld of Zhoujiang. Yet, let us not forget how many strong and robust henchmen had just gathered. They certainly didn't seem to be lying. Even if they weren't the ultimate bosses, the situation couldn't be too different from what he had described, right? I have a favor to ask of you. After a moment's contemplation, Su Qing spoke indifferently. Brother, Is this how you ask for help? Brother Tian's expression turned menacing. What the hell? You come in here without a word, and only after shedding blood do you ask for help. Su Qing remained silent, letting out a chilling laugh near his ear, sending a shiver down Brother Tian's spine. For some reason, he felt an unexpected fear towards this reckless youth. Su Qing stated directly, "The unpleasantness that occurred will be forgiven. Let us consider it a misunderstanding." Misunderstanding? Brother Tian's face darkened. The incident with Dog Master was indeed a misunderstanding, but what about this situation? To come in threateningly. Su Qing was disinclined to waste words. Noticing Brother Tian's agitation, he steadied the shard in his grip. Brother Tian promptly shut his mouth. Right, his life still rested in Su Qing's hands. And he felt both angry and frustrated. Fine, if it's a misunderstanding, then let it be. Moreover, to be fair, they were the ones at fault initially. Who asked that mad dog to bite indiscriminately under their name? What I need you to do isn't complicated. Just help me gather some information. After that, I will give you 50,000 as a reward. 50,000. Brother Tian was momentarily stunned. Su Qing, thinking it insufficient, frowned. Let us make it 100,000. That's the most I can offer. Wait, Brother Tian was taken aback. It wasn't he that he thought it was too little. Rather, he was perplexed by what this reckless youth was trying to achieve, coming to slap him and then offering him money. If this got out, where would Brother Tian's face be? So what do you say? You won't have to do anything. Just inquire about a few matters and then tell me. Hearing Su Qing say this, Brother Tian's emotions became quite complex. 100,000 was neither too much nor too little. No, it's not about the money. Who comes in threatening and then talks business? Wait. His life was still in Su Qing's hand. It seemed there was no option to say no. Besides, if he didn't have to do anything and was merely inquiring, wasn't he that just pure profit? This fellow must have a massive hole in his head. After hesitating for a few seconds, Brother Tian reluctantly nodded in agreement. However, he soon found himself in a dilemma. Brother, you ought to provide some explanation, right? Explanation? Glancing at Su Qing, who still maintained his threatening stance with the shard, he chuckled helplessly. Indeed, if he didn't provide a suitable explanation, that group of younger brothers would harbor resentment. He needed their cooperation after all. He couldn't let the morale falter. If the matter is resolved smoothly, it would greatly aid the subsequent plans. This was precisely what Su Qing had initially planned. Otherwise, how could those few useless ruffians have invited him here? After reaching a consensus, Su Qing wasted no more time, decisively discarding the sharp shard. Clang thud. To his surprise, the moment the shard hit the ground, Brother Tian retaliated with a punch to Su Qing's abdomen. You bastard. Su Qing winced in pain, nearly exploding with rage. Goodness, just a few seconds had passed, and he was already reneging on their agreement? Brother, let us keep things clear. After landing the punch, Brother Tian refrained from further aggression, wiping his neck, gazing at the almost congealed blood in his hand. A cruel smile crept across his lips. In front of so many of my brothers, if you don't cooperate, it's hard for me to save face. Su Qing was taken aback. This fellow was about to take any losses at all. Fine. After all, it was just for show in front of the younger brothers. Who asked for his help anyway? Chapter 19. Amidst countless calculations, one crucial element was overlooked, her mother. Little Candy nestled in Xiao Yisen's embrace, still shaken and trembling with fear. It's all right, the uncles are here. Xiao Yisen, too, was filled with trepidation, her face as pale as a sheet. Not far from the bustling food stall, a dozen menacing thugs were glaring intently in their direction. Had it not been for the driver, those men would have surely rushed over to avenge their boss. It had been several minutes since the thugs had emerged from the food stall. Why hadn't Mr. Su come out yet? Was something amiss inside? Xiao Yisen, filled with worry and guilt, was tormented by conflicting emotions. They were here because Su Qing had intervened to save Little Candy, and so many events had unfolded. If something went wrong, she simply could not bear to think further, her anxiety reaching a breaking point. Noticing her unstable emotions, Lin Xiaoxi approached her. Don't worry, there won't be any accidents. Yet, deep down, she, too, felt uncertain given the number of adversaries they faced. If the young master doesn't come out soon, I'm going in. The driver's composure began to waver under the thuggish, provocative stares. Get lost. If you dare come again, I'll break your legs. Suddenly, a thunderous shout drew everyone's attention. With a thud, Su Qing was kicked out, landing on the ground, his clothes stained with blood. Shortly after, Tian Gu stormed out, fury etched on his face, and even pretended to kick Su Qing a few times. Young master, boss. The thugs were initially taken aback, but fury surged within them as they resolved to teach this fool a lesson. Seeing this, the driver's expression turned icy, ready to charge forward. Wait. Lin Xiaoxi hurriedly stopped him, her anxious expression tinged with confusion. What are you doing? The driver exclaimed, alarmed. If the young master was injured, who would take responsibility? Look, Lin Xiaoxi's expression grew serious, gesturing for the driver to assess the situation first. In the car, Xiao Yisan embraced little Candy, her concern and urgency mounting as she looked out. To her surprise, the thugs did not advance, but were instead rebuffed by Tiange. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded. In front of the multitude of thugs, Su Qing strolled over as if nothing had happened. What is going on? Not just Xiao Yisan. But even the driver found it perplexing. Just moments ago, they had been clamoring for violence. Why, at this prime opportunity, did they refrain from acting, simply watching Su Qing leave? Only Lin Xiaoxi sighed in relief, a mix of frustration and resignation coloring her smile. Honestly, we shouldn't have worried about him so much. What? Xiao Yisan and the driver queried in confusion. What on earth was happening? Logically, if they had offended them, they should not have let him go so easily. They had intruded on someone else's territory, threatening them for a prolonged period, and yet nothing came of it? Lin Xiaoxi chuckled helplessly, her earlier concern dissipating. Can't you see? As Su Qing approached, wiping the blood from his face, it was clear he had reached some sort of agreement with their boss. Although Lin Xiaoxi didn't claim to know Su Qing intimately, her research had provided her with insights. Su Qing never engaged in actions without certainty, even when cornered. He possessed the means to turn the tide. Piecing together the preceding events, Lin Xiaoxi could even speculate on the nature of Su Qing's collaboration. Observing Lin Xiaoxi's blend of helplessness and confidence, Xiao Yisan and the driver remained bewildered. Although they were curious about the unfolding scenario, they understood the moment was not right for discussion. The driver regained his focus, quickly starting the car. Once Su Qing approached and entered the vehicle, they sped away. Through the rearview mirror, they were astonished to see that the thugs truly did not pursue them. After having done something so brazen to their boss, they had genuinely allowed them to leave. Young master, what did you do? After a long silence, the driver could no longer contain his curiosity and asked. The question hung in the air, and Xiao Yisan snapped back to reality, her surprised gaze turning towards little Candy, whose tear-streaked cheeks and wide, inquisitive eyes were fixed upon Su Qing. Su Qing remained silent, continuing to wipe the blood, dog blood, not his own. Sitting in the passenger seat, Lin Xiaoxi let out a bitter laugh, breaking the silence in the car. Young master, sacrificing to such an extent seems unnecessary. Su Qing raised his head to glance over, still silent, merely smiling. What on earth are you all talking about? Xiao Yisan could no longer hold back. Her concern and anger blended, making everything sound suspicious. The driver shared her sentiment, stealing glances at Lin Xiaoxi. Seeing their curiosity, Su Qing remained silent, prompting Lin Xiaoxi to reveal more. You would never guess that the young master did this, to manipulate them. What? Xiao Yisan's expression froze. Again with the manipulation? Lin Xiaoxi, oblivious to the shift in Xiao Yisan's demeanor, continued explaining. Do you remember the plan we devised to undermine the Chao family enterprise? The driver, perplexed, replied, what does that have to do with those thugs? It has everything to do with it. Lin Xiaoxi turned to glance back at Su Qing. Noticing the slight curve of his lips, she knew she was on the right track, so she elaborated. The Chao family enterprise has numerous tangible assets, hence many business partners. To dismantle it, we cannot simply confront them head-on without the necessary funds and strength. So, we must resort to cunning. At this point, the driver finally grasped the idea. You mean to utilize the idle thugs, to identify their business partners and undermine them, correct? Exactly. Lin Xiaoxi smiled slightly. Continuing, this approach has two advantages. First, it saves us time in our investigations and avoids alerting them to our intentions. Second, with the time we save, we can negotiate projects. Thus, we can approach those partners with projects in hand. A small concession should suffice, and those partners will have no reason to refuse us. Precisely. Su Qing smirked, elaborating. In this manner, we can gradually consume their business partners. By the time they realize what is happening, we should have already established a foothold. What do you say? Su Qing's lips curled into a devilish smile. I isn't it quite worthwhile to have taken a kick for this. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Yisan began to comprehend, her face gradually losing color, as she remained silent. I see now. You truly are remarkable, young master. With this revelation, the driver finally understood. They had already anticipated this step. Lin Xiaoxi shook her head, a mix of exasperation and amusement. You've made us worry sick. The risks involved are tremendous. One misstep could cost us everything. Everything. Suddenly, Lin Xiaoxi snapped back to reality, realizing something. Stop the car. After a long moment of contemplation, Xiao Yisan's voice turned icy. Stop. The driver hesitated not, pulling over immediately. Who would dare disregard the young master's wife's command? Oh no. Su Qing realized the gravity of the situation. Just as I was about to say something to explain, slap. Xiao Yisan, holding the little candy, descended from the car with a frown, saying nothing. Yisan. Su Qing, momentarily taken aback, felt a sense of panic. The only flaw in this situation was precisely this. Damn it. Not consulting her in advance would surely lead to wild speculations. Slap. To Su Qing's astonishment, Xiao Yisan, once out of the car, swiftly delivered a resounding slap to Su Qing. In my lifetime, I despise the very notion of being exploited, especially by those who take advantage of me and my daughter. Chapter 20. A moment of reflection. The unexpected slap left Su Qing momentarily dazed, his cheek stinging with pain. Xiao Yisan, with an expression of disdain and disappointment, clutched little candy and attempted to leave without a word. Suddenly jolted back to reality, Su Qing hurried after her, pleading, Yisan, please let me explain. Explain? What is there to explain? Xiao Yisan snapped, her disappointment palpable. Su Qing hesitated, his throat tight with emotion, unsure of how to articulate his feelings. His lips curling into a bitter grimace. Indeed, she had not misjudged the situation. Su Qing had exploited it to his advantage. Yet, his intentions had been to protect them, not to cause harm. This incident, upon reflection, was indeed questionable. However, as Lin Xiaoxi had pointed out, such actions could save considerable time and prevent unnecessary alarm. Although he had already conveyed his intentions to Xiao Yisan, he was uncertain of the forthcoming repercussions. How can you ensure the child won't be harmed? Xiao Yisan's growing anger and fear were evident. She now understood why he had refrained from resisting when confronted by thugs. It seemed he had already devised a plan back then. Did he not realize the potential consequences of a misstep? Recalling the events at the food stall, Xiao Yisan instinctively embraced little candy, her gaze filled with reproach as she glared at Su Qing, trembling with suppressed rage, yet unable to voice her anger. She was acutely aware of their earlier conversation and the revenge plot discussed, but there was no need for such reckless actions. What if something truly went awry? Yuxin. Su Qing's bitter expression deepened as he began to apologize, only to be interrupted by Lin Xiaoxi's timid interjection. Young master, there's a call for you, she said awkwardly, approaching him with an expression of discomfort. She recognized that the atmosphere was tense, yet the call was of utmost importance and could not be deferred. Go ahead, take care of your matters. Xiao Yisan turned away, discreetly wiping her eyes to conceal her emotional turmoil from Su Qing. Su Qing shot Lin Xiaoxi a cold, disapproving look, silently questioning her lack of awareness of the gravity of the situation. Lin Xiaoxi trembled slightly, nervously extending the phone to him, feeling helpless. There was no choice. One could not offend anyone in the working world, especially not someone of high status on the other end of the line. It's me, Su Qing answered impatiently, only to be met with a voice that instantly commanded his full attention. After a brief exchange, he nodded and replied, I understand, before ending the call, his expression somber as he contemplated the implications. Beside him, Lin Xiaoxi awkwardly cleared her throat. I tried to decline several times, but he insisted. Su Qing raised a hand to interrupt. Who did you say he was? Mr. Li from the Political and Business Department of Zhejiang City, Lin Xiaoxi replied hastily. Realizing his significance, Su Qing murmured thoughtfully, recognizing the department's pivotal role in formulating business policies and attracting investments. It was clear that without their endorsement, many projects could not materialize. How fortuitous, as he had been pondering where to find projects and potential collaborations. Moreover, the caller hailed from the southwest military region. Perhaps he was an old comrade. Su Qing felt a flicker of joy, though it quickly faded as he remembered the unresolved matter at hand. Fortunately, Xiao Yisan was not one to overlook the importance of the situation. Upon learning that someone from the Political and Business Department wished to meet Su Qing, she recognized it as a significant opportunity. After enduring hardships for so many years and being exploited by her own brother, she finally saw a chance to reclaim what was rightfully hers. Yet, she couldn't help but wonder about Su Qing's background. What made him worthy of such a meeting? That You need not say anything. Xiao Yisin turned her back, still unwilling to forgive Su Qing, acutely aware of the risks involved in his actions. Thankfully, no unforeseen incidents had occurred. Go attend to your business, she added tersely, clutching little Candy as she walked away along the sidewalk. Su Qing understood this meant she had already begun to forgive him. Regaining his composure, he noticed Lin Xiaoxi still standing in a daze and shot her an irritated glance. What are you still doing here? If anything happens to them, I will hold you accountable. Lin Xiaoxi finally snapped back to reality. She hurried after Xiao Yisin, reassuring. Don't worry, young master, I will keep a close watch on them. As he watched them retreat into the distance, Su Qing sighed, feeling an inexplicable heaviness in his heart. However, he quickly composed himself and entered the luxury car that had been waiting at the curb. The driver, already aware of the destination, drove silently and attentively towards it. Staring out the window at the rapidly receding scenery, Su Qing's gaze grew resolute. Rest assured, the plan is unfolding, and all that you have lost shall be reclaimed. The grievances you have endured these years will finally be avenged. At the Hamlin Pavilion, an upscale and elegant restaurant in Zhejiang City. The lavish decor exuded luxury and sophistication. The parking lot alone, filled with a variety of high-end sports cars, attested to the wealth of those who frequented this establishment, none but the affluent and successful members of society. Sir, formal attire is required for entry. A server politely informed Su Qing before he could approach the entrance, his tone exceedingly respectful. Realizing his attire was disheveled and stained with blood, he felt embarrassed. He certainly did not fit the profile of a patron who could afford to dine here. Su Qing began to explain that he had been summoned by someone, but was interrupted by a haughty, disdainful voice from behind. How could this place possibly allow a beggar in? I said we shouldn't come here. He turned to see a sharply dressed couple approaching, their faces contorted in disgust. Young Master Lu. The server's demeanor shifted instantly upon seeing the newcomers, his respectful tone turning obsequious. Welcome. He then ignored Su Qing entirely. Bowing deeply in deference to the young master, Su Qing, feeling his spirits plummet, thought to himself that he was no longer in the mood for this. Young Master Lu, with a contemptuous expression, cast a cold glance at Su Qing. His earlier good mood evaporated upon encountering someone who looked akin to a beggar. Individuals of their stature would never associate with the lower echelons of society. To them, such an encounter was simply bad luck, a harbinger of misfortune, which left young Master Lu feeling thoroughly displeased. Some people have no self-awareness. It's no wonder they only live off handouts. His companion remarked sarcastically. Her disdainful gaze fixed on Su Qing. Do you even have the decency to look in the mirror? Chapter 21. The Minister's Appointment. My surname is not Su. Su Qing stood silently by, bemused by the foul language directed at him. Had the speaker forgotten to brush his teeth before venturing out? The server, perceptive to the situation, quickly sought to stabilize young Master Lu's emotions. With a faint smile, he turned to Su Qing and said, I apologize. But over here the unspoken implication was clear to any rational person. Though Su Qing felt a surge of indignation, he refrained from retorting. One cannot bite back at a barking dog, can one? It's you. At last you've arrived. I was quite anxious. Just as young Master Lu and his female companion cast disdainful glances, ready to watch Su Qing depart, a man in a suit emerged from the hall, likely the lobby manager. His expression conveyed urgency as he exclaimed, Please hurry inside. Mr. Li has been waiting for you for quite some time. Mr. Li? Waiting for me, young Master Lu paused, momentarily taken aback and astonished. Though unaware of Mr. Li's identity, the lobby manager's respectful address signaled that this was indeed a person of significance. Good for me. I couldn't have imagined someone of such stature would personally seek an audience. Unconsciously, his posture straightened, his demeanor brimming with pride. Wow, darling, you're amazing. What should I do? I think I like you even more now. His female companion's eyes sparkled with admiration, though a hint of cunning glimmered beneath the surface. Su Qing, keenly observant, could not help but chuckle at the subtle shift in her demeanor. While he dared not make assumptions about her thoughts, it was evident that her intentions were far from innocent. Young Master Lu remained silent, arrogantly tilting his head, casting a deliberately provocative glance at Su Qing, as if to say, Do you see? This is what we call a person of importance. Not someone like you, Mr. Su? Please don't linger here, Mr. Li has been waiting for you for quite some time. The lobby manager, sensing the awkwardness, chastised the frozen server. Mr. Su? Young Master Lu was taken aback. I don't share the surname Su. His female companion, realizing the gravity of the situation, felt her smugness begin to wane. "Mr. Su?" The server gasped, staring incredulously at Su Qing's disheveled appearance. Surely this was a jest? How could someone of Mr. Li's caliber wish to meet a man who looked like this? "Ah, never mind," Su Qing said, stepping back with an exaggerated air of reluctance. "In such a place, I fear I might taint the atmosphere and offend certain individuals' eyes. Moreover, it's crucial to acknowledge that I wouldn't dare glance at myself in a mirror, lest I be reminded of my unseemly appearance." His words, laced with sarcasm, pierced the ears of those present. Young Master Lu's expression darkened instantly, shame igniting a fierce determination in his jaw. The lobby manager, no fool, had endured enough mockery to recognize the implications behind Su Qing's remarks. Young Master Lu, a regular patron, was a spoiled scion who looked down upon others, including the staff. The manager shot a reproachful glare at the server, then turned to Su Qing, forcing a smile. "Mr. Su certainly has a sense of humor. Let us not linger here. Please, step inside. Mr. Li has been waiting for you for 2 days. If I don't escort you promptly, I may find my job at stake. 2 days? Su Qing was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that since Lin Xiaoxi mentioned it yesterday, Mr. Li had been waiting? Remarkable tenacity. Yet, it wasn't surprising. Anyone who emerged from the Southwest Theater of Operations was undeniably elite. Upon learning of a figure from the same theater arriving in Zhejiang, Su Qing would surely endeavor to arrange a meeting as well. Truthfully, having departed only a few days prior, he found himself somewhat nostalgic for his comrades there. With little interest in the antics of the fool, he followed the lobby manager into the inner sanctum. "Hey, what about me?" Young Master Lu's face flushed with embarrassment and anger. Was he being ignored? The lobby manager, however, paid no heed, maintaining his smile beside Su Qing. He dared not offend this esteemed guest. A single misstep could cost him his position. Just look at that, the lobby manager thought, witnessing the once obsequious demeanor directed toward him, now turned away. Young Master Lu's expression was a delightful mix of fury and humiliation. At that moment, a voice floated through the air. "You appear to be well dressed, yet there's something lacking." Su Qing's remark, not aimed at anyone in particular, was a mere reflection of his thoughts. "What did you say? Repeat that if you dare." Young Master Lu erupted, his temper flaring instantly. In a fit of rage, he released his female companion's hand and charged at Su Qing. Fortunately, the server acted swiftly, blocking his path. "Young Master Lu, please, don't be impulsive." As young Master Lu stood there, shouting in indignation, "You filthy beggar! What do you think you're doing? Repeat what you just said, and I'll make you regret it." His voice echoed through the hall, drawing the disapproving gazes of several guests resting in the lobby. "A beggar? Here? Don't make me laugh. Can he even afford to be here? Who is that?" The guests, who fancied themselves as the elite and successful individuals of society, were momentarily stunned. They watched as the lobby manager respectfully guided a disheveled figure into the elevator. After a brief moment of astonishment, they dismissed the incident, believing themselves to be above feeling pity for those of lower status. In their eyes, it was young Master Lu's loud outburst that revealed a lack of decorum. As they observed young Master Lu's outburst, his female companion feigned ignorance, face flushed with embarrassment. How mortifying! Reflecting on the earlier events, she felt compelled to scratch her foot in discomfort. What bad luck! Ding! The elevator doors opened on a higher floor, where private suites ensured peace and quiet. The lobby manager, wearing a polite smile, remarked, "I apologize, Mr. Su, for any discomfort you experienced." "Not at all," Su Qing replied. Unconcerned by the antics of the fool, he was simply not worth the mental exertion. The lobby manager, maintaining his humble demeanor, said nothing further as he led Su Qing to a private room. "Mr. Su, Mr. Li has been waiting for you inside." With a nod, Su Qing entered, and the manager closed the door behind him, taking in the room, which was modestly arranged yet elegantly simple. His peripheral vision caught sight of a figure seated at the tea table. The man, of middle age with a resolute visage, emanated an aura of authority that commanded respect. Su Qing's gaze sharpened. He could sense that this man was far from ordinary. Chapter 22. A gamble, transforming a bicycle into a motorcycle. "Mr. Su, your presence is rather grand. You've made me wait quite a while." He sat at the tea table, his expression inscrutable, revealing no hint of his mood. Upon hearing his tone, Su Qing pursed his lips. This fellow seems rather difficult to engage with. Nevertheless, Su Qing, determined not to appear weak, feigned nonchalance and declared, "In terms of military rank, I outrank you." The implication was clear. He was a busy man, not someone who could be easily accessed. "Mr. Li." Upon hearing this, was quite displeased with Su Qing's demeanor. Unfortunately, this is Zhou Jiang. Oh dear, he had been outmaneuvered. Indeed, while Su Qing held a higher rank. One must not overlook the fact that Mr. Li bore the title of Sir. As the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot overpower a local snake. At this moment, Su Qing was merely a newcomer, a strong dragon. If he could forge a connection with this individual, it would greatly aid his revenge plan. He could not afford to offend him. Sensing the tide turning against him, Su Qing hastily shifted the topic. What is it that you wish to discuss? Mr. Li remained silent, his expression stoic as he fixed his gaze upon Su Qing. For some inexplicable reason, Su Qing felt a chill creep over him, as if his very soul were laid bare before Mr. Li. After a moment, Mr. Li withdrew his gaze, allowing Su Qing to exhale in relief. I heard that a young marshal has descended upon Zhou Jiang. I expected someone of great stature. Su Qing picked up the thread of conversation, puzzled by Mr. Li's peculiar demeanor. In the Southwest War Zone, if one were to claim that the young marshal was not a person of significance, very few could rival him. No. I am quite welcoming, Mr. Li replied, his tone unsettling Su Qing further. In fact, I had prepared to invite you for tea and reminisce about old times. Suddenly, he shifted gears, sternly rebuking. Yet upon your arrival, you delivered a significant gift. He produced a stack of documents from beneath the tea table and tossed them onto the surface. Gazing at the pile, Su Qing fell silent. The top sheet bore the words Yin Corporation. Su Qing was taken aback, swiftly realizing that Mr. Li had summoned him to demand accountability. Mr. Li spoke with grave seriousness. Accountability? Who dares to hold the young marshal accountable? You are to provide an explanation. An explanation? Su Qing chuckled softly, his posture gradually straightening. If all went as expected, the head of Yin Corporation was none other than Yin Jun. At this moment, he and the box should weigh around 5 kilograms. This was a consequence of his own making. With a dismissive clap of his hand, Su Qing's nonchalance infuriated Mr. Li, who slammed the table in outrage. You. Yet. Su Qing's expression shifted, and his unwavering posture exuded an intangible aura. Must I seek your permission for my actions? This caught Mr. Li off guard, and his expression changed. He realized that he had no right to reprimand or demand accountability from the young man before him. A surge of frustration welled up within him. But the words that almost escaped his lips turned into a resigned sigh. Young Marshal, you truly should not have acted this way. Mr. Li spoke with complexity. Of course, I do not oppose your actions, but rather the consequences they may incite. Su Qing remained silent, shrugging to indicate that it was too late for words now. He believed that if Mr. Li understood the situation, he would grasp Su Qing's rationale behind his actions. There were better ways to resolve this. It should not have unfolded as you have done. Do not assume that tearing up all project contracts and compensating the parties involved suffices. Mr. Li was well aware of why the newly arrived Su Qing was so incensed. On the surface, dismantling Yin Corporation and using their funds for compensation seemed reasonable. In fact, it appeared that no one would suffer except for Yin Corporation and Yin Jun, who would be entirely ousted. However, the reality was far more troublesome, as the repercussions would extend beyond the mere disappearance of Yin Corporation. What was Yin Corporation's role? They were intermediaries for various projects, facilitating partnerships. With Yin Corporation in play, small and medium enterprises need not fear a lack of contracts. Most critically, all the orders and contracts in Yin Corporation's possession were valid. The compensation for breaches of contract pertained only to the orders currently in production, not to all valid contracts. Su Qing, with no hesitation, had outright eliminated Yin Corporation as an intermediary. This would result in a plethora of pending orders unable to be produced or delivered in a timely manner. The mounting breach of contract penalties would amount to astronomical figures. It could even jeopardize the reputation of Zhejiang's burgeoning manufacturing sector. No one would wish for their products to be entrusted to a local enterprise lacking credibility, would they? Do you realize the tremendous economic blow this will deal to Zhejiang? Mr. Li exclaimed, nearly hoarse with emotion, his agitation barely contained as he glared at Su Qing. Despite his fury, he still addressed Su Qing with respect, referring to him as you. Upon hearing this, Su Qing felt a twinge of surprise. Why had Lin Xiaoxi not mentioned this matter? However, he began to comprehend Yin Corporation's operational model. In essence, all orders held by Yin Corporation underwent scrutiny by the political and commercial department. Major orders were entrusted to capable large factories, while smaller orders were distributed to downstream entities. This approach mitigated the risk of monopoly by a single entity. This system was designed to balance and support Zhejiang's manufacturing industry. Yet, it could not completely prevent certain manufacturers from monopolizing and driving smaller companies out of business. After all, who would shy away from profit? Therefore, the political and commercial department required a responsible intermediary to handle order transfers, giving rise to an enterprise like Yin Corporation, which would accept large orders and then redistribute them. Although some individuals would still go hungry, the number of those who could make a living had notably increased. Su Qing finally understood why Qiao Yixing would go so far as to sacrifice her own sister to secure a partnership with Yin Corporation. It seemed that aligning with Yin Corporation equated to possessing a stable, long-term source of income, ensuring a continuous flow of orders and profits. Chuckling softly to himself, Su Qing raised his head and replied coolly, "This is quite manageable. Before the pending orders incur penalties, simply find someone to take over them." Mr. Li, who had been radiating anxiety and simmering frustration, was taken aback by Su Qing's assertion. Without regard for their stark difference in status, he scoffed. "Do you think this is a vegetable market? Yin Corporation holds at least 10 project contracts, with amounts exceeding 100 million. Once penalties are incurred, monetary loss is trivial. The damage to our credibility is far graver. This could sever our avenues." It was akin to a hot potato. No one would dare take it on in the short term. Mr. Li glared at Su Qing, his teeth clenched. "This is manageable." "Hand it over to me," Su Qing replied, his demeanor unflinching. This left Mr. Li momentarily stunned, his mind reeling. Had he misheard? Was he not clear enough? This was a hot potato that no one dared touch, not even large factories. Yet here was Su Qing, a newcomer with nothing to his name, boldly making such a claim? Mr. Li chuckled, albeit with a hint of disappointment, believing Su Qing was merely boasting. "Young Marshal, the business realm is not a battlefield. Su Qing interjected, "If we cannot fulfill our commitments on time, I will bear all the consequences." Upon hearing this, Mr. Li was initially taken aback, but then his expression turned to one of contempt, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. While he respected Su Qing, as someone who had navigated the business world for many years and held sway within the political and commercial department, he deemed anyone who uttered such statements to be an inexperienced, arrogant novice. Yet, Su Qing was earnest. The reason he had come here was precisely for the position of the political and commercial department's decision-maker. Fostering a robust relationship with him ensures that the newly established company will not face a dearth of projects. Undoubtedly, he is aware of the daunting challenge posed by contracts worth over 100 million. However, should we successfully navigate this endeavor, the rewards would far exceed a mere 100 million. This would enable the nascent enterprise to rapidly grow and compete with the Qiao Corporation. An exceptional opportunity lies before Su Qing, one he cannot afford to overlook, for doing so would jeopardize any chance of vengeance. Resolutely, he approached Mr. Li, disdain evident in his gaze, standing tall. "I, bearing the title of Young Marshal of the Western Theater, hereby guarantee the successful completion of this mission." Chapter 23. Anxious Qiao Yixing sigh. Qiao Yixing paced back and forth at the end of the corridor, his face etched with impatience. Occasionally letting out a frustrated sigh, he would tilt his head back, peering toward the other end of the hallway, as if anxiously awaiting something. Beside him stood a waiter, equally helpless, with a bitter expression on his face. "Could you not notify anyone?" After another lap, Qiao Yixing finally lost his composure. "Boss Qiao, I've mentioned it countless times already." The waiter replied with a strained smile. "Mr. Li is in a meeting with important guests." "Damn it," Qiao Yixing muttered under his breath. How could anyone be more important than him? His urgency stemmed from the news he had received on the way here regarding the Yin Corporation's predicament. It was incomprehensible. Just days ago, they had been jovially discussing collaboration, and now they were facing bankruptcy. Yes, the Yin Corporation had breached the contract, and he had received a penalty fee. But what was that paltry sum worth? He had numerous factories awaiting production. No, this won't do. Qiao Yixing's expression darkened, his determination hardening. I must see Mr. Li at once, no matter the cost. I need that production contract quickly, otherwise, the losses will be catastrophic. Delaying the production line by even a day would incur greater losses than the penalty itself. This is not permissible, Boss Qiao. The waiter hastily stepped forward to block him, a look of distress on his face. If Mr. Li gets upset, I could lose my job. Get out of my way. Qiao Yixing's frustration boiled over. How dare a mere waiter stand in his way? The losses incurred from this delay, could he possibly afford to compensate for them? The waiter would likely never earn such an amount in his lifetime. Qiao Yixing attempted to push past him, yet the waiter stubbornly held his ground, growing increasingly impatient. Boss Chiao, your words are rather excessive. At that moment, the door to a room opened. I will arrange the handover immediately. Yes. Su Qing, who had stepped out first, was about to speak when he suddenly turned to look down the corridor. Is it you? Xiao Yixing recognized Su Qing immediately, his expression darkening. What are you doing here? Recalling the events of the past few days, he felt a surge of animosity towards Su Qing. Why was this man everywhere he turned? Ever since Su Qing's arrival, nothing had gone smoothly. You can't go past. The waiter was resolute, refusing to let him through. Hearing the commotion, Su Qing returned his gaze. Realizing there was nothing surprising about Xiao Yixing's presence here, he was likely here to plead with Mr. Li to salvage the aftermath of the Yin Corporation's breach. With a cold smile, Mr. Li glanced between them and asked, Young master, do you know him? More than just knowing him, Su Qing shrugged. He is the rising star of Zhoujiang's enterprises. Who doesn't know him? Ah, indeed. As he spoke, Su Qing seemed to swell with pride, his posture straightening. Though Qiao Corporation had benefited from policy advantages, Su Qing's efforts had not gone unnoticed. As a key figure in shaping policy and guiding Zhoujiang's economic development, Mr. Li held Xiao Yixing in high regard and was quite pleased with his achievements. You should hear this. Mr. Li began to elaborate. But he noticed a shift in Su Qing's demeanor. Sensing that something was amiss, Mr. Li tactfully swallowed his words. Damn it, move aside. Xiao Yixing was on the verge of exploding. Now that Mr. Li had appeared, this guy still dared to block him. When had he ever been treated this way? No matter where he went, he was always surrounded by attentive servants. As the commotion escalated, Mr. Li frowned slightly, gesturing for the waiter to step aside. Step back. Xiao Yixing impatiently shoved the waiter aside and strode towards Su Qing and Mr. Li. Su Qing stood tall, watching Xiao Yixing approach, his expression devoid of emotion. The closer Xiao Yixing drew, the more pronounced his scowl became. This man had kept him waiting outside for so long. He had investigated and discovered that Su Qing had only recently arrived in Zhoujiang, with no background to speak of. Yet now, this seemingly unremarkable individual was conversing with Mr. Li as if they were equals. In other words, Mr. Li preferred to meet with Su Qing rather than him. He had long since instructed his secretary to arrange a meeting with Mr. Li. Who was this man, and what were his intentions in Zhoujiang? Suddenly, Xiao Yixing recalled Su Qing's words at the birthday party that night. Was it possible he truly knew something about the events of the past? A wave of unease washed over him, leaving him restless and uncertain. Seeing Su Qing walking away, Xiao Yixing felt compelled to call out. Stop. What are you doing here? Unexpectedly, Su Qing did not halt, continuing towards the elevator without looking back. Hey, did you not hear me speaking to you? The sudden call startled Mr. Li, who began to wonder if the two knew each other. Su Qing paused, straightening his posture, and replied coolly, Are you intending to waste my time? In truth, he had no desire to engage with Xiao Yixing. Merely the sight of his face incited a desire to strike. Never mind, he thought, he must not act impulsively. He needed to adopt a dignified approach to bring Xiao Yixing down a peg, for that would be far more satisfying. For reasons unknown, Xiao Yixing felt an overwhelming irritation upon seeing Su Qing, an unbearable frustration brewing within him. Never mind, he conceded. Su Qing had a point. He could not squander precious time on trivial matters. Mr. Li. Though Xiao Yixing wore a stern expression, it was evident he was struggling to contain his anxious emotions. Mr. Li, puzzled, glanced at the elevator where Su Qing had just entered, then shifted his focus back to Xiao Yixing, his demeanor turning serious. Yes, your secretary has already delivered the project proposal to me. Are you truly determined to develop that project? The government will not invest a single penny at the outset. That is of no concern, Xiao Yixing quickly affirmed, gritting his teeth with a complex expression. We at Xiao Corporation can fully bear all initial investments. As for the quality of the project, I trust Mr. Li is well aware of our capabilities. Indeed, Mr. Li nodded, acknowledging. The quality of the projects you handle is indeed superior to that of other enterprises. This particular project has gone untouched for years. Your willingness to take it on speaks volumes about Xiao Corporation's confidence. Come in, then. Let us discuss the details. Mr. Li turned to enter the meeting room. Xiao Yixing let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding, his expression gradually solidifying. Once he secured the project, Xiao Corporation could initiate financing. This sentence is a whisper. Mr. Li, who was in front, did not hear it. He then stepped inside and closed the door behind him. Chapter 24. A visitor arrives. Almost encountering an accident. As he stepped out of the gates of the Hamlin mansion, the driver who had been waiting for quite some time approached with the car. The young marshal, Su Qing, had just settled into the vehicle when the driver handed him his phone, It was Lin Xiaoxi on the line. Yes, Mr. Li's side. Su Qing took the call, giving the driver a knowing glance, prompting him to start the engine. However, before he could finish his sentence, Lin Xiaoxi interrupted. I am already handling it. So soon. Su Qing was taken aback, having only just finalized the arrangement moments ago. Lin Xiaoxi chuckled lightly, confident in her abilities. If one lacks perception, how can they assist you? She had been present during the planning of the revenge scheme, fully aware of the necessary steps. Moreover, who was Mr. Li? He held the development projects across various sectors in Zhejiang. Su Qing's visit was undoubtedly for securing orders. Otherwise, he would have declined as he did the first time. Good. Su Qing nodded slightly, feeling considerably more at ease. Having a capable and proactive assistant made the task much simpler. Su Qing then asked, by the way, you didn't call just to discuss this, did you? Of course not, Lin Xiaoxi replied, her tone becoming serious. The feedback from the arrangements made by the young marshal has already come in. So soon. Su Qing was astonished. It had only been half a day. This referred to the task assigned to Brother Tian and his team, to identify all manufacturers collaborating with the Qiao family enterprise. This was essential for Su Qing to further implement his designated revenge plan. Lin Xiaoxi expressed some surprise but added, it's really not a big deal. If one cannot even gather this trivial information, they shouldn't be in this line of work. It's quite embarrassing. She provided him with a list of over 10 names, noting that a few were long-term partners, which might be difficult to sway. Before making the call, Lin Xiaoxi had already analyzed and filtered the information, compiling a list of potential manufacturers for collaboration. Buzz, a text message chimed, and Su Qing set down the phone to glance over the organized details. There were only 5, including business content and production focus. Only 5? Weren't there over 10? Su Qing furrowed his brow in response. Yes, Lin Xiaoxi clarified. Excluding those few, the intent for cooperation is minimal. The remaining ones vary greatly in capacity and quality. Upon hearing this, Su Qing understood. His objective was not merely to snatch away the Qiao family enterprise's collaborative manufacturers, but rather to carve out and engulf all their market share. If the products he produced could not even match in quality, how could he compete with Qiao Yixing? The manufacturers listed by Lin Xiaoxi had sufficient quality assurance and were not deeply partnered with the Qiao family enterprise. Even if Su Qing entered the fray quietly, Qiao Yixing would likely remain indifferent, granting him ample time to establish his foothold. After all, competition arises daily. Who would remain idle guarding their market share? After listening to Lin Xiaoxi's report, Su Qing nodded in satisfaction. You have done exceptionally well. Thank you, Lin Xiaoxi thought to herself. Being praised by the young marshal was more valuable than anything else. She then stated, I am currently organizing the materials transferred from the political and business departments. Young marshal, you can now approach the manufacturers to discuss orders. Shortly, I will prioritize and send you suitable contracts. All right. Su Qing casually selected an address and informed the driver and Lin Xiaoxi. Understood. The driver, upon receiving the address, turned the steering wheel and took a different route. After hanging up the phone, Su Qing rubbed his aching temples in the soft back seat. Oh, I forgot to ask how Xin and the child are doing. He was not particularly worried about the other matters. As long as they followed the established plan, Qiao Yixing was as good as captured. What he feared was the unstable factor of Qiao Yixin, especially now. He lacked the courage to reveal the truth. Rest assured, young marshal, with Xiaoxi around, the lady and the young miss will not encounter any issues. The driver, an outsider in this affair, could only offer such reassurance. Let us hope so. Su Qing sighed weakly. This matter could not be rushed. The more urgency, the greater the chance for unforeseen complications. Deciding to put it out of his mind, he closed his eyes for a moment of respite. Through the rearview mirror, the driver noticed Su Qing had shut his eyes. He then voiced his confusion. What's wrong? Su Qing, still with his eyes closed, replied, What is it? It seems we have a visitor. The driver pressed the accelerator, accelerating through the traffic. A visitor? Su Qing immediately opened his eyes, turning to glance through the back window at the flowing traffic. With the driver's adept maneuvering, they weaved through the traffic, taking several turns. Logically speaking, such deliberate detours would not result in another vehicle coincidentally following them. Yet, not far behind, a car persistently trailed them at a steady distance. However, it was premature to conclude definitively. Perhaps it was indeed just a coincidental route. The driver, after navigating a few more streets, confirmed that the vehicle behind them was still in pursuit. All right, we have a visitor. The driver was now certain they were being followed. When had they started tailing them? Su Qing felt a headache coming on, though he was not particularly afraid of them. The driver, a hint of bitterness in his voice, said, "I apologize, young marshal. I didn't notice when they began following. It is my duty to ensure your safety." Now that they were being tracked, he could not even pinpoint when it had begun. Gripping the steering wheel tightly, he braced himself for Su Qing's reprimand. "Slow down, let us see what they want." Su Qing refrained from chastising him. As newcomers to Zhejiang, they had surely ruffled a few feathers. It was only natural that someone might take issue. The question remained, was the pursuer Qiao Yixing or one of Brother Tian's thugs? The driver, relieved not to have been reprimanded, eased off on the accelerator to observe their follower's intentions. However, unexpectedly, when the car behind saw them slow down, it accelerated instead, barreling towards them. Not good. The driver reacted swiftly, jerking the steering wheel to merge into the adjacent lane. With a roar from its engine, the pursuing vehicle narrowly scraped past the rear of their car. The other car did not collide but abruptly halted in the middle of the road. The traffic behind erupted into chaos, honking wildly as they swerved to avoid the sudden obstruction. Can you even drive? Do you have eyes? If you don't, you might as well donate them to someone who does. Several irate drivers rolled down their windows, shouting as they sped away to avoid a potential accident. That was close. The driver swore under his breath before anxiously turning back. "Young marshal, are you all right?" "I'm fine, even after having weathered many storms." Su Qing felt a twinge of fear after the near miss. This was on a major thoroughfare in the city, with cars whizzing by. If a collision had occurred and others failed to react swiftly, a chain reaction of accidents could have ensued. Is this an attempt on my life? Su Qing's expression darkened, pondering the identity of their pursuer. Beep beep beep, the other vehicle, seemingly unsatisfied with the near miss, honked aggressively, almost as if taunting them. Then, a window rolled down, and a figure leaned out. Su Qing recognized him and froze in shock. "Damn, you filthy beggar. Weren't you just so arrogant? Why are you hiding now? Come out quickly. I want to let you off easily. You made me lose face at the Hanlin mansion." It was that fellow with the surname Liu. Hearing the fierce taunts from the other side, Su Qing's expression darkened further. Chapter 25. The Foolish Jester, Pay No Mind. Beep, beep, beep. On the main thoroughfare of Zhejiang's outskirts, two vehicles raced at an alarming speed, one closely tailing the other. The trailing car incessantly blared its horn, accompanied by the growling of its engine, relentlessly pursuing its quarry. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As they sped along, they swerved past numerous other vehicles, leaving their drivers in a state of panic, frantically gripping their steering wheels. Fortunately, the four-lane road provided ample space for evasive maneuvers. Otherwise, a moment's inattention could have resulted in a catastrophic accident. Damn it, can't they drive? The startled drivers, still shaken, would typically curse angrily. Yet, despite the chaos they caused and the ensuing ire, the two vehicles showed no signs of slowing down. Beep, 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 through the rearview mirror. The driver caught a glimpse of the relentless Lord Liu, who continued his aggressive pursuit while honking provocatively. The driver wore a look of helplessness. "Young master, where on earth did you provoke this mad dog from?" It was his duty to ensure Su Qing's safety. Yet now he found himself begrudgingly dodging the madness. Had it not been for the safety concerns, that fellow would have had no opportunity to act like a lunatic. In the back seat, Su Qing found the situation amusing, albeit frustrating. He was eager to shake off the pursuit, for their business at hand was far more pressing. He was not particularly worried about that Liu fellow. He simply had no interest in entangling himself with him. However, Su Qing couldn't help but wonder, who exactly was this Lord Liu? Was it merely that he had embarrassed himself before Su Qing's female companion at the Hanlin mansion? Surely, he couldn't be so petty as to pursue him with such fervor. The driver glanced in the rearview mirror before responding. If I am not mistaken, he should be a scion of the Liu family. The Liu family? Upon hearing this, Su Qing furrowed his brow and sat up straighter. You mean that Liu family? Indeed. The driver nodded solemnly. To be able to drive a luxury car and frequent places like the Hanlin mansion, it is evident he possesses the confidence to act so recklessly. The Liu family was one of Zhejiang's prominent clans, behind several leading enterprises. Ordinary individuals without such backing would not dare to honk and yell for so long without fear of repercussions, would they? After absorbing this information, Su Qing nodded thoughtfully and then curiously inquired, "By the way, are you a local? How much do you know about the Liu family's enterprises?" "I'm not a local. I was sent over from above, along with Lin Xiaoxi, to assist you." The driver smiled modestly. "I only know the basics about Zhejiang and don't have much more. My apologies." "No worries," Su Qing replied with a calm smile. As there was currently no conflict with the Liu family, he felt no need to tread carefully around them. Meanwhile, under the skilled driving of Luo Qian, they gradually distanced themselves from the pursuing vehicle. Su Qing was somewhat astonished to witness this, considering they were on a straight road. That Liu fellow was in a sports car, speeding all the while, yet he had not only failed to catch up, but seemed to be falling behind. This clearly indicated that the driver was no ordinary person. Indeed, he must possess remarkable skills. Reflecting on the situation, Su Qing deduced that since this was an arrangement from above, they would not have dispatched someone merely proficient in driving. What is your name? Luo Qian, young master. The driver, Luo Qian, raised an eyebrow, finally receiving the inquiry he had been waiting for. Beep beep beep. The incessant honking from the Liu vehicle in the rear grew more frantic, clearly indicating the driver's mounting frustration. Su Qing barely regarded him, finding the racket exceedingly bothersome. Quite a headache. Luo Qian, too, felt exasperated, gripping the steering wheel as he gradually increased the speed. Fortunately, they had long departed the main urban area, and the flow of traffic was diminishing. Otherwise, the consequences were too dire to contemplate. Gradually, the roadside began to display a scattering of various factories, with cargo trucks traversing the road. Honk honk, the relentless Liu continued his pursuit, driving dangerously fast, prompting numerous trucks to sound their horns. Zhoujiang's outskirts, the industrial park, they had arrived. Without needing Su Qing's prompting, Luo Qian turned the steering wheel, maneuvering through the flow of cargo trucks to obstruct Lu's view. Utilizing the intricate network of roads and the sprawling buildings within the industrial zone, they swiftly evaded any accidents or confrontations, and soon enough, they had lost the Liu vehicle altogether. Damn it, where did he go? Only a fleeting moment had passed before Liu suddenly realized the car ahead had vanished. His face turned a deep shade of anger. A surge of fury welled up within him. After all, this was a sports car worth millions. How could he fail to catch up to a mere domestic vehicle? Reflecting on the incident at the Hanlon mansion, he felt both humiliated and enraged, pounding the steering wheel in frustration, gritting his teeth in resentment. I have never been so humiliated in my life. Su, you better not let me catch you. Honk honk, a piercing horn sounded nearby as a truck turned from a side street. Watch out. Hit the brakes. The truck driver was utterly unprepared for anyone to be traveling at such high speeds on the corner. However, it was too late to stop now. Oh no. Lu's face paled in realization. He was traveling far too fast to brake. In a panic, he spun the steering wheel in a desperate attempt to avoid the impending collision. But alas, at such speed, he lost control. Screech. The tires screeched against the pavement, leaving behind a trail of smoke and tire marks. Then, the car and its driver crashed violently into the roadside, producing a muffled thud. At last, they had shaken him off. After glancing back for a while without seeing any pursuing vehicles, Su Qing let out a sigh of relief. These spoiled rich kids, with their wealth and leisure. Truth be told, he felt a tinge of envy. What? Do you wish to be a spoiled rich kid too? Luo Qian's remark elicited a chuckle from Su Qing. Not at all. Luo Qian laughed helplessly. Soon after, they turned a corner and halted in front of a factory gate. We arrived. Luo Qian turned back to ask, do you need me to accompany you inside? No need, Su Qing replied, stepping out of the vehicle. Hey, what are you doing? A security guard at the factory gate approached, not daring to be negligent upon seeing that Su Qing had a driver. After all, he could be someone of importance. Su Qing wasted no words, directly explaining his purpose for visiting. He was here to discuss a collaboration. Upon hearing this, the guard promptly stated he would need to notify the office. As the gatekeeper, he frequently encountered similar visits for collaboration discussions, and there were standard procedures to follow. Su Qing said no more, standing by the guard booth while the security guard informed the factory office. All right, you may proceed in. Soon, the guard put down the phone and relayed the office's location. Good. Just before entering, Su Qing turned to glance at Luo Qian, who was on the phone, nodding to indicate he had already informed Lin Xiaoxi. If they were to discuss collaboration without an order or contract, there would be little to discuss. It was imperative to negotiate the terms first, and Su Qing trusted Lin Xiaoxi would arrive promptly. With that thought, Su Qing nodded and proceeded towards the office. Chapter 26. Shall we discuss cooperation? A beggar, perhaps. Have you managed to contact the procurement department of the Chao Corporation? Not yet. The line has been busy. What on earth is happening? Suddenly notifying us of the contract termination, and now they're unreachable after paying the penalty. What kind of nonsense is this? In the production workshop, within the office, The management team encircled the phone, their brows dripping with sweat as they urged one another to keep trying to establish contact. Historically, our collaboration with Chiao Corporation has been smooth sailing without any hiccups. The quality was never lacking. The quantity consistently exceeded expectations. How could they suddenly terminate the contract? Exactly. Among us, the product manager bears the greatest pressure. Over there, no explanation has been provided for the contract termination, and the quality of the products is an unavoidable suspicion. He cannot guarantee anything else, but the quality and quantity of the products were undoubtedly in accordance with the contract stipulations. Let us not dwell on the trivialities. The sales manager, with a strained expression, sighed deeply. We cannot afford to halt the production line. Every moment counts with products being produced and packed. If we don't devise a solution quickly, our losses will accumulate to an unbearable extent. Upon hearing the sales manager's words, the gloom on the faces of the management team deepened. Why is it that we cannot stop production and continue to churn out products? The answer is simple. Before the contract termination, the production line was akin to a money-printing machine. There was no concern about sales, with Chiao Corporation as our partner. They merely needed to focus on production. However, now, the sales department of Chiao Corporation has inexplicably terminated the contract. This means that the products we produce will lack a safety net, and the risks are now squarely ours to bear. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that the production specifications were crafted per our agreement. Without appropriate sales channels, even if we lower the prices, we will face staggering losses. If we stop production, everything on the line, including raw materials, will be rendered worthless. Thus, we find ourselves in a bind. On one hand, we cannot cease operations. Production must continue. Firstly, to consume the accumulated raw materials and avoid them becoming a liability. Secondly, to prevent the production line employees from discovering that something has gone awry. However, continuing production means the pileup of products will only increase without a sales channel. All the losses will be theirs to shoulder alone. What a dilemma. At this rate, it seems we are on the brink of bankruptcy. The individuals in the office, fraught with anxiety, were nearly tearing their hair out, unable to comprehend. How could a once stable partnership with Chiao Corporation end so abruptly? Without even a word of explanation? Knock knock, a sound of knocking interrupted their frayed nerves. Who is it? The factory manager replied impatiently. Boss. Someone is outside claiming to discuss cooperation. An employee timidly informed from outside the door. Discuss cooperation? The few individuals in the office were momentarily taken aback. Then exchanged glances. Could it be them? Perhaps. The sales manager speculated. Could it be that they have come to amend the terms of the cooperation agreement? After all, having collaborated for so long, they wouldn't be so treacherous. He maintained an optimistic outlook. Impossible. The product manager, wiping the sweat from his brow, grimaced. They've already paid the penalty for breach of contract, and now they show up to discuss cooperation without clarifying the situation. Where is their credibility? Ah. The expressions of those around him turned complex and grim. Indeed, there had been an instance where a partner terminated the contract without notice, and now they were back to discuss a new collaboration. Hesitation was inevitable. Who knows if it would happen again? Let us not jump to conclusions. Let us invite them in and find out. The factory manager gestured for them to conceal their emotions, to avoid revealing anything to the visitors. All right. The management team quickly composed themselves and took their seats. Knock knock, in less than a minute, more knocking echoed from outside the office. The factory manager suppressed his anxious heart and said in a steady voice, Please, come in. Creak, the door opened, and in walked a young man, dressed inappropriately, even somewhat unkempt. He hardly resembled someone here to discuss cooperation. The expressions of the office staff instantly soured. He clearly looked like a beggar. The factory manager's expression darkened. At a time like this, someone comes to disrupt us. A glimmer of hope was dashed, expecting a safety net, only to be met with a beggar. Brother, you the factory manager, with a scowl, almost shouted him away. Yet the words caught in his throat. Was there really any room for choice in the current predicament? Either suffer immense losses, or patiently listen to see if he truly was here to beg. Hello. Here to discuss cooperation? Please feel free to ask any questions you may have. The management team, seeing the factory manager holding his composure without dismissing the young man, felt obliged to remain silent. They turned their attention to the young man who entered, resembling a beggar, Su Qing. Upon entering, Su Qing keenly sensed that the atmosphere in the office was amiss. The changing expressions of the management team were instantly captured in his gaze. He chose to disregard their demeanor, appearing outwardly patient, while a flicker of disdain passed through his eyes. Clearly, his somewhat disheveled attire left a poor first impression. Shaking his head in resignation, he chuckled to himself. He ought to have changed into a better outfit, after all. The saying that one is judged by their appearance holds truth. Taking a deep breath, facing the management team, Su Qing spoke calmly and unhurriedly. Let us cut to the chase. Before you are two choices. First, dissolve all cooperation with Chiao Corporation and choose to collaborate with me. Before his words could fully resonate, the management team was momentarily taken aback, then they burst into laughter. Clearly, they perceived Su Qing, who boldly proclaimed such a thing, as a fool. Su Qing, not allowing them the opportunity to mock him, continued with a measured pace. Secondly, reject my proposal. Bear the risk of losses, and await Xiao's return. As he spoke the first half of his statement, every member of the management team, including the factory manager, wore expressions of shock. Clearly, they were astonished at how Su Qing knew of the risks they were currently shouldering. As he paused momentarily before delivering the latter part, the management team collectively gasped in realization. In just 2 brief sentences, they had forgotten what was said earlier. Their focus entirely shifted to the latter half. The factory manager stood up in excitement. Friend, what do you mean? You know about the situation with Chiao Corporation? What? They terminated the cooperation without a word, paying penalties. Upon mentioning Chiao Corporation, the management team could no longer contain themselves, voicing their grievances. Fortunately, the factory manager reacted swiftly, giving them a stern glance to silence them, lest they reveal everything to an outsider. What a situation! A visitor comes to discuss cooperation. Yet they inadvertently disclose to him that they are currently in dire straits. Though they managed to hush, Su Qing had already gleaned their lack of confidence in refusing him. A smile crept onto his lips. Chiao is currently in turmoil, and you need not pin your hopes on them. Thus, think carefully about collaborating with me. I shall provide you with an irresistible reason. Chapter 27. An irresistible condition. What? Are you saying that the Yin Corporation is no more? Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, the individuals in the office stood in stunned silence. The sales manager exclaimed in disbelief. No wonder the Chiao Corporation has been unresponsive about the penalty payment. It seems the incident occurred so abruptly that they were caught off guard, necessitating immediate action. Seated on a plush sofa, Su Qing cradled a steaming cup of tea and continued. If this situation is not addressed, you downstream manufacturers will persist in delivering goods. I trust you are aware that while Chiao Corporation has sales channels, they are reliant on the Yin Corporation. To put it simply, Yin provided contracts to Chiao, who managed production and delivery. Subsequently, Chiao would hand over the goods to Yin, who was responsible for sales or delivering to the ordering party. Now that Yin, the intermediary, has vanished, it leaves Chiao without a safety net. If orders associated with Yin are not halted and deliveries continue, I assure you, within days, they will face overwhelming stock. And crucially, they will be unable to liquidate it in a timely manner. After finishing his thought, Su Qing took a sip of tea and surveyed the room. You must decide whether to bear the impending colossal losses and still pay for the goods, or to cut your losses while the inventory is manageable and pay the penalty to protect yourselves. Upon hearing Su Qing's words, the group, though initially bewildered, began to comprehend the reality of the situation. Though the sentiment was somewhat disconcerting, it was the truth. They would find themselves in the same position. After a moment of silence, the production director expressed his discontent. How could such a debacle occur out of the blue? Our quality and quantity have consistently met, if not exceeded, the standards. Logically and emotionally, this situation should have been handled to maintain the potential for long-term collaboration. What do you understand? The sales manager, exasperated, shot him a glare. Did you not hear? With Yan's disappearance, Chiao has no corresponding sales channels. If we do not terminate the collaboration now, are we to let goods accumulate to an unmanageable level, unable to liquidate, and then regret it when faced with losses? With that, he let out a cold laugh, almost mocking, as if to say, are you the one who will compensate Chiao for the losses? Hey, what do you mean by that? The production director bristled, clearly displeased, his mood already sour. Enough. The factory manager interjected with a dark expression. Now is not the time for arguments. We can guarantee product quality. Without Yen, can't we engage directly with the ordering party? Indeed. Upon hearing the factory manager's assertion, the sales manager and his colleagues perked up. They sell our products, and we can sell our own. There is little difference. Without Chiao and Yen, we might even extract greater profits. Initially, they were anxious due to the unforeseen circumstances. Now that they understood the situation, they began to contemplate their course of action. In that case, I will investigate the distributors Yen was connected to or the ordering parties for our products. The sales manager, true to his profession, seized the initiative upon uncovering the situation. The factory manager, in agreement, nodded and added, "We must locate them without delay. Only then can we exhaust the accumulated goods and raw materials." "Excellent. I shall attend to it at once." The sales manager rose swiftly, eager to leave. Su Qing interjected. Displeased, halt. Placing his teacup down, he fixed an unyielding gaze upon those present. "I did not come all this way merely to inform you of what transpired. Did you forget our agreement to discuss my collaboration? Do you think I am a fool to be toyed with? Now you wish to retract your promise merely for a trifling profit." As he spoke, Su Qing's expression grew increasingly cold, making the others feel somewhat uncomfortable under his scrutiny. They hadn't even considered this until now, and bringing it up only left them in a state of embarrassment. The factory manager and his colleagues exchanged complex glances, hesitant to voice their thoughts. To be honest, deep down, they harbored doubts about the feasibility of any collaboration with Su Qing. Setting aside his appearance, which instantly suggested unreliability, the crux of the matter was, any partnership should involve contracts, right? Yet he arrived empty-handed. The production director, feeling the weight of the moment, stepped forward, fidgeting awkwardly as he spoke. "Young man, let us not be so hasty in our words. You know, we have a substantial pile of products and raw materials. That is all real capital. Using your own words, should we prioritize safeguarding ourselves by exhausting the produced goods and raw materials? Or should we recklessly incur losses far exceeding our profits and turn to you for collaboration?" Upon hearing this, Su Qing found it amusing. Fixing him with a cold stare, "What do you imply by that?" "No hidden meanings." The production director shrugged dismissively. "The losses are too great for us to bear, hence, we suggest you seek collaboration elsewhere." Su Qing was no fool. He understood the underlying message. Their words were somewhat diplomatic, but they clearly indicated a desire to first deplete their accumulated goods and raw materials, at least to avoid losses. Once the conversation reached this point, the factory manager quickly signaled the sales manager to act swiftly. They must recognize that they are not the only ones facing this predicament. Other manufacturers are undoubtedly frantically seeking distribution channels as well. If they lag behind, leading to market saturation, they would be forced to sell at a loss, which would still result in a deficit. Alas, who could have predicted this turn of events, falling victim to the Chiao Corporation's mismanagement? "Stop." Su Qing called out to the sales manager once more, this time eliciting immediate impatience from them. The factory manager's expression darkened further. "Brother, you are crossing the line. Is my message still unclear? Your repeated interruptions. It seems you are merely stalling for time to secure a distribution outlet first." As they were on the verge of confrontation, Su Qing chuckled softly and then slowly said, "Given your attitude, I can clearly inform you. Your products will not sell, as there is no one to back them." Upon hearing that they would not sell, the sales manager's face darkened, feeling as though his expertise was being dismissed. Before he could retort, Su Qing continued, "You lack the necessary certification. Regardless of how good the quality or how ample the quantity, they are still unqualified products. Who would dare to acquire them?" Certification. The factory manager and the others were all taken aback. Ordinarily, quality certifications are affixed upon production. However, their production orders were issued by Chiao Corporation. This meant they were essentially working for Chiao, and the quality inspection step was their responsibility. Now, bypassing both Chiao and Yin, their current products, are entirely unqualified. Without that quality inspection, no matter how high the quality or how low the price, who would dare to take them? As they processed this revelation, Su Qing seized the opportunity to articulate his terms for collaboration, presenting an offer they could hardly refuse. "All production shall proceed as usual, and I will provide the necessary backing. The profits from sales will be split equally between us." Su Qing's demeanor was grave, devoid of any frivolity. Chapter 28. What he offered was truly excessive. A 50-50 split. The factory director and his associates were left utterly dumbfounded, harboring disbelief deep within their hearts. It is essential to note that their collaboration ratio with the Chiao family was 64, allowing them to claim the final 40% of the profits. Do not underestimate the seemingly meager 64%. They bore no sales risks whatsoever. This was entirely sufficient for them to cover cost and labor, while still making a substantial profit. They had often pondered during countless nights the possibility of the Chiao family conceding a fraction of the profits, even just a single point. With no other risks to shoulder, merely ensuring product quality and supply, securing an order could yield them a luxury car, which would be a trivial matter. However, they did not allow themselves to revel in the unexpected delight of a risk-free 50% profit. The sales manager furrowed his brow, expressing his skepticism. Something is amiss. Su Qing, cradling a teacup, casually cast a glance over, refraining from vocalizing his questions. If you relinquish so much profit, how can you guarantee risk management and sales channels? Moreover, the products on the assembly line are manufactured to specific specifications. Setting aside market conditions, it's challenging to sell through ordinary channels. Yet, you expect us to continue producing these specialized products as usual. At this point, the others began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Indeed, the products were all produced according to specific requirements. Not to mention market reactions. Who would demand such large quantities of these specialized items? Most critically, to this moment, Su Qing had yet to present a single contract, leaving them with no basis for trust. Anyone can make grand claims. Who wouldn't casually speak of profits, even tenfold? By the way, my brother, it seems you haven't introduced yourself until now. The factory director, belatedly realizing, twitched his lips in discomfort. This individual surely must be here to stir trouble. Observing the shifts in expressions among the group, Su Qing could only suppress a smile, feeling no anger whatsoever. It was hardly their fault. After all, a stranger with an unclear background suddenly appeared, assuring them of no risks and merely counting their profits. Which rational person would believe such claims? Noticing it had been nearly half an hour since Lin Xiaoxi had entered, he pondered whether she had encountered any delays. I understand your concerns. Since there is a willingness to cooperate, I shall speak candidly. The contract you require is currently in my possession. It hinges on whether you can agree to my conditions. What? Upon hearing the latter part of his statement, everyone present was momentarily stunned. Are you saying you have a contract that compensates for the breach of agreement, and that order is in your hands? The product manager exclaimed incredulously, insisting it was impossible and that he was merely speaking nonsense. What was unclear? The factory director and his colleagues struggled to comprehend. Su Qing maintained a calm demeanor, choosing not to interrupt, patiently awaiting Lin Xiaoxi's arrival. Ordinarily, compensation for a breach of contract would nullify the order entirely. The product director scrutinized Su Qing with a peculiar gaze. In such a case, compensating for a breach while still retaining the contract means either deception or... He left his thought hanging as the attendees began to realize, casting strange looks at Su Qing. Meeting their puzzled stares, Su Qing exhibited no trace of panic. His expression remained composed. The party that breached the contract is not us. It is you. We breached the contract? Huh? What are you talking about? The sales manager scoffed derisively. If it were us who breached. As he spoke, Su Qing frowned slightly, clearly displeased. The factory director hastily interrupted the sales manager, signaling Su Qing to continue. The order was placed by Yin Corporation to Chao Corporation, and then to you, correct? Su Qing remained unperturbed. If Yin Corporation encounters issues and pays the breach penalty, it does not signify that the contracting party has terminated the agreement. In other words, the production contract has detached from both Chiao and Yin, the intermediaries. Understood. The product director exclaimed, slapping his forehead. The contract will be transferred to the Zhejiang Chamber of Commerce. The normal procedure dictates that as long as the contracting party does not halt the process, the Chamber of Commerce is responsible for finding new manufacturers. Precisely. Su Qing nodded with a light smile, shrugging to indicate that the contract was currently in his hands. As previously mentioned, if there were no contract, the products produced would be devoid of any identification, even if they managed to connect with the original contracting party. Concerns regarding quality would lead them to hesitate. Therefore, to dispose of this batch of goods, they would have to sign a new contract. Most critically, with Yin Corporation out of the picture and Chao Corporation unreachable, they were in a state of desperation. Brother, are you serious? Is that contract genuinely in your possession? The factory director and his colleagues were utterly taken aback. Just moments ago, they were frantic, and now Su Qing had approached them, seeking to continue the collaboration. It was a complete turnaround. The heavens seemed to be favoring their profit-making endeavors, ensuring they would not face colossal losses. Su Qing chuckled softly. What other reason would I have to waste my time here? I am unaware of the profit margin between Chiao and you, but I assure you, my offer is exceedingly generous. Indeed, the finance secretary murmured in agreement. She was acutely aware of how long the factory's funds could sustain them, if they could not find a safety net or swiftly sell this batch of goods. She dared not calculate the potential losses. The factory director and his colleagues exchanged glances with the murmuring secretary, fully aware of the current pressures. There is an old adage, nothing comes without a price. The factory director understood this principle. Otherwise, Su Qing could easily seek partnership with other manufacturers. and they would ultimately suffer substantial losses due to Qiao's concealed information, with no room for hesitation or refusal to safeguard their employees and prevent job losses. Speak. What are your conditions? He exhaled softly, suppressing the tumult of emotions within. Su Qing's gaze sharpened slightly. It seemed he had finally convinced them to believe in him. A sudden knock on the door interrupted the atmosphere in the office. Who is it? Don't knock if you don't want to be disturbed. The factory director was about to scold impatiently. However, the door swung open, revealing a woman carrying a stack of documents. Young master. Upon hearing the call, Su Qing felt a surge of relief and joy. Finally, she had arrived. Otherwise, no matter how much he spoke here, without the contract, how could they be persuaded to trust him? Noticing their sudden greeting, the factory director and others were taken aback. Do you know each other? With Lin Xiaoxi and the contract arriving promptly, Su Qing wasted no time and spoke directly. My conditions are quite simple. From this moment forward, sever all collaborations with Qiao Corporation. What? Even the factory director was taken aback. Did this not mean they would be putting all their eggs in one basket? What if a similar situation arose again? They would still bear the losses. The most dreaded scenario in the industry is having orders from a single client. You. The factory director clenched his teeth, hesitating to voice his thoughts. Su Qing did not grant him the opportunity to speak, earnestly assuring, in the future, your factory's orders will be provided by me. All profits will be split as we just discussed, 50-50. Upon hearing these words, everyone present was left astonished, mouths agape. Even Lin Xiaoxi, who had just arrived with the contract, stood frozen. Has he lost his mind? A 50-50 profit split far exceeds industry standards. She bit her lip, contemplating whether to dissuade him, yet, upon seeing his resolute profile, she could not muster the courage. All profits, 50-50. Was he not jesting? The factory director's lips nearly split into a grin. What more was there to hesitate about? Truly, it was an irresistible proposition. Although, the strategy of putting all their hopes on one tree was rather precarious. However, there is no alternative, for he has truly given an overwhelming amount. Chapter 29. Successfully completing the first step of the plan. Young Marshal, wait for me. As Lin Xiaoxi hurriedly chased after Su Qing, she noticed his expression revealed a hint of discomfort, as if he was about to speak but held back. She directly addressed him, her tone calm. If there's an issue, please ask. Lin Xiaoxi hesitated, feeling somewhat flustered and faltering in her speech. She understood that Su Qing had his own plans. Her role was merely to manage the affairs at hand. However, without clarity on certain matters, how could she ascertain his discretion? It was imperative to avoid reckless decisions. Yet, since Su Qing had spoken, she steeled herself and mustered the courage to voice her doubts. It is common knowledge that in contracts of this nature, the profit-sharing ratio rarely exceeds 70-30. Young Marshal, I truly cannot comprehend why you would allocate such a high profit margin. It simply does not seem appropriate. Lin Xiaoxi elaborated, recalling that on Zhoujiang's side, the Qiao Corporation's 60-40 split had already breached the unspoken rules of the market. If you were to increase it to a 50-50 division, it is simply unwise and unsuitable. Before coming to Zhoujiang, Lin Xiaoxi had thoroughly familiarized herself with the prevailing conditions in the region, as it was still in the phase of policy support. All incoming orders were distributed by the business association. Large orders were assigned to capable factories for production, while smaller ones were disseminated to support small and medium enterprises. The 70-30 profit ratio was an unwritten rule. 30% was for the producers, a sum substantial enough for them to reap significant rewards, while the remaining 70% was not solely for the enterprises. The business association took a cut, the amount of which depended on their whims. After all, Zhoujiang was still in a stage requiring substantial investment due to policy support. Hearing this, Su Qing, who was walking ahead, did not provide an explanation but instead posed a question to Lin Xiaoxi. Do you know why Qiao Corporation is regarded as Zhoujiang's most promising emerging enterprise? Lin Xiaoxi was momentarily taken aback, unable to see the connection to their previous discussion. Su Qing, unfazed, chuckled lightly and continued walking, explaining further. It is evident that Qiao Corporation has raised the unspoken division ratio to 60-40. When producers realize they can earn more with Qiao, would they not seek collaboration? Lin Xiaoxi pondered thoughtfully, refraining from interrupting Su Qing's explanation. As a result, there will be an increase in cooperative producers and thus more contract orders. Yet, it was not entirely that straightforward. Qiao Corporation, after all, was still merely a business entity. They could choose to act as intermediaries like Yin Corporation, earning a commission, but Xiao opted to establish their own production facilities instead. This way, all profits would remain within their grasp. However, Xiao Yixing's ambitions did not end there. Once their production capacity reached saturation, they would begin distributing the backlog of orders, specifically those that demanded strict requirements and quality control. Thus, Xiao Corporation could indeed profit from both ends, achieving a remarkable win-win situation. I see. The orders being distributed primarily come from Yin Corporation, correct? Upon hearing Su Qing's insights, Lin Xiaoxi gasped, realizing the implications. The less complex orders would nurture Xiao as production lines, while those that were distributed would still carry certain demands, albeit at a price that would not be low. Initially, everything seemed harmonious, a delightful dance of mutual benefit, until suddenly the unexpected strike of competition emerged with Su Qing's approach. By dismantling Yin Corporation, they would incur substantial penalties for breach of contract. Yet much of that compensation would pass through Chao's hands, ultimately leaving nothing behind. Why? Because orders with higher standards would naturally incur greater penalties. Consequently, Xiao Corporation was undoubtedly overwhelmed with calculations, lacking the leisure to address the queries of the subordinate producers. When Xiao finally regains composure, Su Qing mused, a subtle smile playing on his lips as he turned to Lin Xiaoxi, posing yet another question. When new orders arise, will these producers continue their collaboration? Do not forget that before leaving Hanlin Mansion, Xiao Yixing had a meeting with Mr. Li. I understand now. After Su Qing's elucidation, all of Lin Xiaoxi's confusion dissipated. Regardless of the circumstances, this incident was not a result of Xiao Corporation's breach of contract. When Xiao Yixing exited Hanlin Mansion, he undoubtedly possessed numerous projects. When he returns to these producers, an apology could easily mend relations, and thus, collaboration would resume. Now the crux of the matter emerged. Why would Su Qing relinquish 50% of the profits? Let us not forget the reason for Su Qing's return. His actions were not driven by a desire to forego profit, but rather to sever Xiao Corporation's avenues for future success. Thus, even if Xiao managed to secure new contracts, it remained uncertain whether those producers would continue their partnerships. After all, which would be more lucrative, the 60-40 split or the 50-50? Surely, they could discern the answer. Stretching languidly and releasing a contented sigh, Su Qing's lips curled into a faint smile. At this point, he had effectively completed the first step of his revenge plan, establishing a business to seize Xiao Corporation as production lines. Lin Xiaoxi, upon hearing this, was astonished and expressed her admiration. She quickly offered an embarrassed smile. I apologize, young marshal, for daring to question you. Prior to this, she had not fathomed Su Qing's intricate designs. Indeed, he was capable of managing matters without her intervention. He possessed his own discernment. As they approached the entrance, Su Qing gestured for the driver, Luo Qian, to bring the car. Turning back with a knowing gaze, he fixed his eyes on Lin Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi. This left her feeling uneasy. Young marshal, you. Xiaoxi, may I entrust my faith in you? Faith. Lin Xiaoxi was momentarily taken aback, but then straightened her posture, resolutely declaring, rest assured, young marshal, whatever task you assign me, I shall see it through to completion. Good. Su Qing nodded in satisfaction, and Luo Qian brought the car around. After opening the door, he glanced at Lin Xiaoxi. The second step of the plan is now in your hands. We must seize Xiao as partners and gradually erode their distributors, cutting off their avenues completely. The time is ripe to act while Xiao has yet to recover. A 50% profit margin will undoubtedly lure away a significant number of Xiao's partners. This step is crucial to the entire revenge plan. Without it, we cannot hope to contend, and we would find ourselves in dire straits by tomorrow. Upon receiving such an important task, Lin Xiaoxi dared not slacken her efforts. A delicate blush graced her cheeks as she nodded with unwavering determination. Rest assured, young marshal, before nightfall, I shall deliver a satisfactory outcome. Very well. Su Qing chuckled softly. I shall await your good news tonight. With that, he entered the car, and Luo Qian glanced at Lin Xiaoxi before starting the engine. Under Lin Xiaoxi's watchful gaze, the vehicle swiftly disappeared at the intersection. Regaining her composure, she patted her face to rally her spirits. Following the meticulously organized list of producers, she began her outreach. Most discussions proceeded smoothly, securing collaborations with a 50% profit margin. Chapter 30. Who is being unreasonable? Why are you like this? Do you not follow the requirements? Jiang Yisen's voice was tinged with urgency and helplessness. You have 3 or 4 ideas in 10 minutes. How are we supposed to proceed with the construction? I did not alter the requirements. Upon arriving at the newly found office location, Su Qing heard the sounds of an argument before he even stepped out of the car. What is happening? He glanced at Luo Qian, who shook his head in confusion. Don't think that just because you are the owner, you can act unreasonably. A male voice from within the house carried a tone of aggression. Who is being unreasonable? Jiang Yisun was almost incoherent with anxiety. At first, I asked you if you could do it. You confidently affirmed that you could, and yet, everything you have done is not in line with our prior arrangements. You must understand, we are the ones paying to hire you for the renovation. Before she could finish, the man interrupted her with disdain. You are paying? Jiang Yisun, do not flatter yourself. Don't think we are unaware that you are merely fishing for a benefactor. At that moment, the argument ceased abruptly, replaced by the sound of a child's cries. Let go of my mom. Do not bully my mom. You big bad guy. Having just exited the vehicle, Su Qing immediately sensed the gravity of the situation and hurried inside. You really think that just because you snagged a benefactor, you have the right to act tough? Huh? Don't forget the time you were on your knees begging for a morsel. Amidst the man's furious shouts, Jiang Yisun's panicked exclamations echoed. As Su Qing stormed in, his expression darkened as he witnessed a man dressed as a worker viciously grasping Jiang Yisun's hair, ignoring her struggles while spewing vile words. Little Sugar was crying out, "Don't bully my mom. Go away." The man, without a shred of mercy, kicked her aside. Su Qing, witnessing this scene, felt his entire being tremble with rage. Hey, what the hell are you doing? He rushed forward and struck the man on the side of his neck. With a grunt, the man staggered, unable to withstand the blow, and released Jiang Yisun. In that instant, Su Qing delivered a powerful kick to the man's chest, sending him crashing to the ground, pain contorting his face. Hey, what are you doing? Why are you hitting people? Su Qing finally noticed other workers in the room, all of whom wore fierce expressions, as if they were ready to pounce. Su Qing, furious, couldn't help but laugh in disbelief. I am the one hitting people? Amid the chaos, Little Sugar, who had fallen, saw Su Qing and burst into tears, feeling wronged. The startled Jiang Yisun quickly scooped her up, reassuring her, "It's okay. Don't be scared." Her voice trembled, revealing her own fear, yet she feigned calmness, stirring Su Qing's heartache. How can you big men bully a weak woman and a child? Enraged, Su Qing charged forward. The worker he had kicked down looked pale with fear, desperately trying to back away. Hey, what are you doing? Let's talk this out. If you dare to hit us, we will call the police. Seeing this, the other workers rushed towards Su Qing, attempting to restrain him. Talk it out? Did you give us a chance to talk? Whoever strikes first is in the right. Su Qing disregarded them and kicked the worker who had first struck Jiang Yisun. With swift movements, he grasped the shoulder of another advancing worker. Just then, another worker charged at him, brandishing a hammer. Su Qing's expression darkened, alarm coursing through him. Were these men truly workers or mere thugs? At that moment, Luo Qian dashed forward and kicked the hammer-wielding worker down. The sound of his fall echoed ominously, sending shivers down one's spine. What are you doing? Luo Qian stood beside Su Qing, her demeanor serious, resembling a fierce warrior. The group of workers was immediately cowed, their eyes averted, unwilling to meet her gaze. It was likely the foreman who had initiated the violence, clutching his chest in pain while glaring at Su Qing with resentment. Do you dare to hit me? Hearing this, Su Qing furrowed his brows, questioning the man's audacity. Were they not here as workers? Why did they behave like ruffians? Surveying the scene, Su Qing noticed that the other workers did not embody the typical image of laborers. He turned back to Jiang Yisun, who was still in shock, cradling Little Sugar in her arms. From their earlier argument, it was evident they were acquainted. Jiang Yisun lowered her head in fear, holding Little Sugar tightly, afraid to speak. They were hired from the place we used to live. They're the bad guys bullying my mom. Little Sugar pouted, indignation and fear evident in her expression. Su Qing, piecing together the situation, understood the dynamics at play. This location was chosen by Lin Xiaoxi for future business operations. Since she was preoccupied with helping Su Qing, the renovation duties fell to Jiang Yisun. In an effort to save costs, she returned to her former residence and enlisted this group of workers. Although that place was not ideal, it housed many who came to the city for work. It was not surprising to find a renovation team there. One could not claim they had poor tempers. Rather, they were simply too familiar with Jiang Yisun. One day, when Jiang Yisun, whose life was already challenging, decided to hire them for renovations, one could only wonder whether they felt amused or held a sense of disdain for her plight. After all, Jiang Yisun was not unattractive, with a little effort. She could be quite beautiful. Living in such dire circumstances, one could hardly believe that these men did not have thoughts of taking advantage of her. Earlier in their quarrel, the man had remarked, "You really think you have some power just because you snagged a benefactor?" He had also mentioned how Jiang Yisin had once begged for food. This indicated their contempt for her, which pierced Su Qing's heart like a sharp blade. "Who the hell are you? This is none of your business. And you have no right to hit people." The foreman had regained his composure, glaring at Su Qing with palpable anger. He did not recognize Su Qing and assumed he was merely an interloper meddling in affairs that did not concern him. Returning to his senses, Su Qing's expression hardened once more, fists clenched as he prepared to confront the injustice. No matter the circumstances, Su Qing would never tolerate any affront to Jiang Yisin's dignity. What did it mean to snag a benefactor? What did it mean to flatter oneself? Were such words acceptable? As Jiang Yisin, distressed and on the verge of tears, clung to little sugar, Su Qing's resolve only deepened. Su Qing felt a sharp pang in his heart, yet he deemed it unwise to engage in conflict with them. "Get out," he commanded fiercely. Luo Qian instantly understood, stepping forward to expel them, disregarding their raucous shouts and threats. Chapter 31. No more unexpected events. I apologize. I never anticipated things would escalate to this extent. After driving away those unruly workers, Xiao Yisin weakly expressed her regret. There was no need for an apology. She had done nothing wrong in dealing with such people. Su Qing turned away, feeling a pang of pain in his heart, engulfed by a sense of helplessness and anger. After enduring countless hardships and being bullied by many over the years, she had long lost the arrogance that once characterized her as the eldest daughter of the Qiao family. Now, she resembled a solitary blade of grass, swaying precariously in the tempest. The only support she could rely on was the innocent little Candy in her arms. Seeing her mother resting her head sorrowfully on her shoulder, the little one felt distressed. With her tiny hands, she tried to smooth out her mother's disheveled hair, her lips pouting in indignation. "You big bad guys. When I grow up and have the ability, I will definitely make them apologize to mommy." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yisin's mood lightened considerably, and she let out a soft chuckle. Looking at her little Candy's innocent yet worried eyes, she smiled through her tears. "Mommy doesn't ask for you to grow up to be capable. I just hope you can grow up well." As Su Qing approached, he noticed the tears welling in the corners of her eyes and instinctively raised his hand. Just as he was about to touch her tears, he suddenly withdrew his hand from the little Candy's head. If little Candy could harbor such thoughts, she would undoubtedly grow to be a remarkable person. At that time, all the bullies who had tormented her mother would have to come and apologize, gently ruffling the little one's hair. He concealed the bitter smile at the corners of his mouth, feeling an overwhelming sense of oppression. How he wished to reveal his identity to her, to assure her that such incidents would never occur again. Yet, the words lingered on his lips, unspoken, out of fear of hurting her feelings. "Mr. Su." Coming back to her senses, Xiao Yisin took a few hurried steps back, wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes. She hastily attempted to tidy her disheveled hair, feeling utterly helpless and embarrassed. She had never imagined that things would turn out this way, especially with Su Qing witnessing it all. Su Qing understood her embarrassment, but given the delicate nature of their current relationship, he refrained from saying much. He reached out to hold little Candy and asked with concern, "Are you all right? Did you get hurt?" I'm fine, but..." "Young Commander." Luo Qian entered, breaking the delicate and increasingly awkward atmosphere. Su Qing's expression suddenly turned serious as he spoke in an authoritative tone that brooked no dissent. "From this moment on, you shall remain by their side 24 hours a day. If they suffer any further distress, you shall know the consequences of negligence." Both Xiao Yisin and Luo Qian were momentarily taken aback, only to quickly voice their objections in unison. "No, young Commander. If something happens to you, how will I explain it?" "Mr. Su, this is unacceptable. Your assistance has already been more than sufficient." Upon finishing, they exchanged puzzled glances, questioning who they would need to explain to. Did Mr. Su perhaps have an impressive background? Meanwhile, Luo Qian was astonished that the young commander's wife would refuse such goodwill. His duty was to ensure Su Qing's safety, yet he also followed Su Qing's orders. If it must be so, he could not object. No more discussion. This is how it shall be. There must be no more unexpected events. Su Qing's firm attitude sent a shiver down their spines, leaving them no room for rebuttal. Luo Qian glanced awkwardly at Xiao Yisin, who returned a helpless smile. Though she internally resisted, considering the earlier incident, Su Qing could not always be there in time. What if something happened to little Candy next time? While she felt strange about accepting Su Qing's kindness, she couldn't ignore the potential consequences. By the way, what caused the earlier quarrel? Su Qing, unwilling to give them time to ponder, directly shifted the topic. Little Candy pointed at the scattered debris in the room, exclaiming, "Mommy wants to knock down the wall to make the room more spacious." At first, those bad guys said it was okay, but then they said it wasn't. They even got physical. The more she spoke, the angrier she became, her tiny fist waving in the air. What a delightful daughter. Su Qing felt a mix of amusement and frustration as he glanced at the embarrassed Qiaoyisen. She awkwardly tucked her hair behind her ear and proceeded to explain her intentions to Su Qing. "I believe the room's layout can be improved to maximize space utilization. If we knock down that wall," she pointed to a slightly protruding wall. "Enough." Before she could finish, Su Qing interrupted her. This left her feeling slightly flustered. Had she asked for too much? After all, she hadn't spent a dime on this place and was making demands. However, his subsequent words sent ripples of hope through her heart. "Feel free to express your desires. We will handle the renovations ourselves." With that, Su Qing set Little Candy down and picked up a large hammer left behind by the construction crew, ready to demolish any wall she indicated. "Mr. Su." For some reason, Qiaoyisen felt a sudden ache in her nose, a sensation she could not articulate. It had been many years since she felt this sense of trust and importance from someone. She realized that believing in this man before her was the most regret-free decision she had made in the past 5 years. Though he did not reveal his identity, the regret of not doing so lingered in his heart. Still, as long as she was happy, what did it matter if they remained strangers? Just being able to stand under the same roof with her was enough for Su Qing. Luo Qian was not idle either. He shed his coat and grabbed his sledgehammer from the ground to assist Su Qing. Bang, bang, with each strike of the hammer, considerable chunks of the wall crumbled away. 80, 80, 80. As the two physically capable men continued their relentless assault, it seemed that not just a wall, but the entire floor could be brought down given enough time. Qiaoyisen, too, was fully engaged, forgetting the earlier unpleasantness and immersing herself in the planning process. Despite the hardship she had endured over the past 5 years, her mind remained sharp. After all, she was a graduate of a prestigious school. Interior design was not her forte, but she knew how to utilize space effectively. She planned to remove non-load-bearing walls and fill in gaps with fresh cement. During this time, the renovation materials she had previously ordered began arriving at the door. Although the construction crew was no longer present, this did not deter Su Qing, Luo Qian, and Qiaoyisen. Despite only 3 of them working, seeing Little Candy happily playing beside them filled Su Qing's heart with a mix of satisfaction and guilt. As if he were compensating for the mother-daughter duo. After an exhausting half-day of work, the sun dipped below the horizon and night quietly descended. The room remained cluttered with construction debris, yet the trio showed no sign of disdain. They even carelessly placed their takeout boxes on the dirty floor, already cooled by the passing time. Chapter 32. Unwelcome Guests. To my astonishment, Miss Chiao possesses considerable expertise in design. Sitting on the floor, disheveled and breathless, Luo Qian could not help but express her admiration. Although the house remains unfinished, its rough form is already evident. It is far more pleasing to the eye and spacious than when they first arrived. Where is? Qiaoyisen smiled apologetically, modestly waving her hand. She had hardly contributed anything throughout the afternoon. It was mostly their hard work. It felt somewhat embarrassing, cradling the exhausted little Tangua in her arms. She heard the screech of brakes from outside. Su Qing, weary, cast a glance at Luo Qian. Could it be that those workers returned, unable to swallow their pride? Luo Qian immediately understood and was about to rise in caution when footsteps approached. Little Marshal? A makeshift lamp swayed in the night breeze. In the flickering light, the graceful figure of Lin Xiaoxi entered. What are you doing sitting on the floor? Did the construction team leave without tidying up? She immediately noticed the room cluttered with construction debris and them sitting on the dirty ground. She was perplexed. Hadn't they arranged the construction team properly before leaving? Surely, the work could have been completed in an afternoon. Upon hearing construction team, Qiaoyisen's expression became awkward as she scratched her head. Luo Qian, sensing the discomfort, tactfully changed the subject, inviting Lin Xiaoxi, who had just returned after a long day, to sit down. Have you eaten yet? We ordered takeout and saved a portion for you. Huh? Lin Xiaoxi's lips twitched at the thought of eating takeout while sitting on the dirty floor. It wasn't that she was disdainful, but there were certainly better options available. Never mind, she turned to see Su Qing watching her. It would be inappropriate to refuse. Since neither the little marshal nor the little marshal's wife seemed to mind, it would be unreasonable for her to do so. Adjusting her high heels and finding something to cushion the ground, she smoothed her knee-length skirt and sat beside Luo Qian. Offering a somewhat awkward smile to Su Qing, she felt uncomfortable about her appearance. Little Tanghua had fallen asleep across Chiao Isen's legs, exhausted from playing all day. With a clatter, Luo Qian set out the takeout. The food was still warm, having not yet cooled despite the time it had been waiting. Though it was not a feast, just simple home-cooked dishes, it was quite appetizing, especially after a long day's work. Having a warm meal was more than enough to be grateful for. Glancing at the takeout on the floor, Lin Xiaoxi felt a bit hesitant, struggling to find the appetite to eat. However, upon seeing Su Qing and the others devouring their food without a care, she felt compelled to join in, albeit with small, awkward bites. Once she took a bite, she realized that while the flavor was not exquisite, it carried an inexplicable charm. She had never imagined, having received a higher education and being groomed for elite status, that she would find herself sitting on the floor, inhaling the pungent scents of various construction materials while eating takeout. What's more, it actually tasted quite good. Unable to resist, she took a few more bites. How did you handle today's matters? Just as her appetite began to awaken, Su Qing's question nearly choked her. She quickly swallowed her food, attempting to set the takeout aside, but Su Qing gestured for her to continue. Wouldn't he that seemed too impolite? Lin Xiaoxi instinctively glanced at Luo Qian. As if he cared about such politeness, Su Qing held the takeout as if fearing someone would snatch it from him. Most of the contract matters have been settled. She cradled the takeout, feeling an awkwardness that was hard to shake off. What? Chiao Isen, seated nearby, was taken aback and hurriedly swallowed her food. You mean the contract, the cooperation discussions, have been finalized? Could it be? Was she mishearing? Or misunderstanding? Had it really been less than half a day since they had begun, and the contract was already resolved? Lin Xiaoxi glanced at Su Qing. Seeing him eating without any intention of speaking, she briefly explained the day's events. When she mentioned that Su Qing had swiftly secured a contract with the producer, she gasped in astonishment, nearly waking little Tanghua from her lap. After watching for a while, she saw the little one mumble a few words before drifting back to sleep. Only then did Chiao Isen let out a sigh of relief, though her appetite had vanished as she spoke hurriedly. Isn't that a lot of orders with such a high profit share? Wouldn't that? Not at all. Su Qing interrupted her, anticipating her concerns. If we don't proceed this way, we won't be able to accumulate the capital to start up in a short period. Once Chiao's company recovers from the influence of the CF family, do you think we will be able to withstand their pressure without a solid foundation? Let us not forget, Su Qing's tone was serious, devoid of any underestimation. Chiao's company has achieved today's success as the most promising enterprise in Zhejiang. It is not merely due to luck, especially since we are competing for their business. Hearing Su Qing's serious tone, Chiao Isen opened her mouth but found no words. After hesitating for a few seconds, her expression gradually firmed. Mr. Su, from the moment I chose to trust you, I will not show any weakness. Regardless of your methods, as long as it makes Chiao Isen pay the price, I will not stand in your way. Despite her resolute words, the sorrow and anger within her were impossible to conceal. Learning that the hardships endured over the past 5 years were orchestrated and exploited by her beloved younger brother filled her with profound sorrow and disappointment toward both her family and Chiao Yixing. How could he treat her this way? If not for her lack of support, she would never have tolerated this for so long. It was laughable that she had nearly been harmed by her own brother, putting little Tanghua at risk as well. If Su Qing had not appeared in time, she feared she wouldn't be who she was now. She might have been in serious trouble long ago. Setting aside whether he was exploiting her or had ulterior motives, those concerns had become trivial. What mattered was that she saw a glimmer of hope for revenge against the Chiao family through Su Qing. She could never forgive the events of 5 years ago and everything that had transpired since. While her emotions surged violently, filled with rage, she continued to report the day's events under the flickering light. Overall, the discussions went very smoothly. However, there were a few who did not accept our proposals. 50-50 and still not accepted? Luo Qian interjected, surprised, though she did not fully grasp the implications. It was clear that their risks were minimal. Su Qing was also somewhat taken aback. That they had offered such a high profit margin and still faced rejection was unexpected. However, upon reflection, it was not entirely surprising. Chiao's company was flourishing in Zhejiang, and their profit margins were quite decent. Although partnering with them might not yield massive profits, it provided stability. In contrast, Su Qing's side had submitted a business plan, but it had yet to be formally established. In essence, it was a shell company. Who would trust a shell company with such high profits? Fearing it might abscond with their money? Rather than risking everything for a marginal gain, it was wiser to pursue steady profits and avoid offending Chiao's enterprise. By the way, Lin Xiaoxi's expression suddenly changed, and she hastily set down her utensils, looking gravely at Su Qing. On the way back, I received a call. The clients know we had an issue and want to discuss it. Discuss what? Su Qing furrowed his brow. The production line isn't the one that encountered a problem. I don't know. Lin Xiaoxi also shook her head helplessly, estimating that the client bore ill intentions. Chapter 33. Is it all my fault for what happened back then? What did you say? Such a significant issue, and you only inform me now. I hired you to work for the company, not to loaf around and do nothing. Early in the morning, still groggy. Qiao Yixing was jolted awake by the secretary's alarming news. Mr. Qiao, we only just found out. The secretary on the other end of the line was trembling with fear, nearly in tears. Nonsense. Qiao Yixing gritted his teeth. His eyes blazing with fury as he clutched his phone, his entire body shaking with rage. So many orders were snatched away. And even the manufacturers had been poached. How could such a colossal matter only come to light after an entire night? The company has invested so much in hiring all of you, and this is how you repay us. Mr. Qiao, we're deeply sorry. This is our oversight. The secretary's voice cracked, trembling with utmost fear. Taking several deep breaths to calm his seething emotions, Qiao Yixing demanded, tell me. Who is the one who took our orders? They must have some audacity. The moment Yan's company encountered trouble, ours was robbed of orders and manufacturers too. It was evident to anyone that even if Yan's company paid the breach of contract penalty, those orders rightfully belonged to Qiao's company. Yet, yesterday, the entire Qiao organization was preoccupied with handling the ramifications of Yan's situation. Who could have predicted that within half a day, orders would be intercepted, and even the manufacturers would be whisked away? I don't know, the secretary stammered. You. Qiao Yixing's eyes widened in disbelief. Nearly exploding with anger, the secretary hastily added, the client side will send a task force to Zhejiang today. The mention of the client instantly calmed Qiao Yixing. Clearly, the client was concerned that any ensuing issues would hinder timely delivery of goods or perhaps to negotiate with a new partner for renewed collaboration. He couldn't afford to wait idly. When are they arriving? Realizing the urgency, Qiao Yixing hurriedly gathered his things. It was inconsequential that the orders had been intercepted. As long as he could liaise with the client, there was a way to reclaim them. After all, from the outset, those orders had been under Qiao's responsibility. With no previous issues, he believed that with sufficient sincerity, they could undoubtedly retrieve those orders and manufacturers. They have already arrived. The secretary's sudden announcement took him aback. What did you say? Where are they? Qiao Yixing nearly tumbled down the stairs in his haste. The anger he had just managed to suppress flared up again. Can you do your job properly? Why did you wait until now to inform me of such an important matter? Can you even work? If you can't, then pack your things and get out. Give me the address. You child, why are you so anxious early in the morning? Qiao Yixing's furious roar startled his parents, who were having breakfast in the lobby. They scolded him to be careful and urged him to finish his breakfast before leaving. Ignoring them, Qiao Yixing dashed downstairs and rushed toward the garage, desperate to leave. TSK, this child. Qiao's mother glared at the spread of congee, bread, and fried dough sticks, indignantly glancing at Qiao's father, who was reading the newspaper. Why don't you say something to him? He.S. rushing around all day, not even taking the time for a proper breakfast. If he keeps this up, he might not just lose money but his health as well. Qiao's mother grumbled in frustration. What good would that do? Qiao's father chuckled dismissively, continuing to peruse his newspaper. Last night, an old friend mentioned, our little Xing has secured a significant infrastructure project from Mr. Li. If he handles it well, he might even be recognized as one of Zhejiang's top 10 young entrepreneurs this year. He looked proudly at Qiao's mother. How could he not work hard? Qiao's mother, of course, recognized her son's abilities and understood that his relentless efforts were for the family. Before she could voice her concerns, she heard Qiao's father sigh, glancing at the excessive breakfast spread. Oh dear, if we can't finish all this breakfast, let us send some to Xiaoxing. Send? What do you mean send? Qiao's mother interrupted sharply. This is my money that bought it. I wouldn't even feed that little brat. She certainly has a talent for embarrassing her brother in front of so many guests. If our little Xing weren't capable, Mr. Li wouldn't have entrusted him with such a large project. She could ruin everything with her antics. All right, enough of that, Qiao's father awkwardly interjected, signaling for her to stop. If we don't eat the congee soon, it'll get cold. Let me tell you, Qiao's mother was unwilling to let the matter drop, her voice cold and unyielding. Do not entertain any notions of selling off that girl. She herself declared that she wanted to sever ties with the Qiao family. It's as if I'm the villain here, aren't you? Qiao's father retorted, displeased, his expression darkening. If it weren't for your desire to secretly sell Su Yaxin, or even to arrange for her to remarry to pave the way for our little Xing's career, Realizing he had gone too far, he softened slightly, perhaps out of pity for their unfortunate daughter. With a hint of frustration, he resumed reading his newspaper. Our family wouldn't have turned out this way. Smack. Xiao's mother stormed over and tore his newspaper in half. What do you mean it's all my fault? Seeing his beloved so enraged, Xiao's father felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, the events of the past were truly difficult to discuss. Where are you going? As he stood to leave, Xiao's mother grew even angrier, nearly wanting to strike him. Sigh. Xiao's father remained silent, exhaling deeply as he trudged up the stairs. Step by step, weariness evident in his movements. Xiao's mother stood by the dining table, her eyes blazing with fury, fixed intently on her husband's retreating figure. Moments later, she screamed in frustration, You Xiao family members are all worthless scoundrels. As if her outburst wasn't enough, she flung all the food from the table, declaring, Don't bother eating. Who cares? Dishes shattered on the floor, startling the maid hiding in the kitchen, rendering her too frightened to speak. Are you truly certain you want to meet the client with me? In the city, at Binjiang Park, Su Qing blinked in astonishment, sizing up the impeccably groomed Xiao Yisan. What? You think I shouldn't go, fearing I might complicate things? Today, she had applied a light touch of makeup. Not overly elaborate yet ample to highlight her features. The outfit, hastily purchased by Lin Xiaoxi, was somewhat ill-fitting, but it accentuated her slim waist beautifully. After 5 years of enduring life's hardships, she had smoothed out the sharp edges of her spirit, exuding a mature charm in her every gesture. It was hard to articulate. Regardless, the moment Su Qing laid eyes on her, she was utterly captivated. This was indeed his woman. Only by organizing his emotions could he face the future ahead. Chapter 34. There is no need to continue the conversation. Su. Mr. Su. What are you looking at? Noticing Su Qing's gaze fixed intently upon her, Xiao Yuxin felt a pang of awkwardness. The attire she wore was somewhat ill-fitting and clung too closely to her form, accentuating certain areas all too vividly. It had been quite some time since she had donned such attire, lacking the boldness and avant-garde spirit she once possessed as the heiress of the Qiao family. It's nothing. Su Qing, realizing his gaze was inappropriate, quickly averted his eyes to prevent her from feeling uncomfortable and distancing herself from him. In this moment, merely being in her presence, even without recognition, was enough for him. Let us proceed. The client has been waiting for quite some time. Su Qing exhaled softly, attempting to alleviate his inner turmoil, and directed his steps toward the Jiangbin Hotel in the distance. All right. Xiao Yisan's demeanor was also far from calm as she scrutinized Su Qing's retreating figure, pondering her thoughts in silence. The Jiangbin Hotel, nestled within Jiangbin Park, was constructed along the riverside, embodying a leisure-oriented, accessible hotel for the public. While its overall standard may not rival that of the Hanlin Mansion, its costs were not insignificant, especially given the picturesque views outside its windows. The site alone, with a panoramic view of the urban landscape along the banks of the river, justified the expense. Hello, welcome. Upon entering the lobby of Jiangbin Hotel, a staff member approached with a warm smile. We have a reservation. Su Qing informed the staff of the room arranged for them by the client. The staff member immediately understood and gestured for them to follow. Please, right this way. Su Qing glanced back at Xiao Yisan. Though her demeanor appeared composed, a hint of anxiety flickered in her eyes. Is everything all right? What could possibly be wrong? Xiao Yisan paused, then responded with a surprised smile. To be honest, she was quite nervous. After 5 years of a life where even basic meals were not guaranteed, how could she dare to imagine visiting a hotel like this? Despite her former life as the Qiao family's esteemed daughter, where such places were commonplace, Su Qing too recognized that the hardships of the past 5 years had made her character more reserved and her experiences more profound. Ding! The elevator halted on a high floor, and the staff member stepped out first, indicating the direction to their room. Yes, you may proceed on your own. Should you require anything, please feel free to call us. All right. Su Qing replied, and the staff member returned to the elevator with a smile. Swish. As they approached and opened the door, they were greeted by. In the spacious private room, 5 individuals clad in suits were gathered around a table, engrossed in reviewing documents. Upon hearing the door open, they looked up, displeased to find it was not a staff member. Su Qing quickly interjected. You are the team from the parts group here to discuss the contract with us, correct? I am Su. He intended to introduce himself, but suddenly realized that doing so might provoke Xiao Yisan's emotions. Su Qing swiftly changed course, introducing Xiao Yisan instead. She is with me. One of the group members, a bespectacled woman, raised her head and adjusted her glasses. You are the representatives from Su Corporation, the ones taking over our group as contract? Su Corporation? Xiao Yisan furrowed her brow at the mention, clearly unsettled. Su Qing quickly added, "Yes, your Group S contract is currently being fulfilled by us." Internally, he felt a twinge of irony. What Su Corporation was now was little more than a disorganized heap. Rising early to meet the client left no time to manage the construction debris. "We have conducted our investigation, and your Su Corporation," the bespectacled woman stated coldly without courtesy. "You have no guarantees, no background, and even less capital. Since the initial report until today, merely 2 days have passed. How do you intend to fulfill the contract?" At this, she raised her eyes, her disdain unapologetic. "Surely you cannot even ensure normal production or product quality." Having reached this point, Su Qing, despite his usual composure, grasped the implication of their visit to Jiang. They had come not to improve cooperation, but to terminate the contract. "I am sorry, Mr. Su." She adjusted her glasses, her tone firm and unyielding. "This is to ensure product quality and provide assurance to future distributors. You lack production qualifications. We cannot entrust you with public-facing products." Before she could finish, Su Qing, both irritated and amused, interjected hastily. "How can you presume to know that we cannot meet production and quality standards?" Internally, he was cursing. Did these clients not conduct their research beforehand? The production address and manufacturers had not changed. How could they claim incompetence? No, these contracts absolutely must not fail. They were his foundation. His leverage against the Qiao family. The battle had yet to commence, and already his own backyard was ablaze. How could he proceed now? Whatever the Qiao family's delivery standards had been, ours will be the same. There will be no. Before Su Qing could finish his urgent explanation, the bespectacled woman interrupted with no regard. "Mr. Su, we understand your emotions. However, as previously stated, you possess no assets that instill confidence in us. Thus, terminating our cooperation is beneficial for both parties. Should there be an opportunity in the future?" "All right." Suddenly, Xiao Yisan spoke up. "I have no objections to terminating the contract." Su Qing was immediately alarmed. How could this be acceptable? Did she not understand how crucial these contracts were? Yet, when faced with Su Qing's incredulous stare, Xiao Yisan gently shook her head, signaling him to let her handle it. Suddenly, a chill gripped Su Qing's hand, and he froze. It was Xiao Yisan who grasped his trembling hand, which betrayed his anxiety. "This time, it is your turn to trust me." Though she said nothing, Su Qing could clearly perceive the determination in her expression and unwavering gaze. "That is splendid." The bespectacled woman, upon hearing her lack of objection to the contract termination, allowed a smile to grace her lips. However, Xiao Yisan's next statement caused that smile to falter and fade. "I must remind you that your contract with Su Corporation was only taken over by us yesterday at the Chamber of Commerce. It possesses explicit legal efficacy in the endorsement of the Jiang City Chamber of Commerce. Do you understand what I am saying?" Xiao Yisan's words, though softly spoken, resonated powerfully, drawing the attention of the other 4 elites in the working group. The bespectacled woman's lips twitched in discomfort. "Are you threatening us with the Chamber of Commerce and the law?" "Threatening?" Xiao Yisan feigned exasperation, shaking her head. "This is not a threat. It is the defense of our legal rights. As the Party B, we have not violated any regulations. Yet your group hastily decided to terminate our cooperation." At this juncture, the expressions of the opposing party began to falter. Was this how one conversed with the client? Then they could not be blamed for being impolite. The termination of the contract could not be delayed a moment longer. "Ladies and gentlemen, I believe you are misunderstanding. We are not seeking your consent. We are merely informing you." "Oh, since it is a misunderstanding, then there is no need for further discussion." As soon as Xiao Yisan finished speaking, Su Qing was again caught off guard. How could there be no need for further dialogue? However, in the next moment, her words rendered everyone present breathless for a moment. "Your group has already invested in production under our Su Corporation contract, approximately 5 contracts. I will organize this shortly and submit it to the Jiang City Judicial Arbitration Court. I trust that before you proposed the termination of the contract, you had thoroughly considered how to address the matter." With that remark, she wore a frosty expression and attempted to pull Su Qing out of the room. Judicial arbitration? At that moment, not only the party involved, but even Su Qing's mind was left in a state of bewilderment. Chapter 35. The confrontation begins. Ah, what a revelation. Su Qing finally understood the intentions of this young lady. This time, it was their turn to be taken aback. "You may not realize." They hastily called out to Su Qing and Xiao Yisan, their tone laden with firmness. The contract clearly stated that if the Party A, after conducting an investigation on Party B, deems them insufficiently capable of meeting production demands and quality standards, it is permissible to unilaterally terminate the contract. Xiaoyisen interjected, showing no courtesy. The contract also distinctly states that if Party B is capable of fulfilling production requirements, and Party A still attempts to unilaterally dissolve the contract, Party B is entitled to claim a penalty fee amounting to 30 to 50% of the contract's total value. The opposition sought to respond, but Xiaoyisen's authoritative voice interrupted them. Our Su Corporation has invested substantial manpower and resources to ensure production quality. At this declaration, Su Qing nearly burst into laughter. What did it mean to invest substantial resources? They had merely appropriated Xiao Corporation's production line. Yet, Party A had made the decision to terminate the contract without investigating whether they had the capacity to fulfill their commitments. We certainly cannot allow our investments to go to waste. As Xiaoyisen concluded her statement, she tightened her grip on Su Qing's hand, revealing her evident anxiety. Su Corporation will formally oppose your group's request for termination at the Zhejiang Arbitration Court. Upon hearing this, the room fell into a profound silence. The most astonished of all was Su Qing. He had never anticipated that this young lady's strategy would extend so far. If this matter escalated to judicial arbitration, the losses for the opposition would not merely amount to a few orders. The entire situation had arisen from the claim that Su Corporation could not guarantee production and quality, which prompted the consideration of contract termination. Yet, one critical point was something they could never have fathomed. Su Qing had successfully appropriated their previous partner, Xiao Corporation's production line. In light of the absence of significant changes in production or quality, attempting to dissolve the partnership on such grounds, one must ask, if this escalated to judicial arbitration, who would sustain the greater loss? Although Xiaoyisen had not explicitly stated that they possessed sufficient capacity to ensure production and quality, any party with even a modicum of sense could discern from their conversation that Su Corporation had ample confidence. Now, it was their turn to fall silent. The individuals exchanged glances and whispered among themselves. Upon observing their renewed discussion, Xiaoyisen sighed in relief. She had been exceedingly anxious, despite having the upper hand. A misstep could have led to a very different outcome. Suddenly, she felt a slight movement in her palm. Looking down, she discovered that she was still holding Su Qing's hand. Her cheeks instantly flushed with embarrassment. "Ah," she exclaimed, quickly releasing his hand and taking a step back. Flustered with apologies. "I'm so sorry, Mr. Su. Oh no, how could this happen? I was so nervous, I thought I was gripping the door frame. But it was your hand. There's no harm done," Su Qing replied, equally surprised by her reaction and hastily gesturing to ease the awkwardness. In truth, he felt a fleeting sense of loss as he realized the lingering warmth of her touch, just as the two were enveloped in their complex emotions. Unsure of how to alleviate the awkwardness, the members of Party A's working group reached a conclusion. Their demeanor softened. "Mr. Su, after all, we are all here to conduct business and make a profit. Our actions are merely intended to ensure product supply and quality assurance." They paused, offering Su Qing and Xiaoyisen an awkward smile. "If you can assure us of the production line and product quality." Before they could finish, Xiaoyisen interjected with enthusiasm. "Absolutely. We will arrange for." She glanced at Su Qing, who understood her unspoken message and responded with a nod. The production line was not an issue. They had always been the producers, and the contract was merely a formality. With this affirmation, Xiaoyisen's confidence soared. Su Corporation's production line is always at your service. Hearing her refer to Su Corporation's production line made Su Qing feel a mix of amusement and nostalgia. Regardless, appropriating contracts and partners was ultimately a rather disreputable tactic. However, he had acted through legitimate means and held no guilt. He could even envision Xiaoyiseng's furious reaction upon discovering what had transpired. After receiving a clear response, the working group members relaxed slightly. After all, it's about making money. Collaborating with anyone is the same. As long as they could ensure that production quality remained unchanged, making a spectacle of the situation would be unwise. A bespectacled woman approached, extending her hand. "Hello, I'm Shui Weiwei. I hope unforeseen circumstances don't derail our cooperation." Su Qing found her words oddly unsettling, sensing an underlying resentment. It was hardly surprising. The first thing they had done upon meeting was to announce the contract termination, just as they were navigating this tense encounter. The door burst open, and Xiaoyisen stormed in, disrupting the atmosphere. His urgency froze him in place as he saw the scene before him. "You? How could it be you?" Shui Weiwei's hand was inadvertently clasped with Su Qing's. Xiaoyisen, not one to be easily fooled, quickly pieced together the implications of this moment. First, the Shin Corporation's troubles had caused contract issues and penalty payments. Then, the manufacturer had surreptitiously appropriated their production lines, resulting in a significant loss for Qiao Corporation. He was baffled as to how these two events had intertwined. Only upon seeing Su Qing here did he realize that their earlier encounter at the Hanlin mansion with Mr. Li was no mere coincidence. So, it was you who played tricks against my Qiao Corporation. In a fit of rage, Xiao Yixing charged at Su Qing, intent on confrontation. Seeing this, Xiao Yixing swiftly delivered a resounding slap across his face, crisp and clear. Even Su Qing could not suppress the chill that ran down his spine. Observing the unfolding drama with keen interest, clutching his stinging face, Xiao Yixing was on the brink of exploding with fury. Only at this moment did he realize that the woman beside Su Qing was Xiao Yixing. A surge of indignation washed over him as he felt utterly outmaneuvered. His expression twisted into one of rage, and Su Qing, sensing the impending conflict, quickly stepped in to intervene. Xiao Yixing, can you not act so childish? Business is not a playground. I won't hesitate to tell you that from today onwards, your good days at Qiao Corporation are over. Seeing this, Xiao Yixing, who had endured so much, finally lost her composure and directly confronted him. Her words flowed rapidly, and Su Qing found it impossible to interrupt her. Revealing their hand at this stage was perhaps a bit premature. Nevertheless, it is what it is. If the truth must be revealed, so be it. Sooner or later, he will come to know it, as is destined for the Qiao family. Chapter 36. What are you? When Xiao Yixing, filled with a hint of anger, confronted Xiao Yixing directly, Su Qing was utterly taken aback. Was it really time for such an open confrontation? It seemed rather hasty. Their interests had yet to be firmly established. If the Qiao family sought retribution, it would be an insurmountable obstacle. Just when Su Qing anticipated that Xiao Yixing would erupt with rage upon learning the truth, he instead declared, "Our Qiao family is willing to concede 10% to acquire all your orders." To Su Qing's astonishment, Xiao Yixing appeared to completely disregard Xiao Yixing, as if her previous words had simply evaporated. Instead, he turned his attention to the client team, his expression stern, and spoke with unwavering conviction. What? 10%? Shui Weiwei and her companions were momentarily stunned. Even Su Qing's eyelid twitched involuntarily. Xiao Yixing, previously agitated, quickly regained her composure. Have you lost your mind? Be quiet. Xiao Yixing snapped back, glaring at his sister. We'll settle our matters later. Who do you think you are? Let me make this clear. I don't care about the orders and manufacturers you've taken. Faced with her younger brother's tirade, Xiao Yixing's face darkened. As tensions escalated, Su Qing intervened, grasping Xiao Yixing, whose chest heaved with emotion, to prevent her from disclosing more plans in the heat of the argument. Shui Weiwei, observing the standoff, couldn't he help but feel a surge of excitement. Mr. Qiao, are you serious? 10% concession? The prospect of relinquishing such a margin, while not insignificant, could indeed yield considerable profits. Their group's contracts were far beyond mere thousands. They were substantial. Precisely, Xiao Yixing asserted, casting a pointed look at Su Qing before nodding earnestly. Shui Weiwei and her team were visibly elated at this revelation. Su Qing, however, was left puzzled. It seemed the client team had not merely come to terminate their contracts, but rather sought new production orders. Shui Weiwei candidly explained, "We are indeed here in search of collaborators for our project. However, we learned en route that Mr. Yin encountered some unfortunate circumstances." Su Qing and Xiao Yixing exchanged glances, realizing that unforeseen events had disrupted their plans, prompting them to retrieve all contracts in Zhujing. Don't worry about finding other partners, Xiao Yixing interjected confidently. In all of Zhujing, no one but my Qiao family can handle this volume. Before Mr. Yin's incident, your group had orders with us, and I trust our production standards have been met. He shot a resentful glare at Su Qing and Xiao Yixing but refrained from further comment. Understanding that this was not the time for grievances, priorities lay elsewhere. Mr. Qiao, regarding your proposal, Shui Weiwei began, but Xiao Yixing interrupted, as I mentioned. Let us add another 10% concession based on our previous collaboration. Gasps of disbelief escaped the client team. The potential profits were staggering. If this deal materialized, their commissions would soar, possibly allowing them to forego their usual business endeavors for the remainder of the year. Shui Weiwei, eager to proceed, insisted she needed to consult with their group before finalizing anything. At this moment, Xiao Yixing was on the verge of securing a new contract, igniting a swirl of complex emotions within Xiao Yixing. Su Qing, sensing her turmoil, gently shook his head, silently rejecting her urge to undercut Xiao Yixing's bid. Why not? Xiao Yixing questioned, bewildered by his restraint. Wasn't this the perfect opportunity to thwart her brother's business? In line with their revenge plan to seize his production line and orders? Just as Su Qing prepared to respond, the client team returned with a reply. They approached Xiao Yixing, extending their hands. Mr. Qiao, can we sit down to discuss the specifics? Absolutely. Xiao Yixing exhaled in relief, reassured that nothing would be taken from him. However, he cast a suspicious glance at Su Qing, sensing a hint of provocation. Clearly, his eagerness to negotiate and offer concessions stemmed from a fear that Su Qing might snatch the contract away. Mr. Su Shuiwei, noticing Su Qing's lingering presence, hesitated. The subsequent discussions involved confidential business matters. Su Qing understood immediately, responding with a light chuckle. This afternoon, I will arrange for someone to escort you. Very well. Shuiwei replied, a professional smile gracing her lips. Meanwhile, Xiao Yixing's displeasure was evident, as he glared at Su Qing and Xiao Yixin. His expression revealed that, given a more suitable context, he would have certainly clashed with Su Qing. Is this how business is conducted? Not only stealing orders but also appropriating production lines. As memories of Su Qing's earlier words resurfaced, Xiao Yixing's expression darkened. He vowed silently, no one will take anything from me. Once I regain my footing, I shall ensure you are ousted from the market, leaving your investments in ruins. The fury in Xiao Yixing's gaze seemed to threaten to engulf Su Qing entirely. Ding! The elevator doors opened. Xiao Yixin stepped inside, brooding in frustration. There was such a splendid opportunity. Wasn't our revenge plan devised? Why deviate from it? With our capital and production capabilities, we could easily absorb several more orders. Mr. Su. She turned to see Su Qing leaning against the elevator, eyes closed in contemplation. For reasons unknown, witnessing her brother's assertive demeanor filled her with a sense of inferiority, making her feel ridiculous, absurdly foolish. Faced with Xiao Yixing, she found it impossible to maintain her composure, overwhelmed by an urge to retaliate. 5 long years for 5 years. She had been ensnared in the machinations of her younger brother. The moment she uncovered the truth, all the suffering of those years coalesced into a tempest of humiliation and indignation. Chapter 37. You must never act impulsively. I ask you, do you know the cash flow of the Chao Corporation? Su Qing, leaning against the elevator, spoke calmly, breaking the gradually thickening atmosphere. What? Xiao Yixin, whose emotions were in turmoil, momentarily failed to comprehend the connection between the two. 50 million. Su Qing opened his eyes, his gaze heavy with seriousness. And what about us? The specifics are unclear. After various operations, we might be looking at a few 100,000. The Chao Corporation has been established in Shuzhong for quite some time. While we have only just begun, right? A day? 2 days? Indeed, it was an excellent opportunity just now to intercept the orders he was considering. But have you thought about the consequences if we proceeded? Upon hearing Su Qing's words, Xiao Yixin fell into a complex contemplation. After calming down slightly, she realized that acting impulsively was indeed unwise. The reason they managed to snatch food from the tiger's mouth was that the Chao Corporation's tiger was preoccupied with its own troubles. Following the issues with the Yin Corporation, significant penalties were incurred, leading to a multitude of problematic orders. The Chao Corporation had been dealing with this, leaving them unable to stabilize contracts and production in the short term. This was the real reason Su Qing had an opportunity to exploit. Now, a day has passed. An enterprise of Qiao's scale has likely regained its footing. At such a time, to leap forth and attempt to seize from the jaws of the Chao Corporation. Is this not a clear path to self-destruction? Though reluctant to admit it, the reality is, if the Chao Corporation retaliates, they would be utterly defenseless. Su Qing took a deep breath and stated firmly, what we must do now is not to continue expanding our business. We should first stabilize our current operations. Finish this slice of the cake before contemplating anything else. I understand. Xiao Yixin was not foolish. She had merely allowed her emotions to cloud her judgment. Upon hearing Su Qing's words, she felt a wave of relief that they had not competed with Xiao Yixing just now. Yixin, Su Qing suddenly called out, interrupting Xiao Yixin's reverie. You must never act impulsively or let your emotions dictate your decisions. You need to remain calm, guiding the direction of our development without letting feelings overshadow your rationality. There is enough impulsiveness in me. Gazing into her slightly flustered eyes, Su Qing spoke softly. If you become impulsive as well, then our plans are destined to fail. Do you understand? Mr. Su. Hearing Su Qing's sudden declaration, Xiao Yixin felt a wave of panic wash over her. She turned her gaze away, avoiding eye contact with Su Qing, biting her lip in a complex manner, hesitating. Ding! The elevator doors opened. Observing her demeanor, Su Qing regretted his earlier words. Was he not pressuring her to respond? Forget it. After all, being by her side, watching her and her daughter, was already satisfying for him. Let us go. Don't dwell on it. Just understand when to make which decisions. Oh. Xiao Yisin slightly lowered her head, still entangled in the thoughts of their previous conversation. Even a fool could hear the ambiguous undertones in those words, leaving her feeling a mix of fear and confusion. As for what she was afraid of, to be honest, Xiao Yisin herself didn't quite understand. She merely felt that, given their current relationship, Su Qing ought not to speak in such a tone. With a heart full of complicated emotions, she followed Su Qing, leaving the Jiangbin Hotel. A gentle breeze swept across the river, bringing a refreshing autumn chill. Even as the sun hung high in the sky, it remained pleasant. Walking in Jiangbin Park, Su Qing led the way, while Xiao Yisin followed behind, both lost in their own thoughts, unaware of what the other was contemplating. Mom, Uncle. From a distance, they heard the cheerful voice of little Candy. Su Qing and Xiao Yisin looked up to see the little one joyfully running towards them. Xiao Yisin quickly approached and scooped her up. Hey, have you been obedient and listened to your sister? Lin Xiaoxi stood nearby, wisely refraining from interrupting Su Qing and the young mistress. I have. Little Candy nestled her head into Xiao Yisin's embrace, nuzzling back and forth like a little kitten seeking affection. Sister has been so good to me. She took me to buy new clothes and treats. We even had fun. Listening to the little one giggle with satisfaction, Xiao Yisin was momentarily stunned. Then, with a bittersweet smile, she nodded at Su Qing in gratitude. She suddenly realized how long it had been since little Candy had new clothes. It felt like a failure as a mother that she couldn't even provide the basics for her child. The key was that this child felt no hardship at all, facing life with an optimistic outlook. Just seeing the smile on little Candy's face brought tears to Xiao Yisin's eyes. Mom, why are you crying? Is it because little Candy didn't do well enough? The little one sensed something was off, her beaming smile replaced with a look of concern. With her tender hands, she used the sleeve of her new outfit to wipe away the tears from Xiao Yisin's eyes. Witnessing how perceptive this innocent child was, Xiao Yisin felt even more heartbroken and guilty. Holding little Candy tightly, she couldn't help but cry softly, causing the little one to panic. Mommy. What's wrong? Frantically clutching her neck. Su Qing, standing nearby, felt overwhelmed. Who knew what had caused her distress? In a flurry, he didn't know how to comfort her, only gesturing for Lin Xiaoxi to come over quickly. Women can communicate better among themselves. As for him, he should step aside to avoid triggering her emotions. After all, his name was that of her deceased husband. Wait a minute. He mentally berated himself. What do you mean deceased? Su Qing felt a wave of frustration. He wished to tell her that he was not dead and explain everything that had happened over the years. But looking at her sensitive emotional state, Su Qing truly dared not say anything that might be unacceptable to her. Sigh, standing at a distance, observing her weeping while holding little Candy and Lin Xiaoxi comforting her, Su Qing felt a deep sense of frustration. He wished it were him by her side to offer solace. Before long, Xiao Yisin's emotions gradually stabilized. Seeing this, Su Qing approached and signaled for Lin Xiaoxi to take little Candy. We should be on our way. He glanced back at the Jiangbin Hotel, estimating the time. Xiao Yixing should be finishing up soon. Of course, it was not out of fear. With little Candy present, Su Qing wished to avoid any conflict that might leave a negative impression on the child. Xiao Yisin lowered her head, her cheeks slightly flushed, clearly aware of how embarrassing it was to have cried out loud just now. Noticing this, Su Qing couldn't help but chuckle as he walked past her, giving her shoulder a light pat. You did very well today. Without you, I believe things would not be as they are now. Had it not been for Xiao Yisin today, given the circumstances, Su Qing knew he would have surely botched it. After all, who would have anticipated that the first words from the client's working group would be to terminate the collaboration? Su Qing was eager to establish a business capable of competing with the Qiao Corporation. Without those contracts, even the initial stages would be exceedingly challenging. Thankfully, with Xiao Yisin's gentle persuasion, they decided to grant them an opportunity. Upon hearing Su Qing's praise, Xiao Yisin was momentarily taken aback. Then a smile broke forth as she pressed her lips together. I told you I wouldn't cause you any trouble. Chapter 38, Surprise Inspection, Infiltrating the Factory. Commander, should we notify the manufacturers in advance? Sitting in Luo Qian's car, they were heading towards the Zhejiang Industrial Zone. There's no need, Su Qing gently declined. If we notify them beforehand, there would be no point in the inspection. There was still some time left before the agreed-upon meeting with the client's working group. To be prudent, Su Qing planned to first check the production line to ensure that no issues had been overlooked, thus avoiding the loss of a cooperative opportunity. If there were quality problems in production leading to the collapse of this collaboration, even Mr. Lee from the political and business department would likely be unable to salvage it. The client, being the one financing the project, had the right to conduct quality inspections. He glanced at the little candy sitting beside him, leaning against Xiaoyisen, who was peacefully asleep. For reasons unknown, Su Qing felt an inexplicable melancholy. Sensing his worry, Xiaoyisen softly reassured him, "Don't worry, we've already discussed everything regarding the production line, right? The profits are split evenly. And there's no risk involved. It's even more profitable than before. The products won't have issues." Lin Xiaoxi, seated in the passenger seat, turned to Su Qing, echoing her sentiments. "Rest assured, Commander, the selected manufacturers should not pose any problems. Moreover, the production has been in their hands until now. Any lapse in product quality would ultimately lead to their own loss." Indeed. Yet, for reasons he could not articulate, Su Qing remained troubled. A sense of foreboding gnawing at him. "Let's check it out first. We can address any issues promptly if they arise." Before long, they descended from the overpass and entered the suburban industrial park of Zhejiang City. Luo Qian intended to drive directly to the initially contacted factory but was halted by Su Qing's voice. "Find a place to stop. I'll go myself." "What's wrong?" Luo Qian asked, puzzled, through the rearview mirror. "Nothing. We don't need to go to that first one." Su Qing was well aware of the circumstances surrounding that production line, which he had personally negotiated. Hence, it should not have any issues. They would visit other production lines instead. Understood. Luo Qian nodded and found a suitable spot to stop. "Commander, are you planning a surprise inspection?" Lin Xiaoxi inquired. "Isn't that the point?" "This is what an inspection entails." Su Qing chuckled lightly before pushing the door open. "I'll go too," Xiaoyisen called out. However, she couldn't leave immediately as little Candy was still asleep. Seeing this, Lin Xiaoxi, understanding the situation, exited the passenger seat and took a seat in the back. "You two go ahead. If anything happens, just give me a call." She cradled the little Candy in her lap, ensuring the child was comfortable. "Thank you." Xiaoyisen expressed her gratitude and hurried after Su Qing. Watching them walk away, Luo Qian pursed her lips and remarked, "What do you think is going on with the commander? Has he found his wife and yet?" "Shoo." Lin Xiaoxi quickly interrupted, shooting her a glare. "The commander's affairs are not for us to discuss." Glancing down at the little Candy resting on her lap, who had fallen asleep after playing, Lin Xiaoxi exhaled lightly. "The commander has his own plans for not acknowledging her. Let us not speak too much, lest he directs his ire towards us." "Tsk," Luo Qian grumbled, feeling a bit disheartened. Soon, Lin Xiaoxi gestured, "Drive a bit further so that the commander can see us." "All right." Luo Qian started the vehicle and moved forward, stopping near the entrance of the processing factory. Through the car window, they could see a crowd gathered outside the factory. Seemingly, looking for work? Come. Daily wage temp jobs available. Limited spots, first come, first served." Among the crowd, a man in work attire shouted into a megaphone, calling for workers. "I want to. I can do it too." Before the words even left his lips, workers waiting at the entrance eagerly waved their hands in response. This left Su Qing, who approached, feeling perplexed. Temporary workers? Shouldn't a factory's assembly line be hiring full-time workers? Otherwise, how could they guarantee production specifications and quality? Noticing Su Qing's confusion, Xiaoyisen curiously asked, "Haven't you encountered daily wage temp workers before?" "No." Su Qing shook his head in bewilderment, asking what it entailed. He shared his doubts with Xiaoyisen. Upon hearing this, she pursed her lips and explained, "Well, there are many positions within the factory, such as full-time or temporary workers. Full-time workers receive monthly wages and are responsible for slightly more skilled tasks, ensuring production specifications and quality. Meanwhile, daily wage temp workers mainly perform manual labor, like transporting materials and goods, which require no technical skills." As she spoke, Su Qing pondered, observing her intently. This made Xiaoyisen feel somewhat uneasy. "What's wrong?" Nothing. Coming to his senses, Su Qing smiled gently, but inside, he felt a pang of sympathy. In the past, as the heiress of the Qiao family, she would have had no understanding of such things. Over the past 5 years, in her struggle to make a living, the hardships she endured and the things she did likely far exceeded his imagination. "Hey, are you still hiring? We can do it too." As Su Qing was lost in thought, Xiaoyisen had already dashed forward. "Slow down. If you move too fast, the temp slots will fill up, and how can we conduct a surprise inspection then? Can you handle it, woman? If you're not strong enough, we don't need you." Most of those seeking temporary work were individuals who would work sporadically, not requiring high wages, and would finish their tasks just to lounge around for days. It was somewhat rare for a woman to seek daily wage manual labor. Of course I can. I'm just trying to make a living. Xiaoyisen, in stark contrast to her previous haughty demeanor as a lady, had lowered her stance in the face of life's pressures. Regardless of whether the work was arduous or belittling, she did not disdain it. Just trying to make a living. What has dignity worth? If the child has nothing to eat, that is truly life-threatening. Standing at the back of the crowd, observing Xiaoyisen humbly seeking work, Su Qing's emotions roiled within him, filled with heartache and sorrow. Fine, I'll count you in. If you don't perform well, your wages will be docked. The foreman, being a man, could hardly resist a woman's plea. Thank you. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaoyisen expressed her thanks profusely, waving for Su Qing to join her. Seeing this, Su Qing hurried forward, squeezing through the crowd to successfully join her. How was it? Did I cause you any trouble? Standing inside the factory gate, looking at the noisy temp workers outside, Xiaoyisen felt a sense of pride. Yes. The more she acted this way, the more Su Qing's heart ached, and his feelings of resentment deepened. Who could fathom how Xiaoyisen had endured these past years? To secure a job, she had to plead humbly. In stark contrast, the Qiao family was thriving, residing in a grand villa and enjoying delicacies. Today, we have no openings. Please check back tomorrow. The foreman reclaimed the megaphone, signaling the gatekeeper to close the entrance, wiping the sweat from his brow. Hey, what about me? Let me in too. I'm starving. Many of the rejected temp workers clamored, pleading loudly. The foreman, accustomed to such occurrences, paid no heed to their cries. You all, follow me, he gestured to the selected temporary workers. Chapter 39, a change of face faster than turning pages. Look, do you see that? The foreman pointed at a large truck and instructed, unload the goods and stack them properly. Then you can collect your wages and leave. After saying this, he turned and departed, showing no inclination to supervise. The entire truck was filled with countless bags of goods, easily numbering in the hundreds. Once unloaded, they could leave with their pay. If they failed to finish, well, they clearly weren't here for employment. With such a small load, it would hardly take a few hours to complete. Aha. Afterward, we should find a place to drink and feast. The group of temporary workers they had recruited had already begun unloading the cargo. Unbeknownst to them, after the foreman left, Xiaoyisen and Su Qing had vanished. Was it really wise to slip away like this? Would they not be discovered? Glancing towards the unloading area, Xiaoyisen felt a twinge of guilt. In her past, she would never have engaged in such behavior. A day labor job was simply about earning a meal. Su Qing found the situation both amusing and exasperating. Please, don't forget why we came here. We are here to conduct a surprise inspection, to see if the production line meets standards, not to do their menial labor. Hearing this, Xiaoyisen offered a sheepish smile. Sneaking around like this feels too much like thievery. The unloading point was not far from the production line, and there were no cameras monitoring the area. Thus, Su Qing and Xiaoyisen successfully infiltrated the premises. As they entered the production workshop, they were immediately met with a wave of heat, sticky and suffocating. This was the heat emitted by the machinery in operation and the residual oil from routine maintenance. The conveyor belts whirred rapidly, laden with various shaped components. The belts distributed the parts to different stations, where employees conducted manual inspections for any defects. If a product met the specifications and was flawless, it would be placed in a side aisle for packaging. Su Qing observed a worker pushing a cart, traversing between the various stations, responsible for transporting the already packaged parts to the warehouse for delivery. Mr. Su, how do you find it? Xiaoyisen inquired, glancing around. Everything seemed satisfactory and within the norms. It's hard to say, Su Qing replied. This is the final stage of product selection and packaging. To ascertain whether the products are up to standard, we should evaluate the casting and molding process. Xiaoyisen nodded in agreement. Su Qing fell silent as he followed the rectangular path of the conveyor belt. Soon, they entered another area of the workshop, where the air was even stickier and more stifling. The sound of machinery echoed as molten materials were poured into molds to take shape. A glance around revealed workers stationed by each machine, monitoring operations to ensure the production of consistent products. Whether the products met delivery standards was not their concern. Let us go take a look, Su Qing said, regaining his focus as he approached a workstation. The employee at the station, hearing someone approaching, did not turn around but swiftly grabbed a handful of still-hot components and placed them on a small table. Su Qing was taken aback. How considerate. Seeing this, Xiaoyisen chuckled softly and explained in a hushed tone, on these production lines, inspections occur from time to time. If any sample products are found to be defective, they will halt operations for repairs. Upon hearing this, Su Qing understood. If products were flawed, they could promptly stop the process, preventing excessive waste of materials and defective goods. Wait a minute. Suddenly, while examining a product, Xiao Yixin gasped softly. What's wrong? Su Qing's heart raced. Could there be an issue? No. It's just that something feels off. What feels off? The workstation employee turned to look at them. Upon making eye contact, he froze. He did not recognize these two individuals. Xiao Yixin scrutinized the component, inspecting it repeatedly. This is definitely our product, right? Absolutely, Su Qing confirmed. Glancing at the mold where the name of the client company was clearly visible, it was evident that the mold adhered to the client's standardized specifications. However, the materials and texture seemed amiss. What do you mean? Su Qing pressed, unable to discern any discrepancy. Just look. Xiao Yixin struggled to articulate her feelings. But she sensed something was not right. Are you sure? It's not visually apparent, Su Qing asked, seeking assurance. Xiao Yixin shook her head. Her expression serious as she replied, Xiaoxi showed me the production specifications and samples. The texture and sample differ completely. The material, how should I put it? It feels a bit less crisp? Before Su Qing could respond, the employee interrupted. Who are you two? You've been lurking here for quite a while. And I have no idea who you are. Who cares who we are? At his shout, other employees peered over, curious about the sudden disturbance. Their monotonous work had been disrupted, and they were eager for a break. Who are you? How did you get in here? A voice, more assertive and aggressive, emerged. Su Qing looked up to see a middle-aged man approaching angrily. You are not employees here. How did you sneak in? Get out now. If something goes missing, don't blame us for calling the police. It was likely that this man was a member of the management team, unfamiliar with Su Qing and Xiao Yixin. Unfazed, Xiao Yixin thrust the product into his face. I ask you, is this product manufactured according to specifications? Why do the materials and texture seem? Before she could finish her question, he interrupted. What is it to you? Who do you think you are? Security. Get over here. He was certain that no one had been hired recently who fit their description. Not to mention, they had immediately questioned the product specifications and quality, indicating they must have infiltrated the premises. Why was he so confident? It was simple. This factory did not allow unauthorized personnel without permission. If they were inspecting leaders, they certainly wouldn't be in the stifling production workshop. As he prepared to force them out, Su Qing's demeanor hardened. Answer her question. And who are you? The middle-aged man retorted, still impatient to expel them. Internally, he was anxious. If management found out, he would likely be reprimanded. Allowing unauthorized individuals into the production area was a risk. He feared the consequences. Seeing Su Qing and Xiao Yixin unwilling to leave, more employees gathered around. Sensing the escalating tension, panicking, Xiao Yixin suggested, why don't we just let it go? Let SF Xiaoxi call the management to avoid conflict. Su Qing hesitated. If Xiaoxi came, management would undoubtedly be on guard. Xiao Yixin had already indicated that the products fell off. If management came, they would surely dismiss the issue or give vague answers. After a moment of contemplation, Su Qing made his decision. Hey, what are you doing? Xiao Yixin exclaimed. Startled as he strode towards the irate middle-aged man, a sudden jolt of anxiety gripped her heart as she feared a conflict might erupt. Yet, in a mere moment, the middle-aged man, who had appeared visibly impatient just moments before, broke into a broad smile and greeted them warmly. Ah, all is well, they are comrades. After all, everyone disperse. Return to your tasks with haste. The stark contrast left Xiao Yixin utterly bewildered. What on earth just happened? What did you say to him? Chapter 40. Conceptual Substitution. I gave him $500. Su Qing quietly explained to Xiao Yixin. 500. Xiao Yixin stood there, utterly bewildered. Ahem. Su Qing chuckled without saying anything. If one were to speak plainly, the reality is money. As the saying goes, to forego earning money is to be a fool. This middle-aged man appeared to be a team leader or something akin to that. His work involved sporadically inspecting product quality without a fixed workstation. This implies that his income is stable, but less than that of the employees who have designated positions. Suddenly, someone gives him $500 for no apparent reason. Who wouldn't be tempted? It's not convenient to talk here. Let us step outside. He gestured for them to follow. Hearing this, Su Qing glanced at Xiao Yixin, signaling her to observe. This. Xiao Yixin found it somewhat amusing and quickly followed suit. Once outside the workshop, the middle-aged man directly asked, You're here to gather intelligence, aren't you? Gather intelligence? Xiao Yixin, who had followed closely, asked in confusion. Noticing their response, the middle-aged man appeared puzzled. Aren't you from the Chao Corporation? What do you mean? Su Qing raised an eyebrow. He didn't keep them in suspense. Having received $500, he was obliged to provide a satisfactory answer. Hasn't Shao Corporation encountered some issues recently? This has caused numerous orders to go awry, and everyone is left uncertain. Continuing production leads to losses, yet ceasing production results in losses as well. Just yesterday, some factory personnel came over to probe our situation. Yesterday? Su Qing and Lin Xiaoxi exchanged glances, not interrupting his subsequent words. Indeed, a woman came yesterday with a contract asking us to continue production. The middle-aged man was quite forthcoming, divulging everything to Su Qing. After Lin Xiaoxi left yesterday, the factory owner here ordered another shipment of materials. One must wonder. Amidst the collective frustration regarding why Qiao Corporation suddenly compensated breach of contract fees without explanation, what was happening? They found that another factory, also holding Qiao Corporation's orders, was ramping up production. Who wouldn't be cautious? This led many from other factories to come and investigate. Thus, when Su Qing and the others stealthily entered the production workshop, it attracted considerable attention. Oh. After listening, Su Qing glanced at Xiaoyisen. She immediately understood, pulling out a product from the production line and asking, I ask you. This product is produced by your factory, right? Yes, of course. The other party seemed puzzled, as this had just been taken from the production line. The material and texture seem off, don't they? Xiaoyisen continued, her tone somewhat harsh. He became displeased. What do you mean by that? Ahem. Su Qing shot him a look, his smile resurfacing. The money has been given yet. Moreover, what I'm saying isn't a secret. Sharing it is no issue. Coming back to himself, he no longer held back. Considering we're all in the same industry, the product specifications are indeed strictly regulated, but in terms of materials. We might make slight adjustments to ensure maximum profit. Make slight adjustments? Seeing his shifty demeanor, Su Qing furrowed his brow. Xiaoyisen also sensed something was amiss and looked at Su Qing questioningly. Su Qing solemnly asked, if I give you an additional 200, can you tell me? This. Surprisingly, he seemed to struggle with the question, unwilling to divulge. All right, so you're asking for money. Su Qing wasn't hesitant, pulling out the initially agreed 500 along with the additional 200. Upon seeing this, the man's eyes lit up, and he immediately began counting the bills. This wasn't a secret. Everyone in this industrial area was well aware. Su Qing and Xiaoyisen exchanged glances, frowning but not interrupting, as they listened to him continue. Using original materials alone makes it impossible to reduce costs. The pricing is too high. However, we cannot forego original materials. After all, the quality cannot be compromised too much. Therefore, when melting down the original materials, we add some stones to the mix. This way, we can ensure quality while controlling costs, allowing us to reap more profits. Upon hearing this, Su Qing and Xiaoyisen fell silent, seemingly grasping why Qiao Corporation had placed the profit ratio at 60-40. This approach ensured that most partners wouldn't entertain any unscrupulous thoughts. Of course, some might still entertain such thoughts, as profit is enticing. But if the quality deviates too much, they would lack the confidence to fulfill their deliveries. In other words, by raising the profit ratio, the potential for earnings also expands. A slight deviation from integrity could yield even greater profits. The man continued his incessant chatter, gradually revealing more to Su Qing. In collaborating with Qiao Corporation, this factory was mixing not stones, but scrap iron. Scrap iron melted into the original materials, molded into shape, without any discernible difference. So why, after partnering with them, did they stop using scrap iron in favor of stones? The quality of stones is far inferior to that of scrap iron. Isn't this deceitful? Upon hearing Su Qing's retort, the middle-aged man waved his hand, feigning mystery. Oh, don't use such harsh words as deceitful. You wouldn't understand, would you? While stone quality is inferior to scrap iron, its strength is sufficient. To put it simply, you should understand. When casting beams, isn't it cement and stones? Su Qing's expression darkened considerably. Indeed, this isn't mere deception. This is harmful. The same principle applies to parts. Before he could finish, Su Qing's suppressed laughter cut him off. Incorporating stones into the original materials would make the parts sturdier? That's hard to claim. The middle-aged man chuckled. But the quality is certainly not as poor as you might think. This isn't the same concept. Su Qing stared at him, questioning how he could possibly earn money with such a blatant disregard for integrity. Do you even realize where these materials are used? He failed to detect the anger in Su Qing's tone and pondered seriously. I don't know. The moment he uttered this, Su Qing felt as if he might explode. Those damn parts are used in constructing steel beams for apartment buildings. Don't be impulsive. Xiao Yisan hurriedly intervened, attempting to restrain the increasingly agitated Su Qing to prevent a confrontation. Su Qing nearly shouted, "Do you understand? If the quality doesn't meet standards and an accident occurs, it's not just a matter of 1 or 2 lives. You dare to profit from the shady business?" Su Qing's roar startled the middle-aged man, who momentarily lost his composure, then quickly realized, "Hey, wait a minute. Aren't you here to gather intelligence as a fellow industry member? Everyone is making money this way, just not openly discussing it." Slap. Before he could finish his sentence, Su Qing punched him squarely in the face. "You." The stinging pain left him dazed. How could someone still resort to violence? "Mr. Su." Xiao Yisan, somewhat panicked, rushed to hold back the furious Su Qing. "I'll tell you. I don't care how others profit. We will not." "Who the hell are you?" The middle-aged man regained his composure, furious now. "What does it matter to you? Who do you think you are?" Chapter 41. A Severance of Contracts. Immediately inform Lin Xiaoxi to come over. We shall terminate the contract due to substandard quality. Upon discovering that the local manufacturers were profiting from such underhanded dealings, Su Qing could hardly contain his indignation. In other matters, cutting corners might be permissible, but this batch of products was destined for the construction of an apartment complex, a matter of life and death for countless individuals. How could one profit from such a grave risk? Hearing Su Qing's declaration, not only did Xiao Yisan freeze in shock, but even the irate middle-aged man was taken aback. Terminate the contract? Although he was merely a worker, he was neither confined nor a fool. Panic surged within him at the thought that his actions could jeopardize the factory's production contracts. But wait, no one had notified him of any inspections. "You're trying to intimidate me, aren't you?" His expression darkened as he glared at Su Qing, realizing this jest was far from amusing. Su Qing's response, however, sent a chill through him. Meanwhile, Xiao Yisan, flustered, pulled out her phone to make a call. What is happening? Why the commotion? Not far from the production workshop, employees began to emerge, drawn by the altercation. The growing crowd emboldened him, and he pointed at Su Qing and his companion, accusing them. "These two are troublemakers. Jealous of our factory's success, they seek to extort us over quality issues." Su Qing merely smiled at the absurdity of his accusation, choosing to remain silent until Lin Xiaoxi arrived. Yet, the employees were not inclined to wait patiently. Similar disputes over interests had arisen before, and they had no doubts about the situation. They surged forward, demanding, "What do you want?" Xiao Yisan, now anxious, exclaimed, "What are you doing?" "No need to fear." Su Qing stepped back, positioning himself protectively behind her. "How is it going?" She clutched her phone, fear evident in her voice as she replied, "They're on their way." "Hey, leave at once, or we'll call the police. You really have guts, bringing a woman to attempt extortion. Quality issues? We personally oversaw that batch of products. How could we possibly know of any quality problems?" The assembled workers did not resort to violence but instead mocked them. Their assertion had merit. All production was under their supervision. If there were quality issues, how could they remain oblivious? It also tacitly acknowledged the middle-aged man's words. Envy had festered in the wake of the troubles facing the Yin and Xiao families, affecting the entire industrial zone. Why would a capable man resort to such deceitful schemes when he could simply work? Listening to the relentless jeers around him, Su Qing felt no anger. Instead, his smile grew more sardonic. Conducting a surprise inspection was indeed the right decision. With such a toxic atmosphere among the factory employees, it was evident that the management was equally lacking. Quality was Su Qing's bottom line. He would rather sacrifice profit than compromise on quality and production standards. Now, with one bold enough to expose the issue, Su Qing would not hesitate to sever ties. Suddenly, Xiao Yisan gasped in alarm. Su Qing turned to find her panic-stricken, stating that someone had touched her inappropriately. Su Qing fell silent. Xiao Yisan's attire was rather snug, accentuating her figure alluringly. "Damn it! Even I have not dared to touch her." Enraged, Su Qing demanded, "Who did this?" To his dismay, seeing his fury only seemed to exhilarate the crowd further. "Oh, are you upset? What are you so riled up about? Bringing a woman here." Before the taunt could finish, Su Qing delivered a swift slap, silencing the mockery. "Keep your mouth clean. Do you truly think you can disrespect me?" The stinging pain left the man stunned, and a hush fell over the crowd. Then, a few hot-headed workers shouted, "How dare you hit someone?" That outcry ignited the situation like a powder keg, plunging the scene into chaos. "Watch out." Su Qing shielded Xiao Yisan, wary of further assaults. However, he refrained from retaliating further, knowing that escalating the violence could change the dynamics entirely. He had to maintain control. Seize him. Call the police and throw him out. A dozen workers surged forward, and the chaos intensified. The middle-aged man, frantic, shouted, "Please don't call the police or fight. If everyone gets arrested, who will work?" Just then, hurried footsteps approached. Su Qing raised his head to see the driver. Luo Qian, rushing in. With a powerful leap, he dispatched several individuals with a single kick, clearing a space around Su Qing. "Stop. Everyone, stand down." The sheer force of Luo Qian's arrival left the workers visibly shaken, retreating in fear. This man meant business. "Young master." Lin Xiaoxi hurried over, her high heels clacking against the floor. "I'm sorry, it was my oversight. I didn't invesigate thoroughly." She bent to apologize, fearing Su Qing's ire would be directed at her. "It's all right. This is not your fault." Xiaoxin quickly intervened to assist her. "It's you." The middle-aged man recognized Lin Xiaoxi immediately, recalling her visit yesterday when she had accompanied him to discuss the contract. Realizing the implications of Su Qing's previous statements, cold sweat broke out on his brow. "Oh no, this is a disaster." Without hesitation, he rushed back to summon the factory manager and the rest of the management team. Su Qing, oblivious to the man's flight, scanned the crowd, his expression darkening as he coldly commanded, "Gather your entire management team before me. They are coming." Before he could finish, several individuals rushed in, their faces marked by urgency. "We apologize for the misunderstanding." As they approached, they hurriedly offered their apologies to Lin Xiaoxi, having no knowledge of Su Qing's identity. This left Lin Xiaoxi in an awkward position as she pointed to Su Qing, stating, "He is the boss." A misunderstanding? Su Qing, furious to the point of laughter, struggled to contain his rage. "I assure you, there are no misunderstandings here. From this moment forth, we are terminating our collaboration." "What?" The moment those words escaped his lips, every employee, including the factory manager, stood frozen in shock. No way. The person they had been berating was actually the client. "Please don't. This is a misunderstanding." The factory manager and his team panicked, casting accusing glares at the workers. "How did we end up provoking the one who feeds us?" Enough with the excuses. Su Qing dismissed their protests and instructed Lin Xiaoxi to address the issue of the breach of contract. "What breach of contract? Where have we violated anything?" Faced with Su Qing's resolute stance, the faces of the management team darkened. They assert with unshakable conviction that they have not breached the contract, and thus, there exists no penalty for breach. Rather, it is Su Qing who ought to compensate them for any alleged damages. "We are diligently adhering to the terms of the contract, conducting our production with integrity and sincerity. Yet, it is you who, without hesitation, demanded dissolution." Integrity and sincerity? Such words, uttered from his lips, strike Su Qing as utterly absurd. Chapter 42. Apologies, your vision is limited. "Listen closely," Su Qing said through gritted teeth, pointing directly at them with anger. "What I despise the most are enterprises like yours, who profit while disregarding their conscience." They were rendered speechless by Su Qing's words, their inner doubts swirling. However, they could never admit such a thing. With teeth clenched in fury, they glared at Su Qing and threatened, "Do you believe that once the contract is terminated, with just a word from me, I can ensure you won't find another partner? Are you threatening me?" Su Qing chuckled, a bitter laugh born of rage. "Zhoujiang is still under industrial support policies. Do you believe that once I leave your door, countless smaller manufacturers will come begging for my business? Their quality and specifications will far surpass yours." Without a hint of politeness, Su Qing stepped closer, locking eyes with him. "What are you? How dare you bark at me?" Occupying a position while contributing nothing, then slamming the door shut behind you. "I've shown you considerable leniency by not reporting you to the Quality Inspection Bureau." The factory manager, furious, turned pale. He struggled to find words of rebuttal, for the truth was undeniable. Setting aside other matters, Zhoujiang was currently in a state of intense competition, where the industrial sector was oversaturated. Maintaining operations with even a small order was a feat. The contract set for termination involved losses amounting to far more than mere hundreds of thousands. Just yesterday, after renegotiating the contract, a substantial amount of raw materials had been procured, now sitting at the unloading site nearby. Moreover, any products already produced would be destroyed entirely. Ultimately, the contract was being terminated on the grounds of substandard quality, granting the first party the right to claim compensation for breach of contract. As he contemplated the potential losses, the factory manager's face drained of color. Upon regaining his composure, he hastily pleaded, "Brother, this is." Yet Su Qing had no patience left for his excuses. The facts were laid bare before them. How could he now claim it was all a misunderstanding? Other profits could be earned, but profits that jeopardized lives could not. Compromising on quality was no longer a matter of speculation or clever maneuvering. Xiaoxi, Luo Qian, you two handle the aftermath. We're leaving. With that, Su Qing took Xiaoxin's hand and strode away. Hey, brother. You can't do this. The factory manager stomped his feet in desperation. Your actions will cost me a fortune. What about the workers' wages? At the mention of wages, Su Qing paused, turning back with a cold glint in his eyes. Apologies, but your vision is limited. How absurd. You want those who toil for you to shoulder the risks of your decisions. Had you not uttered those words, I might have spared you the embarrassment. It seems I have been too lenient. Without another glance at the furious factory manager, Su Qing walked away. Xiaoxin, glancing back occasionally, felt a pang of empathy. Perhaps the experiences of the past 5 years had fostered a sense of shared understanding within her. After a moment of hesitation, she summoned the courage to ask, Mr. Su, is this really the right approach? I know what you're about to say. Su Qing gently shook his head. His lips pressed into a bitter line. Our company is newly established, and our business is still not stable. To clash with manufacturers right off the bat would tarnish our reputation. But have you considered where that batch of parts would end up? At his probing question, Xiaoxin fell silent, her expression pained. Currently, the company had only a handful of orders, and she was aware of their general situation. If nothing unforeseen occurred, that batch of products would soon be dispatched to a construction site for an apartment building destined to be affixed to a steel beam. With a serious look, Su Qing turned to her and asked, if one day an incident were to occur at that building, who do you think would bear a significant part of the responsibility? Silence was her only reply. As the atmosphere thickened, Su Qing sighed with relief. There are countless ways to earn money, but profiting at the expense of one's conscience is not one of them. I may offend many, but I must ensure that nothing passes through my hands that is flawed. After absorbing his words, Xiaoxin lowered her head, contemplating his perspective. I understand now, Mr. Su. Su Qing glanced away, choosing not to elaborate further. Outside the factory, they waited for about 10 minutes before Lin Xiaoxi and Luo Qian hurriedly emerged. Quickly, get in the car, they urged, breathless. What? Su Qing was momentarily bewildered. Then he saw the factory manager, seething with rage, charging out with a group of workers. Well, it's clear he's furious, he thought. Mr. Su, Xiaoxin exclaimed, a hint of urgency in her voice. Su Qing gestured for her to disregard it. Just get in the car. They won't dare do anything. As Luo Qian left, she hadn't even removed the key from the ignition. How bold. Was she not afraid someone might drive off with it? Just as Su Qing settled into his seat, Lin Xiaoxi jumped into the passenger side, while Luo Qian took her place in the back, both panting and urging, hurry up. What is the rush? It's just a contract termination, Su Qing chuckled, bemused. He started the engine and left before the furious group could catch up. You have no idea, they gasped, finally catching their breath. You should have seen the factory manager's face when Xiaoxi mentioned the penalty. He looked like he wanted to eat someone. He started smashing things. Really? Su Qing laughed at the imagery. His temper is so poor. It seems my decision was indeed the right one. He also said, Lin Xiaoxi added, still shaken, that if you dare treat him this way, you'd better be careful when you go out. You know what I mean. I understand, Su Qing replied, chuckling helplessly, choosing not to comment further. After a moment, Lin Xiaoxi asked, what about this order? Should we connect with a new manufacturer? Su Qing pondered for a moment before countering. What stage are we at? Lin Xiaoxi replied, we haven't begun delivery yet. The batch that was produced is rendered void. Su Qing thought for a moment before inquiring. How much do we have left in our account? Approximately less than 200,000, she answered. If all goes well, the penalty of 200,000 should arrive this afternoon. 200,000? That much? Su Qing exclaimed in surprise, having expected it to be only in the tens of thousands. Young master, Lin Xiaoxi replied, half amused and half incredulous. You didn't know the total value of the order and yet dared to tear up the contract? Just tell me, Su Qing urged, pursing his lips. About 1 million. She revealed, then added with trepidation, and the penalty can't exceed 20% of the total, or we might not come out ahead. Chapter 43. What schemes are the Qiao family plotting? After a prolonged contemplation, Su Qing suddenly posed a question to Lin Xiaoxi. Tell me, if we were to produce ourselves, what profit could we ultimately yield after deducting costs? Lin Xiaoxi was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped the meaning behind his inquiry. She responded earnestly, young marshal, I must advise against our self-production. We lack the necessary infrastructure, such as premises, production workshops, and equipment. The initial investment alone would require at least several 100,000. Not to mention the cost of acquiring production machinery, raw materials, and hiring workers. As she spoke, Su Qing interjected. I am asking how much profit we could achieve if we were to handle this ourselves. He was well aware of the associated risks. After all, he had experience running a company. Indeed, finding orders and outsourcing processing would undoubtedly yield greater profits. However, the quality control would be challenging, as they could not oversee the operations closely, considering the workers would not be part of their own team. The greatest fear with outsourced products is that upon delivery, the client may declare that the quality is substandard, leading to financial penalties and damage to the company's reputation. That would be the lesser concern. The real dread arises if the products are released into society and result in accidents. When that moment arrives, it transcends the issue of mere financial compensation. Lin Xiaoxi comprehended Su Qing's underlying concerns and, after a considerable pause, continued, Zhejiang City still has policies supporting industrial development. We should be able to secure subsidies. This way, the cost of site acquisition and equipment procurement could be significantly reduced. Additionally, there are also subsidies for raw materials, preventing our nascent industry from being overwhelmed. With a calculation, Lin Xiaoxi concluded, for just this single order valued at $1 million, I estimate, we could achieve a profit of at least 200,000. Moreover, the production site could continue to be utilized, ultimately benefiting us more than it harms. After listening, Su Qing remained silent, glancing at the rearview mirror. EXN. What are your thoughts? Surprised, Qiao Yixin was taken aback by the question. This company bears both our names. Such decisions naturally require your input. Oh, Qiao Yixin responded, feeling a bit flustered upon hearing Su Qing's words. She found it perplexing that someone she had only recently met would place such significant trust in her. Surely there was an ulterior motive, though she was currently unaware of it. Nevertheless, through their interactions, she found herself quite fond of him. He did not seem like a bad person. Shaking off her wandering thoughts, Qiao Yixin stammered, I have no objections. You are correct. While outsourcing can be lucrative, the quality cannot be guaranteed. So you agree? Su Qing remarked, withdrawing his gaze. Yes, Qiao Yixin nodded, falling silent thereafter. Observing this, Lin Xiaoxi pressed her lips together, unsure of how to proceed. Very well, after receiving the client this afternoon, I will immediately make arrangements. I will strive to secure a location and commence construction as swiftly as possible. Thank you, Su Qing said courteously. This left Lin Xiaoxi somewhat astonished, as she hastily waved her hands, insisting it was nothing. Su Qing could not help but reflect that without her, many matters might not be resolved promptly. Time passed, and soon it was afternoon. Su Qing and his group awaited the arrival of the Client S inspection team at the entrance of the industrial zone. As scheduled, the Client S team arrived to assess production conditions. Lin Xiaoxi quickly approached them, succinctly outlining the details. All right, responded Shui Weiwei from the client team, nodding in Su Qing's direction. Mr. Su, please lead the way. Of course, Su Qing signaled for Luo Qian to drive, taking a seat in the back with Qiao Yixin. Once Lin Xiaoxi took her place in the front passenger seat, Luo Qian started the car and they entered the industrial zone. Before long, they halted outside a factory. Lin Xiaoxi promptly exited the vehicle to invite Shui Weiwei and the others over. Observing her bustling about, Qiao Yixin, being a woman herself, understood the effort involved. Half jokingly, she remarked to Su Qing, shouldn't we give her a raise? No need, Su Qing replied in a flat, emotionless voice. To Su Qing's serious demeanor towards the client team, Qiao Yixin furrowed her brows. Noticing her silence, Su Qing quickly clarified, her situation is somewhat unique. Her salary does not require our contribution. Rest assured, with her capabilities, they will not shortchange her. What? Qiao Yixin was perplexed. If her salary was not to be covered by them, then why was Lin Xiaoxi working for them? Su Qing chuckled internally, finding it amusing that he need not concern himself with someone who was employed by the state. The production orders we have from your group amount to approximately 5. One of them has encountered issues and is currently not in production. Shui Weiwei, who was reviewing the production, furrowed her brows. But please rest assured, we can complete it within the contract delivery period. Lin Xiaoxi remained composed, adeptly handling the situation and discussing production matters. Su Qing and Qiao Yixin followed behind. Seemingly mere appendages to her efforts, their input rendered unnecessary. This arrangement suited them, allowing them to remain silent, for they were not experts in this field. The inspection proceeded meticulously, encompassing sampling, quality checks, and raw material usage. The client team conducted their evaluations diligently, finding no faults to report. This relieved the factory manager and other staff who were accompanying them, as the surprise inspection had come without any prior notice, leaving them unprepared. just hours earlier. They had heard of an incident where Su's CEO caused quite a scene at another production facility, focusing on production specifications and quality. Adhering to the contract requirements was the minimum standard of credibility for any production facility. Should there be any shortcuts taken regarding quality, future large orders would be out of the question. Fortunately, unscrupulous manufacturers were not prevalent, and those that did exist typically kept their misdeeds hidden. The manufacturers involved in this case were likely to cut corners discreetly, yet they assuredly would not compromise on quality, as that would ensure a steady stream of orders. After completing the inspection, the client team expressed their satisfaction. Following a brief discussion, they decided not to pursue the production contract. Instead, Shui Weiwei indicated that there were several production orders yet to be finalized. Surprised, Su Qing inquired, "Didn't you negotiate with the Qiao family?" Given their foundation, Qiao Yixing could not possibly refuse all orders. "Not exactly," Shui Weiwei replied candidly. "What we reached with the Qiao family was a collaboration for material supply, not a production contract." Material supply? Su Qing was taken aback. The majority of the client group's industry relied on steel beam structures used in constructing tall buildings. Why would Qiao Yixing forego a production contract while still pursuing a partnership for steel beams? While he pondered this, Shui Weiwei awaited his response. "Mr. Su, if you are not interested, we may seek another partner." Seeing this, Qiao Yixing quickly interjected, "Let's stabilize them for now." This was an opportunity too good to pass up. They could not afford to let it slip away. According to the plan, establishing a foothold in Zhejiang was crucial to dealing with the Qiao family. Chapter 44. Tomorrow evening at 8 o'clock, the Qiao Corporation will hold a bidding session. Mr. Su, let me first extend my best wishes for our future collaboration. The party involved did not refuse the subsequent cooperation proposed by Su Qing, and soon they finalized the product contract. A harmonious partnership. Su Qing stood up, smiling gently as he shook her hand, only to release it almost immediately. This elicited an involuntary twitch at the corner of Shui Weiwei's mouth. Was he expressing disdain for her hand? Stealthily glancing at Qiao Yixing, who sat nearby, she pursed her lips and spoke. "In that case, I have some news to share with you." "Go ahead," Su Qing replied, not declining the opportunity to gain insight into business matters. "Tomorrow night at 8. The Qiao Corporation will be bidding for new project partners at the Hanlin Pavilion." As she spoke, Shui Weiwei rose, adjusting her tailored, slender business attire. "I believe you might find this intriguing." After casting another glance at Qiao Yixing, she departed. "Tomorrow evening at 8, the Qiao Corporation is bidding," Su Qing murmured, then turned to Lin Xiaoxi. "Are you aware of this?" "Not really," Lin Xiaoxi, who was busy organizing the contract, promptly stated that she would look into it. They had been preoccupied for days, hardly having time to inquire about the movements of the Qiao Corporation. "No rush. Although I am somewhat interested, it is not my primary concern. The most crucial task at hand is to ensure stable production and quality, so that we can pursue other endeavors without worry. These orders, in the short term, may overwhelm our current production partners. Let us hold off for now," Su Qing suggested softly. "Let us focus on building our own production line and managing the quality of this batch of orders. What do you think?" "I have no objections," Qiao Yixing affirmed. "All right. I will make the necessary arrangements." Lin Xiaoxi felt like she might cry. So much work piled upon her, and she was stretched thin. Yet, she had no choice but to endure. After all, Su Qing was the boss. Though she remained silent, Su Qing was not oblivious. He could see her fatigue. As the company was just starting, it was manageable with just the few of them for now. But once they were fully operational, it would be unreasonable to have Qiao Yixing running around for business with a child in tow, right? Indeed, we need to find an opportunity to recruit more talent. By the way, a distributor called, asking us to come discuss matters. Lin Xiaoxi suddenly said apologetically, "I completely forgot amidst all this busyness." "A distributor?" Su Qing raised an eyebrow in confusion. "Yes," Lin Xiaoxi replied, "it's the group that Tiange found. They are a relatively large distributor for the Qiao Corporation. Each quarter, they can earn a modest sum for the Qiao Corporation, around 100,000. One of the strategies they devised included seizing distributors, right? Moreover, the orders currently in production are not solely from the primary client. There are also numerous other individual orders, for which they had promised the manufacturers to assist in sales. Thus, the manufacturers only need to bear the production and raw material costs without worrying about sales. Does that mean we are effectively displacing their sales department?" Qiao Yixing chuckled. "Not at all." Su Qing laughed softly. "Everyone is here to make money. It would be unreasonable not to let them profit too. Furthermore, by alleviating their sales pressure, the revenue still counts as theirs, How can that be considered displacing? I will handle negotiations with the distributor, Su Qing told Lin Xiaoxi. Once you finish your tasks, return to the office and rest for me. Understood. Lin Xiaoxi responded before leaving. Su Qing and Chao Yixin also called upon Luo Qian as they headed towards the distributor. If they could strike a deal, even a small profit would suffice. The priority was to capture a share of the Qiao Corporation's market. What if their asking price is too high? Should we still negotiate? Chao Yixin cradled Tanghua, wondering why the little one had fallen asleep again. Well, sales channels are not limited to just them. Su Qing cast a worried glance, wondering if the child was unwell. Noticing his expression, Chao Yixin looked down at the baby nestled on her lap, sound asleep. The chubby little face, mumbling in slumber, did not suggest any discomfort. Chao Yixin chuckled helplessly. Perhaps the move has tired him out. He hasn't gotten used to his new sleeping arrangements. Indeed, Su Qing nodded, gazing out at the retreating scenery. The bustling city of Zhejiang in the distance. Have you considered enrolling him in kindergarten? He is of the appropriate age now. Kindergarten? Chao Yixin froze, the smile fading from her lips as a bitter smile replaced it. He is indeed at the right age, but I cannot afford it. Tuition fees are several thousand per semester. Given her current living conditions, being able to put food on the table was already a blessing. What more could she wish for? Su Qing, perceiving the unspoken struggles etched on her face, immediately reassured her, let's find a suitable opportunity to enroll the little one in school. You need not worry about tuition fees. Upon hearing this, Chao Yixin hurriedly opened her mouth to protest, but Su Qing interrupted her once more. We are partners now. The profits of the company are your profits too. Please do not refuse. For the sake of the child, you can repay me later when we have the means. As he uttered these words, a profound bitterness welled within him to send his own child to school in such a manner. Yet, he had to frame it this way lest Chao Yixin deduce the underlying truth. If she could not accept it, it would all be for naught. Let us take it one step at a time. Once she is mentally prepared, I can reveal the truth to her. But before that, we must consume the Qiao Corporation to prevent Chao Yixin from finding any opportunity to rise against us. As for what Shui Weiwei mentioned about the Qiao Corporation planning to hold a bidding session, Su Qing regarded it with indifference. The current scale of the Qiao Corporation was still too vast, with a cash flow of 50 million. What could he not accomplish? If it were a large project, that would be ideal. It would certainly drain the Qiao Corporation's cash flow and energy to a certain extent. The more opportunities he could grasp, the better. As for why the Qiao Corporation was so eager to bid for project collaborations, it was evident that the sudden downfall of the Yin Corporation had instilled a sense of crisis within them. Relying solely on production orders could yield significant short-term profits, yet the risks remained uncontrollable. Thus, after stabilizing production, continuing to invest in the next developmental project was a standard strategy for a healthy business, something the Qiao Corporation was not rushing into. Soon, Luo Qian drove into a wholesale goods center. Several large trucks were lined up neatly along the roadside, engaged in loading operations. This was also the largest cargo transfer center in Zhejiang City. Hundreds of tons of goods were dispatched daily from here to secondary distributors nationwide. These secondary distributors then further distributed the goods, ultimately reaching the sales counters in various markets. Of course, many large buyers would also come directly to purchase. Loading truck after truck, it was far more efficient than single-item purchases. In summary, if they could secure a deal with the owner of the sales channel, subsequent sales would be a worry of the past. Chapter 45. Entering the fray, usurping the market. Two individuals, please wait here for a moment. The office of the wholesale center is easily located. Upon arrival, expressing an intention to collaborate immediately garners a warm reception. The representative assures that the distribution manager is currently engaged in discussions and will not be long. They're advised to patiently await their turn. Su Qing chuckles softly, gesturing for Chao Yixin to sit beside him. Scoundrel, what utter nonsense. Are you even human? You want to siphon off a sales figure of 10,000. I have labored tirelessly to establish sales channels for you, earnestly assisting in generating profit. And you, instead, bypass me to demand payment from subordinate distributors. Is this how you intend to reap the rewards? Before they could settle in, the sounds of a fierce argument erupted from within the office, startling Chao Yixin. What's happening? She inquired. It's likely a dispute over profit sharing, Su Qing replied, pursing his lips, easily discerning the nature of the conflict. It appeared that a supplier had circumvented the distribution manager and approached the subordinate distributor directly for payment, a breach of protocol. Ordinarily, once a subordinate distributor sells a product, all profits should first be directed to the distribution manager, of which a portion is their commission, before being allocated to the supplier, thus achieving a mutually beneficial arrangement. Now, however, the supplier was attempting to evade the commission, seeking direct payment from the subordinate distributor. This left the subordinate distributors in the wholesale market in a precarious position, effectively rendering them as victims of circumstance. I tell you, from this day forth, no one in Zhejiang will dare to engage in business with you. With a loud crash, something shattered on the floor, producing a jarring sound. Get out. Just get out. Following this, a series of sharp noises erupted. The door swung open, revealing a middle-aged man, his face flushed, cursing vehemently. Who do you think you are? Holding a green onion. Do you really consider yourself a spring onion? Let me tell you, I have no desire to conduct business with you. Others would be glad to. A cigarette ashtray flew from the office, striking the man squarely on the forehead. The sound was crisp and resonant. The man's bravado deflated instantly. Clutching his throbbing forehead, he hurriedly retreated. Observing this scene, Su Qing and Xiao Yisin exchanged bemused glances, questioning the timing of their arrival amidst such turmoil. Now it's your turn, the staff awkwardly indicated. Hearing this, Xiao Yisin glanced at Su Qing, contemplating how to proceed when the atmosphere remained charged with anger. Su Qing, however, shrugged nonchalantly, suggesting that since they were already there, they might as well proceed with the discussion. Such situations are not uncommon in the realm of business. One cannot simply cease operations due to occasional conflicts. Moreover, the foundation of cooperation hinges on mutual attitudes. If the rapport is harmonious, everyone stands to profit. Agreeing without objection, Xiao Yisin followed the staff into the office. Upon entering, they were greeted by a chaotic scene, cigarette butts littering the floor, and the table overturned. A middle-aged man slumped on a nearby sofa, his expression forlorn as he puffed on a cigarette. Noticing their arrival, he quickly masked his grimace, forcing a stiff smile and offering an apology. I apologize for the disarray. No worries, Xiao Yisin replied, a hint of awkwardness in her smile, searching for a place to sit, but finding none. The middle-aged man, noticing this, hastily extinguished his cigarette and awkwardly cleared a space for them to sit, striving to avoid leaving a poor impression on these potential business partners. My sincere apologies for the inconvenience. However, rest assured that our sales channels span across the province and even nationwide. Regardless of whether you wish to sell clothing, hardware, or local specialties, we have the appropriate channels. His enthusiastic self-introduction was abruptly interrupted by Su Qing raising his hand. Realizing he had forgotten to formally introduce himself, the man scrambled to retrieve a business card from the disarray. Su Qing examined it closely. Xiao, Distribution Manager, Wholesale Center, Dongqing District, Zhejiang City. He handed the card to Xiao Yisin before addressing Manager Xiao. Let us not indulge in idle chatter. We have a batch of hardware components that we urgently need to sell, preferably within a month, to recoup our investment. Hardware components? Recoup in a month. Manager Xiao chuckled at this. Brother, you must not grasp the fluctuations in market demand. Su Qing furrowed his brow, but remained silent, fully aware of the truth. The hardware market was nearly saturated. In the short term, significant volumes would be nearly impossible to sell. However, the hardware sector is relatively stable. While sales may lag today, they often rebound tomorrow. Yet, the prospect of recovering funds within a month was utterly implausible. Who would have such an urgent need for hardware? It was precisely this urgency that compelled Su Qing to expedite the sale of these overstocked products. This was one of the conditions agreed upon with the manufacturers. After this, he planned to cease production of hardware components and pivot to other industrial parts. While this shift would entail greater risks, the potential for profit would also be magnified. If he wished to scale his operations to rival the Qiao family, Su Qing must embrace the risk of investment. Brother, listen to me. Although our subordinate market can penetrate rural areas, As Su Qing pondered, Manager Xiao continued to elaborate on market dynamics and sales timelines. Lower the prices. Xiao Yisin interjected unexpectedly, leaving Manager Xiao momentarily speechless. Su Qing, regaining his composure, nodded in agreement with Xiao Yisin, sharing her sentiment. This left Manager Xiao utterly bewildered. Just as he sought to articulate a response, Xiao Yisin preempted him. If we can reduce prices while ensuring product quality, it should further stimulate market absorption, correct? That is indeed accurate, Manager Xiao replied, perplexed. But if quality is assured, why lower the prices? There is a saying in the hardware industry, thin profits, high sales. For smaller tools and nails, selling in volume can indeed drive prices down for minor profits. However, many manufacturers have already adopted this strategy. Entering the fray and engaging in a price war could lead to substantial losses. If quality can be guaranteed, why not establish distribution channels and patiently await the return of funds? The risks would be minimal. Are you familiar with the Chow family? Manager Zhao's expression turned serious as he earnestly advised the two individuals before him who were eager to engage in a price war. In recent years, the Chow family, bolstered by favorable policies in Zhejiang, has vigorously expanded its industrial manufacturing sector. In the hardware sector, which boasts the highest profit retention, the Chow family alone commands a market share of 60%. Not to mention that the Chow family has effectively monopolized the industry. They can engage in price wars without concern for other manufacturers. Enough. Su Qing interjected, raising his hand, and calmly stated, "We are well aware of the risks. It is quite serendipitous that within the hardware industry, one entity monopolizes the market share. We perceive a significant opportunity for profit and aspire to partake in this lucrative venture. Our product quality is by no means inferior to that of Qiao's. Regardless of their pricing, we would merely reduce our price by a dime. Manager Xiao, what do you think?" Su Qing leaned slightly forward, a mischievous smile playing at the corners of his lips. Is it possible to seize a piece of the cake? Upon hearing these words, even Manager Xiao, despite his naivety, quickly realized that this individual intended to capture Qiao's market share. Chapter 46. First, open up the market. Mr. Su, is it? What you mentioned is indeed. After listening to Su Qing's words, Manager Xiao was momentarily taken aback, wearing a smile that was more of a grimace. Regardless of how much Qiao's hardware products sell for, they guarantee quality and will lower the price by a dime. What do we call this? This is termed vicious competition, and it cannot be described as. Enough. Xiao Yisan interrupted Manager Xiao, countering. Do you even know what vicious competition means? Vicious competition refers to pricing far below the market average. What we are doing cannot be classified as such, right? Moreover, if we do not lower our prices, others will enter the market. How can that be labeled as vicious competition? At this point, Xiao Yisan fixed a piercing gaze on Manager Xiao, inquiring. Could it be that you are receiving kickbacks from Qiao S? No, absolutely not. Manager Xiao was taken aback, wiping his cold sweat as he explained. I am merely outlining the risks for you. Hearing this, Su Qing could hardly contain her amusement. This girl certainly had a bold tongue. Indeed, their actions could not be deemed vicious competition. After all, everyone has a price in business, right? If I sell my goods for a dime less than you, can that really be called vicious competition? If you have the ability, you could lower your prices too. Manager Xiao attempted to voice more but was interrupted by Su Qing, who raised her hand and asked, Manager Xiao, we have one question for you. Can you, within a month, distribute our hardware parts to various subordinate retailers? That is certainly feasible. Manager Xiao wiped his sweat and continued, if we sign the contract now, we can arrange for transportation immediately. The nearest distributors could receive the goods as early as tonight. Within a week, they will reach all corners of the province and neighboring provinces. So you need not worry about that. That's quite fast. Su Qing glanced at Xiao Yisan, who nodded in understanding, just as she was about to speak. However, Manager Xiao raised his hand to interrupt her, fixing an earnest look on Su Qing as he said, I must inform you beforehand, if we proceed this way, there is a high probability that Qiao S will label it as vicious competition. At that time, don't blame me for not giving you a heads up about Qiao's massive market share in the hardware sector. This statement was clear. Manager Xiao was urging Su Qing to carefully consider the risks involved. Yes, initially they might earn a small profit, but as soon as Qiao S reacts, they could implement a strategy to drive their products out of the market. There was no denying that Qiao S was far too large, nearly monopolizing the entire hardware industry. Attempting to carve out a profit from them was akin to snatching food from a tiger's mouth, an enormous risk that required careful contemplation. Finally, Manager Xiao, with a serious expression, raised a finger towards Su Qing and Xiao Yisan, stating, I will take a 10% profit margin, mind you. Per item, a 10% profit. What? Su Qing and Xiao Yisan immediately frowned, displeased. How could he not go rob someone instead? If it were an overall 10% profit, that would be perfectly understandable, considering it includes transportation and individual sales costs. But now, he demanded 10% from each individual item. This meant that for every dollar sold, he would take 10 cents. It may sound minimal, but what if the product was not priced at $1? The quantity could reach tens of thousands, or even over 100,000. Taking 10% from each item would result in a considerable sum. Of course, one might argue. Suppose an item is sold for $10. After accounting for various costs, let us say $5, the profit would merely be $5. Yet Manager Xiao wants to take $1. That dollar is pure profit, without any costs. This was utterly outrageous. Let us not forget the remaining $4. It seems substantial. Don't production equipment and staff require maintenance and salaries? After all the miscellaneous expenses, what they ultimately earn might not even reach $1. This was infuriating. Su Qing suddenly lamented, "Why don't we just open a wholesale center instead? Why bother with industrial production?" Manager Xiao watched them with a smile that barely concealed his dissatisfaction, indicating, "So, what do you say? If you agree, we can sign the contract right away." Su Qing's expression darkened, and he was about to say something when Xiao Yisun grabbed his hand. He was momentarily stunned, turning to look at her as she subtly indicated that they needed to think it over. "That's fine," Manager Xiao said, unfazed, leaning back slightly and adding with a hint of resignation, "We have risks to bear too. Moreover, 10% isn't excessive, is it?" "Yes, I can understand." While speaking, Xiao Yisun gripped Su Qing's hand tightly, signaling him to remain silent. Then, with an awkward smile, she suggested they need to step out and consider their options, pulling Su Qing along as they exited. With a slap, the door closed, and Su Qing immediately released Xiao Yisun's hand, taking a few steps forward, hands on his hips. Breathing deeply several times. Turning back, he exclaimed, 10% per item. Why doesn't he go rob someone instead? An overall 10% profit is understandable. Indeed. Xiao Yisun appeared troubled, biting her lip. She certainly felt that a 10% profit margin per item was excessive. However, this matter could not be viewed solely from their perspective, could it? Manager Xiao was correct. Their actions did carry risks. The hardware market was predominantly Xiao Yixing's domain. Their decision to lower prices by a dime could not be seen as mere competition. While there may not be immediate repercussions, sooner or later, Xiao S would discover Su Qing's involvement in this endeavor. Given Xiao Yixing's temperament, he would not sit idly by. He would surely retaliate, and they would face the consequences. Yes, Su Qing intended to sell off this batch of hardware products and shift to other industrial products. But what about the wholesale market? They would undoubtedly be targeted by Xiao S to some extent, and who would bear the subsequent losses? Truthfully, Manager Xiao S' demand for $1 per item was already quite low. Upon hearing this, Su Qing fell into a contemplative silence. Xiao Yisun stepped forward and softly remarked, "Mr. Su, in the long run, we may not actually be at a disadvantage." "How so?" Su Qing raised his head, looking at her in confusion. He had nearly forgotten the nuances of business, having spent the past 5 years fighting fiercely in the borderlands against enemies. Although Xiao Yisun had not been directly involved in such matters during these 5 years, she was, after all, a graduate of a prestigious university. Spending her days in the corporate milieu, her perspective on issues would inevitably differ from his. Without any pretense, Xiao Yisun stated, "Yes, we may incur some losses in this transaction. But consider this. Doesn't our engagement in this matter facilitate the opening of the market to some extent?" Upon hearing this, Su Qing finally grasped the implication. Indeed, their products were not inferior to any others, although there might be some losses. It also served to enhance their visibility, did it not? Moreover, this was the first order they had sold since the establishment of Su's. What is that saying? Wine is to be savored sip by sip. The road is to be walked step by step, if one takes too large a stride. It's easy to stumble. The first time, earning a little less is acceptable. Consider it a trial run in the market. For the second collaboration, they would be familiar faces, and Manager Xiao would surely not neglect them, making it easier to comprehensively establish their market presence, wouldn't it? Chapter 47. Leaving a safe path in and out of the province. How is it, Mr. Su? After speaking, Xiao Yisun anxiously posed a counter-question to Su Qing. After all, the final decision rested with him. To her surprise, before her words had fully settled, Su Qing nodded in agreement. "Yes, we shall proceed as you suggested." Ah? For some reason, Xiao Yisun felt a flurry of unexpected delight stirring within her. Wait, we are merely expressing our understanding. It is not necessary to act upon it. It would be wise to deliberate further and tread cautiously. Why did he suddenly acquiesce to her? Observing her, Su Qing concealed his amusement behind a slight smile, choosing not to elaborate. "Mr. Su." Upon seeing Su Qing return, Manager Xiao, who was tidying up the garbage, instantly shed his furrowed brow. "Very well. I can comply with your request. However, I have a minor condition." "Not a problem, Mr. Su. As long as it remains within the principles and scope of our work, we can consider it." "The condition is quite simple," Su Qing stated with a serious demeanor. "Our products are distributed 70% outside the province and 30% within. centered around the Zhejiang region. What? Manager Xiao paused in surprise, but quickly realized this was likely to avoid offending the Qiao family. Although the Qiao family has a sales presence outside the province, it is still significantly less than their domestic presence. Furthermore, the competition outside the province is far fiercer, with their industrial standards not lagging behind. Indeed, with their industry concentrated in Zhejiang, distributing products outward would help avoid any friction with the Qiao family. This could be a prudent strategy for clearing inventory. After pondering for a moment, Manager Xiao nodded in agreement. No problem. Excellent. Su Qing exhaled in relief, wishing to offer no further explanations. Now, you may return to coordinate, and we shall draft the contract. Once signed, we can proceed with the shipment. Understood. Su Qing indicated that someone would come by in the afternoon, then smiled as he shook hands with Manager Xiao. Outside, Xiao Yisun also flashed a friendly smile at Manager Xiao, closing the door behind Su Qing as he exited. Phew. At this moment, Su Qing finally felt a sense of relief. The backlog of hardware components could finally be sold. Moving forward, he could expand into other industries or even increase the current production scale, marking a significant part of their collaboration. You certainly. Xiao Yisun shook her head in amused resignation. Hearing this, Su Qing glanced over, chuckling. What? Do you not comprehend why I arranged it this way? I understand, surprisingly. Xiao Yisun nodded. Oh? Su Qing inquired with curiosity. Please share your thoughts. Isn't it obvious? Xiao Yisun replied with a bemused grin, walking as she spoke. 70% outside the province and 30% within is indeed a sound strategy. However, what Su Qing truly aims for is not merely stability, but to capture the Qiao family's market share. The Qiao family's market presence in the Zhejiang region reaches 60%, while they do have some presence outside the province. It pales in comparison. Moreover, Zhejiang's industrialization has only occurred in recent years, unlike other regions that have seen decades of development. Their product quality and reputation. Can we truly compete with industries that have only been established for 5 or 6 years? Thus, even though the Qiao family has plans for expansion outside the province, it will never match their dominance in Zhejiang. To put it plainly, the market outside the province serves as the Qiao family's safety net. Their primary battleground lies within the Zhejiang region and the province, as they seek to gradually expand beyond. In this way, with the market outside as a cushion, even if the domestic market becomes saturated, they would not face significant losses. Of course, Su Qing's approach mirrors that of Qiao Yixing, as he too wishes to utilize the external market as a backup. However, his intent is not merely to secure an escape route, but to begin encroaching upon the Qiao family's market share from outside the province. Thus, when he intensifies his efforts in Zhejiang, the Qiao family will find their external market options dwindling. The Qiao family would have no choice but to exert all their efforts in Zhejiang against him, and should they falter, they would be irrevocably pushed off the stage. Mr. Su, your strategy is undoubtedly sound, but have you considered? Our mere 100,000 units might barely make a ripple in the market? Despite the Qiao family's less than 5 years of development, their production capabilities far exceed ours. Mr. Su, Xiao Yisun said, her voice tinged with both resignation and amusement, are you not afraid of being too clever for your own good? Let us not end up with neither their market share nor our own survival compromised. At this, Su Qing could not help but chuckle softly. I assure you. I have considered that. Have you forgotten that our production line is about to be operational? Xiao Yisun was momentarily perplexed, questioning how this related to seizing market share. Establishing a production line is no trivial task. What if by the time it is built, we are already driven out of the market by the Qiao family? Indeed, time is a significant factor, but Xiao Yisun had not grasped Su Qing's intention, even at the fastest pace. Establishing production and entering formal production would require at least a month. The Qiao family possesses their own production lines, ensuring a steady influx of goods into the market, correct? In contrast, Su Qing's stock of merely 100,000 units could vanish within half a month if sales go well. Within that month, Qiao Yixing would have caught on and could easily reclaim everything they had managed to seize. Yet, it is precisely during this 1-month window that, if leveraged wisely, it could translate to market share. The external market is indeed a safety net, but let us not forget what the ultimate goal is. It is to completely capture the Qiao family's market share within the Zhejiang region. So you mean? Suddenly, Xiao Yisun realized, her mouth agape in astonishment. Realizing this, Su Qing stepped out of the wholesale center and waved to Luo Qian from a distance, signaling her to come over. Yes. Xiao Yisun's eyes sparkled with surprise as she regarded Su Qing. Our production line is on the verge of establishment, which means We can customize production based on market demand. We will abandon traditional manufacturing methods, innovate, and phase out outdated products while keeping new ones affordable. In doing so, we can utilize the current reputation from selling those 100,000 units among distributors to promote the new products. Precisely. Su Qing praised her quick comprehension, revealing no reservations. As the market evolves with changing demands, certain old products will inevitably be phased out, while new ones will command higher initial prices. Though this approach carries risks, we are not daunted by the prospect of our new products failing in either the internal or external markets. Just then Luo Qian arrived in the car, hopping out to open the rear door for Qiao Yisan. As Su Qing entered the vehicle, he continued in a calm tone, "What we aim to achieve is not merely to consume the Qiao family's market. More importantly, we wish to usher in a new wave of manufacturing to Zhejiang, thereby completely sealing off the Qiao family's escape route. This endeavor will also mark a significant milestone for us, the Su family." As he turned to gaze out the window at the bustling expanse of Zhejiang City, a sharp glimmer flickered in his eyes. Chapter 48. This doesn't feel like a family. As the car had yet to come to a complete stop outside the studio, little Candy dashed out with exuberance. "You're back." Her face radiated a super cute smile, clearly relieved. Qiao Yisan opened the car door and lifted the little one into her arms, playfully tapping her nose while smiling gently. "Did you behave well today? Did you listen to your sister?" "Yes." Little Candy giggled, wrapping her arms around Qiao Yisan's neck, animatedly recounting her day. Su Qing stood nearby, quietly watching, unable to conceal the smile tugging at his lips. Yet, for reasons unknown, a sense of inexplicable melancholy washed over him. This was the very moment he had dreamt of witnessing. "Young master." Lin Xiaoxi stood at the studio entrance, indicating that dinner was ready. Su Qing snapped back to reality, nodding for Luo Qian to enter first. "All right." Luo Qian sensed that the atmosphere was somewhat off at this moment. It was best not to pry into the young master's matters, so he hurried away. Little Candy soon finished her story, her expression a mix of pride and eagerness, seemingly awaiting her mother's praise. Qiao Yisan feigned a compliment that delighted the little one immensely. Meanwhile, Su Qing stood off to the side, feeling like an outsider. Awkwardness creeping in. He wanted to say something, yet the words eluded him, leaving him in discomfort. Noticing Su Qing standing behind, Little Candy curiously asked, "Uncle, is something wrong? Did something unhappy happen today?" Su Qing was taken aback, quickly recovering with a beaming smile. No. Today, if Little Candy is happy, then Uncle is happy too." He extended his arms. Understanding the gesture, Little Candy released her hold around Qiao Yisan and allowed Su Qing to embrace her. As the little one's arms encircled his neck, Su Qing felt an overwhelming surge of emotion. Though this was not their first encounter, he was inexplicably moved, a desire to cry bubbling within him, coupled with guilt. It was hard to fathom what experiences had shaped such a perceptive yet innocent child. As a father, he felt a profound sense of failure. "Uncle, what is wrong?" Despite the encroaching dusk, Little Candy spotted the glimmer of tears in Su Qing's eyes. Pouting in concern, she gently cupped his face with her small hand, wiping away the tears that had escaped. The warmth of her tiny hand gliding across his face left him momentarily stunned, an indescribable warmth flooding his heart. Qiao Yisan, who had turned to head inside, glanced back. Su Qing quickly composed himself, pretending to play with Little Candy. He thought, if she saw him crying, would they still be able to play? "Uncle is fine. It's just the wind and sand in my eyes." The words came out with a hint of sorrow. Though Little Candy was perceptive, she was still too young to grasp the emotions behind his words. "Is that so?" Uncle, let me tell you." She clung to Su Qing's neck, animatedly repeating the events of her day. Su Qing remained silent, smiling gently, allowing her to chatter on as they moved into the studio. The studio had undergone a remarkable transformation over the past few days. Though modest in size, each functional area had been distinctly defined: the conference room, office area, and a small room where Qiao Yisan and Little Candy would temporarily reside. For the foreseeable future, this space would serve as the operational hub of Su's enterprise. "Young master." Miss Qiao. Lin Xiaoxi was busy arranging the tableware in the dining area, which was spacious enough to accommodate everyone. The table was laid out with 3 meat dishes, 1 vegetable dish, and a soup, visually appealing and appetizing. Su Qing expressed his surprise. "I didn't realize you had such culinary skills." "Oh." Lin Xiaoxi waved her hand, about to modestly deny it when Luo Qian interjected, "What culinary skills? This is from a restaurant, hey." Before he could finish, Lin Xiaoxi playfully pinched his side, causing him to wince in pain and turn back in shock. "If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute." she said, her voice laced with a mockingly cold laugh. Xiaoyisen couldn't help but chuckle softly, urging little Candy to wash her hands before dinner. All right. Su Qing set the little one down, and she bounced away, unable to hide the joy on her face. In her young mind, such moments of communal dining were rare. Though she might not fully comprehend the loneliness of life and society, she knew her mother was happy. More importantly, she understood that her mother would no longer have to suffer or be bullied. When little Candy returned after washing her hands, Su Qing and the others were already seated, waiting for her to join them. Kiki, even though she had only known Su Qing for a few days, she felt in her heart that this uncle was not a bad person. The older sister and brother nearby were also kind. They would never bully her or her mother. A warmth surged within her, a feeling she couldn't quite articulate, guiding her as she bounced over to take a seat. Watching Su Qing offer her a bowl of rice and the older sister serving her a piece of meat, she felt surprisingly overwhelmed, hesitant to pick up her chopsticks. Glancing at Xiaoyisen for reassurance. Previously, she and her mother rarely had the chance to eat meat. Often, a single dish had to last them 2 days. Don't worry, just eat if you're hungry. Observing little Candy's innocent and tentative gaze, Xiaoyisen felt a pang of pain in her heart. She felt guilty for not providing a better life for this child over the past 5 years. Yet, Su Qing's presence now offered her a choice for a better future. Setting aside his motives, at the very least, he treated her and her daughter exceptionally well. Her resolve strengthened. She would not let Su Qing down. She intended to seize this opportunity. Seeking vengeance against the Qiao family felt childish. She merely wished to reclaim what rightfully belonged to her. The legacy left by her husband. In her past, she had been too soft-hearted, leading to the current predicament where she couldn't even secure a respectable job or guarantee her precious daughter's well-being, since they had shown her no kindness. Xiaoyisen had no reason to cling to the 3 ungrateful wolves of the Qiao family. What on earth was happening? Sitting across from them, Lin Xiaoxi and Luo Qian were engrossed in their bowls, whispering quietly as they picked at their rice. For reasons unknown, as they observed Su Qing, little Candy, and Xiaoyisen across the table, an unsettling sense of dissonance washed over them. It wasn't just awkward, it felt oppressive. Although it appeared that the young master had reunited with his family, the atmosphere among the 3 of them hardly resembled that of a family. The 2 outsiders, Lin Xiaoxi and Luo Qian, could only sense the discomfort and unnaturalness of the situation. It was all too strained. Chapter 49. Will there still be awkwardness and recognition? Sai, say something. Luo Qian kicked Lin Xiaoxi under the table, feeling the tension. This is too awkward. I can't eat. Startled, she nearly dropped her bowl and shot a glare. If you have the guts, say it yourself. How could I dare? He is merely a driver. Matters concerning the young marshal are not my place to meddle. Then should I step in? Lin Xiaoxi rolled her eyes. Did we not agree beforehand that we would uphold revolutionary camaraderie? Luo Qian lowered her head, pushing her rice around, too embarrassed to even reach for her chopsticks. Her gaze pleadingly fixed on Lin Xiaoxi. Lin Xiaoxi was utterly speechless. Forget it. Let the winds and rains fall upon us. If she remained silent any longer, she too would feel the urge to dig her nails into her feet. So, young marshal, let us not discuss work. Su Qing, holding a bowl of rice, appeared calm, though he was equally tense. Although it was their first meal together, each occasion felt distinct. At that moment, he simply wished to enjoy dinner with his child and wife. Anything work-related could wait until tomorrow. This is splendid, without uttering a word. He was drawn back into silence. Lin Xiaoxi, too, bowed her head, awkwardly pushing her rice, not daring to take even a bite of vegetables. Suddenly, she remembered something and lifted her head. Young marshal, shall we go out for a stroll after dinner? Su Qing picked up some vegetables for little Tangua, who sweetly said thank you and let out a satisfied burp. Her bowl was nearly overflowing. With a hopeless glance at her mother, she seemed to convey, this uncle is too enthusiastic. I truly cannot eat anymore. Xiaoyisen found it amusing and encouraged her to eat what she could, leaving any leftovers for her mother. Lin Xiaoxi explained. On the way back, we saw a children's amusement park. As she spoke, she glanced at little Tangua. Upon hearing about something fun, the little one instantly perked up, looking up. Is it the one that Sister Xiaoxi mentioned? Which one? Su Qing and Xiaoyisen replied in unison, instinctively exchanging glances before quickly separating. Yes. Does little Tangua want to go play? Lin Xiaoxi felt a sigh of relief. The awkward atmosphere was beginning to ease. I want to. Little Tangua beamed, revealing her tiny tiger teeth. But within moments, the smile faded, replaced by a hint of sorrow as she glanced at her mother. Playing is indeed a child's nature. Yet the hardships of these past years had made her far more sensible than her peers. She understood that if they went, her mother would not get the rest she needed and might even have to spend money. Little Tangwa did not want her mother to suffer from exhaustion or expenses. The amusement park was not that significant. Observing the shift in the little one's expression from joy to undeniable disappointment, Suqing felt a pang in his heart. He reached out and gently ruffled her hair, speaking softly. "If you want to go, then we shall go. Uncle will find a way for your mother, all right? Mr. Suyu." Xiaoyisen felt a bit embarrassed. It wasn't that she didn't want to take little Tangwa to play, but the circumstances were not ideal, not to mention the expenses. It was also late. It was time to rest, right? Feeling a tinge of guilt, she thought about how much this child had endured, deprived of the joys of a normal childhood. It's all right, let her go. After all, tomorrow, we likely have no business to attend to. So consider it a relaxation. Suqing raised his hand to interrupt her, aware of his wife's hesitations as her husband. How could he not know? However, Xiaoyisen anxiously wished to say something. This seemed a tad too complicated, but Suqing cut her off again. "Let us do it this way. After we finish eating, we will go out to play." "Really?" The little one's eyes sparkled, but then she nervously turned to look at Xiaoyisen for confirmation. Upon seeing this, Xiaoyisen could only shake her head in resignation and amusement. Was this little one attempting to play the innocent card? Yet she did not refuse. Meeting the little one's anxious yet hopeful gaze and nodding. "But you must promise, in the amusement park, you must behave and not run around. Do you understand? Otherwise, I want to take you next time." "Really? Thank you, Mommy." Little Tang will promise to be good and not make her mother worry. The little one, filled with excitement, nearly knocked over the table of dishes as she jumped up. Xiaoyisen pretended to be stern and shot her a look. "Hurry and eat your meal. You can't go out until you've finished." Hee. The little one playfully stuck out her tiny pink tongue and gave Xiaoyisen a kiss before settling down to eat. Watching this scene, Suqing felt a warmth mixed with heartache. Why didn't Tishi come over to kiss me too? Mr. Su. Suddenly, Xiaoyisen called out with a laugh, and Suqing looked up in puzzlement. Across the table, Lin Xiaoxi and Luo Qian, who had been quietly eating their rice, also lifted their heads, their expressions filled with curiosity. "Thank you, I appreciate it." This barely audible murmur was heard by everyone except little Tangwa. Suqing found himself momentarily at a loss, his bowl almost slipping from his grasp. Oh dear. For some reason, Lin Xiaoxi and Luo Qian's expressions shifted to something peculiar. Suqing felt increasingly uncomfortable. "If you two aren't eating, you might as well go outside to catch the wind." They both jumped slightly, quickly bowing their heads to continue eating, while secretly stifling their laughter. Goodness, how the young marshal has changed. Even he can find himself flustered. "Sister, why aren't you two eating vegetables?" Little Tangwa innocently chimed in. Her big, bright eyes curiously examined Lin Xiaoxi and Luo Qian across the table. These two older siblings are quite strange. Why are they eating rice without any vegetables? Suqing and Xiaoyisen then noticed they had nearly finished half a bowl of plain rice without touching any vegetables. They were momentarily stunned. Realizing the awkwardness of the situation, "Don't just sit there. Hurry and eat your vegetables. They'll get cold and unappetizing. Go ahead and eat." Suqing also chimed in, as his focus had been solely on little Tangwa and Xiaoyisen. He had entirely overlooked how awkward and quiet Lin Xiaoxi and Luo Qian had been amidst this atmosphere. All right. Lin Xiaoxi and Luo Qian wasted no time in grabbing their chopsticks, eager to avoid further embarrassment. It must be said, this meal was the most awkward one Lin Xiaoxi and Luo Qian had ever experienced. They could not fathom why, with the young marshal's wife and child right there. He chose not to speak the truth. If only they all recognized each other, the atmosphere would not have been so uncomfortable. Hearing their daughter call him uncle repeatedly made their hearts feel a certain way. Forget it. This is the young marshal's affair. It was not their place to meddle. As long as he remained content with the status quo. Chapter 50, considering finding a new father for the child. Oh, the windmill. What a delightful windmill. Wow, how fun. Along the riverside, within the People's Park, there lies an array of amusement facilities designed for children. As night falls over the city, the lights shimmer brilliantly, casting reflections upon the flowing river. After dinner, local residents often choose to bring their children here to enjoy the evening breeze. Gazing at the colorful reflections dancing upon the water and listening to the joyous laughter of children at play. Such a life, though simple, is both tranquil and fulfilling, often accompanied by a gentle smile of happiness. Be careful. Don't play too wildly. That's enough. It's too dangerous. Xiaoyisen admonished, seated on a park bench, waving at her exuberant daughter, Little Sugar. Oh, I know, Mom. Little Sugar exclaimed, brimming with excitement, completely oblivious to her mother's words. "Hey, want to come play with us?" A nearby friend eagerly invited little Sugar to join in another game. Without a hint of hesitation, the little one nodded enthusiastically and dashed off with her new companion. "Suyashin, don't run off too far," Xiaoisin called out anxiously. Although within her line of sight, the sheer number of children at play made her uneasy. "Don't worry too much," Su Qing, sitting beside her, exhaled deeply, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "Little Sugar is at the age where play is essential. If we don't let her enjoy herself, she will grow up without cherished childhood memories." But Xiaoisin pursed her lips, still feeling a twinge of worry. What if she gets too carried away? Su Qing chuckled softly, bemused by her concern. He understood her feelings. After all, she was now left with only her daughter for companionship. Children can be reckless in their play, and while accidents can happen, it is the rare opportunity for joy that matters. Rest assured, if anything happens, I will be there in an instant to ensure she remains unharmed. Hearing his words, an unexpected weight settled in Xiao Yisin's heart, prompting her to offer a bittersweet smile. Indeed, for her little one, opportunities to play outside were exceedingly rare. In fact, nearly non-existent. Her work consumed her time, often dragging her into the depths of night, leaving her exhausted, yet barely making ends meet. Reflecting on it now, she realized how she had been exploited in her quest for employment over the years. Thus, the past 5 years had also been a struggle for little Sugar. How many nights had she waited alone at home, grappling with the fear and loneliness of the unknown? The lights in their home often flickered inexplicably, plunging them into darkness for the entire night. Xiaoisin found it hard to fathom how such a small child could muster the courage to wait for her return amidst the shadows of fear and solitude. After finally bringing her mother home, only to awaken to an empty house, it was as if her mother had never returned at all. Unconsciously, tears welled in Xiaoisin's eyes, spilling over as guilt consumed her heart. Merely maintaining their livelihood had drained her entire day, leaving little room for creating beautiful childhood memories for her daughter. At that moment, watching little Sugar frolic and laugh among her peers, a sense of unease enveloped Xiaoisin. As she observed her, tears shimmering in her eyes, Su Qing felt a turmoil within him. He opened his mouth, as if to speak, yet found himself rendered speechless. Sighing, he understood that revealing the truth about the past 5 years to his wife and child was not the right moment. They had finally adapted to their lives, and to divulge the reality of 5 years ago would only shatter that fragile peace. Yes, disclosing everything would indeed allow him to reconnect with Xiaoisin. Their daughter, Su Yashin, would no longer refer to him as uncle, but as father. Yet, was this not a selfish act? What are their feelings? 5 long years, what had he been doing? How young had the child been 5 years ago? The events that transpired had been a tremendous blow to Xiaoisin. A woman alone, not to mention the heinous plan by her own mother, the child's grandmother, to sell little Sugar. It was unimaginable to consider the depth of anguish Xiaoisin would face upon learning the truth. After struggling through the agony of losing her husband and nearly losing her child, she had finally started to see the light at the end of the tunnel. Only for Su Qing to arrive and inform them that all their suffering had been in vain. Contemplating this, Su Qing, feeling an ache in his heart, glanced at Xiaoisin. She sat with her hands resting on the bench, gently swaying side to side, her expression calm as she observed little Sugar, who was laughing and playing joyfully with her new friends in the amusement park. In that moment, she seemed content, watching the faint smile that adorned her lips. Su Qing found himself entranced. "Yisin, he began, struck by an unexpected surge of courage, but before he could finish, Xiaoisin turned to him with a soft smile and said, "Mr. Su, thank you." "Huh?" Su Qing quickly averted his gaze, his breath quickening with nervousness. Striving to mask his emotions, What are you thanking me for?" Internally, he berated himself for not having the courage to speak up when he had the chance. "And nothing," Xiaoisin replied, her smile brightening, her eyes shimmering like crescent moons. In a moment of daze, Su Qing found himself captivated. It felt as if, in the midst of a barren desert, a spring of water had suddenly appeared, quenching his thirst. Xiaoisin remained oblivious to the shift in Su Qing's demeanor, entirely at ease as she gazed toward the children playing. However, for reasons unknown, the light in her eyes began to dim, and her smile faltered. A bitter smile crept across her lips, and she shook her head with a sigh. Su Qing, perplexed, asked, "What's wrong? You were just so relaxed." Xiaoisin remained silent, shaking her head with a bittersweet expression, tears threatening to spill from her eyes. Su Qing looked up, following her gaze, and was immediately struck by a realization. In the amusement park, amidst the joyous laughter, There were not only children, but also many parents playing alongside them. The atmosphere, filled with merriment, somehow felt oddly out of place. The more little Sugar beamed among her peers, the heavier Chao Isin's heart grew. It was evident she was reminded of the family she could have, of a husband, a child, and a father. Mr. Su, actually. I have thought about finding a new father for my daughter these past years. What? Su Qing's mind went completely blank. However, the guilt-ridden heart found no strangeness in it. Rather, it even supported her actions. After all, for her, her husband was already deceased. And the children had lost their father. This was the undeniable truth. Confronted with the despair of abandonment, seeking solace in another man was indeed a perfectly natural choice. Chapter 51. The Revelation. I am Su Qing. Mother, Uncle, I am here. Little Candy excitedly climbed up the slide, waving at Su Qing and Chao Isin outside. With a joyful yell, she slid down, her face lighting up with happiness. At the age of 5 or 6, she was full of energy, eager to play with everything. In her heart, she silently vowed to enjoy every moment tonight. What should she play next? Just as her cheeks flushed with excitement, ready to bounce to the next attraction, she caught sight of a little boy nearby who had been watching for a while, wanting to speak but hesitating. Hey, little brother, what's wrong? Don't you want to play? Or are you too scared? With her cheerful disposition, little Candy approached him, eager to make a new friend. Ah! The little boy was startled, his eyes wide with confusion as he stammered, unable to articulate his thoughts. Seeing his timid demeanor, little Candy chuckled, adopting the role of the big sister. Don't be afraid, little brother. Just tell me what you want to play, and I'll join you. It's normal to feel scared in such a crowded amusement park. Really? Upon hearing little Candy's invitation, the boy's expression shifted slightly, as though he felt a sense of relief. He shyly pointed towards the outside. There is something fun over there. Can you come with me? Without hesitation, little Candy, caught up in her excitement, replied, let us go quickly. If there is something fun, I can't wait. After all, they were in an amusement park, filled with adults accompanying children. There was no need to worry about danger. And then, why not seek assistance? Surely, having a man around would ease the burden considerably. Su Qing was unaware of where he found the courage to voice such thoughts, although his throat tightened with emotion. To his surprise, Chao Isin merely shook her head with a faint smile, offering no response to his question. Though she displayed no overt emotion, Su Qing could sense the profound sadness within her. A woman, throughout her life, longs for a family, a husband to accompany her through life's storms. It is not about having a lavish lifestyle, but rather the simple joys of sharing humble meals while listening to their children's laughter. That is happiness enough. However, having lost everything, Chao Isin chose not to find a man to share the hardships of life. Even amidst the struggles and exhausting work, she bore the weight alone, silently enduring. Could she not find a man who could share her burdens, understand, and embrace her? No, that was not the case. Given Chao Isin's circumstances, even if she were not a member of the Chao family, she would still be worthy of setting conditions for her suitors. Why, after so many years? Had she not sought companionship? She had once considered finding little Candy a new father. To be precise, it was not that she did not wish to seek companionship. Rather, her heart had no room for another man. It was precisely this stubbornness, this unwillingness to yield or compromise, that led her to lose everything she once held dear. Su Qing watched with a heavy heart as he noticed the faint sadness hidden in her profile. His heart ached, a profound guilt pounding within. Filled with self-reproach and regret, why had he not returned sooner to understand the lives of the mother and daughter? Why had he not come back earlier? To spare them from suffering and humiliation? He had returned, and yet, with his beloved wife and daughter before him, he lacked the courage to reveal himself. Su Qing, are you still a man? She was his wife, the one they loved, not just a fleeting affair. He needed to tell her the truth, to disclose that her husband had returned. Little Candy's father was back. Even if she might be angry upon learning the truth, wouldn't he, soothing her, be the solution? After all, isn't a wife meant to be cherished? Yes. Summoning his courage, he resolved to tell her everything, to remain steadfast and not leave. So what if she became upset? That would not change the fact that he was her husband, nor would it alter the reality of being the child's biological father. With this thought, Su Qing's inner turmoil solidified into unwavering resolve. He took a deep breath. Miss Chao Isin, there is something I wish to discuss with you. Huh? What is it? Chao Isin paused, her heart racing, sensing the sudden formality in his tone. A woman's intuition warned her that whatever he was about to say, it likely wouldn't be good news. Su Qing did not allow her a moment to interrupt, speaking with earnest determination. Chao Isin, I am Su Qing. This brief, calm, yet resolute declaration detonated in Xiao Yisan's ears, resonating deep within her soul. It felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Her eyes trembled, tears threatening to spill as her entire being shook. Mr. Su, you. My husband has been gone for years. This isn't a very good joke, is it? Though she uttered these words, her eyes widened in disbelief as she scrutinized the man before her. Perhaps deep down, she had never entirely relinquished hope for a miracle. However, mere seconds later, the light in her eyes dimmed. The man before her bore no resemblance to her husband. Nor did he appear to be the father of her child. His appearance lacked any familiar features. They say the eyes are the windows to the soul, do they not? Yet, in his gaze, she found not a trace of recognition, only an unfathomable darkness. After uttering those words, his expression remained unchanged, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. It was evident that his declarations were insincere and driven by ulterior motives. Why? Why did he feel compelled to say such things? What was he truly after? He had already claimed twice to be Su Qing, her husband, the father of her child. But anyone informed would know that her husband, the father of her child, had died 5 years prior. Su Qing, having witnessed Xiao Yisan's emotional shift, felt at a loss, his composure faltering. Her eyes, once alight with the hope of a miracle, rapidly dulled with disappointment. Though he could not discern her thoughts, as her husband, Su Qing understood. He knew that revealing the truth could hurt her, and she might reject him. Yet, he also recognized that this was an unparalleled opportunity if he did not speak now. He might never have another chance. Listen to me. I'm not lying. Back then, I want to listen. Xiao Yisan interrupted, rising in agitation. Mr. Su, I respect you, and I am grateful for your kindness towards little Candy. But why must you do this? My husband has been gone for 5 years. Why do you insist on? Her words faltered, her emotions erupting as she grasped her hair, shouting as if to expel the turmoil within her. Despite her outward strength, her heart was fragile, nearly shattering with the slightest touch. Having lost her husband, her family, and nearly her child, she had endured tremendous hardship to arrive at this point. Suddenly, a man appeared, selflessly showing her kindness, only to claim to be her deceased husband. How could Xiao Yisan possibly process this? Any normal person would find it incomprehensible and succumb to emotional turmoil. Indeed, it was undeniable that in the short time they had known each other, Su Qing's actions had shown respect and kindness towards her. But why? Why could he not let go of the insistence that he was Su Qing, her husband, the father of her child? Was this man before her simply playing a cruel game? Chapter 52. We are not compatible. Mr. Su, if your intention is to express concern over the hardships I and little Candy are enduring, then there is no need for such so-called kindness. Xiao Yisan took several deep breaths to calm her heightened emotions. She looked at Su Qing with a serious and earnest demeanor and said, I hope you understand that we do not require pity. This statement pierced Su Qing's heart like a dagger, causing him to stagger back a step. Is this how you perceive me? Her voice trembled slightly, revealing a hint of her anguish. In that moment, she felt dizzy, caught between disappointment and something else. Thankfully, her mental fortitude held strong. Is it pity? Indeed. It does seem somewhat so, but it is certainly not because they are to be pitied. She and little Candy are his wife and daughter. Is this what one calls pity? This is the responsibility that a husband and a father should uphold. Listen to me, the situation is not. In her urgency, her words became jumbled. The more anxious she became, the less coherent she was. Mr. Su, Xiao Yisan stepped back, wiping away a tear from the corner of her eye, gently shaking her head to indicate that there was no need for further discussion. I understand that you mean no harm, and that your actions are perhaps rooted in concern for us. I shudder to think what might have transpired if you hadn't been here to care for us these past few days. I am truly grateful for the courage you have instilled in me to stand up against life. Mr. Su, since we have reached this point in our conversation, allow me to be frank. She paused, and Su Qing immediately sensed an impending sense of doom, eager to interrupt. We are not compatible. However, it was too late. Tears glistened in Xiao Yisan's eyes as she forced a bitter smile. You are still young, decisive in your actions, and proficient in business. Your future holds great promise. I am no longer young, and besides, I have a child. Just because her father is no longer present does not imply that I will seek. At this point, she fell silent, her expression one of sorrow, her lips twisting into a bitter, resigned pout. I am truly, deeply grateful to you. I also hope you can understand that pursuing a woman, especially one with a child, does not necessitate deception. Xiao Yisan's voice quivered as she fought back tears, blinking rapidly and fanning her eyes with her delicate hands to stave off further embarrassment. Deception? Hearing her candid words, Su Qing was rendered speechless, his mind buzzing in disbelief. Was he truly being dealt a kindness card by his own wife? Little did she know. It was a laughable, exhausting irony. He found himself at a loss for how to reveal to her that he was, in fact, her deceased husband. You say such things. After a moment of contemplation, Su Qing could only shake his head with a wry smile. Aren't you concerned about offending me? To let a glimmer of hope in life be extinguished once more. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Qiao Yisun. Mr. Su, if you intend to use this pretext to bind me and my daughter to a life with you. Anger surged within her. Yet it was overshadowed by a sense of helplessness. Presently, their existence indeed relied upon Su Qing. If addressing the matter directly led to Su Qing becoming awkwardly furious, then what could she do? Yes, Qiao Yisun understood that only through change could she offer little Candy a better living environment and quality of life. However, that did not mean she would sacrifice her dignity for the sake of survival. If she had wanted to do so, she would have done it long ago. Coming back to her senses, Qiao Yisun forced a bitter smile, believing that there was no need to elaborate further. Surely Su Qing would grasp the implications. They could be partners. She was a graduate of a prestigious university. Though she had not practiced in 5 years, she would not be entirely out of touch. But if the relationship were to deepen beyond this point, she would advise him to abandon that notion. She would not seek out another man. Sighing, Su Qing felt a whirlwind of emotions. He was unsure whether to feel gratified to have a wife who cherished him so deeply, even after 5 years of absence, or to feel guilt and remorse for neglecting her and their child, allowing them to struggle through life alone. Observing Qiao Yisun as she silently wiped her tears yet maintained her smile, his heart ached. He lifted his gaze towards the children's playground, where joyful children frolicked alongside their parents. The cacophony of laughter and chatter, though loud, resonated with happiness and joy. The scene of a family of 3 together seemed ordinary, did it not? Yet, for Su Qing and Qiao Yisun, it was excruciatingly glaring. Each yearned to provide little Candy with a complete family. Yet, for reasons unknown, fate seemed to revel in tormenting them, leaving chaos in its wake. Out of the corner of his eye, Su Qing caught sight of the yearning and sorrow etched on Qiao Yisun's face, and he felt a surge of regret and self-reproach. Where had the valiant warrior from the battlefield gone? Why was he hesitating to speak up now? Forgetting his reservations, he resolved to reveal the truth to her. She had the right to know everything, and above all, it was essential for the child's sake. I'm sorry, actually Just as he gathered his courage to spill it all, he suddenly noticed a change in Qiao Yisun's countenance. In an instant, he was taken aback. What was happening? The next moment, realization hit him like a thunderbolt. Oh no, could it be? Su Yashin! Qiao Yisun suddenly shouted, racing towards the children's playground. Oh no! Had something happened to the child? Su Qing snapped back to reality, only to see Qiao Yisun calling out and scanning the area frantically. She rushed into a throng of children, checking a few in a hurry before turning back to shout anxiously. In an instant, his heart sank, and a chill swept through him. His child was missing. Su Yashin, where are you? Come out, please. Stop playing hide-and-seek. Qiao Yisun ran back and forth in the playground, her voice laced with panic. Her frantic cries startled many children, prompting several parents to scoop their little ones into their arms and retreat in caution. The once lively playground had suddenly grown quieter, and Qiao Yisun's heart sank. Little Candy was truly missing. She searched everywhere, on the carousel, the spinning teacups, the slide, the inflatable castle, yet there was no sign of little Candy. Initially, she had thought her daughter was simply playing nearby, but after a prolonged search, it became evident that little Candy was nowhere to be found. Seeing frightened children retreating to their parents, casting fearful glances her way, their eyes pierced her heart like daggers, and her emotions threatened to unravel. Su Yashin, please stop playing and come out so we can go home. Suddenly, footsteps approached from behind, and Qiao Yisun, overwhelmed with relief, turned around, only to find Su Qing. Instantly, her heart dropped. Little Candy was truly gone. No longer in the playground. For reasons unknown, seeing Su Qing approach triggered her earlier anger, and she charged at him, shoving him away. Why did you say those things to me earlier? Chapter 53. Something has happened. Who do you think you are? We have only known each other for a few days. What do you really want? My daughter and I were living our lives just fine. Ever since you appeared, everything has turned chaotic. Why? Are you pitying us? Or do you intend to exploit us? Su Qing remained silent, allowing the distraught Qiao Yisun to unleash her fury upon him. It was hardly surprising that she was angry, if he hadn't been so eager to clarify things earlier. Xiao Yixin's gaze would have remained fixed on Xiao Tanghua. Naturally, this incident would not have transpired. Time was already late, and the children's amusement park was crowded. Any occurrence could be irretrievable. Xiao Yixin was acutely aware that the priority was to locate her child. As for her anger, it could wait. But where to search? The amusement park was vast, teeming with people, and filled with attractions, making it utterly chaotic and nearly impossible to find anyone. Moreover, she had no idea when her daughter had gone missing. Perhaps an accident had already occurred. With this thought, Xiao Yixin's emotions finally unraveled, and she crumpled to the ground, covering her face as she wept. It was not that she was pessimistic or had given up. It was simply that she cared too deeply. Her entire existence revolved around her bond with Xiao Tanghua. Without her, she felt utterly bereft. Hearing the sound of her sobs and witnessing his beloved kneeling helplessly on the ground, Su Qing felt a deep discomfort within, setting aside everything else. The immediate task was to find the child. Su Qing stepped forward, gently massaging Xiao Yixin's shoulders, offering her a promise. Stay here and do not wander off. Give me half an hour. I will bring her back, even if I have to turn the entire Shanghai upside down. As he spoke, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Xiao Yixin lifted her head, tears glistening in her eyes as she glared at Su Qing, not concealing the resentment that simmered within. If anything happens to my daughter, Mr. Su. She left the words unspoken, but Su Qing understood all too well. The words were sharp, akin to a blade piercing his heart. Yet, he felt no resentment. After all, they had only known each other for a few days. Xiao Tanghua, Su Yaxin, was the very pillar of her life, her sole companion. Su Qing's presence was merely an unexpected adventure in her otherwise mundane life. She knew well that seizing this opportunity could provide Xiao Tanghua with a better future. Conversely, if anything were to happen to her daughter, then she would apologize. But she could still gather scraps to ensure her education. Su Qing said nothing further and immediately set off to search. The longer they delayed, the greater the chance of calamity. Though the amusement park was located within a public park, it was privately operated, and thus, surveillance was in place. The monitoring room was not difficult to find, and upon explaining their situation, the staff readily cooperated in retrieving the footage. Sir, where was the last place you saw the child? Approximately. Su Qing hesitated, surprised by their familiarity with the situation. Upon reflection, it was not unusual. Children were naturally lively and could easily vanish in an instant. Especially in places like amusement parks, it was common for children to go missing. And the monitoring room was typically the first to assist. Beep beep. 2 security guards adjusted the time on 4 screens, and soon, they spotted Xiao Tanghua's figure on a slide. That's her. Su Qing exhaled in relief. Seeing the child on the monitor was a significant step forward. However, the next moment, his heart sank again. The footage revealed Xiao Tanghua being led away by a boy, directly out of the amusement park and beyond the range of the cameras. The scene froze on this moment, leaving Su Qing momentarily dazed. What? I apologize, sir. The 2 security guards expressed their helplessness. It was not that they were neglectful. The child had already left their jurisdiction. They could not abandon their other duties to focus solely on searching for a child. Hearing their words, Su Qing's face darkened, his fists clenched tightly. Though he was furious, their actions were not unjustified. Grinding his teeth, he forced down his rising anger and concern. Can I borrow your phone to make a call? No problem. One of the guards generously handed over his phone, feeling somewhat sympathetic, having seen too many similar situations. He gestured for Su Qing to remain calm and not to worry too much. Perhaps the child was merely playing nearby and would return shortly. All right. Su Qing accepted the phone, his hands trembling slightly as he quickly dialed Luo Qian's number. Beep beep. After just 2 rings, it connected, and he remained silent. Su Qing wasted no time, succinctly recounting the situation. She left about 20 minutes ago, heading towards. Where is that? He momentarily struggled to recall, having not visited in 5 years. Towards the Zhoujiang Bridge. A nearby security guard, noticing Su Qing's hesitation, chimed in. Yes. Su Qing's expression darkened as he gritted his teeth and said urgently, Give me 10 minutes. If I don't find her, I will leave. 10 minutes? Luo Qian's voice on the other end dripped with disdain. 2 minutes is more than enough. Su Qing fell silent, hanging up the phone and turning to exit. Hey. The security guard in the monitoring room was momentarily stunned before realizing, damn it, my phone. Damn it. You little thief. The guard rushed after Su Qing. Ignoring the shouts behind him, Su Qing borrowed the phone temporarily. He would return it once he found the child. Zhoujiang Bridge. Upon leaving the amusement park, he looked up to see a bridge crossing the river in the distance. If they were to leave the vicinity, there were only two routes: either retrace their steps or ascend the bridge. There was no other path, unless they ventured into the commercial street below. In that case, it would be easy to locate them. With cameras all along the way, there would be no place to hide. What he feared. With this thought, Su Qing raised his head to gaze at the bridge, his expression darkening. Beep, beep, beep. His phone rang. It was Luo Qian. And less than 2 minutes had passed. Su Qing's heart raced as he quickly answered. It's me. I found her. Luo Qian's tone was grave, and Su Qing sensed something was amiss. About 5 minutes ago, the little one was taken into a car, heading towards the bridge. What? Taken into a car? Su Qing's fury erupted like a volcano. The situation became clear in an instant. It wasn't a case of playing too long. She had been abducted. It could either be human traffickers or the Qiao family. He should have known. After clashing with Qiao Yisan for 2 days, he would not let this go easily. Damn it. They were coming after the child. After his own niece. What did that mean? Rest assured, young master. It is peak hour now. The traffic on the Zhouzhong Bridge is heavy. Lin Xiaoxi and I are already on our way. We will definitely block them before they leave the bridge. Good. Hearing this, Su Qing breathed a sigh of relief. His companion was quite capable. Just then, he spotted a small electric scooter parked nearby, with the keys left in it. Glancing at the owner, who was buying ice cream at the roadside, Su Qing dashed forward without a second thought and rode off with the scooter. Hey? The owner, having finished her ice cream and taking a lick to cool off, turned around to find her little scooter gone. With a bewildered expression, she looked up to realize her vehicle had been stolen. Instantly, the ice cream in her hand lost its appeal. Someone is stealing my scooter. Thief. Catch the thief. Working is simply not feasible in this lifetime. No. That's not right. Upon being discovered by the vehicle's owner, Su Qing had no time for further explanations and could only exclaim, I will repay you. Chapter 54. Is she innocent? Are we supposed to suffer? Brother, where are you taking me? Leaving the children's playground and the riverside park, they headed towards the outer streets. Little Candy was a bit flustered, but then she thought, what if it's really fun? Wouldn't she miss out? Besides, there are quite a few people around, so she can call for help if she encounters danger. It should be all right. The little boy walked ahead, holding Little Candy's hand, looking around nervously. Normally, Little Candy would be suspicious, but she was preoccupied with having fun. Tonight was for playing. But as they walked, she noticed that they weren't going to play. The surrounding people were getting fewer and fewer. What was going on? Brother. Little Candy wanted to pull her hand back in fear, but the boy suddenly grabbed it tightly, his expression evasive and panicked. What are you doing? Little Candy panicked and tried to break free, but at that moment, she heard footsteps behind her. Startled, she thought it was a passerby and was about to call for help, but before she could speak, her mouth was covered. MMM. A wave of helplessness and fear surged into her heart, and Little Candy began to struggle violently. Stay still. A deep male voice came from behind, forcefully suppressing her small body. The strength was so great that she couldn't breathe. It was clearly an adult, and she had no strength to resist. In her panic and helplessness, she turned her gaze to the little boy, hoping he would call for help. However, to her despair, the little boy was indifferent and not afraid at all. You did a great job, kid. Here's what I promised you. A burly man walked out from behind, took out a lollipop, and handed it to the trembling boy. Wow. The moment he received the candy, the panic and nervousness on the boy's face disappeared completely. Thank you, Uncle. After saying this, he skipped away happily with the lollipop in his mouth. Little Candy was dumbfounded, her heart filled with shock and despair. Tears welled up in her eyes. She had been sold for a piece of candy. She finally understood why he was so nervous and looking around. He was afraid of not getting the candy. Hey. The burly man who handed out the candy turned around and glared fiercely. Finally caught you. MMM. Little Candy was so scared that she cried. What was going on? Why were they catching her? Had she offended someone? But she didn't even know him. Besides, she was only 5 or 6 years old. How could she have offended someone? The terrified little girl made whimpering sounds of begging for mercy, even though her mouth was covered. However, the man was unmoved and waved his hand with a fierce expression. Take her away. The man holding Little Candy hesitated. Isn't this a bit much? She's just a child. She's innocent. Innocent? The burly man scolded impatiently. Are we supposed to suffer then? If it weren't for her old man, you and I would be at home, drinking wine, with our wives and children waiting on us. We wouldn't be here worrying about tomorrow and the future of our wives and children. I'm telling you. He walked over with anger and pointed at his accomplice. If you're scared, get lost. The accomplice bit his lip and struggled, holding Little Candy, and fell silent. MMM. The little girl couldn't understand what they were saying, but it seemed to be related to Su-Ching. No, that's not my dad. Let me explain. MMM. Little Candy struggled desperately with her mouth covered, unable to say a word. The two men didn't delay and took the little girl to a van parked by the roadside before anyone noticed. They taped her mouth shut to prevent her from shouting and tied her up with rope to prevent her from running away. MMM. Thrown in the back seat. The little girl was terrified and wanted to cry but couldn't. She really wanted to shout, "You've got the wrong person. I don't have a dad. My dad died a long time ago. What's next, boss?" One of the men looked back at the trembling little girl, feeling guilty. "Let's go. Get out of here first." The other fierce man took out his phone, looking for something. Facing the little girl's pitiful, tearful eyes, the other man shook his head helplessly. There was no turning back, but he could guarantee that they would never harm an innocent child. MMM. Little Candy's tearful pleas went unanswered as the car started. Where were they going? She didn't know. All she knew was that she was getting farther and farther away from her mother. Found it. After searching for a while, the fierce man finally found a string of phone numbers. He cursed and prepared to call, but the other man stopped him. "Boss, what is it?" The fierce man was impatient. "We're not hurting anyone. We just want some money. Besides, that money is ours to begin with. We're just taking back what's ours. Or are you going to go back to your wife and say that you lost your job, the money is gone, and you're in debt?" At this moment, the van drove out of the traffic flow and onto the Cross River Bridge. The traffic entering the city was heavy, and even with 4 lanes, it was still congested. The man sighed helplessly. He didn't stop the other man from using Little Candy as a bargaining chip to call and demand money. Beep beep, the call went through. It rang twice and was answered. "Hello?" The fierce man was overjoyed. Then he pretended to be fierce. "The child is in my hands. If you..." The driver sighed, unable to bear it, when suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he saw a car rushing towards them in the opposite lane. Huh. He looked over in confusion, realizing that the car wasn't slowing down at all and was heading straight for them. Not good. A chill ran down his spine. Without thinking, he slammed on the accelerator, and the whole car lurched forward. Bang! They crashed into the car in front of them. But the car that had rushed over didn't slow down and slammed into the back of the van. Boom! The collision caused a loud noise, and the van swerved to the middle of the road, its tires bursting. Whether it was luck or the van's good quality, the two men inside were unharmed in the series of collisions. The fierce man was furious and grabbed his accomplice's collar. "What do you think you're doing? Are you trying to kill me?" "Boss, no." The driver was flustered and incoherent, trying to explain. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw someone getting out of the car that had crashed into them in the rearview mirror. With an arrogant posture, he stepped over the hood of the car, and the driver felt a chill in his heart. It was clear that they were coming for them. "Boss, run." Without explaining, he pushed open the driver's door, trying to hit him. However, the other person was prepared and dodged the door, then landed a fierce punch. Smack! The punch landed squarely on the driver's face, and blood immediately flowed from his nose. The fierce man in the passenger seat was stunned. "Hi." The man who had thrown the punch leaned in to greet them with a faint smile. It was him. That's Su-Ching's driver. The person before him was none other than Su-Ching's driver, Luo Qian. Years of social experience had informed him that the man standing before him was certainly not someone to be trifled with. Chapter 55, Touching My Daughter, Seeking Death. The burly man was taken aback, hastily grabbing Little Candy, threatening, "Don't come any closer. This is bad." Luo Qian felt a weight in her heart, cursing her own carelessness. Why hadn't she observed the back seat more carefully? It was all that driver's fault for seeking his own demise. "Hey, friend, please calm down. Let us resolve this peacefully. Don't harm the child." Lin Xiaoxi arrived, signaling Luo Qian to step back to avoid provoking him. MMM. Upon seeing Lin Xiaoxi with Little Candy, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. "Little Candy, don't be scared. Your sister is here. The bad man 1T hurt you." This sight broke Lin Xiaoxi's heart, igniting her fury in an instant. "Don't come closer. Stay back." The burly man held Little Candy, retreating step by step toward the edge of the bridge, his emotions running high, nearly suffocating the little one. The recent car accident had already drawn considerable attention. Now, witnessing someone holding a child at the bridge's edge, the traffic jam was no longer a concern. People began pulling out their phones, ready to record the scene. Who is that? A small electric bike appeared, speeding through the traffic. "Touch my daughter, and you're seeking death." As it got closer, the rider on the electric bike leaped into action, shouting at the man holding the child, delivering a powerful kick. Unexpectedly, the burly man reacted swiftly. Lifting the child, Don't come any closer. If you do, I'll drop her. Ah, little Candy, lifted high, looked down to see the water below, dozens of meters deep, and panic set in completely. Seeing this, Su Qing, who had rushed over in anger, froze for a moment, quickly suppressing his strength as he landed. His face darkened, teeth clenched in frustration, his entire body trembling slightly as he glared at the man, as if staring at a corpse. Young master. I'm sorry, Luo Qian approached from behind, feeling guilty and wanting to apologize, realizing it was her fault for not seizing the opportunity. Su Qing interrupted her with a dark expression, his eyes flickering with fury and menace. You all stay back. The more people gather, the more agitated he becomes. No one is to come close. No calling the police, no filming. I didn't want it to escalate like this. Little Candy was terrified, her little body shaking in midair, fearing he might drop her. Without Su Qing needing to say anything, Lin Xiaoxi and Luo Qian instinctively knew what to do. They began dispersing the crowd and forbidding any recording. As the onlookers retreated, the burly man's agitation gradually stabilized. Yet he still held little Candy over the edge of the bridge. With suppressed anger, Su Qing asked coldly, "What do you hope to achieve by doing this?" "What do I hope to achieve? Who knows?" The simple question ignited his emotions. As expected of you, boss. Your words are as cold and ruthless as ice. You can't just see yourself as a person and view us workers as animals. What? Su Qing was momentarily taken aback. What did that mean? It sounded like employees? The company had just been established. Where did these employees come from? The crowd murmured amongst themselves. It seemed a heartless boss's misdeeds had driven an employee to desperation. Such a boss, who doesn't regard employees as human, deserves retribution. Exactly. It must be the boss's harsh exploitation. Otherwise, who would resort to such measures? They should be hung up on a lamppost. Among the crowd were many workers just off their night shifts. The burly man's words resonated deeply. As for whom they were cursing and complaining about, only they knew in their hearts. Young master, Lin Xiaoxi approached, her face slightly uneasy. What? Su Qing paused, his expression softening slightly. You're human, and so am I. The burly man continued, his emotions still running high. You have a wife and kids. I have a wife and kids too. But you can't push us to the brink like this. Moreover, a mere few tens of thousands of yuan is nothing to you. But to us grassroots employees, it's not just school fees for our children. It's a year's worth of living expenses. You just unilaterally terminated our contract and demanded compensation for breach of contract, over $1 million. How are we supposed to pay that? At this point, the burly man's emotions shattered completely. Tears streamed down his face, blurring his vision, and he instinctively raised his hand to wipe away the tears. Suddenly, little Candy on the edge of the bridge let out a terrified scream, nearly falling off the dozens of meters high bridge. The burly man trembled nervously, his emotions fluctuating wildly. One hand alone couldn't keep hold of the little one. Hey! Su Qing felt a chill run down his spine, panic overwhelming him as he rushed forward. Don't come closer. The burly man's emotions erupted, impulsively stepping further out with little Candy, causing her to scream in terror. How dare you? Su Qing's eyes widened in rage. As a military god of war, he couldn't even protect his own daughter. Damn it. If only the situation were different, even if the little one were in his grasp, he could have swiftly ended it in one strike. In the vast frontier battlefield, in the 5 years of life and death, those who dared threaten him had long turned to ashes. Hey friend, don't act impulsively. Let us talk this out. Seeing Su Qing's breathing grow more rapid, Lin Xiaoxi, understanding his temperament, quickly stepped forward to mediate, to prevent the situation from deteriorating further and putting little Candy in jeopardy. Surely, he wouldn't want the child to be harmed, right? Su Qing glared at the burly man, remaining silent, tacitly permitting Lin Xiaoxi to speak. But Lin Xiaoxi noticed Luo Qian gradually blending into the crowd. What was she doing? Worry and confusion filled her as she glanced at Su Qing, only to find him gesturing with his hand behind his back. What is this? Although Lin Xiaoxi was not a combatant, she understood the gesture. It was a signal for action? She gasped, looking incredulously at Su Qing. The child was still in his hands. Su Qing sensed Lin Xiaoxi's gaze, his furious eyes darting over, causing her to break out in cold sweat. Her pupils constricted slightly. She took a sharp breath. In that instant, she felt death. What a fierce gaze. No wonder he is a formidable warrior from the battlefield. Terrified, her face turned pale. She dared not express any further doubts. Mr. Su, to be honest, I don't want things to end up like this. I have children too. But at the very least, you must give us a way out. The burly man cried and pleaded, nearly on his knees. Su Qing remained silent, his expression impassive, fixating on him, completely disregarding his pleas. Can't we talk this out? Using a child as leverage, what does that even mean? Even if he had a point, it was still wrong. Friend, let me explain this matter to you. Lin Xiaoxi hurriedly stepped forward, her forehead dripping with sweat. The distraught burly man did not stop her, his gaze shifting to her, clearly recognizing who Lin Xiaoxi was. Just as Lin Xiaoxi was anxiously trying to stabilize the situation, she suddenly noticed hands hanging from the edge of the bridge, reaching towards little Candy. She froze momentarily, then saw. It was Luo Qian, hanging over the edge of the bridge, crawling closer. The burly man seemed to hear a faint rustling sound, turning in confusion. Act now. In that moment of distraction, Luo Qian, hanging over the edge of the bridge, exerted her strength and snatched little Candy away. With a swift motion, Su Qing's figure flashed past Lin Xiaoxi, leaving her momentarily stunned. Dare to harm my daughter. You seek death. Su Qing finally unleashed his pent-up fury, charging forth like a raging lion, seizing the burly man and delivering a powerful blow. Chapter 56. A Lack of Vision. A sudden appearance from Luo Qian startled the little one. Moreover, being snatched away and held high above the ground. A misstep could have been disastrous. Fortunately, Luo Qian possessed considerable strength, hoisting the child with one arm, while simultaneously pushing the brute away with his elbow. As Su Qing unleashed his fury, charging forward to pummel the assailant, Luo Qian swiftly clambered back from the precipice. The instant the little girl's feet touched the ground, she erupted into tears, overwhelmed by fear and indignation. A collective gasp arose from the onlookers, who had only now grasped the gravity of the situation. The audacity to risk inciting the man further, potentially endangering the child or the person attempting the rescue. There, little darling, Lin Xiaoxi cooed, her heart aching for the distraught child. She gently cradled her, offering comfort. The little one buried herself in Lin Xiaoxi's embrace, releasing the pent-up fear and resentment. It's all right. I'm here, Lin Xiaoxi murmured soothingly. Patting her back, she glanced at Luo Qian, who stood nearby, his fist clenched at his sides, his anger palpable. How could a grown man, a father himself, resort to using a child as leverage? A despicable act. Don't speak like that, Lin Xiaoxi interjected softly. Ultimately, this situation arose from my misjudgment. Su Qing rained down blows, his fists connecting with the man's face, relentless even as the man teetered on the brink of consciousness. He'll kill him at this rate, a murmur rippled through the crowd, including Lin Xiaoxi and Luo Qian, their hearts pounding. A preposterous notion. To dare threaten him with his daughter? The man had a death wish. Su Qing was already restraining himself. In another setting, the man wouldn't have survived a minute. Did they truly believe his reputation as a war deity was merely a joke? But this was different. He was in the country, a society governed by law. Despite his boundless rage and the support of high-ranking military officials, he couldn't simply murder someone in the street. A crowd had gathered. Even if videos weren't taken, the incident would undoubtedly become public knowledge by morning. Uninformed netizens would disregard the truth, readily assigning blame and judgment. Such a scenario would be detrimental to Su Qing and his plans. He had returned to Shoujiang for his daughter, not to commit murder in broad daylight. Enough, Luo Qian exclaimed, intervening before Su Qing lost control. Su Qing, momentarily blinded by rage, nearly struck Luo Qian as well. He swiftly dodged the incoming fist and subdued him. Do you want to kill him? The word snapped Su Qing back to reality. He stood panting, his hands trembling and stained with blood. He glanced at the little girl, nestled in Lin Xiaoxi's arms, her fear and distress evident. His gaze darkened. Sensing the shift, Lin Xiaoxi pleaded, Young commander, please, stop. The little one isn't hurt. He offered a wry smile. This situation is my fault. If you're angry, direct your punishment at me. Su Qing, his face grim, remained silent, his breath heavy. He maintained control, avoiding a fatal blow. He hadn't returned to kill, at least not innocent people. The man lay on the ground, writhing in pain, the beating having sobered him up. He was now questioning his life choices. He hadn't anticipated encountering such ruthlessness, and a wave of regret washed over him, perhaps thinking of his own wife and children. He began to sob. Call the police, Su Qing commanded coldly, ignoring the grown man's tears. Crying and regret were not acceptable excuses for adults to evade responsibility. Having acted, one must face the consequences. As for the rest, Su Qing would not concern himself. He coldly stated, if this isn't handled properly, don't bother returning. Lin Xiaoxi stammered, realizing the words were directed at her. Her heart sank, and she suppressed her explanation, observing Su Qing's icy expression. A bitter smile formed, and she hugged the little girl tightly, seeking mutual solace. The situation was, in essence, a misunderstanding. Why had the man repeatedly mentioned Su Qing demanding $1 million in compensation for breach of contract? Recall the inspection of the industrial zone, where substandard products were discovered, leading Su Qing to terminate the agreement in anger. As the injured party, Su Qing and his team had every right to terminate the contract and seek compensation from the manufacturer for providing faulty goods, adhering to standard contractual terms. Lin Xiaoxi had simply followed the contractual stipulations. However, the factory owner was a scoundrel. Refusing to pay the compensation, he instead forced his employees to shoulder the burden. This wasn't a negotiation, but coercion. According to the owner, the employees were responsible for manufacturing the products and procuring the raw materials. Therefore, they should share the compensation, or else the arrangement would be unfair. Could you believe such audacious words? How can hundreds of employees not be enraged? Such a boss should be publicly shamed. Lin Xiaoxi was aware of the situation but didn't intervene. The matter of compensation was the manufacturer's concern, not the client's. She never instructed the manufacturer to cut corners or secretly profit from the difference. She didn't know how long they'd been doing it, nor did she want to know. All that mattered was that they held the contract. However, she hadn't anticipated that this oversight would lead to the near abduction of the little girl. Fortunately, the only escape route was the Jiang Bridge, coinciding with the evening rush hour in several districts, making pursuit possible. Who would have imagined that disgruntled employees, instead of protesting to their boss, would target an innocent child? What was their goal? To coerce Su Qing into dropping the compensation? How naive. Even if Su Qing relented, the unscrupulous boss wouldn't return the ill-gotten gains. Having already produced counterfeit goods and forced employees to bear the compensation, would it be surprising if he embezzled their money? In fact, he might pocket a significant portion of the compensation meant for the employees. It was infuriating. Make way. What are you doing? Disperse. The police, arriving late, pushed through the crowd and approached with stern expressions. As the police investigated and handled the situation, Lin Xiaoxi reaffirmed her commitment to Su Qing. I assure you, young commander, this matter will be resolved to your satisfaction. Chapter 57. Let Mother fall in love with Uncle. In light of the recent events, particularly those involving criminal activities, you retain the right to pursue legal action. We shall handle subsequent matters. Should you be summoned, your cooperation is expected. Upon arrival, the police discovered a burly man collapsed in a pool of blood, fearing that Su Qing might have inadvertently committed murder. However, upon examination, it was determined that the injuries were not life-threatening, indicating that he had indeed been holding back. This alone suggested that Su Qing's actions did not constitute excessive self-defense, thus negating the need for him to return to the station. After all, the man had not sustained serious harm, and Su Qing's conduct could be interpreted as heroic intervention to thwart a crime. If such valorous deeds were to result in arrest, who in Zhejiang would dare to act against wrongdoing in the future? After taking a brief statement and asking a few questions, the police escorted the man away, advising him to await further instructions. The traffic on the Cross River Bridge, having been stalled for nearly half an hour, finally began to move again. Meanwhile, the drivers who had not witnessed the incident vented their frustrations, bewildered as they listened to the radio reports. Fortunately, during the altercation, Luo Qian and her companions had managed to obstruct numerous onlookers from recording. Otherwise, the situation could have escalated dramatically. Regardless of the truth, the unscrupulous employer who had driven the employees to desperation was certainly Su Qing. Even with attempts to mitigate the situation, the public's insatiable curiosity would undoubtedly lead to recordings of the events on the bridge. As most observers were at a distance, and it was nighttime, Su Qing's visage was not clearly discernible, alleviating concerns that anyone would deliberately target him. Nevertheless, in the days to come in Zhejiang, Su Qing would undoubtedly remain active and unrestrained. In this era of digital information, the rampant spread of misinformation and slander could easily crush an individual's reputation. Although Su Qing himself was indifferent to such matters, potential partners might not share his indifference. To eliminate the Qiao family, he would require more than mere personal effort, as their influence had grown significantly. Should he confront them directly, or if Qiao Yixing discovered his plans before he was adequately prepared to retaliate? It would surely result in his defeat in this silent struggle, as the Qiao Enterprise's reach was formidable. Thus, the endeavor to dismantle the Qiao family must be accelerated. He could not permit them to recover from this contractual crisis. Tomorrow night at 8, The Qiao family is holding a bidding event, correct? Su Qing was unaware of the specifics, but he knew Qiao Yixing would likely make a significant move to regain control of the precarious situation. Uncle, why do you say I'm your daughter? Suddenly, little Candy interjected, causing Su Qing, as well as Lin Xiaoxi and Luo Qian, to be momentarily taken aback. Nestled in Lin Xiaoxi's embrace, the little girl gazed up with timid, pleading eyes. She recalled the first time she encountered Su Qing. During a moment when she was being bullied by ruffians, and he had declared, "Do not bully my daughter." There had been other instances when he mistakenly referred to her as his daughter. Why? The child was perplexed. She had never met this uncle before. Why claim her as his daughter? She had longed to ask but hesitated, fearing her mother's anger. Until now. Having been captured and feeling utterly terrified, her mind blank, she thought she was doomed. Su Qing, whom she had known for only a short while, suddenly appeared as a beacon of hope, piercing through the cold darkness, rescuing her. Dare to touch my daughter? Seeking death. In that moment of fear and confusion. This declaration jolted her awake. Daughter? What does that mean? Is uncle her father? Little Candy was uncertain of its meaning. Yet she knew that since she began to comprehend the world, she had never seen a father figure. She had inquired about her father with her mother. And the only image she had of him was one of greatness. What was his name? What did he look like? What kind of person was he? She had no answers. In her memory, father was a vague figure, someone who caused her mother great sorrow. Countless times. She had heard her mother weeping quietly in the night. Was she thinking of her father? Over time, the figure of father had become associated with the man who made her mother cry. Little Candy despised him, this father of whom she knew nothing. Not even his name or appearance. Yet, seeing other children holding their mothers with one hand and their fathers with the other would strike her heart with a pang of longing. I want a father too. Why don't I have a father? Why can't I, like other children, hold my mother with one hand and my father with the other? If I had a father, perhaps my mother wouldn't suffer so much. Perhaps she wouldn't be bullied or cry silently at night. Father? But where is my father? It seemed she had none, despite her inner resentment towards the concept of a father. Witnessing her mother's struggles made her wish for a father figure, even if he were not her biological father. Little Candy would not oppose it. Though she was still young, one might think she understood little, yet through years of societal cruelty and bullying, she had grasped far more than one would assume. If given the choice, she would gladly relinquish her understanding of the adult world. All she desired was to be a child, with both a mother and a father. Ensuring their family lived well, or at least that her mother wouldn't face bullying anymore. Is she all right? Lin Xiaoxi observed the little one quietly sobbing in her arms. Hesitant to cry out loudly, feeling a twinge of worry. Walking beside them, Su Qing shared her concern had the child been traumatized or hurt. Just as he was about to speak, little Candy, in a pitiful voice, suddenly whimpered, Uncle, do you like my mother? Will you be my father? Ah? Su Qing stumbled, almost losing his footing, caught off guard yet amused by her words. What was this little one saying? Not receiving a response, she became even more distressed, crying louder in her sense of grievance. Uncle, you don't like my mother. You don't want to be Candy's father? She promised to be obedient. Luo Qian and Lin Xiaoxi could no longer suppress their laughter. Having held back since the child first spoke, what did it mean to be her father? Su Qing was already, in essence, her father. Naturally, they refrained from commenting further. This was a matter for the young master. Wah! The little one cried earnestly, her sorrow becoming a cacophony that made Su Qing's head ache. He quickly scooped her up. What's wrong, little one? Why are you saying such things? He appeared exasperated, but inwardly, he was filled with joy. Although he had not confronted Qiao Yixing directly, the little one was already contemplating the situation. Was that not half the victory? What? I don't want my mother to suffer so much. Uncle, will you be my father? The little one, now a bundle of tears, continued to advocate for her mother. Lin Xiaoxi and Luo Qian stifled their laughter from behind, watching as Su Qing found himself in a predicament, casting a sidelong glance at them to silence their giggles. Little one, adult matters are not as simple as you think, he sighed, gently pinching her nose and wiping away her tears. It was that he was unwilling to reveal his intentions to unite with them. Rather, the circumstances were complicated, and the opportunity was not yet ripe. Unbeknownst to him, the little girl looked up, still teary-eyed, and declared, I can help Uncle win over my mother and make her fall in love with you. With that, Lin Xiaoxi and Luo Qian burst into uncontrollable laughter, exclaiming, Wow, young master, your daughter is truly adorable. Silence, both of you, Su Qing said, shaking his head in exasperation with a bitter smile. He couldn't help but embrace the little one tightly, a a sense of indescribable melancholy washing over him. Chapter 58. The Heartless Boss and Self-Destruction. Young master, I have located the personnel files from the factory. Lin Xiaoxi entered the office, stating, the individual involved in the abduction of Little Candy is named Jin Zhongfa, a level 3 technician, a seasoned expert. He excels in customizing production molds, configuring automated production lines, and can even handle maintenance for various issues. One might say he is indeed a rare talent, Luo Qian remarked, seated on the office sofa, astonishment evident in her voice. That is one way to put it, Lin Xiaoxi replied, handing the personnel records to Su Qing, who sat behind the desk, and continued. The other person accompanying him is his junior from the same village, essentially a disciple learning the trade from him. Su Qing perused the files, his expression inscrutable. Clearly still haunted by the events of the previous night. Had he discovered the situation a moment later, it was unimaginable what fate would have befallen Little Candy. What are their monthly salaries? Luo Qian suddenly inquired, seemingly out of the blue. Lin Xiaoxi was taken aback but answered earnestly, approximately 20,000, I suppose. A level 3 technician receives policy subsidies, making him quite a skilled professional within the factory. This salary is not insignificant in Zhejiang, especially when considering the current policies that vigorously support industrial development. With technical skills and a technician certification, one becomes a sought-after asset, coveted everywhere. What a pity it is. Possessing such exceptional skills yet caught up with a fraudulent and unscrupulous boss, resulting in the loss of his job, his income, and potentially facing a life of relying on state support, his future effectively ruined. Luo Qian couldn't help but grimace, shaking her head in regret. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoxi glanced back at her. Do you think it is that simple? At her words, Su Qing raised his head from the documents, a flicker of confusion crossing his features. Was there perhaps another explanation behind this matter? The moment he laid eyes on Jin Zhongfa's records, he felt a surge of desire to recruit him. Of course, the abduction of his daughter had nearly escalated into a crisis. Su Qing would have relished the opportunity to eliminate him on the spot. However, to separate personal feelings from professional considerations, Jin Zhongfa's resume, while not flawless, presented him as a much-needed technical talent for their newly established company. As previously mentioned, Zhejiang's current policy strongly favors industrial growth. A level 3 technician could indeed be classified as a senior technician. Setting aside other factors, the ability to customize production molds alone is invaluable. Once released into the market, he would undoubtedly be lured away by other factories offering salaries far exceeding 20,000. Perhaps this concept requires further elucidation. Without production molds, even the most lucrative contracts are worthless if products cannot be manufactured. To produce goods, one must first create molds tailored to the specifications of the product. For instance, the market price for hardware pressure casting molds hovers around 30 to 50,000, and that does not include a complete set of equipment. It is merely for one pressure casting mold. Establishing a pressure casting setup incurs base costs of several hundred thousand. If the client demands superior quality, the price of customized pressure casting molds skyrockets. Hence, before formal production even begins, substantial investment is required solely for the pressure casting molds. If a technician could customize the pressure casting molds according to contract specifications, imagine the savings on unnecessary expenses for pressure casting molds with an entire automated production line. Consequently, some contract manufacturing factories, overwhelmed with orders, are willing to invest considerable sums to retain a technician capable of molding pressure castings. Such expertise is revered, akin to being treated like a deity by employers. Why then has Jin Zhongfa found himself in this predicament? Effectively reduced to a subordinate? For a few extra coins, he has jeopardized his future. Had he received a higher salary, there would undoubtedly be numerous offers, preventing his current plight. Su Qing remained perplexed as to what could have compelled him to commit such an impulsive act. The situation unfolded thus, perceiving Su Qing's bewildered gaze. Lin Xiaoxi swiftly comprehended and elucidated. They were discovered adulterating raw materials, the specifications mismatched. We proposed a contract termination, which is not unusual, is it? Luo Qian, unable to restrain herself, let out a scoff, to deviate from the contract, falsify quality, and then resort to threatening the children. Is that not the crux of this issue? The problem lies in the termination of the contract, Lin Xiaoxi replied, her forced smile betraying her exasperation as she shot a warning glance at Luo Qian to refrain from interrupting. The contract explicitly stipulated that if product quality did not meet standards, the other party could initiate termination and demand compensation amounting to 50% of the total order value. Upon hearing this, Su Qing furrowed his brow. During his earlier confrontation with Jin Zhongfa, he had lashed out, ranting about a breach penalty of over $1 million. The contractual terms were not drafted by them, but by the higher-tier client, the company behind Shui Weiwei and her associates. A penalty of 50% of the total order value is indeed exorbitant, yet it underscores the stringent quality expectations of the other party. As long as the work is executed proficiently, price should not be a concern. However, what Lin Xiaoxi revealed next left Su Qing and Luo Qian in stunned silence. Do you know how they dealt with the $1 million penalty? Yes, you must have guessed it. Lin Xiaoxi's forced smile conveyed her resignation. The factory owner demanded that all employees share the burden of the $1 million penalty. Hiss. Although Jin Zhongfa had mentioned this before, the reality still left Su Qing momentarily speechless. Yet, if it were merely that, what could have driven Jin Zhongfa to contemplate a criminal path? Lin Xiaoxi elaborated. Imagine being told to expend the majority of your life savings to rectify someone else's mistakes. Would you accept that? What? Su Qing was momentarily taken aback, while Luo Qian nearly leapt from the sofa, incredulously retorting, "Are you suggesting?" In his own words, the money could be earned again. But losing the factory meant losing one's job entirely. Why should that be the case? Upon hearing this, both Luo Qian and Su Qing's expressions darkened. Though it did not directly concern them, the mere thought of such a predicament was infuriating. Clearly, the employees bore no responsibility. Yet they were forced to shoulder the breach penalty while the owner contributed nothing. No wonder Jin Zhongfa resorted to crime. It must have felt like a lifetime of hard-earned savings was being drained away in an instant. Young master, Lin Xiaoxi chuckled awkwardly. There is something I am uncertain whether to say. Speak, Su Qing replied, never having felt so speechless in his life. You have seen the documents, and you are aware of the situation. It has little to do with him. Though it was impulsive of him to act, before she could finish, Su Qing interrupted. What are you trying to say? Seeing the cold expression on Su Qing's face, Lin Xiaoxi felt a pang of regret for opening her mouth. Yet, having begun, she steeled herself to continue. I want to say that we are currently in urgent need of such talents. Here we have a ready candidate before us. Why not extend an olive branch and recruit our own technical personnel? Absolutely not. Do not even think about it. The office door was suddenly thrust open with force. It was Qiao Yisun, storming in with evident fury, having overheard the previous conversation. I will not agree to this matter under any circumstances. Mr. Su, let me tell you. She trembled with clenched teeth, glaring at Su Qing. If you dare to invite the person who harmed my daughter to work here as a technician, I will destroy everything here. Su Qing was taken aback. It was the first time he had witnessed such an intense display of anger from Qiao Yisun. Chapter 59. Do not reconcile, do not compensate, sue until death. Please leave, Su Qing said, regaining her composure as she cast a glance at Lin Xiaoxi and Luo Qian. The two exchanged awkward smiles, hastily retreating from the oppressive atmosphere that enveloped the room. How embarrassing. Who could have known that Qiao Yisun was eavesdropping just outside the door when those words were spoken? At this moment, Lin Xiaoxi wished she could slap herself twice. Were those words even appropriate? If she were to put herself in Qiao Yisun's shoes, her daughter forcibly abducted, nearly thrown from a bridge, what immense psychological trauma would that inflict on a child of 6 or 7? Such an experience could haunt them for a lifetime. It could even lead to psychological disorders, robbing them of joy, leaving them perpetually shrouded in fear and anxiety. For a mother, witnessing her daughter's suffering, feeling utterly powerless. What profound pain and psychological damage would that entail? The crux of the matter was that not only was the perpetrator not held accountable, forced to face the consequences of their actions, but they were instead being paid to come on board. Absolutely not. Qiao Yisun was certain that she did not possess the expansive heart capable of allowing such a thing to transpire. Mr. Su, I have no objections or dissent regarding the company's development. However, this matter is non-negotiable. Her delicate hands fell to her sides, fists clenched, her body trembling. She struggled to suppress the anguish she felt for her daughter, as well as the fury directed at the perpetrator. Forgiveness was out of the question. Su Qing remained silent, his heart mirroring her turmoil. The last person who dared to harm his daughter was likely no longer drawing breath. Yet, this time, the situation was different. It had to be viewed through a long-term lens. What do you mean it's different? Qiao Yisun interrupted impatiently, striding toward him and slamming her hands on the desk. The entire Zhoujiang is vast. Surely there are more than just 1 or 2 capable individuals. I understand your desire to seek skilled technicians to develop our own industry. But I cannot comprehend why you would choose to hire someone who has harmed Xiaodang. You must know how much Xiaodang admires and respects you. As she spoke, Qiao Yisan's impassioned words suddenly faltered, and she stumbled back a step, weakened. Su Qing, slightly concerned for her emotional state, contemplated countering her remarks. Indeed, she sighed, shaking her head with a bitter smile. To you, we are merely strangers with a shared goal. Past respect and concern were nothing more than a facade to maintain a semblance of civility before the Qiao family, and I reached an irreparable rift. Hearing this, Su Qing felt as though a knife had pierced his heart, nearly causing it to cease functioning. The implication was clear. Su Qing's kindness toward them was merely a strategic ploy in his game against the Qiao family. No matter how unfortunate her circumstances, Qiao Yisan was still the daughter of the Qiao family. Even if cast out, blood remained thicker than water. In a critical moment, leveraging her and Xiao Tong's position could potentially deliver a devastating blow to the Qiao enterprise, if not yield unexpected gains. Though Qiao Yisan had expressed similar sentiments on multiple occasions, Su Qing understood that her experiences had rendered her exceedingly sensitive. She only cared for her sole possession, her daughter, Su Yaxin. She could endure immense suffering and indignities, gritting her teeth to persevere. However, when it came to her only precious child, Qiao Yisan would never compromise. She could not, would not. Her words conveyed her stance. Should Su Qing insist on proceeding, she would take Xiaodong and leave. Being used as a pawn in a standoff with the Qiao family was acceptable, as long as it did not result in any harm or humiliation for Xiaodong. Observing the agitated Qiao Yisan before him, her breath quickening as her chest heaved, Su Qing couldn't help but notice how her attire clung to her form, accentuating her figure. Truthfully, he felt a stir of emotions within him. Was this truly the right moment for such thoughts? Yisan, he murmured, turning his gaze away, feeling a tinge of helplessness. I understand everything you say. None of us wish to witness such occurrences. Qiao Yisan averted her face, wiping away the tears that threatened to spill. Su Qing's lips curled into a bitter smile, feeling a pang of sympathy. I assure you, similar incidents will never occur again. As he spoke, he unconsciously clenched his fist, uncertain of whether he sought to express his commitment or something else entirely. You may find this hard to believe, but witnessing Xiao Tong's abduction, feeling that helplessness in a moment of danger, I was filled with an overwhelming desire to. And then what? Qiao Yisan turned back, her eyes glistening with tears, a mix of worry and anger evident. Su Qing paused, momentarily at a loss for words. He had intended to express that he wished he could have struck the perpetrator dead on the spot. Yet, his return to Zhoujiang was not to enact street justice. You mean to say you care about my daughter? Qiao Yisan scoffed, brushing away the tears from her eyes, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Oh, Mr. Su. There's no need for such pretense. She is not your daughter. She has suffered harm and indignities. How could you possibly understand the profound pain of a parent? Mr. Su, she continued, her voice rising with agitation. I implore you to clarify your position and attitude. You sought me out. We both know what you desire. So there's no need for this charade. I do not care how you perceive this. If you offer me an opportunity for revenge against the Qiao family, I will genuinely appreciate it and assist you. As she spoke, Su Qing felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness wash over him. Initially, he had intended to refute her claims, but now it seemed unnecessary. Certainly, her words bordered on excessive. He should have protested and provided explanations. But was it truly necessary? What could he possibly clarify? To directly inform her. How could he not understand the feelings of parents when their child faced such peril? Xiaodong, Su Yaxin, she was also his daughter. How could he possibly be unaware? Yet, upon reflection, was there truly a need for such explanations at this moment? Even if he did voice his thoughts, would Qiao Yisan be inclined to believe him? It might even worsen the situation and further strain their relationship. The best course of action now was to sidestep these topics, to remain silent for the time being. Lin Xiaoxi, he called out coldly, summoning her from outside. I'm here. She replied, hesitantly pushing the door open but not daring to enter, her demeanor reflecting her anxiety. She had not anticipated that her offhand remark would trigger such a fierce confrontation between the young marshal and his wife. Regret washed over her. How could she have been so foolish? Contact the lawyer and initiate proceedings against Jin Zhongfa. We will not seek reconciliation or compensation. We will exert every effort to ensure he receives the harshest sentence. Stop, Qiao Yisan interjected, her urgency palpable as she interrupted before the final word could escape his lips. Chapter 60. Prioritizing long-term interests. What's wrong? Su Qing feigned a stern countenance, his voice weighty. Didn't you desire an explanation and justice? Trust me, we possess the full capability to prosecute Jin Zhongfa to the fullest extent of the law, ensuring he faces the consequences for his transgressions. Lin Xiaoxi nearly bit her tongue upon hearing this, taken aback by Xiao Shuai's ruthlessness. Mr. Su, that's not what I meant. Xiao Yisun lowered her head, a maelstrom of emotions swirling within her, her fingers twisting and kneading the fabric of her garment. To be frank, hearing Su Qing's words evoked a peculiar sense of gratification within her. However, upon calmer reflection, she considered the ramifications of Jin Zhongfa receiving a death sentence. What would become of his family, his daughter, and his wife? Xiao Yisun couldn't definitively answer that question, but she knew what it was like to be in that situation. 5 years prior, her own husband, Su Qing, had faced a similar fate. What had been the outcome? She and her daughter had been cast out of their home. For 5 years, she had struggled to find sustainable employment, relying on her younger brother's discreet assistance. She and Xiao Tanghua had endured countless humiliations and hardships. And she had often fantasized about how different things might have been had her husband not been sentenced to death 5 years ago. As the saying goes, one should not offer unsolicited advice without having experienced the same plight. Xiao Yisun had tasted similar bitterness, and despite the visceral hatred she harbored for Jin Zhongfa, wishing for him to be punished, even with the ultimate penalty, she couldn't ignore the potential repercussions. With a sigh, Xiao Yisun wiped away her tears, shaking her head. Her voice thick with emotion, forget it. Hearing her choked sobs, Su Qing's heart ached with empathy. He cast a meaningful glance at Lin Xiaoxi, who immediately understood and closed the door behind her, a wave of relief washing over her. Yisun, Su Qing sighed softly, I understand your sentiments, but the circumstances have changed. We must prioritize the long-term benefits. Xiao Yisun remained silent, averting her gaze, unwilling to let Su Qing witness her tear-streaked face. We have the means to prosecute Jin Zhongfa to the fullest extent of the law, but what then? Let's not forget that he is also a third-level technician. Before he could finish, Xiao Yisun glared at him, causing Su Qing to flinch and quickly clarify, I assure you, I will not let Jin Zhongfa off the hook. Nor will I employ him. Xiao Yisun's gaze softened slightly, relieved that at least this was non-negotiable. Seeing this, Su Qing breathed a sigh of relief and continued. The compensation for breach of contract has devastated many of the factory's employees. While their skills may not be exceptional, their capabilities are undeniable. Their ability to counterfeit, you mean? Xiao Yisun interjected, wiping the tears from her face as she looked at Su Qing. Mr. Su, I understand your intentions. I am not being deliberately difficult or failing to consider the bigger picture. Jin Zhongfa harmed my daughter, and I will never forgive him. Yes, Su Qing replied with a wry smile. But before he could elaborate, Xiao Yisun changed tack, her tone becoming more pointed. But his former colleagues are innocent, merely following the wrong leader. Our production line is being set up, and once it's ready, we'll need to hire workers, right? Are you suggesting we recruit that group of workers to help them clean up their mess? Su Qing was taken aback, admitting that he did have that idea. But he didn't appreciate the way she phrased it. Mr. Su, Xiao Yisun exclaimed, her tone growing sharper. Their capabilities are undeniable, but one thing remains. No matter what they say, they can't erase the fact that they engaged in counterfeiting. Think about it, Xiao Yisun continued, stepping closer and leaning in. Her eyes fixed on Su Qing. If product counterfeiting were to occur within our company, how would we handle it? Regardless of the measures taken. Even a hint of such behavior could severely damage our fledgling enterprise. You're right, Su Qing nodded in agreement, not entirely convinced by her argument, but also distracted by something else. Mr. Su, I understand your desire to be magnanimous, but is this approach appropriate? Hearing this, Su Qing chuckled wryly. Since when did you start lecturing me? Xiao Yisun forced a smile, taking a step back to indicate that she would say no more. After all, the company and its funds belonged to Su Qing, and she was merely a dependent outsider. It wasn't her place to interfere or offer unsolicited advice. Seeing her change in demeanor, Su Qing realized he had once again touched a nerve. Yisun, don't worry, he said after a moment of contemplation. I won't be hiring all of those employees. Xiao Yisun's points were valid. If they were to hire everyone, there was a risk that they might resort to their old tricks, adulterating the products and pocketing the difference. These dishonest individuals would profit, while Su Qing and his associates, the Good Samaritans, would suffer the consequences, and the company's reputation would be tarnished. Therefore, if they were to recruit anyone, it would be skilled individuals like Jin Zhongfa. Even though certified third-level technicians were not easy to come by. However, every factory had at least a few other technically proficient workers. A factory needed skilled personnel to get off the ground, and with them, profitability wouldn't be far behind. Hearing Su Qing's explanation, Xiao Yisun's expression relaxed somewhat, indicating her agreement. However, She reiterated that Jin Zhongfa was the one exception. All right, I promise you. Su Qing interjected, cutting her off before she could say anything further. His head already spinning. Here's what we'll do. Lin Xiaoxi, he called out, and Lin Xiaoxi immediately opened the door, looking in with curiosity. There's nothing pressing today. Take Miss Qiao and Xiao Tangwei out for a stroll. Lin Xiaoxi glanced at Xiao Yisun, and when she received no objection, nodded and replied, okay. Just then, the sound of a car horn echoed from outside. Beep beep. Someone's here? The group exchanged puzzled glances. The company hadn't even started yet. So who would be coming to this remote location to find them? Xiao Shui. Luo Xian rushed in, her expression equally perplexed. It's someone from the client. Chapter 61. What is the sacrifice for career? The people from Party A? That working group? What brings them here? Upon hearing Su Qing's confusion, Luo Qian shrugged and remarked. Didn't I mention it earlier? Seeing this, Su Qing clicked his tongue, stood up, and exited the office. Could it be about the penalty fees? Xiao Yisun felt a twinge of worry, fearing the arrival of the team from Party A. No need to fret, Lin Xiaoxi interjected, reassuring her. The penalty fees have nothing to do with us. It's directly handled by the factory. If they are looking for anyone, it would be them. Outside the office, a pale blue two-door coupe stood, understated yet radiating luxury. Leaning against the car was a stunning woman clad in an evening gown, arms crossed elegantly over her chest. Upon spotting Su Qing emerging from the office, she smirked and greeted him playfully. Oh, Mr. Su, it took me quite a while to find this place. You are. Su Qing was momentarily taken aback. Surely this enchanting lady had mistaken him for someone else. The pale blue gown hugged her figure, her long black hair cascading down her back, accentuating her slender waist and forming a captivating silhouette that was hard to look away from. Beside them, Xiao Yisun glanced at the woman's flamboyant attire and then at her own, feeling somewhat outshined. For some reason, her gaze instinctively drifted towards Su Qing, who was staring at the woman with an intense focus, stirring an unusual emotion within her. Mr. Su, have you truly forgotten? We met just yesterday and even shook hands, discussing a pleasant collaboration. It's rather disheartening that you don't recognize me now. The glamorous woman gracefully raised her hand, lightly brushing it across her chest, concealing a hint of allure. With a feigned, disappointed shake of her head, she appeared utterly charming, evoking an urge to embrace and protect her. Upon hearing her words, both Xiao Yisun and Lin Xiaoxi exchanged eye rolls, silently turning away. Women often display an uncanny synchronicity at certain moments, especially when encountering an extravagantly dressed woman feigning allure. Su Qing, of course, recognized who she was. The representative from Party A, Shui Weiwei. He was puzzled as to why she sought him out. Their previous encounter had been brief, and their relationship was hardly close enough to warrant this kind of attention. For reasons unknown, he stole a glance at Xiao Yisun beside him, noticing her peculiar expression and the way her eyes occasionally flickered towards him. A wave of indescribable feelings surged within him. Could she possibly be worried, secretly hoping he wouldn't leave her? After all, after everything that had transpired these past few days, a sense of dependence had begun to form, only to be disrupted by the appearance of a beautiful woman. Although Xiao Yisun might not admit it, she and Shouting genuinely needed him during these days. Don't worry, I want tea. Mr. Su. You haven't forgotten about tonight's event, have you? Suddenly, Shui Weiwei's curious voice interrupted his thoughts. Right. Lin Xiaoxi exclaimed, recalling. Xiao Yixing is holding a bidding conference tonight. The bidding conference. Su Qing remembered that he had met Xiao Yixing during the discussions with the team from Party A. While he was unaware of the specifics of their collaboration, it was evident that Shui Weiwei represented Party A and had successfully finalized a series of agreements with the Qiao Corporation. So, Mr. Su, Shui Weiwei opened the car door. Gesturing invitingly, would you be interested in attending the Qiao Corporation's bidding conference? Didn't you notice the palpable tension between us and Xiao Yixing that day? Su Qing chuckled and shook his head, intending to decline, but was interrupted by Shui Weiwei. It's precisely because I'm aware of that tension that I came to invite you. Although I'm not entirely sure of your roles, it's clear that you are competitors. Wouldn't you be curious to discern your rival's next business strategy? Upon hearing this, Su Qing fell into contemplative silence. Setting aside other concerns, if he could gain insight into the Qiao Corporation's forthcoming business maneuvers, it would undoubtedly enhance his strategic approach. Let us not forget, Su Qing returned not for trivial reasons, but to overthrow Xiao Yixing, reclaiming what he had lost. Young master, Lin Xiaoxi suddenly stepped forward, while Xiao Yisun quickly withdrew her hand, pretending not to have prompted Lin Xiaoxi. Just as she was about to speak, Su Qing interrupted, asking Shui Weiwei. I would love to, but I seem to. Rest assured, Shui Weiwei interjected, understanding his hesitation. With a gentle smile that radiated elegance, she continued. I'll bring you in through a side entrance to a private room. You want to be discovered. Upon hearing this, Su Qing couldn't help but chuckle. If you're going to such lengths, what if I were to refuse? At the mention of refuse, Xiao Yixin inexplicably felt a wave of relief wash over her. Little did she know, Su Qing would pivot and directly agree. To be honest, I find it quite intriguing. Then what are we waiting for? Shui Weiwei opened the car door, her lips curling into a smile as she cast a seemingly innocuous glance at Xiao Yixin. That glance held no particular significance, yet to Xiao Yixin, it felt like a provocation. What's the provocation about? What does that have to do with me? With no regard for formality, Su Qing confidently took a seat in the passenger side of the coupe. Just before Shui Weiwei got in, she called out to them, your boss might be a little late returning tonight. In the next moment, she started the engine, pressed the accelerator, and the car sped off, leaving Xiao Yixin and the others standing at the office entrance, engulfed in a heavy silence. Observing Xiao Yixin's retreating figure, Luo Qian couldn't help but lean closer to Lin Xiaoxi, playfully pinching her waist. Ouch! Lin Xiaoxi gasped, shooting a fierce glare at Luo Qian. Luo Qian raised her eyebrows, signaling, oh no, it seems the young master's wife is not pleased. Are you blaming me? If the young master wants to go, who can stop him? Lin Xiaoxi shot back with a knowing glance. You. Just as Luo Qian was about to respond, she noticed Xiao Yixin glancing back and hastily feigned innocence. Xiaoxi, could you help me carry shouting out? Of course. Lin Xiaoxi, understanding that Xiao Yixin was feeling off, didn't dare to delay. She gently inquired, where are we heading? She feared nothing more than that the young master's wife would become despondent. If the young master returned later, she would have a lot to explain. Didn't he ask us to go out for a breath of fresh air? Xiao Yixin's expression was far from cheerful. A vague sense of emptiness enveloped her, leaving her at a loss for words. What emptiness? What is there to feel empty about? He is who he is, and I am who I am. His escapades with other women have nothing to do with me. Xiao Yixin. Watching the fluctuations in Xiao Yixin's mood, Luo Qian and Lin Xiaoxi exchanged worried glances. The young master had just recklessly jeopardized the trust they had painstakingly built. Yet, could one truly fault him? After all, it was all for the sake of his career. Indeed, for the sake of his career. Lin Xiaoxi shot an annoyed glare at Luo Qian. Is it for the sake of his career to abandon his wife and frolic with a woman he barely knows? You men. Such words couldn't be voiced, and with no way to convey her frustrations, she pinched Luo Qian fiercely. Chapter 62. Entering the bidding venue in the vicinity of Hanlin Mansion in the urban area of Zhejiang. As Shui Weiwei drove her light blue two-door coupe into a parking lot filled with various luxury cars, a ripple of intrigue stirred within Su Qing's heart. So many people had gathered to support Xiao Yixin? Was it really so surprising? As Shui Weiwei glanced around in search of a parking spot, she noticed someone waving in the distance and promptly drove over. If I recall correctly, Xiao's should be one of the more successful emerging enterprises in Zhejiang, right? Not only does it have a wide range of business operations, but its industries are also diversified across various sectors, with several self-produced assembly lines. I've heard their cash flow reaches an astounding 50 million. Even smaller listed companies would struggle to produce such liquidity at once. Wouldn't it be prudent for a company with such potential and thriving prospects to establish connections? Su Qing merely smiled faintly, his inner thoughts tinged with disdain. Was Xiao Yixin's current success not entirely a result of his own machinations? Collaborating with outsiders, ousting his own sister, and swallowing up all the industries and funds. Surely anyone could achieve greatness under such circumstances. However, one must concede a point. The commercial strategy Xiao Yixin had implemented back in the day had indeed led to this impressive development. Let us go, Shui Weiwei said. Having parked the car, unfastening her seatbelt and calling out to Su Qing, who was lost in thought. All right, coming back to reality. He unbuckled his seatbelt and stepped out of the car. Beep beep. The sounds of luxury car horns echoed throughout the parking lot as staff from Hanlin Mansion busily managed the flow of vehicles. Upon glancing around, one would see attendees descending from their cars, either dressed in sharp suits as successful professionals or elegantly attired individuals exuding an aura of superiority. Striding gracefully towards the recently refurbished Hanlin Mansion, which had been prepared to receive this esteemed gathering of social elites. As Shui Weiwei noted, they did not enter through the main entrance, opting instead for the side entrance. Avoiding the main entrance did not diminish their status. Rather, It implied that walking through the main doors was a sign of insufficient prestige. Those truly of high standing would not merely follow the crowd. Of course, there was a VIP lane designated for their entrance. "Excuse me, sir and miss, could you please present your invitations?" At the side entrance, a man and woman greeted the guests with professional smiles, preventing those without credentials from entering. Shui Weiwei retrieved an invitation resembling a ticket from her bag and handed it over, indicating Su Qing beside her. The female attendant accepted it, glanced at it briefly, and then spoke into her collar radio. "Guests from room 3 have arrived. Please prepare." She then returned the invitation to Shui Weiwei, her smile sweet as she said, "Welcome. Please proceed forward and turn left after 10 steps." Afterward, she gracefully bowed as Shui Weiwei and Su Qing passed by. Witnessing this scene, Su Qing couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Indeed, those of status and standing were always treated with such regard. "Do you think so?" Shui Weiwei smiled lightly. To achieve a standard that places them among the top hotels in Zhejiang clearly indicates their strength. That is true. Su Qing, perhaps having been denied entry before, felt indifferent. A vague sense of hypocrisy lingered in his mind. Was it really so absurd to compare his past experiences with the present? "Ah, Master Lu, don't walk so fast. Wait for me." A familiar voice from outside interrupted Su Qing's thoughts, prompting him to turn around. The first thing he noticed was a strikingly dressed woman, her form-fitting skirt accentuating her alluring figure. She hurriedly approached a well-dressed gentleman, playfully wrapping her arms around him. "Look who finally showed up," she exclaimed, playfully swaying her body, drawing attention to her curves. The visual impact was undeniable, and even Su Qing found himself momentarily captivated. Walking beside him, Shui Weiwei noticed Su Qing had halted and curiously glanced back. Assuming he recognized someone, she was taken aback to find him staring at the woman's captivating figure, which caused her lips to twitch in annoyance. "Hey," she snapped her slender fingers before Su Qing's eyes. "What are you looking at? Is it that men can't help but get distracted by such sights?" Su Qing snapped back to reality, his expression a mix of helplessness and amusement, opting to remain silent. Meanwhile, Shui Weiwei, with her head slightly lowered, observed Su Qing. For reasons unknown, she felt a strange discomfort stir within her. His lack of explanation only intensified her unease. Caught in the act of admiring another woman, Su Qing, as a man, had not uttered a single word of defense. Wasn't the natural reaction for a man to say something to alleviate the awkwardness of being caught? No. What was there to explain? It had nothing to do with her. If he wanted to look, then so be it. Yet, despite her rationalization, an unsettling feeling lingered in her heart. A woman walking alongside a man while his gaze strayed to another would surely evoke feelings of imbalance, even if there was no direct connection, wouldn't it? Yes, indeed. Moreover, was she really that unremarkable? Shui Weiwei glanced down at her exquisite, form-fitting light blue evening gown, which perfectly showcased her fair complexion. It was her favorite dress. In a moment of impulse, she unconsciously straightened her posture, causing her figure to subtly bounce, a seemingly innocent yet alluring gesture. Wait, what was she doing? Shui Weiwei chastised herself, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson, feeling both embarrassed and shameful as she quickened her pace ahead. Seeing Shui Weiwei suddenly dash past him with her head down, Su Qing was taken aback. What was going on? Had she perhaps missed the opening? Feeling a sense of urgency, he quickened his steps to catch up with her. Since the bidding conference had begun, there was no reason to miss the opening. During such events, the initial moments were dedicated to introducing the bidding projects, specifications, and anticipated investments, allowing representatives from various companies to evaluate the viability of collaboration. This was also a crucial opportunity to understand Xiao's enterprise and its future business strategies. There was no reason to miss it. Yet, his mind was still preoccupied, not with the alluring woman outside, but rather with the affluent young man she was clinging to. He felt an unsettling familiarity, as if he had encountered him before, but the memory eluded him. Chapter 63, The Grand Bidding Conference of the Qiao Family. Why are you following me? Upon hearing Su Qing catching up behind her, Shui Weiwei's cheeks flushed more intensely, accompanied by a hint of shameful indignation. No, you go ahead. Su Qing was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't it because the event was about to commence that she was hurrying? Glancing at her discomfort, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh, you're blushing." Shui Weiwei was stunned. Having just begun to regain her composure, his words only deepened her embarrassment. "What are you doing? You're so annoying. It's none of your business." She covered her flushed face and dashed into the room prepared for them. This unexpected reaction left Su Qing feeling awkward and bewildered. His intention had not been to tease her, He merely noted her blush and expressed concern. Who would have thought her reaction would be so exaggerated? He was not oblivious to social cues. Her evident blush was unmistakable, yet he pondered, why should it concern him? If she was blushing, so be it. He had done nothing wrong. After all, youth is often accompanied by fluttering emotions, and he could empathize, as it had nothing to do with him. With this thought, Su Qing exhaled, feeling considerably less awkward. Just as he was about to grasp the doorknob and enter, a couple approached from the side entrance. In that instant, their gazes locked, and both were momentarily taken aback. This fellow looked remarkably familiar. Had they crossed paths before? Yet, neither initiated a greeting. Young Master Lu. What's wrong? The woman beside him grasped his hand, placing it inappropriately, while her delicate features bore a look of confusion that was unexpectedly captivating. However, this allure was fleeting. No matter how enchanting one might appear, it could not alter her reality of being in another man's embrace. Su Qing pursed his lips, withdrew his gaze, and pushed the door open, closing it behind him amidst their puzzled stares. What an odd individual. Although the woman seemed perplexed, a wave of exhilaration surged within her. Indeed, with her beauty and alluring figure, any man would find it difficult to resist her charm. The man beside her, referred to as young Master Lu, was none other than the individual with whom there had been a prior confrontation outside the Hamlin mansion, who had also engaged in reckless driving in the suburbs. He belonged to one of the prominent families of the Zhejiang region, the Lu family, specifically Lu Xiao. Strange, I feel as though I've encountered him somewhere. Yet, I cannot pinpoint where, though he seems strikingly familiar. Never mind, why should I be concerned about a man? With a swift motion, he slid his left hand down the woman's slender waist, delivering a playful slap to her curvaceous rear. Ouch! What are you doing? Oh, young Master Lu, you're so naughty. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she leaned into Lu Xiao's embrace, tilting her head to whisper softly in his ear, I really like you. The moment those words left her lips, accompanied by the warmth of her breath against his ear, it was as if a spell had been cast, igniting Lu Xiao's masculine fervor. You little vixen, I'll show you what playing with fire means. He scooped her up in his arms, kicked open the VIP room prepared for them, and closed the door amid her playful giggles. Upon entering the room, the first thing that caught their attention was a floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the lobby, providing a view of the meticulously arranged bidding conference. The event was about to commence. Guests without the privilege of private rooms were now seating themselves orderly in the main hall. Su Qing was astonished. Such grandeur. This is no mere bidding conference. It resembles a small banquet. Naturally, for the Qiao family, many would seek to curry favor, and even as a leading enterprise, they would attract attention. Shui Weiwei, who had entered the room first, leaned against the sofa by the window, still struggling to calm her racing heart. Hearing her remark, Su Qing found himself at a loss for words. Though it dampened his spirit, the truth was undeniable. Given the Qiao family's current stature, even an extravagant display would be expected, with various enterprises eager to show their allegiance. There was no denying it. The Qiao family was akin to a rising star in the night sky. Who else would they seek to please? Su Qing understood that, with his current capabilities, attempting to bring down such a star would be akin to a grasshopper trying to stop a chariot, futile and reckless. Yet, what if he did not at least try? How would he know the outcome? If he was not mistaken, Xiao Yixing's eagerness to hold this bidding conference stemmed from his disruption. It was evident that the Yin family's tactics had indeed caught Xiao Yixing off guard, snatching away numerous orders and causing him to incur significant penalties. Even with a cash flow of 50 million, it would not suffice. Let him be arrogant. I shall see how long this Xiao Yixing can maintain his glory. As Su Qing contemplated, a glint of determination flickered in his eyes. Someone had taken to the stage. Just as Su Qing settled down and was about to take a sip of water, Shui Weiwei, who had been watching the conference intently, gasped. Pausing in his drinking, he glanced through the window to see a striking woman in a fitted chi pao stepping onto the stage. Welcome everyone. Thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedules to attend the Qiao family's new project bidding conference. With the microphone poised near her ear, her smile radiated elegance, her voice as melodious as a songbird, captivating the audience at once. As she spoke, her delicate hands danced gracefully through the air, enhancing the ambience with an air of beauty. Her striking appearance, graceful demeanor, and sophisticated aura combined to create a spectacle that could draw attention from any corner. The elite attendees from various societal strata momentarily ceased their hushed conversations, lifting their eyes to the stage. Murmurs of admiration rippled through the crowd. The Qiao family truly was a fresh force amidst the vast enterprises of Zhejiang. and even the person on stage was remarkably youthful and beautiful. Nonsense. The rise of an enterprise has nothing to do with such superficial matters. With sufficient funds, any number of young and beautiful women could be procured. Laughter erupted among the gathered businessmen and social elites, elevating the atmosphere of the bidding conference even further. The woman on stage, hearing the crowd's banter, felt no anger. Rather, she breathed a sigh of relief, relieved they were engaging with her, ensuring the atmosphere remained lively. Chapter 64. Real estate? Does it even qualify as a new project? Before the project commences, allow us to introduce ourselves. What need is there for an introduction? A bemused voice from the audience interjected. You ought not to be so modest. Who in the entire Zhejiang region is unaware of the Chao Investment Corporation? Laughter erupted from the prominent figures and elites present, affirming the sentiment. Indeed. Haha. If only the Chao family displayed such humility during negotiations. However, one must not speak too boldly, the female host chuckled, her lips curving in a modest smile. Our Chao family adheres to the philosophy of maintaining a low profile while engaging in significant endeavors. Ah, what splendid humility. This low profile has become widely recognized across all industries in Zhejiang. Her words sparked another round of hearty laughter, devoid of offense or disdain. The mere fact that they were present and seated indicated that they had caught the Chao family's attention. Yet, for many in attendance, the opportunity to collaborate with the Chao family was nothing short of a rarity, a chance that could not be easily sought after. To partner with the Chao family transcended the mere notion of making a fortune. However, one might ponder, was it truly necessary to orchestrate such a grand affair for a mere bidding conference? As the female host elaborated on the scope and background of Chao Investment Corporation, murmurs began to circulate among the audience, discussing the magnitude of the bidding event. Indeed, the scale of this bidding conference was monumental, bringing together almost the entirety of Zhejiang's business community. Was it merely a display of grandeur, aimed at overshadowing other enterprises? Surely, Haven T missed the whispers? An informed elite chuckled. This remark drew curious glances from several business leaders, who inquired eagerly, "What is going on, my friend? Share with us so we can prepare ourselves." After all, they were eager to seize the opportunity that the Chao family had laid before them, but apprehensive about the enormity of the project. The knowledgeable businessman, having initially struggled to accept the reality of the Chao family's plans, sensed the rising anticipation in the room. Since they were all present, and the bidding conference was about to commence, it would be prudent to provide some reassurance. Well, I suppose I can divulge some information. Just make sure you're seated firmly. You wouldn't want to topple over. Stop the teasing. Just tell us. Several impatient business leaders chimed in with playful rebuke. The female host, amused by their banter, chose not to intervene, but instead smiled knowingly, as if she relished the unfolding scenario. She intended to let the news of the Chao family's significant plans spill from others' lips before she elevated the atmosphere to a crescendo. You are all aware of the government's initiatives and policies supporting industrial development, I presume? Certainly. Many in the audience echoed, acknowledging that their successes were rooted in these very policies. The foundation of economic progress is inextricably linked to the industrial planning that encompasses both light and heavy industries. Yet, the industrial landscape in Zhejiang already nearing saturation, with numerous enterprises seeking transformation, the Chao family, having benefited from industrial planning, cannot possibly be oblivious to the market's saturation. At such a juncture, one would expect them to consider liquidating their assets or pursuing breakthroughs in other sectors, not to intensify their industrial investments. A complex array of expressions crossed the faces of the business leaders and elites as they exchanged glances. Fully aware of the unspoken thoughts lingering in the air, was the leader of the Chao family, Chao Yixing, deranged? Who told you this was about industrial planning? The informed businessman, recognizing the reactions of his peers, could only shake his head in disbelief, upon discovering that it was not about industrial planning. The previously perplexed elites felt a wave of relief followed swiftly by intrigue. What new project are they actually undertaking? Speak up already. Don't keep us in suspense. They pressed eagerly. Is it finance or real estate? The insider's revelation, though softly spoken, reverberated through the bustling conference hall, plunging the audience into stunned silence. Real estate? Are you jesting? Can that truly be termed a new project or industry? Isn't that merely a remnant of others' endeavors? A wave of incredulity washed over the crowd. The Chao family, abandoning policy-backed industries to delve into real estate and the common man's finances? Forgive me. The real estate sector in Zhejiang, indeed across the nation, is already saturated beyond measure. The Chao family wishes to enter this arena now? They should be wary of being devoured by established giants. Laughter erupted from a few in the audience, while those aware of the identities of the speakers cast envious glances their way, not for any particular reason, other than the fact that they represented the real estate industry. It was common knowledge that the Chiao family boasted a cash flow of 50 million, but compared to the real estate moguls, this was hardly impressive. Establishing a project on any plot of land would require far more than 50 million. Was the Chiao family not concerned about risking bankruptcy overnight? What a disappointment. They had hoped for something groundbreaking, only to find it was just real estate. The representatives of the real estate sector exchanged disdainful chuckles, rising to leave, bored by the so-called bidding conference. This is hardly anything new, merely playing with what others have discarded. Let us depart. Indeed, many had come with high hopes, eager to see what surprises the Chiao family might unveil, only to find their appetites unfulfilled, left with the bitter taste of disappointment. The insider and the female host observed the departing business leaders and elites, unperturbed by the chaos unfolding. Instead, a subtle smile graced their lips, as if they had successfully ensnared all within their carefully laid trap. Chapter 65. How many years of life would you lose just by calling you mom? At that moment, the insider among the bosses spoke in a calm yet unhurried tone, casually informing those about to leave. If I were to tell you that the project held by the Chiao family has government endorsement and guarantees a total investment exceeding $1 billion. Government endorsement? An investment over $1 billion? No way. This must be a scam. His indifferent voice echoed through the bidding hall, akin to a bomb dropping into a still pond, creating ripples of surprise. Everyone was momentarily stunned, not merely by the staggering investment figure, but by the notion of government endorsement. A project backed by the government carried an entirely different weight. It was far from an ordinary real estate venture. The various business leaders and elite individuals who had initially intended to leave suddenly found themselves returning to their seats, their expressions awkward and hesitant. Meanwhile, the female host on stage, witnessing their uncomfortable return, wore an even brighter smile. Well then, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, our Chiao Investment Company is launching a new project open for bidding across all sectors of the Zhejiang society, which is, Mom, Sister Xiaoxi, come look. Isn't this dress beautiful? In a bustling city mall, little Tang Guo was excitedly selecting pretty clothes. Stunning. Absolutely stunning. Our little Tang Guo looks good in anything, Lin Xiaoxi praised. Contrarily, Chiao Yixin hesitated, softly murmuring, this isn't quite right. The prices here are far too expensive. It's not about whether I want to spend, but rather that I simply can't afford it. If she were still the young lady of the Chiao family, it wouldn't be an issue to buy out the entire mall. But now, with empty pockets, she felt no confidence stepping into such a high-end shopping center. Not to mention, a single ordinary dress could cost her and Tang Guo half a month's worth of groceries. What is wrong with it, young master? No, Miss Chiao. That was close, almost slipped. Lin Xiaoxi pinched the chubby cheeks of the little one, urging her to pick out a few more lovely outfits. Sigh. Chiao Yixin panicked. She had no money to pay. But Lin Xiaoxi stopped her, saying, oh, it's fine. Just charge it to the company. The young master won T mind. Besides, it's just a set of clothes. How much could it possibly cost? The most important thing is that the child is happy. Oh. Upon hearing this, Chiao Yixin's expression grew even more troubled. Even if it was charged to the company, it wasn't her money. Wasn't that just spending someone else's? Although she was currently under someone else's roof, as a partner, it felt acceptable. But using his money to buy clothes for her child felt somewhat. Initially, she thought they were merely going out to relax. But had she known they were coming to a mall, she would have absolutely refused, considering her lack of funds. Miss Chiao, Luo Qian, the driver for them, stepped forward, saying, it's all right. The child's happiness is what matters most, and look at her now. Hearing this, Chiao Yixin raised her eyes towards the little one, whose face was beaming with joy as she selected her favorite styles. It seems you haven't bought her new clothes in a while? This was meant to belittle or undermine Chiao Yixin's feelings, but rather to ease her internal conflict. Look how happy she is. Furthermore, the young master had instructed that any request would be fulfilled. He would surely be willing to spend whatever it took to see the little one smile, as it was something he owed her. With this thought, Luo Qian glanced at Lin Xiaoxi, who was also looking their way, and they both sighed in unison, sharing a moment of helplessness. Why is the young master, I mean Mr. Su, so good to me and Tang Guo? Suddenly, Chiao Yixin remarked, leaving Luo Qian and Lin Xiaoxi momentarily breathless, cold sweat instantly soaking their backs. Oh no, wrong words. Luo Qian wished she could slap herself for mentioning the young master. They could never answer such a question. If it went awry, it could lead to misunderstandings. If the young master found out, it would be a disaster. Lin Xiaoxi feigned anger, glaring at Luo Qian. You can't speak such nonsense. What is wrong with you all? Is this question difficult for you? Xiao Yixin turned to see them exchanging furtive glances, immediately raising her suspicions. And no. Lin Xiaoxi, drenched in cold sweat, nervously laughed, trying to deflect, but inwardly. She was panicking. It seemed necessary to clarify things with the young master's wife. Her eyes were fixed on them. You answer. Lin Xiaoxi tossed the dilemma back to Luo Qian, blaming her for bringing it up in the first place. Luo Qian was at a loss. How could she respond? Speaking the truth might mean meeting a grim fate tomorrow. Observing their stammering and hesitance, Xiao Yixin sensed something amiss, narrowing her eyes. About to speak when? Well, if it isn't that jinx. What a mood killer you are. Upon hearing the familiar mocking voice, Xiao Yixin froze. Her expression shifting to one of complex evasion as she turned around. Mom, what are you doing here? Oh dear, please, if you call me Mom. How many years of my life will be taken away? I simply can't bear it. Xiao's mother didn't enter from outside. She emerged from within the store, accompanied by a female manager. Just a moment ago, she had been happily listening to the manager introduce the newly arrived seasonal clothing. But upon stepping out, she saw the girl who not only ruined her birthday party, but also disrupted her son's chance to negotiate with the elite of Zhoujiang, and instantly, her mood soured, her disdain and even disgust unmasked. Her gaze was akin to that of someone spotting a beggar on the street, brimming with irritation, almost wishing to spit at her for the misfortune she brought. Listening to the words from Qiao's mother, Lin Xiaoxi and Luo Qian widened their eyes in disbelief. Could a mother really say such things? Regardless of past conflicts, it shouldn't have come to this. Mom. The little one, engrossed in selecting clothes, heard her grandmother's words. She dashed over, hugging her mother tightly, shouting at Xiao's mother, You can't scold my mommy. That little brat is here too? Goodness. How on earth did she end up in the store? Upon hearing her major client utter such words, the manager quickly realized what to do. Miss, please. She approached with a firm attitude, indicating they were not welcome here. Why should we? Lin Xiaoxi was at a loss for words, rolling her eyes, ready to retort. What do you think you are? You have no say here. But she was immediately silenced by Qiao's mother's imposing reprimand. Chapter 66. What constitutes a super project? I, Lin Xiaoxi, found myself at a loss for words, finally comprehending why the young marshal was so exasperated with the Qiao family. Glancing at Xiao Yixin, who kept her head lowered, unable to meet the gaze of that elderly woman's timid demeanor, I couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow in my heart. It seemed that the hardships of the past years had dulled the once sharp spirit of the former young lady of the Qiao family. She had learned that the only way to survive was to humble herself before life, at least to ensure that little Tangwa would not go hungry. Thus, when faced with verbal humiliation from others, silence often proved to be the best means of avoiding conflict, for she lacked the confidence and support of others. Observing the elderly woman, who stood high-handedly with a face full of disdain, I felt a surge of indignation, unable to hold my temper any longer. I was about to confront this old woman when, unexpectedly, the little one could no longer contain herself. She shouted defiantly at the scowling manager and the sneering Qiao mother. You are the bad guys. You are the real scum. No, you are old scum. You are not allowed to bully my mother. At her outburst, Xiao Yixin was left utterly dumbfounded. She had never heard the little one speak such words before. Qiao mother was furious. Staring at the audacious little girl who had the nerve to bare her teeth at her, her anger flared uncontrollably. You little wretch, how dare you? If it weren't for this little imp, Xiao Yixin would never have dared to sever ties and leave home. It would have been a meticulously arranged marriage to another, allowing the Qiao family to cling to wealth and expand their business, earning enough to last a lifetime. It was all because of this little wretch that the agreement had fallen through, causing her precious son to suffer and toil to reach his current position. You little wretch, just wait until I, in a fit of rage, Qiao mother lunged forward. But unexpectedly, Xiao Yixin, who had kept her head down, suddenly raised her hand and slapped Qiao mother across the face. The sharp sound of the slap echoed through the clothing store, leaving everyone present in stunned silence. No one had anticipated that the timid Xiao Yixin would respond to her mother's verbal humiliation in such a bold manner. You. The fiery sting of pain surged across her face as Qiao mother widened her eyes in disbelief, trembling with rage as she pointed at Xiao Yixin. You are my mother, and I am your daughter. I can endure your humiliation, but I will not allow you to speak a single word against me. My daughter also has a father. His name is Su Qing, my husband, and Yaxin's father. I will not allow you. What? Did I hear you correctly? You actually acquired that project? My heavens. As far as I know, the initial investment for that project is a bottomless pit. It won't generate any returns in the short term, even with government backing. The upfront construction funds are non-existent, and the risks are all shouldered by the enterprises that take over. You have such audacity. I truly admire your courage. Similar exclamations of astonishment echoed throughout the bidding conference. In the private room, Shui Weiwei looked at the elites outside, astonished by their reactions, and turned to Su Qing. Her own bewilderment evident. Hey, what are they so astonished about? Is there something unusual about this project? Being a non-local, she was unaware of why an ordinary project backed by the government would elicit such wonder. To be honest, even Su Qing felt a stir in his heart upon hearing about the project. Xiao Yixing is audacious indeed. Why take on such a risky project? The stakes are far greater than mere finances. One misstep could lead to total failure. This project, it could be said, was well known among the older generation of Zhejiang people, who even deemed its realization improbable. Even ordinary folks believed it to be unfeasible. For those wealthy businessmen, the difficulty was insurmountable. Is that so? Hearing Su Qing's words, Shui Weiwei was puzzled. Isn't there government backing to mitigate risks? Why is it that even capitalists are hesitant to take it on? As an outsider working within a large corporation, she had seen her fair share of significant projects and found it hard to believe that any project could be so outrageous. Moreover, if it truly were such a grand project, surely it wouldn't be taken on by a single entity. Wouldn't it make more sense for several companies to collaborate and invest together? Do you doubt it? Seeing a hint of disdain on Shui Weiwei's face, Su Qing felt slightly irked. After all, he was also a Zhejiang native and knew a thing or two about the project. The situation was not as simple as it appeared. Not wanting to keep her in suspense any longer, he divulged all he knew about the project without reservation. Meanwhile, in the bidding hall outside the private room, the female host on stage was also discussing the project's details. 5 or 6 years ago, the Zhejiang region underwent significant policy reforms, lifting all economic constraints, inviting various industries to develop, with a strong emphasis on industrial construction and regional planning, school district planning, commercial area planning, residential area planning, and so forth. The urban development pattern of Zhejiang today can be traced back to those plans, allowing many to seize lucrative opportunities. 5 years ago, the precursor to the current Xiao enterprise, established by Su Qing and Xiao Yixing, capitalized on the reform opportunity. With the government's support for industrialization, they quickly accumulated their first pot of capital and decisively invested in other bidding projects and developments. Among these was a project closely monitored and significantly concerned by the government. Once successfully implemented, this project could influence the development of Zhejiang for decades to come. Even serving as the economic lifeblood, this project encompasses, but is not limited to, traditional school district planning, residential planning, commercial squares, and all kinds of real estate planning. High-speed rail stations, freight stations, passenger airports, and even. Su Qing's voice quivered slightly as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Shui Weiwei's eyes widened in disbelief, her pupils trembling uncontrollably. It was clear that she understood just how astonishing and shocking this super project and its accompanying infrastructure truly were. While she could comprehend the initial project planning involving schools, residences, and commercial entertainment areas, necessary for alleviating urban population pressures and attracting new residents, she did not consider these to constitute a super project. The term super emerged from the latter aspects of the project planning. Chapter 67. Now that I've returned, it's time for reckoning. Imagine a high-speed rail station, a bustling freight depot, an airport teeming with passengers, and a freight terminal humming with activity. The completion of the high-speed rail station would seamlessly integrate the city into the national railway network, accommodating tens of thousands of people at once, channeling a massive influx of individuals into Zhejiang. The light and heavy industrial products manufactured in Zhejiang could then be transported and sold throughout the country via the extensive railway lines. The freight terminal, accessible by waterways, would connect to coastal routes nationwide and directly link to international shipping lanes. Furthermore, the passenger airport would not only bring in a considerable volume of people but also stimulate tourism and generate associated economic benefits. In essence, the realization of any one of these infrastructure projects would unleash a formidable force for the overall economic advancement of Zhejiang. However, here's the crux. Each of these projects, taken individually, is a significant undertaking. Yet, the Zhejiang government has opted to bundle them together, insisting on their simultaneous completion. Why? The reason is simple. Zhejiang's economic development has indeed surpassed previous levels in recent years. However, the continuous promotion of projects and policy support for various industries have depleted the government's financial resources. These construction projects are essential for continued growth, but with limited government funds. The only recourse is to outsource them, relying on government oversight to ensure quality. As one might expect, the sheer scale of these projects implies a substantial financial commitment, transcending the mere question of available funds. Undoubtedly, everyone recognizes that this endeavor will ultimately yield immense profits, far exceeding what could be earned in a lifetime. Nevertheless, the daunting challenge lies in the initial investment, as the government will not subsidize any of the upfront construction costs, leaving the burden entirely on the acquiring group or enterprise. Only upon the successful completion, inspection, and official launch of a particular project will the government provide the corresponding financial support. In other words, without sufficient operating capital, the government will not offer any financial assistance if the cash flow is interrupted midway. This raises another question. Is the government not concerned about the project stalling? Such an outcome is impossible. Without urban development, the market economy would soon reach its saturation point, leading to inevitable decline. In essence, if entrepreneurs cannot generate profits, what incentive do they have to remain? They will undoubtedly relocate with their talented staff to seek opportunities elsewhere. This phenomenon, known as economic outflow and talent exodus following market saturation, is akin to draining the pond to catch all the fish if development stagnates. To ensure sustainable resource management, prioritizing infrastructure development is paramount. This approach not only sustains the market economy but also attracts economic activity from other regions. Therefore, even if the initial investor encounters financial difficulties, leading to bankruptcy and the suspension of the megaproject, the government remains confident that the project will not be abandoned. Driven by the pursuit of profit, a succession of investors will emerge, eager to complete at least one project to receive government subsidies and generate revenue for subsequent undertakings. In essence, the completion and operationalization of even one project would significantly alleviate the overall financial strain. The government subsidies, coupled with the revenue generated from the operational project, could then be reinvested in the next project and the next until the entire megaproject is completed. This would maximize the overall market share in Zhejiang, while the investing companies or groups would secure ownership stakes in the project, ensuring financial security for generations to come. Well, is everyone in Zhejiang so ambitious? Shui Weiwei exclaimed in astonishment after listening to Su Qing's comprehensive introduction. This was not merely project construction. It was a complete reimagining of the city with improved planning, enhanced infrastructure, and aspirations to rival top-tier metropolises. Upon fully grasping the project's scale and magnitude, Shui Weiwei's hands trembled uncontrollably, her mind racing with excitement. Leaning back on the plush sofa, Su Qing cradled a steaming cup of tea, a hint of bitterness playing on his lips and a touch of melancholy in his eyes. Why the wistful smile and sorrowful gaze? 5 years prior, Su Qing was at the zenith of his career, celebrating the arrival of his child. Xiaotangua, Su Yaxin. The confluence of professional success and the addition of a new family member had, perhaps, made Su Qing overly confident, or rather, keenly aware of the weight of family responsibilities. While his company could adequately provide for Qiaoyisen and Xiaotangua, he yearned to strive for greater success, ensuring a worry-free future. Thus, he resolved to engage with the government's newly proposed megaproject. Laughable, wasn't it? Even major corporations hesitated to take on the project, yet Su Qing, a mere small business owner, dared to pursue this colossal opportunity. But Su Qing was undaunted. What was there to fear? The government would not provide upfront funding. He would secure the project, seek financing, and find partners to collaborate on construction and share the profits. In retrospect, his thinking at the time was incredibly naive. While smaller projects could indeed be collaborative and profitable, this megaproject, with its potential to reshape the entire region's economy, was destined for monopolization. Consider a simple analogy. Building a road with private funds would grant the owner control over the thoroughfare for all commercial traffic, generating daily revenue in the hundreds of millions. A modest toll, say 1%, would not be excessive, would it? Given the immense flow of capital and goods, that 1% would be an astronomical sum. Why would anyone willingly share such a lucrative opportunity with hundreds or thousands of others? However, lacking the capacity to exploit it independently, and unwilling to witness others achieve financial independence through it, the inevitable course of action was to disrupt the process. After a period of diligent pursuit, just as Su Qing believed he was on the verge of success, The project was abruptly halted, and he was imprisoned, without trial or due process. He was sentenced to death, effective immediately, a clear indication that he had encroached upon someone's interests, someone who would ensure that what they could not obtain. No one else would either. The identity of this individual remained unknown to Su Qing, but he was certain that Xiao Yixing was involved. His imprisonment was based on Xiao Yixing's public accusation. Reflecting on this, a glint of ruthlessness flickered in Su Qing's eyes, regardless of who supported Xiao Yixing. Now that Su Qing had returned, no one would escape retribution. He would settle the score, one by one. With a sigh of relief, he regained his composure. Focusing on the immediate situation, Xiao Yixing's recent pursuit of the megaproject, untouched for over 5 years, was undoubtedly orchestrated by his backers. Of course, a crucial factor was Su Qing's recent interference, which had cost Xiao Yixing over a dozen orders and substantial breach of contract penalties. Without exaggerating, Su Qing was certain that Xiao's enterprise had suffered a significant blow and desperately needed a major project to restore morale. Securing this project would not only revitalize the company, but also attract a multitude of partners. Moreover, possessing such a mega project would enable Xiao Yixing to solicit financing from Zhoujiang's elite, using it as a promotional tool. A bidding conference. Su Qing's eyes gleamed with insight, fully aware of his brother-in-law's machinations. What a bidding conference this is. It is, in fact, a financing assembly, inviting more individuals to share the risks associated with construction funding. Chapter 68. The resplendent and elated Xiao Yixing having listened to the project presentation. One can only assume that the entrepreneurs present are harboring their own thoughts. The words of the female host reverberated through the hall of Hanlin Mansion. Yet silence lingered as no one dared to respond. It was not that they were dismissive. Rather, they were astounded into speechlessness. Good heavens! They were well aware of the colossal project that had languished due to governmental inertia for so long. Over the years, even conglomerates valued in the billions had refrained from engaging with it, hinting at the project's formidable nature. Undoubtedly, urban development hinges on such constructions, and it was clear that someone would eventually take the initiative. However, no one anticipated that it would be the burgeoning Xiao Corporation, a company brimming with potential. Such audacity was astonishing. Even if they boasted a cash flow of 50 million, pouring it all in would scarcely create a ripple. What audacity propelled them? The admiration was palpable, rendering them momentarily speechless. After an extended silence, it was uncertain who initiated the applause, but soon the hall resonated with a thunderous and continuous clapping. The female host, observing the esteemed elites from various sectors expressing their admiration for the Xiao Corporation, could not suppress a smile. This smile was nothing short of captivating, stirring a flutter in many hearts. It was not mere infatuation with a woman's beauty, but rather an admiration for the confident charisma she exuded. Among those captivated was Lu Xiao, the scion of the Lu Corporation, who had just concluded an exhilarating exchange with his companion. Lolling on the sofa with a glass of red wine, he chanced upon the host's confident demeanor on stage, narrowing his eyes in intrigue. Lu Xiao, what are you gazing at? His companion, draped in a light blanket, playfully asked as she rested her hand on him. At that moment, his phone on the tea table interrupted their moment. Irritated, Lu Xiao pushed his companion aside and snatched up the device. Damn it. Who was calling at this hour? A glance at the caller ID revealed a hint of panic, and he quickly sat up to answer. Hello, grandfather. How is the bidding conference proceeding? On the other end, a deep voice resonated, belonging to none other than Lu Weiming, the president of the Lu Corporation, one of the 4 major groups in the region. It has begun. Upon hearing his grandfather's voice, Lu Xiao felt an urgency and timidly reported the situation. Although he had missed some details due to his previous distraction, he managed to convey the gist. Lu Weiming, upon learning that a modest company like Xiao's dared to undertake such a monumental project, expressed a curious exclamation. However, given his status, he had already been privy to such discussions. Now, it was merely a confirmation of what he had heard. He was astonished to discover it was indeed true. This development piqued his interest. Sensing the silence on the line, Lu Xiao felt a twinge of anxiety. Grandfather, is there anything else you wish to instruct? He feared nothing except the stern presence of his grandfather, for his financial sustenance rested in the elder's hands. Came Lu Weiming's robust voice, retaining the vigor of a spirited middle-aged man. First, ascertain the specifications of the bidding. If they are suitable, you may place a bid. Such a substantial project could not be managed solely by Xiao's. They lacked the requisite audacity. If Lu Xiao could successfully execute this project, the elder's sentence trailed off, but Lu Xiao understood the implication. This was a chance to take the reins. If he succeeded, He would not only gain respect within the family, but also secure a significant position within the Lu Corporation, potentially even becoming a successor. This would silence the whispers of those who labeled him a playboy, living off his family's wealth. More importantly, he would finally hold his head high before his stern father, free from belittlement and cold disdain. With this realization, the determination in Lu Xiao's gaze transformed, as if he matured in that very instant. The call ended, and he let the phone dangle at his side, standing before the floor-to-ceiling window in the nude. Thankfully, the window was one way. Otherwise, the situation would have been quite amusing. His companion, lying on the sofa, chuckled at the sight of his bare back. "Hey, Lu Xiao, what are you pondering so deeply? Come over here." She reached out her delicate hand, sliding it from his thigh to his waist, her flirtatious smile and alluring gaze proving irresistible. Yet, in this moment, Lu Xiao remained unmoved, exhibiting an unexpected restraint, waving her off. His companion was taken aback, recalling the urgency he had displayed just moments before. She laughed lightly. "Oh, Lu Xiao, what game are you playing now? You've got me, a girl, taking the initiative." With a playful flick of her long, fair leg against his back, the sensation she evoked failed to elicit any response from him, as he remained transfixed on the bidding conference, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. "Why are we discussing this? We need Xiao to come out. Wasn't this bidding conference intended for financing and sharing risks? Yet here we are, and Mr. Xiao has yet to make an appearance. Is he taking us too lightly?" Murmurs echoed among the crowd, seasoned entrepreneurs who were all too familiar with the game. If he seeks financing and risk-sharing, he must demonstrate sincerity by appearing himself rather than letting the host chatter on endlessly. The female host, unperturbed, was aware that Xiao Yixing was backstage, awaiting the completion of the introduction to present himself for discussions on financing. Esteemed businessmen and women, I sincerely apologize for the delay." Xiao Yixing emerged from backstage, beaming with confidence as he addressed the assembly. Clad in a tailored suit, he exuded the vitality of a successful entrepreneur, unfazed by the immense financial pressures associated with the project. Even if such pressures existed, he would not allow them to manifest externally. To the outside world, he appeared radiant and spoke with a resounding conviction that commanded attention. Chapter 69. Investing in the Qiao family? A calculated move. "Ladies and gentlemen, it seems you may have misunderstood my intentions with my very first utterance." Many present furrowed their brows in confusion. "I convened this bidding conference not to solicit funds from you. To be candid, I must admit that a sudden influx of capital to alleviate my burdens would be most welcome." As I spoke, a smile lingered on my lips, and I savored the astonished expressions that swept across the faces of those gathered. What does President Xiao mean by this? A bidding process without financing? Are we merely subjects of his amusement? The murmurs of disbelief echoed around the room. "President Xiao, you must be jesting. Undertaking such a grand project without financial backing would surely render it impossible to even pave a road." As I listened to the continuous chorus of astonishment, my smile broadened. This was precisely the reaction I sought. My gaze discreetly swept over the floor-to-ceiling windows of the private rooms, aware of the identities concealed within. The success of tonight's bidding conference hinged entirely on whether the representatives of the major conglomerates from Zhejiang would extend their favor. Did he truly comprehend the gravity of his words? Undertaking such a monumental project without financing seemed tantamount to hastening the demise of the Qiao family business. How infuriating! Had I known a day in advance that he was embarking on such a colossal venture, I would have seriously considered collaboration. Among those perplexed by Xiao Yixing's motives was Shui Weiwei, representing the client-side conglomerate in Zhejiang. However, the fate of Qiao's enterprise was of no concern to her. Her anxiety stemmed from the recently signed collaboration project. She feared that Xiao's inability to deliver on time would jeopardize her own interests. Damn it, Shui Weiwei, belatedly realizing she had been taken in by Xiao Yixing's flowery rhetoric, lamented, "Had I known, I would have conducted thorough due diligence before dispersing the project contract." Now, with Xiao's focus entirely on this massive undertaking, how could he possibly prioritize our production contracts? If he intends to leverage this grand project for financing and then abscond with the funds, that would spell disaster. Hearing Shui Weiwei's frustrated exclamation, Su Qing, standing by the window, couldn't help but chuckle, though a sense of foreboding settled within him. Initially, he had surmised that Xiao Yixing's actions were motivated by a desire for financing. Yet now, the implication that it was for some other purpose left him bewildered. With Su Qing's understanding of Qiao, he knew that taking on such an expansive project without sufficient operational capital could easily lead to ruin. Good heavens! Before we even embark on our revenge, he might be the one to self-destruct. After 5 years of humiliation for Qiao Yisan and Xiao Deng, how could this possibly provide any sense of vindication? As he stood before the window, gazing at the spirited Qiao Yixing, Su Qing's expression deepened in contemplation. Meanwhile, in the adjacent private rooms, the representatives from Zhoujiang's conglomerates were deliberating the risks and benefits of the project, regardless of Qiao Yixing's intentions. Such a colossal project could not be managed alone. While he professed not to seek financing, it was inevitable that he would find alternative means to invite others to collaborate. After all, the consortiums would not simply stand by and allow him to operate the project independently. Over the years, they had certainly contemplated this very project. Given their financial prowess, sustaining the initial operations was feasible, albeit unnecessary. Once the project commenced, continual funding would be essential. Any cessation would lead to breaches of contract and other complications. Even with substantial capital, it was impractical to maintain a single project while neglecting other profitable ventures. Other financially robust conglomerates shared this sentiment. Such a money-draining project necessitated a focus on profitability over expenditures. Unless a coalition of several groups could manage the project collectively, the prospect seemed bleak. The notion of collaboration among competing conglomerates was indeed far-fetched. Each entity, with its vast array of enterprises, accrued substantial profits each quarter. Given their status and capabilities, they were loath to share any profits, particularly from such a lucrative endeavor. Thus, the project had languished without resolution until now, only to be seized by a small enterprise. This was utterly unfathomable. Of course, the Qiao family business had recently gained traction, rivaling their established conglomerates, yet it remained a small entity. No matter how robust their finances, could they truly match the relentless flow of capital enjoyed by publicly traded corporations? After a brief discussion, the senior executives of several conglomerates reached a tacit agreement. They would neither take over this super project nor oppose the Qiao family enterprise in its initial phases of operation. Their stance was unified. Should they require funds, resources, or support, they were willing to provide it, contingent upon proportional profit sharing. In essence, they sought to invest in the Qiao family enterprise, thereby gaining control over the project's operation from behind the scenes. Although reluctant to share this lucrative opportunity with their competitors, they saw no other option. Each day the project remained stagnant was a thorn in their sides. Once the high-speed rail, shipping, and air transport facilities were completed, their potential earnings would soar into the millions daily. As competitors, they understood that if one group secured the project, the others would undoubtedly rally to oppose it. Just imagine, if a single conglomerate took the reins, they would have to maintain the project's operations while simultaneously facing pressure from several rival groups. Even with a foundation of billions in capital, how long could they withstand such strain? Therefore, no one would be willing to take on this super project alone, nor would they allow outsiders to profit from their territory. And now, the Qiao family, a rising star in the business world, had stepped in to claim the project. This was indeed a resolution to the collective unease of the conglomerates, who reluctantly reached a consensus. With the Qiao family enterprise at the helm, they would provide funding from the shadows, creating the illusion of a cooperative endeavor where profits could be shared. I see, Qiao Yixing thought, as he listened to the female host relay the sentiments of the representatives from the private rooms. The corners of his mouth lifted uncontrollably, realizing that reeling in these significant players might not be as daunting as he had anticipated. With the backing of these conglomerates, a weight lifted from his shoulders, and he exhaled in relief. The real spectacle was about to begin. Mere financial backing would not suffice. A subtle smile graced his lips, and a glimmer of determination sparked in his eyes. With renewed composure, he exuded confidence as he began his presentation for the bidding process. Chapter 70. The Ambition and Vision of the Brother-in-Law. Boss Qiao, stop being coy and just tell us. The audience, having been tantalized, voiced their impatience. Everyone was curious about what scheme he was concocting. For what purpose was this bidding conference, if not for financing? Observing their eagerness, Qiao Yixing smiled and, raising a finger, confidently declared, for such a colossal project to operate successfully, mere capital is insufficient. It requires materials, an abundance of materials, various steel, cement, and construction supplies, which are absolutely essential. His voice resonated through the speakers, echoing in the bidding hall until it finally subsided. Everyone was taken aback. Was that it? All this fuss just for various construction materials? Moments later, gasps of disbelief filled the room. What? Boss Qiao, did I hear you correctly? One businessman, unable to contain himself, scoffed, his lips twitching in disbelief. Such a monumental project, and you intend to keep it all to yourselves. Many others quickly regained their composure, voicing their agreement, accusing Qiao Yixing of being ungrateful. Such a massive infrastructure project, and you refuse to outsource or open it up for financing. What else could it be but an attempt to monopolize? Even more boldly, someone derided Boss Qiao. Greed can swallow an elephant. Aren't you afraid of choking on your own ambitions? When word spread that the Qiao family was hosting a bidding conference, many presumed it was for a project to be outsourced or to seek financing. After all, while the Qiao family may not rival the largest conglomerates, they certainly surpass the majority of mid-sized enterprises. Just the rumored cash flow of 50 million was enough to eclipse 99% of them. Everyone was eagerly anticipating the chance to align themselves with this emerging enterprise and achieve something substantial. Yet, Qiao Yixing turned it around, stating that today's bidding conference was neither about financing nor outsourcing, but merely for materials. Was this a jest? Of course. The bidding for materials also presented them with an opportunity to profit. However, given the scale of this project, no matter how much capital was injected initially, it was inconceivable that they would incur losses. Not to mention, once operational, the income generated would be significantly bolstered by government subsidies, leading to a substantial profit for the developer. In essence, as long as the world continued to exist and Zhoujiang City remained, with people still living there, all subsequent revenues from these infrastructure projects, after tax deductions and a portion for the government, would belong entirely to the developers, though the initial construction phase posed significant challenges. Once established and operational, it would provide returns for generations to come. One must ask, with such an opportunity laid bare, who wouldn't be tempted? Yet, Qiao Yixing had no intention of allowing them to share in the spoils. Instead, he seemed to be offering them mere scraps, a chance to earn quick money. This sparked discontent among many, who began to mock him sarcastically, advising him to eat slowly lest he choke on his own ambitions. Listening to the crowd's caustic remarks, Qiao Yixing remained unfazed, still wearing a gentle smile. Esteemed colleagues, one cannot phrase it in such a manner. This project has languished here unnoticed for at least 5 or 6 years, has it not? When it was neglected, why did you not seize the opportunity to monopolize it and grow fat on it? Now that someone is willing to shoulder the risks, you all suddenly wish to partake in the feast? His tone was light, yet filled with disdain, and this sentiment struck a discordant note with the audience, eliciting sharp reactions. Bang! A businessman slammed his hand on the table, rising in indignation, pointing at Qiao Yixing. How dare you speak like that? Are you losing your composure? Qiao Yixing glanced over nonchalantly. Instantly, all eyes were drawn to that businessman, his face flushed with embarrassment. He realized he was indeed agitated. He was not alone in this. At least half of the attendees felt similarly envious and anxious. Seeing Qiao Yixing poised to make a fortune was far more distressing than their own losses. Yet, Qiao Yixing's words rang true. This project had indeed gone unnoticed for 5 or 6 years. When no one else was interested, everyone feigned ignorance. Now that someone was willing to take it on, they all clamored to share in the profits. What audacity! Qiao Yixing was not one to hold back. With a sweeping gesture, he candidly stated, "If you believe you possess the capability, stand up now. I, Qiao, will unconditionally hand over the project for you to develop. But tell me, do you have that ability?" An uproar erupted. What audacious words! Was he mocking them? Such arrogance was almost unbelievable. Yet, an unusual silence followed as they exchanged glances, their frustration morphing into resigned sighs. This boss Qiao has a certain charm, Su Weiwei remarked with newfound admiration. Previously, during their discussions at the hotel, Qiao Yixing had left her with the impression of being somewhat brash, seemingly disregarding their position as the primary party, speaking directly about terms, and bluntly stating that if they could cooperate, they would, and if not, there was no point in further discussion. Had it not been for the irresistible reasons Qiao Yixing had provided, Su Weiwei would have been reluctant to engage in collaboration with someone of such demeanor. However, her impression of him had now shifted. This was not merely impulsiveness or arrogance. It was a display of vision and resolve. Maintaining the operation of a business requires more than just negotiating terms. It necessitates a strong stance to secure mutually beneficial partnerships. Indeed, as soon as Qiao Yixing finished speaking, the murmurs in the audience quieted. Despite their displeasure, they were compelled to evaluate whether they possessed the capability to take on such a monumental project from the Qiao family. Hearing Su Weiwei's praise for Qiao Yixing, Su Qing shook his head in resignation. An urgent sense of unease began to rise within him. His gaze fixed intently on Qiao Yixing on stage. What exactly was he planning? Setting aside other considerations, He could understand the desire to keep the project from being outsourced or financed. This approach would enable him to maintain control over the project and ensure quality while reaping substantial profits. However, this method could not sustain the Chiao family for long. As those who had raised doubts and mockery had pointed out, attempting to bite off more than one could chew could lead to ruin. Setting aside other issues, just in terms of finances, the Chiao family claimed to have a cash flow of 50 million, even if they had a bit more. At most, they could stretch it to 70 million. For a project of this magnitude, 70 million was merely a drop in the bucket. What could they achieve? Holding onto the project without external engagement, 70 million would likely evaporate within a month, leading the Chiao family to bankruptcy. How ludicrous! To expend such effort and squander so much money merely to drive oneself to ruin? Su Qing understood Xiao Yixing. His vision was undoubtedly much broader, and his ambitions were far from simple. Otherwise, after the incident 5 years ago, Xiao Yixing would not have orchestrated events to oust Xiao Yixin from the enterprise. Achieving the current scale and success, his ambitions were clearly substantial. It was impossible that he would go to such lengths only to end up bankrupt. There must be a deeper rationale behind his actions, surely something more complex. But what could it be? As he observed Xiao Yixing on stage, passionately discussing the project's prospects and promising the assembled businessmen that those who could bring the project to fruition would be duly rewarded, Su Qing suddenly felt a wave of darkness wash over him, obscuring his understanding of this brother-in-law, Xiao Yixing. What exactly are you scheming? Chapter 71. A loss for a shout. Just involution and price compression. Boss Xiao, fine. We concede. The elite from various sectors grumbled for quite some time, until one entrepreneur finally expressed his resignation, raising his thumb in acknowledgement. We lack the audacity and confidence to undertake such a colossal infrastructure project. It is indeed our own fault that we cannot profit. In our understanding, the bidding conference should involve Xiao Yixing outsourcing the project, allowing everyone to earn together. Who would have thought? Not only did he not outsource the project, but he also required no financing, thereby denying them any opportunity to share in the profits. How frustrating. It is immensely disheartening to witness others profiting while we are left with mere scraps. It feels worse than death. Yet, Xiao Yixing's words were not without merit. If we feel disgruntled and desire a share of the pie, why not take on the entire project ourselves and reap the rewards? Easier said than done. The initial investment required for the project could obliterate the financial resources of a dozen companies over a decade. How could they possibly manage? Fine, we concede. Xiao Yixing indeed possesses the courage to tackle a project that no one else dares to approach. He truly deserves to profit. Although the successful development of the project remains uncertain, it does not prevent them from facing reality and accepting Xiao Yixing's proposition. If they cannot feast, they might as well savor the broth. They too could amass great wealth. Boss Xiao, a businessman with a complex expression, stood up, slightly raising his wine glass. We, in Zhejiang, might lack many things, but we are certainly not short on construction materials. As long as you make a request, we will provide our utmost support. This declaration resonated throughout the hall, and many individuals present could not conceal their envy, affirming that as long as Xiao's company was interested, they would wholeheartedly support him. The phrase interested here implies that as long as Xiao's finances are in order, their materials would also be available, allowing for immediate profits. Upon hearing the chorus of affirmations, Xiao Yixing nodded with a smile, inwardly mocking them. What does their discontent matter? If they possess the capability, they should follow my example and seize the project for themselves. He had no concern that his refusal to share the profits would incite them to withhold necessary materials. Let us not forget that Zhejiang's current development emphasizes industrialized assembly line production. Their reluctance to sell construction materials does not signify that the entire industrial sector in Zhejiang is disinterested in profiting from Xiao's project. This illustrates both the advantages and disadvantages of industrialization in a region. If you do not wish to profit, there are plenty who do. Returning to the matter at hand, Xiao Yixing wasted no time in formally commencing the tendering process for project materials, addressing the production sector of Zhejiang. As everyone is aware of the project's significance, we will maintain rigorous standards for material quality. With that, Xiao Yixing shifted his tone, speaking sternly. Should we discover subpar quality, we will terminate the collaboration immediately and pursue accountability and penalties. Is that understood? Upon hearing this, the audience exchanged glances and burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Haha, Boss Xiao, you truly have a sense of humor. If you were to say anything else, we might hesitate, but when it comes to quality, you must not be aware of what the quality inspection authorities are for, right? Haha. Whenever production is involved, relevant departments routinely conduct sampling inspections to ensure product quality. After all, Zhejiang is vigorously promoting industrial production not solely to meet domestic demand, but also to export to various provinces and cities. The audience's casual attitude towards product quality, marked by laughter. For some reason, Xiao Yixing felt a sudden tightening in his chest, yet could not pinpoint what seemed amiss. Never mind, their perspective is not entirely unfounded. Even if he does not trust them, he must at least trust the government departments. Right? Moreover, the government will also participate in the development of this project, ensuring strict oversight of material quality. As the tendering session continued, he passed the microphone to the female host beside him, signaling that the proceedings could continue without him, and he would take a rest. All right. The female host accepted the microphone, smiling as she watched Xiao Yixing depart, then officially commenced the project tendering session. Let us begin with the fundamentals: cement, steel bars, steel beams, and industrial bricks. With quality assured, we will prioritize the lowest prices. We will initially purchase 100,000 tons to test the quality. Then the question arose: what does the lower the price, the higher the priority mean? To illustrate, if two companies participate in the bidding and the product quality is comparable, one offers $1 while the other offers 90 cents. Who would be chosen? Naturally, the one who offers 90 cents. The Qiao Company is not a foolishly wealthy enterprise. Such a large project requires an initial investment that is akin to a bottomless pit if costs are not controlled. Forget about recovering expenses. They might not even lay a solid foundation before going bankrupt. Though the intentions of Qiao Yixing remain unclear, it is evident that he does not aim to drive himself to bankruptcy. The market price for construction cement averages around 350 per ton. In the bustling hall, a construction business owner spoke up, stating the market price and resolutely declaring, "We can offer 300 per ton for 100,000 tons within half a month. We guarantee quality and delivery to the construction site." Excellent. The female host took over, scanning the audience with a smile, softly inquiring, "One entrepreneur has offered 300 per ton. Are there any others willing to match the price?" If not, her words were not merely a repetition. They were a provocation. How could peers in the cement industry remain silent upon hearing such a statement? Immediately, another entrepreneur raised his wine glass, countering 290 per ton. With a production time of half a month. Half a month? Your production efficiency is rather slow. Before he could finish, someone interjected, 280 per ton. With a 10-day guarantee for quality delivered to the project site. His confidence was palpable, unlike mere boasting. A stir of astonishment rippled through the crowd. 10 days to produce 100 tons? 1 ton per day? Good heavens. Even a production team as donkey would hesitate at such a pace. 270 per ton. Half a month, guaranteed quality, delivered to the project site. Another entrepreneur pressed further on the price. Gasp. Many in the industry broke into a cold sweat, exclaiming, 270 per ton? How could one possibly make a profit? Though they voiced their concerns, each knew deep down that once awarded the contract, the collaboration would be long-term, rendering them unafraid of project interruptions. To put it plainly, once the production line begins, what emerges will not merely be cement, but a veritable printing press, churning out money without pause. Damn it. Isn't this just a loss for the sake of a shout? Let us see who can outlast whom. Damn it. It's just price compression. Who was afraid of whom? The average market price for construction I-beams is around 4,000 per ton. We can offer. The average market price for construction steel bars is also around 4,000 per ton. We can offer. Chapter 72. A reunion with an old friend. The young lady of the Chu family. Within the grand hall of the Hanlin mansion, the bidding conference was in full swing, with various materials and projects being fervently discussed. In a private room, Su Qing found it increasingly difficult to remain composed, his expression grave and his heart heavy with an oppressive weight. Damn it. At this rate, he would be left far behind by Qiao Yixing. Revenge? What means could he employ for revenge? There was no point in even entertaining the notion of revenge. Compared to the Qiao family, he was merely a fragile egg against a formidable stone, his fists clenched tightly at his sides. He could never have imagined that Qiao Yixing, under his relentless pressure and attempts to thwart her, would choose this path. Everyone knew that a misstep could lead the Qiao family to be engulfed by this colossal project, resulting in bankruptcy. Yet conversely, if managed adeptly, this vast undertaking could elevate him to an unassailable titan. At that juncture, revenge? Absorbing the Qiao family, seeking justice for Qiao Yixing, reclaiming all that belonged to her? What a joke. Even now, the Qiao family's stature could easily crush him. But perhaps Qiao Yixing simply regarded him with disdain. Wait a moment. Su Qing's expression shifted as a realization dawned upon him. For someone like Qiao Yixing, it was inconceivable that he was unaware. The series of issues the Qiao family had faced recently, along with the theft of production contracts, were orchestrated by him and Qiao Yixin. Not only had he incurred significant losses in production orders, but several production lines had also been compromised, resulting in hefty penalties for breach of contract. Yet why had he not come to settle the score? Qiao Yixing might be foolish, but the Qiao family's executives and investors were certainly not naive. Now, Su Qing was but a speck in comparison to the Qiao family. In fact, Qiao Yixing need not even lift a finger. He could effortlessly turn the tables on Su Qing. But why had he not sought retribution? Instead, he had embarked on a super infrastructure project that had languished under the Zhejiang government for so long. It was not that Qiao Yixing and the Qiao family overlooked them. Rather, Qiao Yixing was simply too preoccupied with orchestrating a grand scheme, casting his net wide to ensnare a monumental prize, even more pressing than the so-called revenge sought by Su Qing. Suddenly, Su Qing lifted his head sharply, his eyes widening in shock as he gasped. He couldn't possibly. Grandfather, yes, the Qiao family's bidding is progressing smoothly. Many construction firms have already finalized cooperation agreements, and I believe operations will commence within 7 days. Yes, I understand. In another private room of the Hamlin mansion, a strikingly beautiful woman adorned in a form-fitting evening gown that accentuated her curves sat poised. Her long, fair legs crossed alluringly, captivating the attention of all who glanced her way. Her high-cold, intellectual demeanor was irresistibly enchanting. She bore an impressive lineage, the granddaughter of the Chu family's president, Chu Hanzhou, Chu Feifei. In her early 20s, Chu Feifei may appear youthful, yet her experience was substantial. Growing up in a family steeped in business dealings, she had accumulated a wealth of insights from an early age. By her mid-teens, she had balanced her studies while launching her own entrepreneurial ventures, relying solely on her hard-earned expertise to establish a restaurant that sold 10,000 units monthly. Unfortunately, poor management and betrayal from partners led to her early business endeavors being cut short. Nevertheless, these experiences endowed her with invaluable lessons. After graduating from university, she transitioned to a new industry where she found modest success, yet she remained unproud, acutely aware of the perils of complacency. With a combination of caution and bold ambition, she was soon summoned back to the family business. Starting from the ground up, she worked her way through various roles, all while concealing her identity as the president's granddaughter. Through her exceptional ideas and capabilities, she steadily ascended to the position of department manager and eventually became the spokesperson for the external projects division of the Chu family, directly liaising with her grandfather, President Chu Hanzhou. Though her rise involved some nepotism, her merit could not be overlooked. After receiving her grandfather's instructions, the stunning Chu Feifei ended the call, handed her phone to her assistant, and stretched languidly before standing up. Let us go. We have no further business here. Her graceful figure was on full display, causing even her female assistant to swallow hard with envy as she glanced at her own modest physique, feeling a pang of unknown bitterness. Understood, Mississippi. The assistant began to pack up in preparation for their departure. How infuriating. This woman was not only beautiful but possessed an outstanding figure, and held the position of project manager at a publicly listed conglomerate. She had both status and allure. Alas, she was single. This revelation provided a strange sense of balance for the assistant, who was happily in love with her own partner. Such peculiar competitive spirit. However, just because Chu Feifei was single did not mean she lacked admirers. Yet her attitude was perplexing. She seemed to have no interest in anything beyond work and projects, dismissing any hint of romance with a cold shoulder, leaving no opportunity for those worthy suitors. Even arranged blind dates from her family were met with her disinterest, leading many to wonder if she was truly fixated on her career above all else, showing no inclination to seek companionship. Yet, with her independent and strong-willed nature, she paid no heed to her family's opinions. In time, she was still under 30, in the prime of her career, and perhaps once wearied by her pursuits, she would eventually ponder the idea of finding a partner. The assistant snapped back to reality, observing her boss, whose every step exuded an enchanting blend of elegance and allure. Even as a woman, she found it hard to resist the captivating presence of her superior, feeling a twinge of jealousy. Miss, regarding our upcoming schedule. Before she could finish her sentence, the door to the adjacent private room swung open, and a man emerged, colliding directly with Chu Feifei as she passed. His hand inadvertently landed in an inappropriate location, In an instant, everyone in the corridor froze. The man who had exited the room was none other than the flustered Su Qing, who, realizing he had inadvertently bumped into a woman and placed his hand where it ought not to be, felt his scalp prickle with embarrassment. Oh no! Su Qing's face turned pale as he hurriedly stepped back, gesturing desperately to explain. To his astonishment, she let out a soft, awkward gasp. Whether from the collision or another reason, he was unsure. What did that mean? Su Qing rushed forward, concerned. Pervert, what are you doing? The assistant finally regained her senses, rushing to push Su Qing away and shielding her boss behind her, glaring fiercely at him. Don't you dare leave. I will call the police. Su Qing, having been shoved aside, felt as though he had been jolted with electricity. His mind raced as he attempted to explain. But upon seeing the strikingly beautiful woman before him, her cheeks tinged with a hint of embarrassment, he was momentarily stunned. Xiao Feifei? Chapter 73. Unread messages that one dares not face. As Chu Feifei, offended and humiliated, prepares to teach this rogue a lesson after being assaulted by a stranger. She hears a name buried deep within her memories, one she most detests recalling, as it brings forth immense pain. Little Feifei, a nickname known only to him. And he had been sentenced to death 5 years prior. In a moment of shock, her entire body shivers as she gazes with bewilderment at the unfamiliar man before her. The icy demeanor she exhibited moments ago dissipates, replaced by a voice trembling with disbelief as she stammers, "How could you?" Meanwhile, the female assistant, witnessing Su Qing's audacious behavior, is infuriated not only by the offense to the young lady, but also by his shameless use of the nickname. Clearly, they are acquainted. He must be some suitor resorting to despicable tactics to tarnish the lady's reputation. Shut your mouth. Do not bark aimlessly. We do not know you, she exclaims, nearly on the verge of jumping in distress, anxious for the police's arrival. What is the matter? Shui Weiwei emerges from the private room, noticing Su Qing's helpless expression. Unable to interject, while one woman bows her head in contemplation and the other scolds in a delicate voice. Confusion washes over her. Has she missed something significant? Nothing, just... Su Qing helplessly explains. Oh, this. Upon hearing, Shui Weiwei finds it somewhat amusing, ready to speak, but is cut off by the assistant's sharp retort. Is that nothing? Do you know who Our Lady is? Chu Feifei suddenly interrupts. Placing a hand on the assistant's shoulder, her expression complex as she grits her teeth and timidly inquires, Do you know me? The moment she utters those words, regret floods her. Why did she not ask his name instead? But then again, what good would a name do? Clearly, this man is not him. Her name is Chu Feifei. It is not unusual for someone to refer to her as Little Feifei. 5 years have passed, and yet, she still cannot forget him, nor does she dare confront the truth. Acquainted? How could you not be? She is the daughter of the Chu group. Su Qing notices her evasive gaze, his heart racing with anxiety, realizing she recalls certain memories. Their relationship is indeed complex, not easily summarized in a few words. Time has passed, and perhaps it is best to let bygones be bygones. Well, knowing Our Lady and still, the assistant, furious at Su Qing's nonchalant attitude, is on the brink of exasperation, only to be halted by Chu Feifei. It's a misunderstanding, a mere misunderstanding, let it go. She has lost all desire to remain and simply wishes to leave. However, the assistant is taken aback, incredulous. My goodness, you were just assaulted and yet you want to disregard your reputation? Without a word, Chu Feifei grips the assistant's hand and strides away. Watching her suddenly weary figure, Su Qing feels a pang in his heart, transforming into a heavy sigh. Some debts remain unrepayable in this lifetime. Having passed, let it be, for the sake of both parties, so as not to be ensnared in the pain of the past. Hey, Shui Weiwei nudges Su Qing's shoulder, scrutinizing him curiously. What are you pondering? Are you reminiscing? Before she can finish her thought, Su Qing, sensing her intention, shakes his head in resignation. I wish not to. It was a misunderstanding. By the way, you mentioned earlier. Shui Weiwei, eager to change the subject and lighten the atmosphere, asks, what does President Xiao intend to do? Any specifics? Perhaps we could secure a new collaboration opportunity. Forget that. Su Qing quickly dismisses her hopes. He opens his mouth to say something but hesitates, then asks, could I borrow your phone? Don't you have a phone? Shui Weiwei finally notices that all their contact information is linked to his assistant Lin Xiaoxi's number, initially thinking Su Qing was merely pretending. She readily pulls out her phone, unlocks it, and hands it to him. What do you want to do? Just to log into QQ. There are some matters. Taking the phone, Su Qing immediately accesses the social platform, entering an account he had not logged into for 5 years. Buzz QQ notifications flood in, showcasing various marketing news with not a single unread message alert. Su Qing's expression dims as he smirks bitterly. It seems I was mistaken. Just as he intends to log out and return the phone to Shui Weiwei, the device suddenly emits a series of notifications. Ding 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 ding. The unread message alert continues for a full half-minute, causing Su Qing's hands to tremble uncontrollably. What is happening? Beside him, Shui Weiwei stares in astonishment as the notification window reveals all messages from the same person, persisting for an extended duration. In a blink, she notices the timestamps. The staggering time span leaving her breathless, and she cannot help but exclaim, "Who is this person? Their persistence is incredible. How can one continue sending unread messages for so long?" At this moment, Su Qing's heart quakes, both hands trembling not merely from fear but from the tremors of his very soul, overwhelmed by a dread he cannot confront. "What are you doing? Open it already." Seeing him hesitate, Shui Weiwei is unceremoniously assertive as she snatches the phone and opens the chat window, revealing over 1,000 unread messages, leaving her flabbergasted. Oh my. Just as she previously observed, the unread messages span several years, reflecting remarkable determination, persistence, and longing. Su Qing, too, is acutely aware of this. A sorrowful helplessness fills his face, and he finds himself unable to confront the reality while not stopping Shui Weiwei from scrolling through the messages. 5 years ago. The chat records reveal snippets of desperate concern. "Little Shuzi, I heard you're in trouble. What happened to land you in the police station?" "Little Shuzi. Say it isn't so. What have you done to warrant such a situation? Can it be settled with money? Hey, why aren't you replying? Are you short on cash? If you call me Sister Fei Fei, I'll lend you $1 billion. Just a string of ellipses." The date of this message aligns precisely with the day Su Qing was sentenced to death, immediately executed. From this string of ellipses, Shui Weiwei, being a woman herself, seems to grasp the depth of despair that enveloped her. The subsequent messages reflect disbelief in the ruling, her desire to intervene, to seek a retrial. Yet due to various reasons, she finds herself unable to intervene or even conduct a thorough investigation, her attempts thwarted by threats to her safety. What transpired afterward remains a mystery, as she did not send any messages until half a month later, simply sending 2 words, "Good morning." In the ensuing years, she consistently sent good morning and numerous good night messages, often arriving in the early hours of the morning, suggesting she was busy with work. Interspersed were moments of sadness, frustrations about life, and even complaints about family-arranged blind dates. Seeing this, Shui Weiwei could not stifle a laugh. While even Su Qing managed a bittersweet smile, tears welling in his eyes, feeling an added layer of guilt. The remaining messages resemble a confessional, a space for her to pour out her grievances and frustrations, despite the absence of any responses. "Little Su, I must say, this woman." Her words are imbued with an unmistakable longing for you, a sentiment that resonates deeply with Shui Weiwei, who, as a fellow woman, feels the same. Just as she was about to express her thoughts, she was silenced by Su Qing's impassive gaze. With a rueful chuckle, she murmured, "Mr. Su, Mr. Su." Alas, she had become so engrossed in the scene that she too wished to call him Little Su. Ding dong. Suddenly, a new message notification interrupted the complex emotions swirling between the two. "Little Su, just now someone called out your affectionate nickname. I suddenly miss you so much," followed by a crying emoji expressing a sense of grievance. These 2 messages struck like a sharp sword, piercing Su Qing's heart with cruel precision. Chapter 74. Su Qing, you truly deserve to die? 5 years ago. The nature of their relationship may not have been as she now claims. Yet, after 5 years of daily messages and the myriad of unpleasant occurrences in life, their connection seemed to transcend mere friendship, albeit existing solely as a one-sided emotional reliance and longing. Su Qing was no fool. He understood the implications. But he was no longer the same Su Qing from 5 years prior. Some matters, once past, should remain in the past, unentangled. "What are you doing?" Su Qing's expression suddenly shifted as he noticed Shui Weiwei typing furiously. He swiftly snatched the device from her hands. "What the hell?" Shui Weiwei, unfazed and brimming with indignation, shot him a fierce glare. "She waited for you all those years thinking you were dead, and now you can't even muster a reply?" Despite their brief acquaintance, she found her interactions with Su Qing quite pleasant and believed she wouldn't provoke his ire. "It's not as simple as you think. Anyway, forget it." Su Qing felt no anger. He merely thought it unnecessary to disrupt her current life. Ding dong. A new message alert. Your QQ is online. Holy crap. The tone suddenly heightened. Xiao Su, you've come back from the dead. Or was your account hacked? How can you be online? You little hacker. I warn you. Log out immediately. No, give me the password. If you vanish, I will report it. Seeing the barrage of excited messages flood in, Su Qing's heart was a tumult of emotions, leaving him at a loss for words. Hey, she seems to have found you, Shui Weiwei remarked, arching her brow, questioning whether he truly wished to remain silent, though she had not personally experienced it. She could read between the lines and discern the struggles she had faced over the years and how deeply she missed him. While she might not comprehend Su Qing's hesitations, at the very least, a punctuation mark in response would suffice rather than remaining mute, as though he were a ghost. Gazing at the incessantly incoming messages and Shui Weiwei's growing impatience and disdain, Su Qing could only smile wryly. This was not a simple matter. It could not be resolved with just a few words. Surely not, miss. Are you certain you haven't mistaken or messaged the wrong person? Outside the Hanlon mansion, in the parking lot, the female assistant was about to drive away when she suddenly noticed the shocked and excited expression of her passenger, Chu Feifei. Upon seeing the screen, she instantly understood what had transpired. The man who had been sentenced to death 5 years ago had his social media account online. How could this be possible? Unless she had misread, it must be a case of hacking. Otherwise, if he were alive, there would have been some contact over the years. As Chu Feifei's assistant, she was privy to many of her personal matters and understood the significance of this social media account to her. It served as a confessional and a repository for reminders, with numerous work-related matters documented therein. If hacked, the potential for information leakage could have severe repercussions for their corporation. Her suggestion was to contact the authorities. Regardless of the reason behind this account's reactivation, it was imperative to report it. If it were indeed hacked, they needed to mitigate any losses before pursuing accountability. The usually strong-willed Chu Feifei found herself flustered and hesitant when confronted with her vulnerable soft spot. Gazing at the silence that had enveloped her heart for 5 years, the one she had missed so dearly and buried deep within, the very person she feared to think of had his social media account online, leaving her feelings tumultuous and intricate, on the verge of tears, letting everything else go. If it were indeed hacked, it would mean the emotional dependence she had harbored for 5 years could come crashing down. Deep down, she fervently hoped for his return rather than a mere breach. Yet, 5 years prior, he had indeed been sentenced to death. How could he possibly return after 5 years just to log into QQ? It was inconceivable, absolutely impossible. Perhaps it was a case of hacking. Or maybe he was signaling her to let go of this complex and stifling emotional burden. As she sent out a flurry of messages, they vanished into the void without a ripple. The anxious and restless Chu Feifei gradually calmed down, agreeing to her assistant's suggestion to report it. Ding dong. Suddenly, her phone chimed with a crisp notification. The atmosphere inside the car froze in disbelief as Chu Feifei and her assistant exchanged wide-eyed glances. The account, which had been silent for 5 years, had replied. Staring at the little red dot in the chat box, Chu Feifei felt an overwhelming sense of unreality. Was this a dream? Upon reading the unread message, her eyes trembled with intensity. I miss you too. An indescribable emotion surged through her, causing her and her assistant to feel a tingling sensation as their hearts raced. No, it couldn't be. They both knew the undeniable truth that the owner of this account had died 5 years ago. And now, to receive a message stating, I miss you too? Was this a resurrection or simply a trick? No, this couldn't be real. Chu Feifei's rationality swiftly regained control, suppressing the whirlwind of tumultuous emotions. As her expression darkened, she felt only one thing: offense and humiliation, regardless of who the sender was. It was evident that they had perused all her emotional confessions over the past 5 years. Reporting it was non-negotiable, setting aside everything else. Merely using it as a reminder for the multitude of confidential corporate documents shared in the chat was enough to warrant her utmost concern. Miss, do you think? Could it be? Suddenly, her assistant chimed in. Could it be that man who just called you Xiao Feifei? As Chu Feifei's assistant, she often facilitated many of her personal and social dealings. The nickname Xiao Feifei was one that even her family seldom used, let alone anyone else. Although her assistant had never met him, she was aware only he would dare to address her in such a manner. Upon hearing her assistant's remark, Chu Feifei felt as though she had been struck by lightning, her eyes widening in shock. Inside the Hanlon mansion, in the corridor, Su Qing was in a frenzy. What have you done? He shouted at Shui Weiwei. You're dawdling here, and I can't bear to watch. I'm trying to help you. The phone was in her possession, and it was she who had sent the message. Do you realize you're putting me in jeopardy? Do you think this is romantic? Disappearing for 5 years just to return and say I miss you? Su Qing trembled all over, unable to maintain his composure as he lunged for the phone, only to find Shui Weiwei hiding it behind her, standing tall with her chest proudly thrust forward. Come on. There are cameras here. Do you dare to accuse me of harassment? Good heavens, this completely left Su Qing at a loss. Breathing heavily, he glared at her. The faint scent of her perfume filling his nostrils, combined with her assertive posture, causing a striking visual impact. In a moment of realization, Shui Weiwei finally grasped how ambiguous and awkward the situation had become. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, she quickly turned to shield her prominent features, half playfully admitting her misstep. I was only trying to help you. Su Qing, utterly at a loss, clenched his fists in frustration, taking a step back against the wall with a bitter smile. This is hardly helping. Ding dong. A new message alert chimed. The police have been notified. The two exchanged bewildered glances, both utterly perplexed. Surely not. Shui Weiwei finally realized that perhaps the joke had gone too far. Su Qing cast a sharp glance, resembling a wayward child as she handed her phone to Su Qing, murmuring, I'm sorry, it was unintentional. You are truly going to be the end of me. In a fluster, Su Qing attempted to type an explanation, but was interrupted by the sound of high heels echoing in the corridor. Hey! Chu Feifei's indignant voice reverberated through the hallway. Panic gripped Su Qing, and beads of cold sweat formed instantly. He raised his head awkwardly. Despite facing countless adversaries without fear, he found himself faltering. There stood Chu Feifei, her expression as frosty as ice, marching towards him in her high heels, an invisible pressure that rendered Su Qing breathless. I don't care what nonsense your foul mouth might utter. Today, you shall face the consequences. Su Qing, you are truly a despicable person, an irresponsible dog of a man. You deserve nothing less than scorn. Chapter 75. Speak up. Have you become mute? Who would have thought that the rogue was the man our young lady had cherished in her heart for so many years? I find it rather perplexing that she failed to recognize him at first. If it weren't for his response to her message, she might still be oblivious. Nearby, in a CAF within the commercial plaza close to the Hamlin mansion, the female assistant, holding a cup of coffee, scrutinized the peculiar sight of Chu Feifei and Su Qing, who were seated at a table alone, engaged in a silent stare-off. Their quiet standoff was beginning to irk her. What on earth? Since he is alive and has returned after so many years without a word, what does he mean by this? The young lady is far too valuable to be pining for such a heartless man. A rogue. The assistant was unaware of the events that had transpired. But she knew one thing for certain. Chu Feifei genuinely believed he was dead and would never return. She had witnessed her heartache and suffering over the years, yet felt powerless to provide comfort. Now, the man had returned, only glancing at Shui Weiwei, who was absorbed in her phone. The assistant could not help but smirk disdainfully. With a mockingly raised nose, she pretended to speak to herself. Now it all makes sense why there have been no news for so many years. Shui Weiwei, caught off guard, looked up with confusion. Are you talking about me? Although she was unaware of the situation, it did not render her oblivious or foolish, and she found the assistant's antics amusing. Is there anyone else? The assistant had no intention of holding her tongue. She simply wanted to vent her frustrations on behalf of the young lady. I see. Clearly, it's because he has you, a vixen, by his side, rendering him incapable of even speaking. A vixen? Me? Shui Weiwei responded with surprise and laughter, but chose not to take offense. Such a label was typically reserved for beautiful women, and she might as well take it as a compliment. Besides, even if it were true, she felt no anger. The fact that she could captivate a man to such an extent that he ignored a wealthy lady's 5 years of waiting was enough to bring her a sense of satisfaction. However, on another note, Shui Weiwei lifted her gaze towards Su Qing, whose complex expression intrigued her as she pursed her delicate lips. Despite their brief acquaintance, she felt a natural ease in his presence, in stark contrast to the tension surrounding them now. Hey, what are you staring at? The assistant was nearly beside herself with frustration. This woman was indeed a vixen. While she mocked her, she was not even angry, but instead gazing at Su Qing with such affection. What did that mean? Was she provoking the young lady? Not only had she stolen her man, but she was also doing so openly. What a detestable vixen! While the assistant was preoccupied with her disdain for Shui Weiwei and contemplating how to defend Chu Feifei's honor, the atmosphere between Su Qing and Chu Feifei was equally awkward. They exchanged silent glances, both hesitant to break the silence. He never anticipated that the entrepreneurial partner he had once built a life with would turn out to be the daughter of the Chu family. Back then, he had been utterly unaware and had treated her like a younger sister, guiding and caring for her. Now, it seemed he was the fool in this scenario. Yet, it was now clear that she was a vital executive in the Chu group. Having reviewed the relevant information upon his return, he felt a mix of surprise and genuine pride for her accomplishments. Nevertheless, 5 years ago, their story had concluded with a rather tragic ending. He had changed his appearance and endured numerous life-threatening experiences, gaining clarity in the process. This time back, he only wished to make amends with his wife and child for the years he had been absent, shielding them from the storms of life. As for others, he had a general understanding of their well-being, and that was sufficient. Su Qing had effectively died 5 years ago. Though he returned in body, he was no longer the Su Qing of yesteryears. There was no need to overlap with the past version of himself. It was a means of protecting them. Little did he know that the one he cared for the most failed to recognize him at first glance. Ironically, it was Chu Feifei, who wished to sever ties, who immediately recognized him. As these thoughts crossed Su Qing's mind, he could not help but smirk bitterly, his emotions swirling within him. If it weren't for Shui Weiwei's meddling, he might never have known that another woman had pined for him for 5 long years in Zhoujiang. Now, guilt washed over him, layered with the burden of Chu Feifei's feelings. He found it difficult to meet her gaze. Plagued by a reckless thought, how wonderful it would be if she hadn't recognized him. Meanwhile, Chu Feifei's heart was equally tumultuous, tears brimming in her eyes. She could hardly believe that the stranger sitting across from her was the man she had longed for through countless agonizing nights. Is this real? Has he truly returned? But why has he changed so drastically? His appearance altered. Could it be that he never truly left, living in this city all along under a guise she was unaware of? As this thought emerged, it felt as if a colossal hammer had struck, shattering the dam that held back her tears. Crystal-clear droplets filled her eyes, blurring her vision of Su Qing, whose intricate emotions mirrored her own, surging forth alongside her tears. Unable to endure any longer, she sobbed like a forsaken little girl, releasing the pent-up emotions that had suffocated her heart. This was her moment of vulnerability, shedding the icy demeanor she had maintained around others, in front of the man she had yearned for all these years. She allowed herself to be fragile, much like a little girl, as she wept, struggling to keep her eyes wide open to see him clearly. Su Qing felt a pang of anguish. He opened his mouth to speak, but found himself at a loss for words. Should he comfort her? Perhaps it was best not to. He felt unworthy. In this situation, no matter what words of solace he offered, they might only serve to wound her further. For Chu Feifei had come to understand. 5 years ago, he had not died. 5 years later, he reappeared, changed. Not only could Chu Feifei not accept this, but even Chao Yixin would likely struggle to comprehend. This was precisely why Su Qing hesitated to confront her directly, fearing that she might collapse under the weight of her emotions. Speak up. Why are you silent? Have you become mute? Did the surgery change your appearance and silence your voice? Can't you talk? Then type. You have hands and feet. If you can't type, learn sign language. Just let someone know. Wah. Clearly, she was expressing her frustration, blaming him for not saying a word when he had returned alive after all this time. Was he truly mute, unable to speak, or incapable of sending a single punctuation mark in 5 years? Seeing Su Qing open his mouth yet remain silent, Chu Feifei felt as though she might explode. The floodgates of her suppressed emotions burst forth as she leaned over the table, unleashing the myriad feelings that had been bottled up within her. She too was a woman longing for care and affection. Hearing her cries, the female assistant assumed the young lady was being mistreated and, filled with indignation, prepared to stand up, only to be halted by Shui Weiwei's firm grip. What does your young lady's business have to do with you? Just sit there and mind your own. A single remark left the female assistant gritting her teeth in frustration. Chapter 76. For major groups, $84 billion. Fortunately, the CAF was not crowded. Otherwise, the sight of a woman weeping while Su Qing sat idly by would surely invite harsh judgments. A few waitstaff approached to inquire about the situation, indicating they would consider contacting the authorities if necessary. This left Su Qing feeling quite embarrassed, as he hastily reassured them that there were no serious issues, merely an emotional disturbance that would soon pass. Gazing at Chu Feifei, who lay sobbing on the table, her delicate form trembling with each shudder, Su Qing felt a pang of heartache. After a brief moment, Chu Feifei gradually composed herself, though she timidly dared not lift her head, casting furtive glances at the man before her. It was as if she feared that looking up too quickly would shatter the dream, causing the man she had longed for through countless days and nights to vanish once more. Seeing her apprehension, Su Qing's heart was a tumult of emotions. Without uttering a word, he simply pressed his lips together and offered her a gentle smile. Brother, Is it really you? Have you truly returned? Chu Feifei asked tremulously, her voice barely above a whisper, seeking reassurance. Yes, it is truly me, he affirmed. Her sorrow and fear reminded him of how Zhou Yixin might react if she were to find out about his return. Unable to resist, he reached out and tenderly tousled Chu Feifei's hair. The wonder in her wide eyes brought a bittersweet smile to his lips. Silly girl, it truly is me. As her heart recognized his warmth and solidity, the floodgates of her sorrow opened wider. No longer was she the poised project manager of a conglomerate, the epitome of a strong woman. She was now a vulnerable girl, wronged and hurt. Su Qing felt utterly at a loss. He had never been adept at comforting women. He glanced toward Shui Weiwei, hoping for assistance, only to find her equally perplexed. The two women seemed to be caught in a silent standoff, their eyes locked in a bewildering exchange. Why, after all these years, have you not contacted me? Is there something unspeakable? Chu Feifei's voice trembled, her rationality momentarily overpowering her tumultuous emotions. Suddenly, the realization struck her. Su Qing had been sentenced to death by the authorities. Logically, he should have perished. And yet here he was, transformed and reappeared. Could it be that he had escaped shortly before his execution? Had he undergone plastic surgery to evade justice? This revelation made sense to her. With tear-stained cheeks, Chu Feifei's expression shifted, a mix of worry and complexity creeping into her tone. Brother, you're not a fugitive. Are you? Su Qing, feeling exasperated, quickly interjected, urging her to cease before any misunderstandings could arise. All eyes in the CAF were on them, from the staff to the newly arrived patrons. Unfortunately, his interruption only solidified her suspicions. The man before her, with his altered appearance, must be a criminal evading the death penalty. Otherwise, how could he possibly be here? Rest assured, I will keep your secret, she declared, her confidence unwavering. In her eyes, no one in the entire Zhoujiang would dare to challenge her protection of him. Su Qing felt a wave of gratitude wash over him. The girl he had once ventured alongside was now capable and resolute. However, I truly am not a fugitive, he explained, chuckling softly at her innocence. He briefly recounted the events that had transpired, omitting the more sensitive details regarding his selection by a special department to serve as a pawn on the front lines. This was classified information, not to be shared lightly, as divulging it could put her in danger, a form of protection in its own right. And your face. Chu Feifei hesitated, her curiosity piqued. Yet, she did not question him further, for she was simply overjoyed that the man who had occupied her thoughts had returned. Upon mentioning his disfigured visage, Su Qing paused momentarily. It was not that he found his face unattractive, rather, it had become a stranger to both him and the one he held dear. Had his appearance not changed, he would have found it difficult to confront Zhou Yixin directly. The true architect of his downfall 5 years ago was not Zhou Yixin, but rather someone else entirely. He had merely been a pawn in a larger game. Su Qing had no fear of Zhou Yixin, rather, it was the unseen puppet master lurking in the shadows that instilled dread within him, a formidable figure capable of swiftly dismantling his life and imprisoning him. All without a proper trial. It was clear that this mysterious individual had one objective, to eliminate him by normal legal means. Su Qi was not afraid of the man but was concerned that Zhou Yixin and Xiao Tangguo might become collateral damage in this deadly game. Thus, until he could ensure their safety, he would not expose his hand, not before he had consumed the Zhou family's resources. This way, should anything untoward happen to him, at least his wife and child would have a secure future. By the way, let's set aside those matters for now. Are you here at the Zhou Group's bidding conference representing yourself, or the Chu Group? Su Qing deflected, not wishing to dwell on the past 5 years. After believing you to be dead for so long, now that you've returned, all you do is ask about business? Don't you care about me at all? Chu Feifei's expression darkened, tears brimming in her eyes as she glared at Su Qing like a jilted lover. Her words made Su Qing feel uncomfortable, and he waved his hands in a flustered manner. It's fine if you don't want to talk. Before he could finish, Chu Feifei interrupted. Who said I didn't want to talk? You're curious, aren't you? Well, let me tell you everything. Her voice fluctuated between sobs and indignation, an oddly endearing sight. In her fervor, she laid out all the details, including sensitive analyses of their business strategies, leaving Su Qing utterly astonished. Goodness. Can you even share this? You're divulging your group's commercial strategy to an outsider? Chu Feifei, unfazed, pouted in defiance. As long as you want to know. I would share anything, even myself. Hold on. Su Qing's scalp tingled. He had a wife and children to consider. Yet, he refrained from voicing this thought, instead shifting the conversation back to seriousness. Did your grandfather truly decide to invest $3 billion in the Zhou Group? Indeed, Chu Feifei replied, her expression turning grave. Let me add another detail. Along with our Chu group, the other three major groups have also agreed to invest $3 billion, yes, in US dollars. Su Qing was utterly stunned, jolting upright. $3 billion. Are they out of their minds? Chu Feifei hushed him, gesturing discreetly around the CAF to the curious onlookers who might overhear their conversation. Overwhelmed, Su Qing inhaled sharply, his eyes widening in disbelief. $3 billion. For major groups. A total of $12 billion, equivalent to approximately 84 billion yuan. This is akin to a medium-sized publicly listed company. It became increasingly apparent that his suspicions were correct. Su Qing's demeanor shifted to one of grave seriousness as he clenched his teeth and uttered, Zhou Yisin intends to leverage this to secure financing and ultimately bind the project to his interests, all to ensure the government cleans up his mess. Chapter 77. 5 years later, not wanting to miss again. No. Qiao Yixing, why are you doing this? With the current operations of the Qiao family, it is entirely feasible to establish a solid foundation before venturing into the capital market for an IPO. Why, at this moment, does he choose to showcase an ambition that is clearly premature? Taking on projects beyond one's capacity, acting as a stepping stone for the four major groups. Merely to attract their investment for the listing, such maneuvers are fraught with peril. The consequences could range from bankruptcy to a lifetime of entrapment. Why? He could proceed steadily and gradually penetrate the market. Why does Qiao Yixing rush into such a risky operation to push the Qiao family towards listing? After the initial shock, Su Qing quickly regained composure and identified a crucial issue. Despite ruminating over it, she could not fathom what her brother-in-law was truly scheming. Ah, is that my uncle? Uncle, what are you doing here? A youthful voice interrupted Su Qing's contemplation. She turned to the window, astonished. What are you doing here? Little Tangwa was pressed against the glass wall of the CAF, grinning at Su Qing, while Qiao Yixin and others stood behind her. Upon seeing Su Qing with yet another woman at the CAF, Qiao Yixin's expression noticeably darkened. Lin Xiaoxi and Luo Qian exchanged glances. Sharing a bittersweet smile, the young master is finished. Uncle. Little Tangwa dashed in, leaping into Su Qing's embrace, her little head nuzzling back and forth. Uncle? Sitting opposite. Chu Feifei was taken aback. She had spotted Qiao Yixin outside. It was evident that this little girl was their daughter. Why was she calling him uncle instead of daddy? What was going on? This left her quite puzzled. At that moment, little Tangwa, with a pitiful expression, lamented, Mommy was bullied just now. Her feeble and aggrieved tone was reminiscent of a child seeking justice from her father for her mother's grievances. What? Su Qing was momentarily stunned. His countenance darkening. Who bullied your mother? It was. Little Tangwa pouted, on the verge of explaining when Qiao Yixin entered from outside. Don't listen to her. Children don't understand anything. Inside, she felt a tumult of emotions. It wasn't so much about feeling wronged, but witnessing Su Qing with another woman made her uncomfortable, leading her to refrain from saying anything further. Su Qing furrowed his brow, glancing at Lin Xiaoxi and Luo Qian behind him. They were chattering away, seemingly oblivious. But he sensed that something was amiss and was about to inquire when. Isn't that Miss Qiao? Chu Feifei feigned recognition, standing up to greet her. Hello, it's been a while. You are? Qiao Yixin was taken aback, wondering how this woman knew her. Upon closer inspection, she recognized her. It's Chu Feifei. She regained her composure. Hello, it's been a long time. What are you doing here? Her recollection of Chu Feifei was limited to her being Su Qing's business partner 5 years ago. Their relationship was rather vague. She only knew of her existence. Now, why was she here? Panic surged within Su Qing, a sense of dread creeping in. She couldn't possibly have figured it out. Even if she did, he was more concerned about her ability to handle the truth. Under her piercing gaze, Su Qing felt his resolve falter, his words stumbling. Meanwhile, Luo Qian sensed the unsettling atmosphere and nudged Lin Xiaoxi, signaling her to intervene. They all understood that the young master refrained from being forthright out of concern for the young mistress's emotional well-being. Young master, did the bidding conference of the Qiao family wrap up so early? She glanced at Xue Weiwei sitting nearby, acknowledging her presence. Who are they? The assistant beside Xue Weiwei, now devoid of any inclination to engage in banter, was overwhelmed by the revelation. The man she admired was holding a child, and the child's mother was present. The implications were staggering. Was it possible that the man she had waited 5 years for was now married with a child? Xue Weiwei pursed her lips and shrugged, expressing her ignorance, her eyes brimming with curiosity for the unfolding drama. Not quite an ending, Su Qing interjected. I just bumped into a friend. Friend? Xiao Yisan's gaze sharpened. Su Qing's heart raced. He had misspoken. It wasn't that he couldn't have friends, but this friend. How could she know his husband? A woman's intuition is remarkably keen. Xiao Yisan sensed something was off, especially upon noticing the tears in Chu Feifei's eyes and her smudged makeup. Clearly, something was amiss. Could it be? Xiao Yisan's eyes narrowed. Tears pooling as memories of her mother's humiliating scolding and physical reprimanding flooded back. It was also a longing for her deceased husband. Living alone for 5 years had been exhausting, and she felt on the brink of collapse. Throughout these years, she had selectively forgotten and ignored everything about her husband, as her priority was to raise their child. However, with Su Qing's appearance, all of that had been shattered, it had also rekindled hope. But now, witnessing him converse with a former friend of her husband, who appeared to have just finished crying, was painful. Clearly, they had discussed something about her late husband, information she was unaware of. Otherwise, what could they possibly have to talk about if they were strangers? Mr. Su, what else have you not told me? Xiao Yisan struggled to suppress her feelings of grievance and longing, her voice slightly choked. Su. Now it was Chu Feifei's turn to be utterly stunned. Her astonished gaze flitted between Xiao Yisan and Su Qing. Could it be? Suddenly, she realized something, covering her mouth in disbelief. Shu! Su Qing exclaimed, quickly casting her a warning glance, urging her to remain silent. Chu Feifei, understanding the gravity of the situation, promptly covered her mouth, suppressing her words. However, her expression turned playful, her eyes narrowing in amusement. This left Su Qing feeling uncomfortable, and he shot her an admonishing glare. Hee. Chu Feifei concealed her delight, retrieving her phone from her bag, manipulating it as she approached. With Su Qing's wary gaze upon her, and little Tanghua furrowing her brow in suspicion, Chu Feifei leaned in closer, whispering, Mr. Su, I know your secret. If you don't want her to find out, you better listen to me. Otherwise, hee. With that, she intentionally nibbled on Su Qing's earlobe. The smooth, warm sensation sent a jolt through Su Qing, leaving him utterly flabbergasted. What are you doing? Su Qing exclaimed, hastily turning his face away, trying to suppress the flush creeping up his cheeks, glaring fiercely at the audacious Chu Feifei. Uncle, what's wrong? Little Tanghua, unaware of the unfolding drama, only noticed her uncle suddenly becoming angry after the big sister's few words. This made her fearfully recoil, worried she might also be scolded, and she scrambled to find Xiao Yisan. Miss, the position of the female assistant offers a perfect view as Chu Fei eagerly takes Su Qing's earlobe into her mouth, leaving a delicate thread of saliva as she releases it. What has transpired? What is going on? Shui Weiwei, oblivious to the spectacle, resembles a frantic creature in a melon patch, desperately searching for its prize. Here, take this phone. My number is stored within. Should you choose to vanish once more? Chu Fei remains completely unfazed by the peculiar gazes of those around her. Her focus is solely on the astonishingly surreal presence of Su Qing, whom she thought lost forever. Although she is acutely aware that he has a wife and children, what of it? Su Qing, 5 years ago, was already gone. The man before her now is both Su Qing and yet not Su Qing. 5 years ago, she had missed her chance with him. 5 years hence, she is determined not to let it slip away again. Chapter 78. Absolutely not. Chu Feifei left, her eyes brimming with tears yet her expression radiating joy, bouncing as if she had shed several years. Su Qing sat beside the coffee table, gazing at the sole mobile phone number laid out before him, enveloped in silence. Xiao Yisan, cradling a small candy, took a seat next to where Chu Feifei had just been, casting an odd glance his way. Lin Xiaoxi and Luo Qian also lingered nearby, their faces painted with a look of avoidance, as if to say, do not look at us. We are equally at a loss. This peculiar, frozen atmosphere left Su Qing feeling as if he were seated upon a bed of nails, his unease palpable. Yisan, allow me to explain. What is there to explain, Mr. Su? Is this relevant to me? Xiao Yisan interjected immediately, her brows furrowed in a cold demeanor. Mr. Su, I hope you understand your place. We are merely business partners. Upon hearing her words, Su Qing felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. How foolish. If only he had laid everything bare sooner. Now, thanks to Chu Feifei, the goodwill he had painstakingly accumulated had been squandered. As her husband, Su Qing was acutely aware that Xiao Yisan was genuinely upset. She was speaking in anger. Yet, those words stung, leaving an uncomfortable ache within. In an effort to prevent the atmosphere from stiffening further and jeopardizing their relationship, Su Qing helplessly diverted the conversation. You all arrived just in time. It saves me the trouble of seeking you out. He greeted Shui Weiwei, who was seated alone playing with her phone, her eyes widening in surprise. Is this something I can listen to? She understood what Su Qing intended to say, but felt it inappropriate as an outsider to overhear their internal company discussions. Do not worry, Su Qing reassured her. Even as an outsider, you are still a partner, are you not? Without you, we might not even gain entry into the Qiao family's bidding conference. Perhaps some issues will require your correction. Having reached this point in the conversation, Shui Weiwei could not refuse any longer. She walked over and pulled out a chair beside Su Qing. Qiao Yixin and Lin Xiaoxi exchanged bewildered glances. Did this woman not perceive the atmosphere? What did it mean for her to sit beside him with such ease? Why are you all staring at me? Shui Weiwei asked, feeling uneasy under their scrutiny. Casting a glance at the awkward Su Qing, upon realizing the implications, she remained seated, refusing to budge. Why should she change seats? Did this place belong to them? She exuded an air of nonchalance, as if to assert, I, Shui Weiwei, can sit wherever I please without a hint of guilt. Lin Xiaoxi rolled her eyes dramatically. Utterly speechless. This woman was clearly doing it on purpose. Meanwhile, Qiao Yixin, clutching the small candy, lowered her head, staring blankly at the steaming coffee cup on the table. Coughing awkwardly, Su Qing felt the atmosphere grow increasingly strained. He hastily opened up the discussion, recounting the events from the Qiao family's bidding conference in detail, including the substantial investment decided by the 4 major conglomerates as mentioned by Chu Feifei. What did you say? Upon hearing that Qiao Yixing had taken over a government-shelved super project, her face drained of color, and she clenched her teeth in fury. It was evident that she understood all too well. Her husband had been involved in that very project before his untimely incident 5 years prior. Such a colossal project, akin to a sumptuous feast, enticed many yet remained tantalizingly out of reach. Even the well-established 4 conglomerates hesitated to stake their claim, while 5 years ago, Su Qing had been quick to pursue it. Everyone was aware of the inherent risks associated with this project, yet they also understood that once completed, the profits would be astronomical. However, no one dared to be the first to take the plunge, unwilling to allow anyone else to savor the spoils before them. If the project were to proceed, it would either be a collective endeavor, bearing the risks and rewards together, or it would languish and rot away, untouched. 5 years ago, Su Qing had serendipitously ridden the winds of policy reform, reaping the initial benefits and earning a modest profit that bolstered his confidence in pursuing the project. However, he had also turned down visits from certain individuals, leading to a rapid decline in his business, ultimately resulting in his imprisonment and a death sentence. Qiao Yixin was no fool. She recognized that her husband had encroached upon interests he should not have, refusing to relinquish control, rendering him a target for those who viewed him as a thorn in their side. This incident had etched a deep wound in her soul 5 years ago. Now, hearing that her brother had taken the initiative on that very project felt like a cruel twist of fate, a fresh wound salted anew. The pivotal factor was that she had developed a certain fondness for Mr. Su, who had been unexpectedly kind and patient with her and her child. The thought that he might also be eyeing that project sent shivers down her spine. This stirred memories of the day she learned of her husband's imprisonment and impending execution, a terror that she had not yet fully processed. Absolutely not, she exclaimed, clutching the small candy, her voice trembling with barely contained emotion, interrupting the discussion among Su Qing and the others. Her body quivered with dread, almost pleadingly imploring, anything can be done, but not this. She understood her lack of leverage in demanding Su Qing abandon his pursuit. Without him, she might still be exploited by her own brother, subjected to various indignities at the hands of unsavory individuals. Yet, she was terrified that the events of 5 years ago would repeat themselves. Though Qiao Yixing was her brother, since discovering that she had been manipulated by him for selfish gains over the past 5 years, she felt no remaining affection. Only a deep-seated resentment that made her wish to tear him apart. To speak candidly, she did not wish for the current Mr. Su to meet the same fate as her husband, Su Qing, falling victim to the same trap. Please, anything can happen, but not this. She did not voice these words, but instead raised her tear-filled eyes to Su Qing. Seeing her intense reaction, Su Qing was momentarily taken aback. Observing her trembling form, filled with anxiety and fear, he understood precisely what she was apprehensive about. However, there was no turning back. This situation was unique. Not only was it an opportunity for Qiao Yixin to enter the capital market, but it also presented Su Qing with an excellent chance to exact his revenge and bring her brother down. Great risks often accompany great opportunities. Should this chance slip away, the Qiao family business could potentially rise to become the 5th largest conglomerate in Zhejiang, a formidable entity, at which point? How could he contend with them? How could he exact his revenge? How could he reclaim what belonged to Qiao Yisun? How could he unearth the hidden hands behind his downfall? Upon hearing Su Qing's steadfast resolve, Qiao Yisun opened her mouth but ultimately said nothing. Silently, she picked up the small candy and turned away, her back now to him, while the little one occasionally wiped her tears away. In a huff, she cast Su Qing a fierce glare. You are a wicked uncle. I won't be your friend anymore. Witnessing this, Su Qing could only shake his head in resignation, offering a wry smile. He glanced at Lin Xiaoxi, who appeared ready to comfort Qiao Yisun. No need to concern yourself with her for now. Let us finish our discussion. Qiao Yixing's actions, opting for bidding various construction materials instead of seeking financing, were likely a strategy to secure the $12 billion from the 4 major conglomerates, intending to list the company and subsequently initiate further financing. This approach could maximize profits and potentially draw the entire Zhejiang economy into the fold. Upon finishing her words, Su Qing's expression grew serious as she cast a glance at the contemplative Lin Xiaoxi, Luo Qian, and Xue Weiwei. What we must do is quite straightforward. From this moment on, we shall raise funds as much as possible. Xue Weiwei interjected, her fingers lightly tapping on the table, her eyes narrowing slightly with a meaningful glint. We will purchase a substantial amount of Qiao stocks, thereby reducing the value per share. After shorting the stock price, we shall await a rebound to sell at its peak. As she concluded, even she could not suppress a sharp intake of breath, her gaze penetrating as she regarded the composed man before her. Mr. Su, what manner of person are you truly? Chapter 79. You seek revenge? I seek retribution. This fellow's thinking is simply terrifying. His audacity is astonishing. How dare he plot to this extent? The Qiao family is utterly silent. Yet this individual boldly maneuvers to short the stock market, selling high after buying low. Is he not afraid of miscalculating, resulting in the funds he painstakingly gathered going to waste? A return to square one overnight. How can he be so certain that the Qiao family will indeed go public? Xue Weiwei could not help but question, a sentiment echoed by others. In response, Su Qing offered a confident smile, saying nothing. While there is a possibility of miscalculation, the Qiao family's plan to go public is indisputably sound. Others may not recognize his intent, but as his former brother-in-law, Su Qing had even taught him how to run a business. How could he not comprehend the magnitude of this undertaking? One must admire him for considering leveraging the momentum of a super project to elevate the entire economy of Zhejiang as a safety net for himself. Thus, should any unforeseen circumstances arise during the project's development, it would not be he or the Qiao family who bear the losses, but rather the entire economy of Zhejiang that he has ensnared. Such a grand strategy unfolds with finesse. To be honest, Su Qing finds it hard to believe that Qiao Yixing arrived at this decision independently. There must be someone behind him, advising him. It cannot be the senior executives of the Qiao family. If they possess such foresight, the Qiao family would not be in its current predicament. This realization ignited Su Qing's fighting spirit. He was eager to discover who the mastermind behind Qiao Yixing truly is. Simultaneously, it marked the official commencement of the revenge campaign against the Qiao family. Welcome to Zhejiang Financial Evening News. Earlier tonight, the Qiao Investment Company officially commenced its bidding conference. Simultaneously, we have good news to announce to the citizens of Zhejiang. The long-stalled new city planning project, which has been dormant for 5 years, is now under the development of the Qiao Investment Company. Concurrently, the Chu Group, Lu Group, Bai Group, and Long Group have announced their intentions to invest a total of $1,200 million, or 84 billion domestic currency, into the Qiao Investment Company to ensure the smooth development of the Zhejiang New City project. For further details, our reporters at the scene will elaborate to the viewers at home. What? That little rascal has actually taken over the New City project? Qiao's father happened to be seated in front of the television, watching the financial news, a nightly ritual before bed. Upon hearing the announcement, he was momentarily stunned on the sofa, bewildered for quite some time before regaining his composure. When did this happen? He didn't even consult me. Such a monumental project. This little rascal has become utterly reckless. Has he grown wings and forgotten how to walk? Qiao's father was furious. Humph. If his son has grown wings, it only indicates his competence, far superior to that ungrateful ingrate. Hearing Qiao's father muttering angrily at the television, Qiao's mother, who was applying a facial mask in the living room, unexpectedly interjected sarcastically. Upon hearing this, Qiao's father was puzzled. Right? Why did you come back with such a grim expression? Did something happen outside? How can you even ask that? To his surprise, Qiao's mother, as if stepping on a tail, became enraged and began to shout. Besides your ungrateful child, who else could it be? Good heavens, not only has she grown wings, but she is also. I'm back. Just as Qiao's mother was about to unleash a torrent of words at Qiao's father, Qiao Yixing, who had been busy all day, pushed open the door and entered, dragging his weary body inside. You're back just in time. Qiao's father instantly seized the opportunity, diverting his pent-up frustration away from Qiao's mother. Pointing at the television still broadcasting financial news, he coldly demanded, What is going on? Explain yourself. Tired. Qiao Yixing was about to head upstairs when he turned back upon hearing the question, already knowing what it was about. He waved his hand, not wishing to elaborate. Dad, you needn't worry about the company. However, this phrase, when it reached Qiao's father's ears, sounded as if it was his old man who needed to mind his own business. You little rascal. What do you mean by that? Have you grown wings and forgotten your place? I'm your father. Qiao's father immediately darkened his expression, scolding him, which only served to darken Qiao Yixing's face in return. There have been too many matters to handle in recent days, from contract terminations to penalties, not to mention preparing for the new city project. It was already enough to give him a headache. He had thought he could finally rest at home, only to have this outburst. His suppressed emotions reached a boiling point. What I do is none of your business. With a sullen face, he suddenly turned back and shouted furiously. I am your son, not your pet dog, summoned at your whim to wag my tail. Should I bark for you too? Qiao's father and mother were both taken aback, staring blankly at their son standing on the staircase, glaring at them, panting heavily, and looking utterly exhausted. What happened? Did he say something wrong? Why does it feel as if he harbors a grudge? Qiao's mother was so startled by his outburst that she began to tremble uncontrollably, her facial mask falling to the floor. In a state of inner turmoil, she turned to look at Qiao's father, who was equally stunned, and suddenly felt a painful tightening in her chest, her breath quickening, her legs turning weak. Grabbing the nearby table, she missed it and fell to the ground, clutching her chest and gasping for air, her face turning pale as she struggled to breathe. Wife. Mom. Now it was Qiao's father and Qiao Yixing's turn to look worried, rushing over to help her sit up. Who would have thought that Qiao's father would shove him away, stumbling and falling to the ground? Bewildered as he looked up, Dad? Don't call me Dad. Qiao's father scolded darkly, helping Qiao's mother, who looked unwell, to lie on the sofa. Sitting on the ground, Qiao Yixing's face darkened further, clenching his fists tightly. He glared at Qiao's father, but when he saw his mother's labored breathing, he relented. Mom. He wanted to approach and apologize, but his weak mother, gasping and sobbing, stopped him. My life is worthless. How did I end up with you Qiao family members, raising a daughter who betrays her own family? And now I have to deal with. Oh dear. You have no idea. Tonight I saw Qiao Yixing, as she spoke. Her grievances bubbled to the surface, all the pent-up frustration from the night before pouring out at once, including the slap she received from Qiao Yixing. Qiao's father and Qiao Yixing exchanged glances, then fell silent. Upon seeing their lack of reaction, Qiao's mother felt even more aggrieved and continued. That man beside her is truly despicable. In recent days, I've learned that they have started a small business, and their first order was obtained through Mr. Li of the Business Association. Can you guess what? Those order contracts are all from our Qiao family. She scolded Qiao Yixing for being so oblivious, losing the contracts and foolishly paying penalties, wondering how he could be such a foolish son. Now being bullied by that ungrateful wretch, reiterating once more. Qiao Yixing slapped her in public, in front of everyone. Do you have any idea how much harm that slap has caused me? Upon finishing her words, she covered her face and wept bitterly, her mouth still exclaiming. The son I raised is utterly useless, allowing outsiders to seize our money while he merrily dabbles in trivial pursuits. Oblivious to the need to teach them a lesson so they understand that the Qiao family is not to be trifled with. She rambled on. Her sentiments distilled to a deep-seated resentment towards Qiao Yixing, who now stood tall enough to slap her back. What of her biological daughter? It was she who severed their ties. In her heart, Qiao's mother no longer viewed her as family, but rather as a sworn enemy. When she saw her foraging through discarded leftovers, she would stop to spit, muttering that it served her right. Yet, upon witnessing her improved circumstances, now frequenting the boutique she once cherished, Qiao's mother felt a pang of anguish that eclipsed even the desire to see her dead. Qiao Yixing was not oblivious to these dynamics. He was no fool, and neither were his subordinates mere idlers. The previous inaction stemmed from a need to maintain control over the Xinjiang project, but with the revelation now laid bare before the entire Zhejiang, the pressure had considerably lessened. Hearing that Qiao Yixing had the audacity to strike his mother was astonishing. Such audacity was intolerable. Had she grown so bold as to disregard him entirely? This affront he would not endure, not even from his sister. He promptly declared, "Rest assured, they shall not thrive for long." A fierce glint flashed in his eyes, signaling the impending onset of retribution. Chapter 80. Drafting Millions, Acquiring You. 7 days have elapsed, yet there has been no sign of activity from the Chiao Corporation. Could it be that your judgment was erroneous? Since the Chiao Corporation's bidding conference until now, a full week has passed without any indication of an IPO, which has left Chiao feeling quite anxious. In an effort to intercept their stock price at the time of the Chiao Corporation's public offering, they have liquidated a significant number of assets in recent days. If their assessment proves to be mistaken, the losses could be substantial. Su Qing reclined in his office chair, exuding calm as he closed his eyes in repose, showing no signs of concern in response to Chiao Isen's anxious worries. Rest assured, Miss Chiao, the young marshal's confidence stems from sound reasoning. We need only exercise patience until the Chiao Corporation makes its announcement. Moreover, Luo Qian, seated on the sofa, unfolded the morning's newspaper. The Chiao Corporation has not been idle these past 7 days. They have already laid the groundwork for the new city project, and portions of it have even commenced preliminary construction. What does this signify? He lifted his gaze, peering over the newspaper at Su Qing, noting the faint smile curving at the corners of his lips. Luo Qian realized he was on the right track, while Chiao Isen, puzzled, retorted, "What does it signify?" "It signifies," Luo Qian replied, "that the Chiao Corporation is engaged in superficial engineering, aiming to convey to the citizens of Zhejiang that they are earnest about acquiring the new city project. This would consequently place the spotlight of Zhejiang on the ongoing new city project, elevating the Chiao Corporation to new heights. In such a climate of public attention, should the Chiao Corporation release its prospectus for an IPO, it would flourish and leap into success." Huh? Chiao Isen was momentarily taken aback, a blank expression crossing her face. "Indeed," Su Qing interjected, "the new city project was planned years ago, its location designated, and its foundation laid. Yet it halted there, without a subsequent enterprise to take over. There has been no funding to continue construction. Even government projects have not been allocated surplus funds for investment, focusing instead on supporting and developing various industries in Zhejiang for industrialization and mass production, thus propelling the economy to greater heights. History has proven that the Zhejiang government's decision was astute. After 5 years of industrial development, the current economic level far exceeds that of yesteryear. Yet, there remains no surplus funding for such an enormous project. In the minds of Zhejiang's populace, the new city project is merely an unfulfilled dream. The Chiao Corporation's announcement of taking over the project and commencing investment, what of it? This project has languished in government hands for years, with land, planning, and even a foundation laid, yet it remains stagnant. If the Chiao Corporation takes it over, who can ascertain their genuine intent to develop it versus using the new city project for ulterior motives? It can be said that this is a double-edged sword. A misstep could result in self-harm, while the right maneuver could yield immeasurable benefits. Therefore, even if the Chiao Corporation wishes to craft a narrative, they dare not reveal their hand until the new city project is fully realized. They must demonstrate to the citizens of Zhejiang that their commitment to developing the new city project is absolute. Young Marshal, just as they were speaking, Lin Xiaoxi abruptly pushed the door open, interrupting. Good news. She was panting heavily, clearly having rushed over after hearing the news. After catching her breath, she could hardly contain her excitement. Manager Xiao from the Eastern Wholesale District. Do you remember him? I do, Su Qing replied, perplexed. What about him? Previously, we discussed collaboration with Manager Xiao, supplying him with numerous products to be sold outside the city to intercept the Chiao Corporation's market share. All our products have sold out. What? The others present were all taken aback. Has it only been a few days since they were dispatched? Have they truly sold out? Is that real? Su Qing was somewhat incredulous. The share of the hardware market is limited, and it has already become saturated. How could it possibly sell out so quickly? Indeed, Lin Xiaoxi affirmed, pulling out the remittance records to show Su Qing. 150,000 exactly. In an instant, Su Qing felt a foreboding sensation rising within him. He looked up and queried Lin Xiaoxi, what is the value of our goods? Lin Xiaoxi pondered for a moment before replying. Approximately a bit less than 130,000. Then how is there 500,000? Placing her phone on the table, the remittance bill of 150,000 stood out glaringly. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoxi's previously bright expression froze. We've been intercepted. Su Qing, not one for suspense, rubbed his aching forehead and said, this has left Luo Qian perplexed. Isn't selling our goods for 20,000 more a good thing? Good. Xiaoyisen interjected, aware of the implications. She clarified, the fact that our products have all been purchased indicates that the other party is targeting us. This could be a strategy to solidify their market share, or perhaps a warning. After this transaction, we should cease operations, lest we find ourselves on the receiving end of repercussions. About right, Su Qing nodded, agreeing with Qiao Yuxin's assessment, just as Lin Xiaoxi's phone rang, vibrating on the table. All present felt the tension rise. It was a call from the Qiao Corporation. Could it be them? The four exchanged solemn glances, pondering whether Qiao Yixing had finally decided to intervene. Their enterprise was fundamentally sustained by siphoning off the Qiao Corporation's resources, seizing their cooperative orders, and even partners. Answer it. Following Su Qing's signal, Lin Xiaoxi promptly answered the call, activating the speakerphone. Hello? Greetings. Is this Lin Xiaoxi, the liaison for Su Corporation? It is. Lin Xiaoxi exchanged a glance with Su Qing. Our team has conducted an investigation into your enterprise's asset situation. Most of your products are produced by outsourcing, and there are 2 production lines currently under construction that have yet to be operational. The representative from the Qiao Corporation laid out their findings with a calm demeanor, revealing they had thoroughly assessed their situation without omission. Initially, this composed tone might suggest a potentially smooth and friendly conversation. However, as the dialogue unfolded, it became evident that this was not a congenial exchange, but rather a condescending dismissal of their worth, laced with veiled threats. What do you mean by that? Su Qing could not restrain himself, interrupting the speaker. After a brief silence, the representative continued, it is our management's decision that your enterprise possesses significant potential and prospects for development. Therefore, we propose a sum of 11 for 151 for 100 to acquire your assets. 11 for 151 for 100? Su Qing's alertness surged, his expression darkening. This was not a favorable figure, it reeked of mockery. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyisen and the others were equally shaken and astonished. Indeed, Qiao Yixing was not to be trifled with. He had finally decided to teach them a lesson. This was no mere acquisition. It was a clear attempt to belittle them. You, a small enterprise, have dared to encroach upon Qiao Corporation's territory. Not reprimanding you does not signify fear. Rather, it indicates that the time has yet to come. Chapter 81. You cannot borrow money from her. 15 million. Lin Xiaoxi remained silent, instead seeking Su Qing's guidance with her gaze on how to respond. So, Su Qing replied without the slightest hesitation. What? This left Qiao Yixin and the others utterly astonished. How could they sell it? Wasn't he agreed that they would seek revenge on the Qiao family? They had already formulated a plan for vengeance. They were merely waiting to proceed with caution. How could they sell off their foundation? Without these assets to fall back on, how could they possibly contend with the colossal entity that was the Qiao family? No, Qiao Yixin was the first to voice her objection. This was also the first time she invoked the authority Su Qing had granted her. The Su Corporation belonged to her half. She could not allow it to be sold. She had already lost the Su Corporation once. She could not bear to lose it a second time. Listen to me, Su Qing said, understanding her agitation. I will give you an answer shortly. Lin Xiaoxi, sensing the tension, discreetly ended the call. What was there to discuss? If you wish to sell, then sell your half. You have stated that this enterprise is half mine. You also mentioned that your actions stemmed from the wishes of my deceased husband, and that these assets are a safeguard for little Tongwa's future. Xiao Yixin was well aware that everything they had now was bestowed by Mr. Su, and he had the right to manage his assets as he saw fit. Yet, she felt compelled to act selfishly, not for any other reason but for the sake of her child, who had already endured enough hardship. Should we? Lin Xiaoxi and Luo Qian exchanged awkward glances, aware that discussing the affairs of the young marshal was best avoided. No need, Su Qing insisted, motioning for them to stay. He then turned his attention to Qiao Yixin, who was frowning at him. The situation has changed. Our plan for revenge must also adapt. Yixin, this is an opportunity. If we seize it, our assets could multiply several times. In the past 7 days, we have been working on it, and you know that we are trying to raise funds, Su Qing said, fixing his gaze on Qiao Yixin. She could not meet his eyes and turned her face away. How much have we raised? She countered, only to answer herself. Less than 3 million. And that's after transferring a considerable amount of production rights. Otherwise, we might not raise a single cent. Though the truth was somewhat disheartening. It was indeed the reality. Their foundation in Zhejiang was too fragile. They could hardly find someone to lend them money, let alone secure approval from a bank. Of course, for Su Qing, it was merely a matter of making a phone call. But what then? Would it bring him joy to take revenge on the Qiao family using funds that did not belong to him? Certainly not. Revenge could only be achieved through one's own efforts and strength, a means to release the pent-up anger that had accumulated over 5 years. Thus, Su Qing did not hesitate to draw upon his own power. He knew that with a simple call, his family would undoubtedly provide a substantial sum of money. The Chiao family's offer of 10 million to acquire his newly established enterprise, which had barely been in existence for half a month, was already beyond his expectations. Su Qing was confident that the Chiao family would leverage the new city project to propel him into the capital market. This was also an opportunity for them. If they could grasp it, the assets in their hands could multiply, giving them a chance to stand against the Chiao family. Should they miss this chance, the Chiao family would seize the opportunity to grow into the 5th largest group in Zhejiang. And at that point, how could they compete with the Chiao family? Yisun, trust me. Upon hearing Su Qing's earnest words, Chiao Yisun instinctively turned her head, her eyes locking onto his sincere gaze. In that moment, she was momentarily taken aback. That gaze felt so familiar. It struck a chord deep within her, stirring emotions that she could not quite grasp. How could it resemble his so closely? Su Qing, realizing the weight of the moment, quickly averted his gaze and resolutely said, Yisun, regardless of how you perceive it, this company is merely a stepping stone for us. He signaled to Lin Xiaoxi to call back and agree to the acquisition, with one condition. The name of the Su family must be retained, not fully transferred. If they sold even the name of the Su family, what would that make of their revenge? Upon hearing Su Qing's words, a sense of reassurance washed over Chiao Yisun. As long as the Su family remained, everything would be fine. Selling the assets was inconsequential. After all, those were merely taken from the Chiao family, and now they were simply allowing the Chiao family to buy them back. As long as the Su family was not sold off, Chiao Yisun still refused, but she understood that Su Qing had made his decision, and her protests would be futile. With that thought, her gaze dimmed slightly. What did she and little Tangwa represent to him? A friend's dying wish, or merely a burden that consumed resources without providing any assistance? Selling off all the assets would yield merely 10 million in funds. Would that even suffice for the stock market? At that moment, Lin Xiaoxi, who was sorting through documents, paused, looking at Su Qing. She knew better than anyone how much money they had. Such a meager amount for stock market investment was laughable. 10 million sounded like a lot. But in the bottomless pit of the stock market, it was nothing. Even if they captured this opportunity and multiplied their funds, it would still amount to only a few tens of millions. In contrast, the Chiao family already possessed a cash flow of 50 million, easily leaving them far behind. Now, with 4 major groups investing 300 million each, totaling 8.4 billion yuan, it was as if one was in the heavens while the other was in a sewer, rendering any comparison meaningless. Lin Xiaoxi often felt the urge to speak up. Young Marshal, if you merely made a call, would you still be short on funds? The Chiao family is nothing more than a mosquito with a bit more flesh. Unfortunately, she understood Su Qing's character well. He would never resort to such measures. He only wanted to rely on his own strength. Buzz. At that moment, Su Qing's phone, which had been left on the table by Chu Feifei, pinged with a message notification. What are you doing? I've been messaging you these past few days. And Yu Haven T replied. Everyone present, gathered around the desk, immediately noticed. Lin Xiaoxi and Luo Qian fell silent, exchanging glances with Chiao Yisun, aware that the person in question was indeed the young marshal's wife. However, the young marshal's wife was unaware of her status. She knew only who Chu Feifei was. As a woman, she understood well that Chu Feifei's overtures were laden with intentions, though she believed that her relationship with the Mr. Su before her was irrelevant. She could not shake the odd feeling that arose when witnessing his interactions with another woman. Could it be because he resembled him so closely? Not only did their eyes match, but through these days of interaction, some details seemed to echo his presence. What am I thinking? Chiao Yisun abruptly exclaimed, her thoughts muddled. No, you cannot borrow money from her. Hearing her assert this, Su Qing was caught off guard, and everyone froze. I will find a way regarding the money. You absolutely cannot approach Chu Feifei. With that, Chiao Yisun stepped out, turning to Lin Xiaoxi to request, please help look after little Tangwa for half a day. Su Qing was left bewildered, hastily attempting to stop her. Who can you turn to for help? If anyone were willing to assist her, why would she and the child have endured such hardships over the past 5 years? That's none of your concern, Chiao Yisun retorted. In her heart, she silently added, this is the only way I can help. One should not allow him to bear the burden of giving endlessly. One must also contribute something in return. She closed the door, retrieved her phone, which was marred with numerous scratches, and located a call that she was reluctant to make. After a prolonged internal struggle, She finally steeled herself and dialed the number. It's me. May we meet? Chapter 82. Childhood Sweethearts. Long time no see. May I borrow some money? Watching Chao Yixin board the taxi and depart, Su Qing found herself in a quandary. Who could she turn to for assistance? Ultimately, she decided to consult Chu Feifei. Shall I continue to organize and liquidate our assets? Lin Xiaoxi inquired, shaking her phone. Yes, indeed, Su Qing replied, calling her back. Let us keep one production line. We cannot walk barefoot. Understood. Currently, Su's enterprise was in the midst of constructing 2 production lines, with skilled workers already secured. These were the very technicians previously exploited by Jin Zhongfa, who has now been incarcerated for the kidnapping of Little Candy. The present technicians had also fled from that factory, finding refuge with Su Qing. They possessed the necessary skills, and with Su Qing's financial support, that sufficed. After giving her instructions, Su Qing picked up her phone and sent a message to Chu Feifei. I have something to discuss. Let us meet. To her surprise, a response came almost immediately. All right. I'll send you my location. Upon receiving the coordinates, Su Qing prepared to leave, but Luo Qian insisted on accompanying her. You and Lin Xiaoxi should stay. Don't forget Little Candy is asleep. Reluctantly, Su Qing acquiesced to the young master's orders. Soon, a taxi arrived, and she departed directly. Meanwhile, in the bustling streets of Zhejiang City, a towering edifice stood, the Long family conglomerate. In the office of the general manager on the top floor, a young man sat in his chair, idly playing with his phone, a playful smile gracing his lips. He never imagined this day would come. Chao Yixin would call him, requesting a meeting. How intriguing. Young master, his female secretary interjected, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Perhaps she has finally realized your worth after all these years. The young man's smile instantly vanished as he coldly rebuked her. How dare you speak of Chao Yixin in such a manner? Your opinion of her is irrelevant. The secretary recoiled in fear, instinctively stepping back, her head bowed in shame. Yet, her inner thoughts remained critical. Regardless of her past, she had children. A woman, once a mother, inevitably loses some of her allure. She couldn't comprehend why, despite her own youthful beauty and grace, the young master would not spare her a glance, especially when she was in her prime. Casting her gaze back to the young man, Long Chun, the grandson of the Long family and the current general manager, was 27 or 28 years old. Despite his youth, his experience was remarkable, having graduated from a prestigious financial institution. He launched a startup valued in the hundreds of millions before it was acquired by the Long family. Some might claim he relied on familial connections, but his astute financial acumen was unparalleled. In his very first month at Long S Group, he secured a deal worth over $1 billion, catapulting him to prominence within the financial sector. In the ensuing period of consolidation, the profits he generated for the group transcended mere billions. The figures were staggering. Consequently, there was no animosity towards him within the organization. Even though the Long family owned the conglomerate, Long Chun had proven his capabilities. His position as general manager was unchallenged, his outstanding performance earning him unwavering support for several years. Such an exceptional man would naturally attract admirers, and indeed, he had many, with even the Long family pressing for him to marry into a prominent family. Yet, Long Chun was not inclined to comply. To the uninitiated, it might seem he wished to devote himself entirely to the company, but those in the know understood he had long nurtured feelings for someone special, his childhood sweetheart, Chao Yixin. They had known each other since childhood, but their differing social standings created a barrier. The Chao family, though not affluent, boasted a remarkably intelligent and beautiful daughter. Unfortunately, she was already married and had children. Her husband had proven himself, establishing a name for himself without leveraging the Chao family's resources. Alas, he crossed the wrong people and vanished overnight. The Chao family, in a misguided attempt to maintain stability, expelled the mother and daughter duo who had lost both husband and father. The Long family, however, was privy to the truth. After the incident, in a bid to stabilize matters, Chao's mother approached Long Chen, who harbored feelings for Chao Yixin, proposing that the Long family provide financial support in exchange for her daughter's hand. While she would find a way to deal with the child, she would not drag along a burden. Long Chun, enamored since childhood, was more than willing, dismissing Chao Yixin's marital status and motherhood. Yet, the Long family vehemently opposed. Long Chen, not one to be easily swayed, firmly declared that if they refused, he would leave the Long family as long as he could be with Chao Yixin. At that time, Long Chen had already demonstrated his keen financial instincts and remarkable achievements. making it unthinkable for the Long family to relinquish such a promising successor. The outcome was well known. Qiao Yisun would rather face hardship than compromise, leaving an indelible mark on Long Chen's heart. Why, then, did he not seek her out or provide discreet assistance? Long Chen had tried, but unforeseen circumstances always thwarted his attempts, leading him to eventually resign himself to the situation. But now, Qiao Yisun had reached out to him. He sat there, eagerly awaiting the entrance of the woman he cherished, hoping she would step through the door and into his embrace. Young Master Long, I'm here to borrow 100 million. The moment she arrived, it was not in his embrace that she sought solace, leaving Long Chen momentarily stunned. This was not how he had envisioned their reunion. 100 million? Have you lost your mind? The secretary exclaimed, incredulous. Look at you now. A worn-out shadow of your former self. What makes you think you deserve it? The secretary examined Qiao Yisun, who, despite her decent appearance, lacked the vitality that once defined her. In contrast, she herself radiated youth and beauty, with smooth skin and flowing hair. How could Long Chen possibly be drawn to someone like her? Silence. Long Chen admonished the secretary, though he too was taken aback by Qiao Yisun's disheveled state. He could not tolerate her being judged by a mere secretary. Yet, he noticed Qiao Yisun's expression of embarrassment and discomfort as she lowered her gaze, stirring a pang of sympathy within him. Clearly, the secretary's words had affected her. After all, women often grapple with vanity and comparison, and she was aware of her perceived inadequacy. It's been a long time, Yisun. Suppressing the pangs of heartache within, he feigned calmness. Yet it was evident that he struggled to conceal his excitement. To begin with, let us set aside the matter of money. Instead, why don't we share a meal together and have a heartfelt conversation? Chapter 83. The affectionate young Master Long. Such extravagance is truly unnecessary. As she gazed into the full-length mirror, where her figure was elegantly accentuated by the form-fitting cheongsam, Qiao Yisun found herself momentarily entranced. Ever since departing from the Qiao family, she had not donned similar attire, and it was her first realization of the arduousness of life without a home. The innate desire for beauty and vanity that dwells within every woman had been eroded by the harshness of existence, leaving little time for self-investment. Observing her reflection, she noted that while her figure had slightly altered, it remained proportionate. Her skin, lacking proper care, appeared somewhat dry and yellowed, yet possessed a softness to the touch. Her gaze fell upon her face, her eyes trembled slightly. It was of no consequence. Young Master Long, Long Chen, stood nearby, unabashedly surveying Qiao Yisun in her cheongsam. Although her attire concealed much, her curvaceous form was still evident. One couldn't help but wonder what beauty lay beneath the fabric. Clearing his throat, Long Chen quickly averted his gaze, lest Qiao Yisun perceive his inappropriate thoughts and distance herself from him. This was not his intention. After yearning for so long, she had finally initiated contact. It would be a shame to let silence drive a wedge between them again. Yet, his eyes remained uncontrollably drawn to the alluring curves accentuated by the cheongsam, and the remarkable roundness partially concealed by her arm ignited a torrent of thoughts in his mind. Unconsciously, he stepped closer and lifted her chin. Startled, Qiao Yisun recoiled like a frightened rabbit, instinctively wanting to retreat. Yet, she found herself frozen in place as their eyes met. Yisun, after all these years, you remain unchanged, still so beautiful. Long Chen's gaze bore into hers. Upon witnessing his expression, Qiao Yisun's eyes quivered in response. Was this affection? It had been ages since she had encountered such a gaze. She, too, was a woman in need of nurturing. But the trials of life had pressed down on her, forcing her to remain vigilant, especially with little Candy still so young. She bore the weight of motherhood and the responsibility of maintaining a precarious household that could collapse at any moment. Countless late nights, she had fantasized about a man by her side to share her burdens. Long Chen, still holding her chin, held her gaze for a moment, subtly leaning in. This frightened Qiao Yisun, prompting her to hastily pull away, lowering her head to avoid his eyes. Young Master Long, we are merely friends. Please do not act this way. I have a child. For reasons unknown, those words slipped from her lips, perhaps indicative of her unpreparedness. In contrast, Long Chen's expression twitched upon hearing her declaration. Clearly, while he professed indifference to her motherhood, it stirred something within him. Moreover, even if he truly did not mind, the Long family might hold differing views. After all, they were one of the 4 prominent families of Zhoujiang, overshadowing the others. With his resources, he could have any woman he desired. Why choose one with a child? That would surely invite ridicule. Nevertheless, Long Chen's thoughts remained concealed. He forced a neutral smile, attempting to appear nonchalant. Yisun, the child is not your burden. I understand your concerns. You are still young, with a bright future ahead. You cannot allow fears and worries to strip you of your right to live fully. Raising a child alone is arduous. Have you never considered finding someone to share the weight of life with you? Long Chun had expressed these sentiments to Xiao Yisun long ago, when Xiao's mother had favored him during their courtship. She had emphasized that the child would be a burden and would not affect their family's union. Yet, at that time, Long Chun did not perceive the child as a hindrance. Instead, he believed that love ought to embrace all aspects, including the loss of a father. Though caring for another's child might have been somewhat irksome, it was a daughter, allowing him to relive the experience of nurturing Xiao Yisun once again. Upon hearing Long Chen's words, Xiao Yisun remained silent, merely lowering her head with a bittersweet smile. She did not wish to delve deeper into this topic, even though there was some truth in his assertions. She too had contemplated the past, pondering how her life might have unfolded had she married Long Chen back then. So, have you not sought a girlfriend all these years? Xiao Yisun suddenly blurted out, catching Long Chen off guard. Why do you ask this all of a sudden? His eyes involuntarily darted away. Noticing his reaction, Xiao Yisun smiled knowingly. You are still young. It would be wise to explore various relationships rather than waiting for one tree to bear fruit. Images of women comparable to Xiao Yisun flashed through Long Chen's mind. Yet inexplicably, whenever he was with them, he could only envision her. A fierce unwillingness surged within him, vowing that he would one day have Xiao Yisun beneath him. Despite his wealth, power, and status, he desired to win her heart willingly, not through coercion. Soon, he believed it would come to pass. At least this time. It was Xiao Yisun who reached out to him. In times past, he would have never dared to dream of such a scenario. Long Chen's eyes sparkled with determination. Regardless of her reasons, he was resolute in seizing this opportunity. Having changed into her attire and applied a light touch of makeup, Xiao Yisun underwent a remarkable transformation that left Long Chun momentarily speechless. The fitted cheongsam exquisitely showcased her figure, while the cosmetics concealed the dullness of her skin, elevating her aura several notches. Each glance and smile, though slightly unfamiliar, radiated an elegance that transformed her from an ugly duckling into a swan. In that moment, she resembled the esteemed young lady of the Qiao family from years past. Long Chen's eyes gleamed with unabashed admiration, as he gazed at her like a wolf eyeing a lamb. This made Xiao Yisun slightly uncomfortable, but she refrained from voicing her unease, her lips trembling with a hint of embarrassment. Where are you taking me? Only then did Long Chun regain his composure. To an upscale restaurant, of course. With you dressed like this, you need not fear ridicule. Ultimately, he harbored a slight disdain for Xiao Yisun's past experiences. They existed in entirely different worlds. Yet, perhaps his fondness for her outweighed his prejudices. He dreamt of the opportunity to conquer the woman who once dismissed him. Chapter 84. Are you in love? Upon arriving at the designated location, Su Qing scanned the surroundings, but could not find Chu Feifei anywhere. Had he arrived too early? Just as he was about to make a phone call, a bright and shy voice called out, "Brother, look back." To his surprise, he turned to see Chu Feifei dressed in a youthful and vibrant summer sports outfit, her waist adorned with a flowing skirt. Her long hair was tied into playful twin ponytails, and her lips curved into a crescent-shaped smile, exuding sweetness. A faint blush adorned her cheeks, and she appeared somewhat bashful, asking, "Why are you looking at me like that? It makes me feel quite embarrassed." No one would have expected that the aloof and distant Chu Feifei could exhibit such a delicate femininity. Not even Su Qing, who stood momentarily stunned. For her appearance was unlike anything he had previously known. Yet, the sight of such a stunning beauty in a refreshing outfit was certainly pleasing to the eye. Clearing his throat to ease the awkwardness, he diverted his gaze, questioning, "Didn't we come here to discuss matters? Why are you dressed like this?" Chu Feifei's shy smile instantly froze. "I thought you were dead. Do you have any idea what I've been through these past 5 years?" As she spoke, she moved closer to Su Qing, leaving him momentarily flustered. "What are you talking about?" He stammered, his lips twitching, with a swift change in demeanor. Chu Feifei abandoned her coyness, adopting a commanding presence as she pushed against Su Qing's chest muscles. "Su Qing, let me make this clear. Regardless of your willingness today, I will arrange everything. Otherwise." Her eyes flashed with a cold glint, leaving Su Qing momentarily speechless. The rapid shift in her attitude was startling. Yet, this was the impression he had always held of Chu Feifei, and seeing her like this was oddly more agreeable. With a huff, she playfully slapped Su Qing's chest, the solid feeling causing her cheeks to flush. She quickly turned her face away, hoping he wouldn't notice her embarrassment. Yet, her eyes betrayed her as she couldn't help but steal glances at his physique. which seemed to have grown more impressive over the years. For 5 long years, she had often fantasized about what it might feel like to lay her head upon Su Qing's chest. In the past, she might have scoffed at the thought, believing such opportunities were lost forever. But now, he was not only alive but had also grown even more striking, despite the changes in his appearance. He was still Su Qing. What are you thinking about? Su Qing noticed her peculiar behavior as she occasionally stole glances at him, her lips curving into a secretive smile. Not at all. Chu Feifei, caught in her act, blushed and skipped a few steps forward before stopping, only to return and link her arm with his. The back of her hand brushed against her chest, the softness sending a shiver down Su Qing's spine, awakening feelings he had long suppressed. However, he quickly regained his composure, attempting to retract his hand. What are you doing? We're in public. It feels inappropriate. What's wrong? Are you rejecting me? Do you want to abandon me again? Chu Feifei feigned sadness, lowering her head. Su Qing fell silent, his arm firmly holding her close. She was determined not to lose him again. Having thought she would never have another chance in her life, fate had given her a second opportunity, and this time she would seize it. Su Qing, for his part, held no aversion towards her, viewing her merely as a sister. Their relationship had been forged through years of shared experiences in their entrepreneurial endeavors, creating a bond that was both close and uniquely special, though not quite romantic. 5 years had passed, and many changes had occurred, not just within him but also within Chu Feifei, who had learned to embrace precious opportunities. Meanwhile, Chu Feifei's assistant observed from a distance, her gaze filled with confusion as she watched the pair depart, arms length. Buzz, her phone rang. Upon checking, her expression shifted. It was the master. Chu Feifei's father was calling, but upon answering, she heard a woman's voice. Madam. It was Chu Feifei's mother. Her tone brisk and unyielding. Is Feifei in a relationship? At that moment, the assistant instinctively looked up, spotting Chu Feifei joyfully skipping away with Su Qing. What was she to say? Yes or no? As Chu Feifei's assistant, she knew precisely who Su Qing was and that he had a wife and children. If she were to divulge the truth, not only would she risk her job, but she would also face the wrath of her employers. Madam, there is nothing happening. In a bid to protect her job, her life, and Chu Feifei's well-being, she gritted her teeth and denied any romantic involvement. Nothing? Came the deep voice of Chu Feifei's father, his tone laced with skepticism. If there is no relationship, why has she been so cheerful lately? That doesn't align with her usual demeanor. After a moment of silence, Chu Feifei's mother replied, Child, please be honest with me. Is there or isn't there a relationship? Absolutely not. The assistant insisted vehemently, it's likely just progress on a project she is working on. Likely? Chu Feifei's parents echoed in unison, causing the assistant to break into a cold sweat. Child, as parents, we've been through this. We're not against her dating. But we want her to see clearly if it's worth it and not to be deceived by false affections. Rest assured, madam and sir, I will keep a close eye on Miss Feifei, and if she were to enter a relationship, you would be the first to know. Very well. Although Chu Feifei's parents seemed to sense something amiss, they chose not to press further and ended the call. As the call ended, the assistant felt as if her legs might give way beneath her, offering a helpless smile of resignation. This could mean trouble. If the master and madam discovered she had deceived them, it would all be over. Miss, she sighed, gazing at the empty street corner where Chu Feifei and Su Qing had vanished. Please take care of yourself. In the outskirts of the city lies Lingfeng Mountain, a well-known tourist spot in the region. Close to the city center, it has become a favored destination for couples seeking leisure and camping. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, even during the day, the area was bustling with activity. Stalls filled with an array of delectable snacks lined the paths, while couples meandered through the crowd, radiating youthful exuberance. Even Su Qing, who had faced life and death battles on the battlefield, couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration upon witnessing this scene. Unbeknownst to them, countless individuals were standing guard against external threats to protect their carefree lives. In many other places, the mere desire for a stable life was a luxury, and securing a meal was a hard-fought victory. Chapter 85. Just like a date. Wow, this cotton candy is absolutely delightful. Brother, would you like to have a taste? Chu Feifei, with cotton candy in her right hand and a candied hawthorn in her left, wore a satisfied smile on her face. As she held the cotton candy to Su Qing's lips, he felt an internal resistance. Yet, her eager gaze and the subtle plea made it difficult to refuse. Just a small taste then. Wow, brother, Chu Feifei suddenly exclaimed in feigned astonishment, covering her mouth in disbelief. What if my sister-in-law finds out we shared the same cotton candy? Would she be angry? Would she want to hit me? Your wife is so terrifying, unlike me. I only feel sorry for you, brother. She giggled, then offered her candied hawthorn. Would you like to try again, brother? Oh. She didn't care at all that Su Qing had a wife and child. After all, that was 5 years ago. What did it matter now that he had returned? He was not the same Su Qing anymore. Moreover, they hadn't even acknowledged each other, had they? Even if they did, what would it change? The past could never be reclaimed. Meanwhile, Su Qing did not ponder such complexities. Gazing at the vibrant and youthful Chu Feifei, he thought she was still a child, merely a sister to him. As for the candied hawthorn, he decided against it. The earlier shout had already attracted quite a bit of attention, with curious eyes scrutinizing them, caught between laughter and intrigue. Feeling uncomfortable, he grasped Chu Feifei's hand holding the candied hawthorn and led her up the hill. Yet, she insisted on playfully exclaiming, "Brother, why are you stealing my candied hawthorn?" Su Qing found himself at a loss for words. Who is stealing your candied hawthorn? I am merely holding your hand. Hee hee. Seeing the bemused expression on Su Qing's face, Chu Feifei felt a sweetness in her heart. This scene had graced her dreams on multiple occasions. Coming to Lingfeng Mountain with him, just like a couple, devoid of pressure or worries, felt like a date. Chu Feifei pressed her lips together and bestowed Su Qing with a relieved smile. If this were a dream, please, let it not end so soon. At that moment, it felt akin to the dreamlike moments she feared would vanish upon awakening. The cotton candy and candied hawthorn in her hands, and the beloved figure ahead, glancing back at her. Unbeknownst to her, tears began to well up in her eyes, spilling over. Her sparkling eyes fixed upon Su Qing, terrified that he might disappear in the next instant. This left Su Qing momentarily bewildered, wondering why she was suddenly crying. Raising his hand to wipe her tears, Chu Feifei instinctively recoiled. She feared it was another false dream, that his hand would not reach her tears. The light in her eyes dimmed. However, Su Qing's descending hand brushed against her cheek, transmitting a gentle warmth. She immediately lifted her head, her eyes trembling as they locked onto Su Qing's. A glimmer of realization sparked within her gaze. This was not a dream. Silly girl, what are you doing? Su Qing sighed. Why are you crying, ruining your makeup? Chu Feifei did not catch the underlying meaning in his words. All she heard was a tone filled with affection, like a signal igniting her resolve. She leaped into Su Qing's arms without hesitation. Oh. Su Qing nearly lost his balance, but managed to steady himself just in time. Otherwise, they both would have tumbled down the steps. What are you doing? Let go. So many people are watching. Su Qing felt a bit awkward, noticing the onlookers. I want to let go. Chu Feifei nestled against him, listening to his heartbeat, feeling a sense of security she had never experienced before. Embracing the cherished figure cradled in his arms, he held her tightly, each heavy breath echoing his longing. This left Su Qing in a difficult position. His heart was weighed down by guilt towards Qiao Yisin, and he wished to avoid doing anything that might betray her. Of course, he was not naive. He understood Chu Feifei's feelings for him. The messages exchanged over the past 5 years made it abundantly clear. This left Su Qing feeling conflicted and troubled. He only saw Chu Feifei as a sister and had never contemplated anything beyond that. As they ascended the steps, numerous passers-by mistook their embrace for a romantic gesture, showering them with applause and blessings. This only added to Su Qing's embarrassment. He thought of prying her hands apart. Yet she clung to him even tighter. Just for a moment, let me hold you a little longer. Chu Feifei whimpered, her face pressed against his chest, sounding pitiful. Su Qing felt helpless. You know I have a wife and child. There is no possibility for us. He intended to clarify. Alas, Su Qing was acutely aware of his situation. Even if Chu Feifei was unbothered, it would be unacceptable in the eyes of the Chu family. What is the Chu family? One of the 4 prominent families of Zhoujiang. Chu Feifei was the most cherished among them. If they discovered she was involved with a man who already had a wife and child, it would stir an uproar. Setting aside the gossip, the Chu family would never allow such a thing to happen. Su Qing did not wish to hurt her over this. In his heart, Chu Feifei remained merely a sister. Be quiet. Before Su Qing could finish his explanation, he was abruptly interrupted by Chu Feifei's cold voice. You can't stand to see me happy, can you? Is it your aim to make me feel miserable at this moment? I didn't tea. Su Qing was taken aback, hastily attempting to explain. But what did she mean by feeling miserable? Chu Feifei disregarded his words, releasing her grip on him, tossing the cotton candy and candied hawthorn into a nearby trash bin. She shot Su Qing a frosty glance, then turned and continued her ascent up the hill, leaving Su Qing utterly bewildered. This girl changed her mood faster than flipping a page in a book. Just a moment ago, she was clinging to him in tears. Su Qing was left exasperated. pondering how to navigate the complexities of dealing with women. As he hurried to catch up and apologize, he caught a glimpse of a vast construction area in the distance down the hill. He murmured, "That must be the new city project development area, right?" The new city project is situated on the outskirts, where the population is sparse and the land abundant, making it ideal for large-scale construction. Once completed, it will become the new economic and administrative district of Zhejiang, while the current city center will transition to a subordinate role. It's not that the existing city is inadequate. Rather, if there are greater and better opportunities, why not pursue them? Indeed. Chu Feifei glanced back at the new city project. After the Qiao family secured investments and building materials, they immediately commenced construction. After several days of round-the-clock work, 3 projects have already laid their foundations. Round the clock? Su Qing echoed. Yes. Chu Feifei huffed, glaring at Su Qing, and added, "I wonder what Qiao Yisin is in such a hurry for." At her words, Su Qing turned to observe the bustling construction of the new city project, a slight smirk appearing on his lips. "This is precisely why I sought you out to discuss matters. If my assumptions are correct, before Qiao's company submits their listing application, they will certainly want to showcase some achievements to the citizens of Zhejiang. Otherwise, holding the new city project yet showing no tangible progress while asking the citizens for financial support would be an exercise in futility. They must first present some semblance of progress, signaling to the citizens and potential investors that they are serious about the new city project and urging them to invest." Chapter 86. The Mysterious Young Master. Qiao Yixing, you possess quite the audacity. How dare you set your sights on the new city project? Have your wings hardened? Or do you simply disregard the young master? What? How could it be you? Upon receiving the call, Qiao Yixing hurriedly arrived, only to be met with an onslaught of cold reprimands. The young master? Huh? You still remember the young master? The man, with his back to Qiao Yixing, toyed with a spherical object in his hand, turning his head to issue a sharp rebuke. Have you consumed the heart of a bear and the courage of a leopard to initiate the new city project without consulting the young master, effectively endangering the entire economic landscape of Zhejiang for your amusement? Qiao Yixing's expression darkened, lowering his head slightly, biting his teeth to suppress any retort, his eyes harboring a fierce glint as they fixated on the youth before him. The young master, as they referred to him, was someone he dared not offend. Similarly, he could not afford to cross the youth in front of him, thus he could only submit and accept the scolding. In comparison to the latter's background, Qiao's family was but child's play. Long Lin, the eldest son of Long Corporation's vice president, also the brother of general manager Long Chen, currently serves as a member of the board with executive power. It is evident that with a mere word from Long Lin, his brother Long Chen's position as general manager could be instantly revoked, signifying his formidable influence within Long Corporation. Faced with such status and power, Qiao Yixing felt akin to a younger sibling, lacking the confidence to confront him. After a few moments of reprimand, Long Lin fell silent, continuing to manipulate the spherical object in his hand, the slight sound adding to the tension in the air. Qiao Yixing's psychological pressure mounted, his scalp tingling. Regarding the new city project? No need for explanations. Long Lin waved his hand, turning his back to Qiao Yixing. Today is not a day for retribution. The new city project has received $300 million from our Long Corporation as support. Consider it the young master's tacit approval. Qiao Yixing was aware of this sum, but if this was indeed the young master's intention, the situation would be vastly different. Although you have disrupted the young master's plans, you have inadvertently advanced the overall scheme. He is not angry. As he spoke, Long Chen shifted his tone, posing a question. The young master has asked me to inquire about your confidence in the new city project. With a sigh of relief, Qiao Yixing promptly replied, at least 70%. Only 70%? Long Lin halted his manipulation of the sphere, frowning in displeasure. His expression seemed to convey, useless. If you lack the ability, do not undertake such delicate tasks. Why pursue the new city project? Seeing his cold demeanor, Qiao Yixing's heart trembled, and he hastily explained, the project is larger than either of us imagines, and it is being urged from above. I dare not act recklessly, only proceeding with caution to ensure its success. Furthermore, funding is indeed a significant issue. Before he could finish, Long Lin interrupted, visibly displeased. $300 million, over $8 billion in domestic currency, is already the ceiling for a colossal project. How could there still be issues on your end? With that, he scoffed. Qiao Yixing, are you attempting to swallow this sum entirely and escape the young master's grasp? Upon hearing this, Qiao Yixing's face turned pale with fear, and he quickly defended himself. I would never dare. Even if I had 10 times the courage, I would not. The funding issue is not due to personal gain. The new city project is not merely substantial, it is a super colossal endeavor, aimed at constructing a scale comparable to a first-tier city from the ground up. To be candid, $300 million is insufficient. At most, we can only complete a few major sub-projects initially. Moreover, Qiao Yixing glanced around to ensure no one was listening before continuing in a hushed tone. The new city project is not merely about infrastructure for us. It is a means to generate profit, drawing the entire economic market of Zhejiang into our fold. As long as the new city project remains incomplete, our economic fates will be intertwined. Unless, of course, the entire populace and all industries of Zhejiang were to evacuate overnight, rendering our financial endeavors null. Otherwise, the Qiao family, holding the new city project, will undoubtedly profit. This approach carries significant risk, yet the truth remains, immense benefits are invariably linked with substantial risks. This plan was not originally conceived by me, but rather by the young master mentioned by both Long Lin and myself. Upon hearing Qiao Yixing's explanation, Long Lin remained silent, continuing to manipulate the sphere in his hand. The heavy atmosphere caused Qiao Yixing to break into a cold sweat, paralyzed with fear. His unilateral initiation of the new city project was akin to seizing a prime opportunity from the young master, although he was not currently in Zhejiang. What difference did it make considering the young master's background? The distinction between Qiao Yixing and the young master was stark. The latter was a genuine celestial being, while he was merely a dog struggling in the mud, searching for a way out. I understand now, Long Lin suddenly murmured. And it was only then that Qiao Yixing noticed he had been wearing a Bluetooth headset. It was the young master. His expression shifted instantaneously. Had the young master overheard their entire conversation? His eyes quivered, gradually lowering his gaze, as he began to foresee the punishment that awaited him for his perceived betrayal of the young master. His hands, which had fallen by his sides, involuntarily clenched tightly. Trembling with a mix of dread and frustration, he had been so close. If only he could successfully complete the plan, binding the Qiao family and Zhejiang's economy together. Then the Qiao family would not falter, and he could extricate himself. Should the young master halt the project, the Qiao family would have to relinquish everything they had accrued. At that point, it was uncertain whether he could even protect himself, for he knew that the young master could effortlessly resolve matters with a mere flick of his finger. 5 years prior, Qiao Yixing had witnessed such power. His brother-in-law, Su Qing, had rejected the young master's proposal, stubbornly initiating a plan that had just been conceptualized, the new city project. To the young master, Su Qing's refusal was akin to a slap in the face, devoid of any semblance of respect. This ignited the ire of the once impetuous young master, who, without the need for elaborate schemes, directly brought ruin upon Su Qing. Perhaps, in his final moments, Su Qing remained oblivious to the gravity of his transgression that led to his downfall, leaving behind a grieving wife and young children. Tragically unaware of who he had truly offended. I ask you, Long Lin's cold voice interrupted Qiao Yixing's frantic thoughts. I have heard that Su Qing has returned. What is the situation? Su Qing. Qiao Yixing's face blanched in shock, his mind racing back to the chaotic birthday celebration, where the man declared himself to be Su Qing, returned to seek vengeance and reclaim everything. Chapter 87. The hidden hand revealed, uncertain of his own thoughts. Qiao Yixing blurted out, impossible. Su Qing died 5 years ago. I witnessed him ascend the execution platform. He suggested that the farce at the birthday banquet might have been orchestrated by his sister, who, driven by some twisted psychology, sought to return and take revenge on them. What's wrong? Is the young master expressing concern? Qiao Yixing retorted evasively, questioning when a person of such stature would concern themselves with the life and death of an insignificant being. That is a question I should pose, Long Lin replied calmly. An insignificant being is hardly worth the young master's remembrance. The previous commotion had garnered the attention of the elite and influential in Zhejiang, and Long Lin was aware of certain events from years past. If the young master were to bring back someone presumed dead after 5 years, it would certainly be intriguing. Upon hearing this, for reasons unknown, Qiao Yixing felt a strange sense of relief and resolved to seek an audience with Su Qing to uncover what he truly knew. Here are $200 million. Long Lin tossed a bank card onto the table. Qiao Yixing, startled, quickly caught it and questioned. What does the young master mean by this? To solidify the foundation for the Qiao family's listing, ensure it does not rise abruptly only to collapse just as swiftly, Long Lin said, narrowing his eyes meaningfully at Qiao Yixing. The latter hurriedly tucked away the bank card, his expression grave as he assured, rest assured. I have already established the necessary connections. We await the day of the listing. And how long will that be? Long Lin turned away, toying with a ballpoint pen. 5 no, 3 days, Chao Yixing clarified, indicating that preparations for the IPO prospectus were underway. We are merely waiting for the success of projects 1, 2, and 3 to announce our launch. Very well, Long Lin acknowledged, gesturing for him to leave. Chao Yixing felt a wave of relief wash over him. Realizing he was drenched in cold sweat as he turned to exit, burdened by the weight of the $200 million. If all goes smoothly, the young master will personally descend upon Zhejiang for a grand celebration in 5 days. However, Long Lin added, but on the contrary. Casting a cold glance at Chao Yixing's retreating figure, leaving his face ashen as he instinctively recognized the dire implications of his words. Having summited Lingfeng Mountain, Su Qing and Chu Feifei made their way down, seeking a restaurant nestled within a bamboo grove for a meal. Soon, their ordered dishes arrived in full. Just as Su Qing lifted his chopsticks to sample the food, he was interrupted by Chu Feifei. Wait, let me show you something interesting, she said, pulling out a stack of documents from her small backpack. What is it? Su Qing inquired, puzzled, as she handed him the papers, snatching the chopsticks from his grasp and flashing him a playful smile. Su Qing, amused yet amused, noted the absence of chopsticks on the table. Chu Feifei was unconcerned. Today was their date, and she intended to enjoy it as she pleased. Shaking his head, unable to find a way to counter her antics, he opened the documents, only to be taken aback by the contents. The files contained numerous photographs taken from unusual angles, not frontal shots, but various candid and surreptitious captures. What is this? He asked, frowning in confusion while scanning the images, a growing sense of dread gnawing at him. After you died, she gestured with her hands to indicate quotation marks. I had people investigate the matter. Initially, I suspected you had committed a crime, but guess what? She chewed her food as she spoke. You didn't commit any crime at all. There is no record of you in official documents or even in the prison where you were held. At her words, Su Qing furrowed his brow and glanced at her. The absence of his records in official archives was due to his numerous merits earned while defending the border, which had allowed for the erasure of his criminal records. However, if there were no records of him prior to his escape, what did that imply about his incarceration? This thought sent a chill down Su Qing's spine. The individuals in the photographs were all too familiar to him. They were none other than his brother-in-law, Chao Yixing. Of course, Su Qing was aware of the connection between Chao Yixing and his misfortunes. After his imprisonment, Chao Yixing had eagerly taken over the family business, stripping everything he had left for Chao Yixin and her daughter, leaving them destitute and struggling. His ambitions had been laid bare, even resorting to using his own sister's beauty to ingratiate himself with powerful figures. Yet he never anticipated that his own downfall might be a result of Chao Yixing's collusion with outsiders. Such treachery. Even though he had suspected that Chao Yixing was under someone else's influence, the confirmation of his worst fears pierced his heart, leaving him breathless. As he flipped through several photos, noting the varying dates and locations but the same accompanying figures, Su Qing's curiosity piqued. Who is this person? With a glance, Chu Feifei replied, that is Long Lin, the eldest grandson of the Long family. Su Qing's heart raced. The Long group? Are you certain? His astonishment was palpable. Do you know him? Chu Feifei queried, slightly perplexed by his reaction. No, not personally, he replied, though he was well aware of the Long group's reputation. Is that not obvious? Who in Zhejiang isn't familiar with it? Chu Feifei rolled her eyes. That's not what I meant. Su Qing's expression darkened as he focused on the photo of Long Lin. If memory served, Chao Yixin had once mentioned that after his incident, their mother had contemplated selling her child, pressuring her to marry into the Long family. Was it possible that the one who had set his sights on Chao Yixin was none other than Long Lin? The realization hit Su Qing like a cold wave. If this were true, the entire situation warranted a thorough investigation, as it was indeed chilling to contemplate. In conjunction with the treacherous Chao Yixing, plotting to eliminate him only to marry Chao Yixin, these individuals certainly played a dangerous game. Humans are creatures of desire, particularly those endowed with wealth and influence. Their ambitions and actions are beyond the comprehension of ordinary folk. In pursuit of a woman, they would go to such lengths. And Su Qing found no surprise in the matter. However, was it possible he was oversimplifying the situation? A nagging intuition whispered to him that the truth was far more complex. Do you recognize this person? As Su Qing pondered, Chu Feifei, chopsticks in mouth, reached for another photograph. Captured 5 years prior, it featured not only Chao Yixing and Long Lin but also another figure standing slightly ahead of them. Creating an impression that they were mere followers, too intimidated to oppose or draw close, seemingly unremarkable, yet brimming with latent power. Chapter 88. Are you mad or foolish? After staring for a moment, Su Qing finally shook his head in bewilderment, indicating that he did not recognize the man. Ah, Chu Feifei, disappointed, bit her chopsticks and said, "It seems they hold this man in high regard. I have expended considerable resources and conducted extensive investigations, yet have been unable to uncover his identity. He is indeed quite mysterious." Upon finishing her statement, she squinted and raised an eyebrow, as if inquiring into Su Qing's secrets. Nonsense. Su Qing tucked away the documents and carelessly tossed them onto the table. Perhaps I stumbled upon something I ought not to have. In any case, the matter has passed, and the truth is no longer significant. Of course, it is of utmost importance. His current dismissal was merely an attempt to dissuade Chu Feifei from further probing. Fortunately, all the documents were dated 5 years back. If she were to continue her investigation, she might uncover the identity of that enigmatic young man. Conversely, if they could ensure Su Qing's immediate innocent disappearance, they could just as easily make a Chu Feifei vanish. By the way, what did you want to discuss with me? Chu Feifei picked up a piece of food, recalling that Su Qing had called upon her for a matter. Finally addressing the issue, she almost forgot. Su Qing straightened his posture and said earnestly, "I need to borrow money, 10 billion. 10. Uft. In the midst of chewing, upon hearing him request 10 billion, she inadvertently spat her food out. Could you repeat that? She incredulously handed him a tissue. Accepting the offered napkin, Su Qing wiped the remnants of food from his face without showing any signs of anger or annoyance. He then reiterated the statement, word for word, borrow money, 10 billion. This time, Chu Feifei comprehended clearly, almost leaping from her seat. 10 billion. What do you take me for? A wealthy second generation. Oh wait, I suppose I am one. Glaring at him with wide, astonished eyes, she swallowed the food in her mouth with difficulty. Do you think I own a bank? Where would I find 10 billion to lend you? Do you think the funds of the Chu Group come easily? Moreover, what do you need 10 billion for? Had it been a few million or even 1 billion, Chu Feifei would not have reacted so strongly. But 10 billion? That amount rivals the annual revenue of medium to large publicly listed companies. In fact, many listed firms do not even generate 10 billion in a year. However, the Chu Group is different. Dominating a quarter of the market share in the Zhejiang region, they could potentially muster 10 billion. But that presented a significant dilemma for Chu Feifei. A dilemma? Then perhaps it would be best not to pursue it. Su Qing, slightly disheartened, withdrew his gaze, inadvertently striking a nerve within Chu Feifei. You. She bit her lip in confusion, countering with a question about the purpose of such a large sum. If he aimed to expand his business or sales channels, he could certainly negotiate with the Chu Group, as the profits from a partnership would be quite substantial. No, Su Qing found himself at a loss for words. It was not that he was unwilling to share, but rather that he struggled to find the right way to express himself, especially since the Qiao family had invested 300 million in the Chu Group. Revealing to her that he intended to leverage their money to manipulate the stock prices of their invested companies, ultimately profiting immensely, might lead to dire consequences. Good heavens. If Chu Feifei did not immediately leap across the table to subdue him, it would be a miracle, despite her current demeanor resembling that of a charming neighbor girl. She was, in fact, merely presenting her feminine side before Su Qing. Her true self was that of a composed and formidable businesswoman, a position she would not have attained without her sharp acumen and keen insights, although she might lower her guard around someone she favored. When it came to matters concerning the corporation, she could switch from endearing to serious in an instant. Borrowing 10 billion could be considered, but you must first explain what it is for. Noticing Su Qing's hesitance to speak, Chu Feifei lost her appetite, questioning whether he was facing some insurmountable challenge. Well, if I cannot secure sufficient funding, I may lose this opportunity. Consequently, the gap between us and the Qiao family will widen, and at that point, not only will revenge be unattainable, but I may lack the strength to even attempt it. Soon, Su Qing succinctly shared his plans and intentions with Chu Feifei. After listening, she fell into a silence, her expression cold as she stared at him, perplexed. Su Qing, are you out of your mind? What? Being addressed so directly caused an unexpected flutter of anxiety within Su Qing. The Qiao family had received over 8 billion in investments from the 4 major groups, and having sold off considerable assets, conservatively estimating their current financial capacity was at least 9 billion. What do you intend to use to compete against them? Even if I were to lend you 10 billion. Investing it in the stock market to undermine Qiao is nothing but folly. Do you believe 10 billion is anything more than a drop in the bucket for them? They could easily strip you of everything and throw you out. Do you think the Chow family members are fools? They must have considered this a jumping board, an opportunity for others to reap benefits. As she spoke, she gestured with her hands, shaking her head in disapproval. No, your plan is utterly unfeasible. It is a path to self-destruction. After hearing her words, Su Qing's expression remained unchanged, his gaze earnest as he looked into her eyes. When we ventured out to start our own business, you knew nothing. Every suggestion and insight about the industry came from me, did it not? In other words, Chu Feifei's success was inextricably linked to his visionary perspective and incisive understanding, which enabled her to seize opportunities. Yes, Chu Feifei did not deny this. In fact, she recognized that even now, Su Qing's words from back then still significantly influenced her, granting her unique insights into various industries and fields. Yet she did not comprehend the purpose of bringing this up at such a juncture. With a stern expression, her arms crossed, she adopted an unassailable demeanor. I am merely outlining the risks, not attempting to harm you. I understand your desire to reclaim what belongs to you from the Chow family. But you must also consider whether you have a viable chance of competing with them, even if I were to lend you 10 billion. What kind of storm could you possibly stir against their 9 billion financial backdrop? The moment they opened the floodgates to 90 billion, your modest 10 billion would capsize like a small boat, leaving you in peril, believe it or not. Who told you I only have 10 billion? Su Qing was about to say something when Chu Feifei interrupted him with a cold retort. Then how much do you have now? Su Qing was momentarily taken aback, stammering as he gestured a number, less than 10 million. What? Chu Feifei was taken aback, wide-eyed. Then she erupted into laughter. The kind that was more tragic than tears, her laughter underscored by a palpable sense of helplessness and disappointment, even pounding the table a few times in frustration. Su Qing, however, maintained a calm demeanor as he watched her ridicule his naivety, listening to her disappointment and exasperation. Su Qing, I truly believe you have lost your mind. Have you gone completely off the rails? What on earth are you thinking? Less than 10 million? Where do you find the audacity to think I would lend you 10 billion to seek death? The laughter abruptly ceased, and Chu Feifei slammed the table. Offering Su Qing no semblance of kindness, her earlier charm vanished. Chapter 89. A dispute over a loan and a detailed account. The funds at hand amount to approximately 20 million. 10 million of this sum is attributed to relinquishing all business dealings to the Chiao family. The remaining 10 million stems from the liquidation of several recently signed cooperation orders with Shui Weiwei and her associates. Of course, this action cannot be deemed a breach of contract, as the production of these orders continues unabated and will be delivered on schedule. Only the parties involved have changed. Thus no breach can be claimed. The assorted remaining items are likely products sold off, which have also been entirely acquired by the Chiao family. It seems they have finally been surrounded and besieged by the Chiao family, forced to liquidate their assets for self-preservation. However, in truth, Su Qing has proactively chosen to relinquish these assets. Who knows, Xiao Yixing might currently be reveling in these achievements. Returning to the matter at hand, with less than 20 million in hand, what audacity does he possess to request 10 billion from Chu Feifei? It is no wonder that she finds this notion laughable. Even Su Qing himself is inclined to chuckle, as he is overestimating his own significance. Yet, were it anyone else, Su Qing might have refrained from making such a request, but it is precisely Chu Feifei. There is no intention to exploit or morally coerce her. This matter solely hinges on their friendship. In essence, it boils down to whether she will lend the money. Su Qing sat up straight, gazing earnestly at Chu Feifei. This earnestness momentarily stunned her, who had been laughing and fuming. Are you threatening me? No. That is not the case. Enough said, Su Qing declared as he rose. I shall seek other avenues. This is a pivotal moment. Whether he can seize the opportunity to rise and reclaim, everything hinges on this. His countenance did not sour due to Chu Feifei's refusal to lend him money, nor did he harbor any lingering thoughts. They had spent the day together, enjoyed their meal. It was time to settle the bill and explore other options. Stop. Upon seeing him about to leave, Chu Feifei's expression darkened. She hesitated for a moment, her eyes reflecting a sense of grievance as she made a decision. Who says I won't lend it? However, I have a condition. Anything but selling myself, Su Qing responded, feigning vigilance. This ill-timed jest alleviated the previously tense atmosphere, earning him an exasperated glare from Chu Feifei. Who would care about that? If you don't care, then good. Su Qing feigned relief, his irritating demeanor inciting her ire. Yet, her expression shifted to one of playful intrigue as she cast him a flirtatious glance. Su Qing suddenly felt as if he were being ensnared. hastily wanting to suggest that he would manage on his own. Yet, before he could voice this, Chu Feifei interjected. You will come home with me tonight to meet my parents, and the 10 billion will be transferred in full, immediately. Upon hearing the condition, Su Qing nearly choked on his own saliva, taken aback by her audacity. Are you joking? Going home with you to meet your parents. At this point, he fell silent. Chu Feifei's expression conveyed a message that suggested, do I appear to be jesting? A jolt of realization struck Su Qing. She was indeed serious. What's wrong, Su Qing ji? Are you afraid? Chu Feifei stood, clad in a vibrant sports outfit that accentuated her alluring figure. As she circled behind him, she whispered in his ear, think carefully. This is your chance. The sensation of her breath against his skin sent shivers down his spine, prompting him to step away in haste, forcing a smile. Indeed, this is an excellent opportunity. But I'm sorry, Feifei. I have a wife and child. I cannot. What wife and child? Chu Feifei's lips tightened, pleading, can we not discuss that? You have been dead for 5 years. She and the child had accepted his demise. Her emotions finally unraveled at that moment. The man she adored had perished 5 years ago. Why did he return now? Was it to elicit pity for his widowed mother and daughter? If so, why did he not return sooner? Chu Feifei. Su Qing's expression darkened. His anger mingled with guilt surging within him. How dare she speak of his wife and child in such a manner? They had endured enough hardship over these 5 years. What's wrong? Are you upset about what I said about them? Chu Feifei approached Su Qing, her voice cold as she declared, 5 years have passed. How can you be certain she has wronged you? Do not forget, everything she has done in these 5 years has been in service to various men. You. Before she could finish, she noticed Su Qing's face contorting with rage, his hand raised in a gesture of violence. Chu Feifei froze, her eyes trembling. Tears welling up. Are you going to hit me? Su Qing, you deserve to die. Why did you not perish outside? What are you even doing here? Her voice trembled as she shouted, filled with emotion. She never imagined that the man she had yearned for all those years would raise his hand against her for another. Who does she think she is? Chu Feifei, the daughter of the Qiao family. With wealth, status, and beauty, she was unmatched. How could she not forget the man who died 5 years ago, sacrificing her aspirations and rejecting countless worthy suitors for him? Yet, she felt no regret, having already found another man. Despite her previous belief that he would never re-enter her life, was it fate playing tricks on her, or merely coincidence? The man she had longed for had returned. He had not perished. Could it be that the heavens, moved by her sincerity, granted her a second chance? But what was the outcome? How laughable. This man held no place for her in his heart. At the moment his hand rose, Su Qing too froze, gazing at Chu Feifei before him. Witnessing the tears welling in her eyes, feeling the warmth of her breath upon his face, his hand trembled in the air, caught in an emotional void. He could not fathom why. He never anticipated that a simple request for a loan would spiral into such chaos, nearly leading him to strike her. Overcome with shame, Su Qing let his hand drop, bowing his head as he clenched his teeth. I'm sorry. Sorry. Chu Feifei laughed through her tears, her heart feeling as though a knife had pierced it. You think you are worthy? With a swift motion, she struck Su Qing across the face. The force was so great that her hand trembled uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Su Qing's face flushed red from the slap, yet he felt no pain. For this was not his face. Xian, how do you find the dishes here? I specially arranged for the kitchen staff to prepare all of your favorites. This conversation echoed from the corridor outside the private dining room. A couple walked by, their dialogue shattering the tense atmosphere within. The private room featured floor-to-ceiling windows, revealing the bamboo grove outside, and there she was. Xiao Yisan, clad in a form-fitting cheongsam that accentuated her figure, passing right by the window, accompanied by a strikingly handsome young man, clearly no ordinary person. As Su Qing watched them converse and laugh, his mind went blank, overwhelmed by a sudden realization. Chapter 90. You are the third party. It is her. It is him. Su Qing and Chu Feifei murmured in unison as they watched the person pass by the floor-to-ceiling window. Su Qing. Chu Feifei suddenly realized that he had already dashed outside, and she hurriedly pursued him. Stop. Su Qing, who was running ahead, had a face darker than charcoal, with a faint green glow emanating from his head. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Xiao Yisan would never. As if to validate Chu Feifei's words, the scene unfolded before him, revealing Xiao Yisan with a stranger. The key detail was her attire, which was utterly inappropriate. Who would dress like that to accentuate their figure? Wait, hadn't she said she was going out to raise money? No way. Su Qing, lost in thought, nearly stumbled to the ground. But Chu Feifei caught up and embraced him from behind, urging, "Don't chase after her. Let go of me." Su Qing forcefully pulled her hands away. Chu Feifei refused to relent, holding onto him tightly. "Haven't you seen clearly? Do you really want to confront the truth, expose your secret, and revel in the ensuing embarrassment?" Su Qing paused, dark clouds gathering on his face as he remained silent, yet internally, a tempest raged. He couldn't believe this was true. He knew Qiao Yixin. Understood her character and pride, she would never stoop so low. But then, the troubling reality struck. For 5 years, he had heard from others about the hardships and misfortunes she faced, even struggling to find food. She had been caring for a young child. And no one dared employ her due to Qiao Yixin's influence. To survive, who knew? With a resounding slap, Su Qing struck his own face, refusing to think of his woman in such a light. But as he lifted his gaze, he caught sight of Qiao Yixin outside the Bamboo Grove restaurant, smiling without a hint of resistance as she entered the luxurious sports car of that handsome youth. Boom. Su Qing's heart plummeted into an abyss, icy and unfathomable, disbelief flooding his mind. At that moment, Chu Feifei wrapped her arms around him from behind, pressing her face against his back, inexplicably shedding tears. "Brother, don't do this." Su Qing seemed frozen, his expression blank, his gaze hollow and vacant as he watched Qiao Yixin leave with another man. Listening to the soft weeping behind him, though his emotions were tumultuous, he appeared utterly composed. If not for the glimmer of tears in his eyes, one might assume he was entirely indifferent. "Who is he?" He did not know how long he remained silent before Su Qing hoarsely asked, "Who was that man? I heard you seemed to know him." Could it be, as Chu Feifei said, that she had truly done something in these 5 years? He chuckled bitterly. It hardly seemed surprising. After all, Su Qing was dead. He had been sentenced to death for a crime. Even if she remarried, it could be justified. She was still young, the child was small, she needed a husband, and the child needed a father. "Brother, don't ask, don't ask. Let us pretend we didn't see anything, all right?" For reasons unknown, despite her wish for such an opportunity to steal Su Qing away, she now felt a pang of guilt for having incited him. Su Qing maintained a stoic silence, trying to pry her hands off him. "If you want to speak, fine. I'll investigate myself." "Don't. Please don't." Chu Feifei clung to him, her body pressed against his back, though he showed no emotion. She knew his heart was a whirlwind of conflicting feelings. Fearing he might do something reckless, she clenched her teeth and said, "Longchen." "Longchen?" Su Qing's movement faltered. "Not Longlin. Longlin." Chu Feifei was taken aback, tears glistening in her eyes, recalling the photos from 5 years prior, where Long Lin had conspired with Qiao Yixin. Chu Feifei finally understood. After Su Qing's incident, Qiao's mother had sought a marriage alliance with the Long family to stabilize the situation and to arrange Qiao Yixin's remarriage. Although the Long family had reservations, a certain young master's infatuation had led to Qiao Yixin severing ties. It wasn't him. It was his brother, Longchen. "You must know this, right?" Chu Feifei struggled to control her emotions, choking on her words. Qiao Yixin and Longchen had grown up as childhood sweethearts, though the term was used lightly. They had been inseparable from kindergarten through high school and even into university. Ultimately, Su Qing, who intervened in their relationship, was the true third party. Qiao's mother had always hoped for Qiao Yixin to marry into a wealthy family. Who knew that Qiao Yixin would disappoint her, marrying a man with nothing instead? That had infuriated Qiao's mother. As Su Qing learned later, his own efforts to establish a business and earn a modest income had somewhat placated Qiao's mother. Yet fate had other plans, just as his company was flourishing. And the Qiao family was poised to join the ranks of the affluent. Su Qing was imprisoned and sentenced to death. This devastation left their home and business on the brink of collapse, leaving Qiao's mother in despair. Somehow, it was rumored that the young master of the Long family, who had grown up with Qiao Yixin, was still pining for her and even accepted her child. This brought her joy, prompting her to initiate negotiations for a marriage alliance. And Su Qing eventually learned the details. Upon uncovering the whole truth, Su Qing could hardly contain himself, exclaiming in disbelief, "What a melodramatic modern urban romance! How absurd!" The rightful partner transformed into the mistress. What was happening? Was he to blame for shattering the Qiao family's dreams of wealth, causing Qiao Yixin and the child to suffer for 5 years? Finally, the situation circled back to square one. The Long family's young master did not mind her having a child. He still regarded her as his childhood sweetheart. Yet here Su Qing was, emerging to obstruct Qiao Yixin from living the life of a wealthy lady, forcing her to endure hardship and build a life from scratch. Su Qing could no longer contain himself, collapsing to the ground in laughter. What a delightful twist of fate! His voice dripped with sarcasm as confusion engulfed him. He could not discern truth from fiction, yet he knew that everything he had just learned was not mere fabrication. Moreover, his eyes had not deceived him. He had clearly witnessed Xiaoyisen, resplendent in her alluring qipao, stepping into the luxurious sports car of her childhood sweetheart, in his ears. The words she had spoken earlier about borrowing money echoed, now twisted into a cruel mockery. This was not a quest for funds. It was a preparation for remarriage into wealth. Su Qing's heart shattered the instant Xiaoyisen entered that car. Chapter 91. Let us go home now. Achoo. Sitting in the car, Xiaoyisen suddenly sneezed. For some inexplicable reason, she felt as if a part of her was missing. An unsettling emptiness that left her in a daze. What's wrong? Longchen, who was driving, noticed her blank expression after the sneeze and inquired with genuine concern. Are you feeling cold from the thin fabric of your qipao? The material was not thick, and a gust of wind could easily chill her. I'm fine. Xiaoyisen snapped back to reality, intending to say something, only to find Longchen had already parked the car by the roadside, removing his suit jacket to drape it over her. This gesture embarrassed her, prompting her to wave her hands in protest. Yet the confined space of the car left her with no choice but to accept his kindness, feeling the gentle warmth emanating from the jacket, which seemed to soothe her inner turmoil. Longchen promptly turned off the air conditioning and cracked the window slightly, alleviating her concern about getting cold and preventing the cabin from becoming stifling. Observing the meticulous attention to detail in his actions, Xiaoyisen felt her cheeks flush with warmth. Realizing what was happening, she quickly turned her head away, attempting to suppress her wandering thoughts. Despite her reservations about him, it was undeniable that he had a knack for caring for others, and their interactions were devoid of any impropriety or disrespect. Other than a few actions that made her feel slightly uncomfortable, he resembled an exemplary boyfriend. Regrettably, she could only regard him as a friend. By the way, speaking of which, is 100 million enough? Longchen suddenly interrupted her thoughts with a question. Huh? Oh, yes, it's sufficient, she replied, unable to resist asking. Aren't you curious about what I need the money for? Not curious, Longchen said as he drove towards the bank, glancing at her. Do whatever you wish. If it's not enough, feel free to ask me again. His words left Xiaoyisen flustered, and she hurriedly tried to respond. The Xiaoyisen I know is a graduate of a prestigious university, independent and strong-willed, Longchen interjected. When faced with problems she can resolve, she never seeks help from others, and when she does ask, he paused. It indicates she has exhausted all other options. Thank you. Xiaoyisen felt a little embarrassed by his remarks. Have you ever pondered how your life would be if that incident hadn't happened back then? Or if you had been affected by it and had devoted all your energy to the business? Longchen, I have no regrets. Xiaoyisen knew what he was implying, smiling softly to express her gratitude once more. The life I lead now is my own choice. Although I don't wish to return to my days as a pampered young lady, I am quite content. Seeing the bittersweet yet seemingly happy smile on her lips, Longchen found himself at a loss for words. Upon arriving at the bank and before getting out, he suddenly asked, What if I don't mind you having children? You Longchen, Xiaoyisen quickly interjected, we've grown up together. You know the consequences of coercion. Now you have a request of me, he countered. Are you threatening me? Xiaoyisen's expression soured instantly. I can choose not to seek your help. Longchen was somewhat taken aback, but it was not unexpected. He smiled apologetically. He had known Xiaoyisen since kindergarten and understood her temperament well. Threats held no power over her and would likely backfire. Of course, he continued, maintaining his composure. In his position, he could easily employ certain tactics to gain Xiaoyisen's favor, but that was not his intention. He desired her genuine willingness, not forced compliance. 100 million was merely pocket change for him. There was no need to leverage it against Xiaoyisen, rather. It could serve as an opportunity to bridge their connection. Soon, Longchen emerged from the bank, handing a bank card to Xiaoyisen. Thank you. I will return it as soon as possible, she began, but he waved his hand to stop her. No need to rush to repay me. Although I am unaware of your intentions, I trust your capability to avoid acting recklessly. Furthermore, isn't your child of school age now? If you need assistance now, I can handle it, Xiaoyisen interjected hastily, insisting that she could manage without his help. Given Longchen's status, securing a spot for little Candy in one of the top schools in the city would be a mere formality. Yet knowing he had that ability made her resistant to accepting it. She did not want anyone else imposing their thoughts or ideas onto her daughter, Suyashin. An uncomfortable silence enveloped them, the atmosphere in the car palpably awkward. One reluctant to part ways, the other at a loss for what to say. After a moment, Xiaoyisen broke the tension by reaching out to embrace Longchen. This unexpected gesture filled Longchen with elation. Just as he was about to reciprocate, she pulled back, pushing him away. Don't misunderstand. It's just a friendly hug. She waved the bank card in her hand as a token of gratitude. Huh? Longchen's heart sank in disappointment. Feigning a smirk, he quipped, 100 million for a hug? Quite the bargain. Are you truly certain you want to come home with me? Think it through. Chu Feifei expressed concern about Su Qing's mental state. Although she had initially stated that she would lend him 10 billion if he came home with her, the circumstances had now changed. After uttering those words, Chu Feifei regretted her impulsiveness. However, words once spoken cannot be taken back. She had been angry at the time. She never anticipated that in that moment, Xiao Yixin would actually be laughing and chatting with a man, her childhood friend, no less. Though Su Qing did not voice his feelings, his emotions and reactions were unmistakably clear. He cared deeply and was visibly upset. But what could he do? In Xiao Yixin's heart, her husband, Su Qing, had died 5 years prior. The events that transpired afterward had thoroughly disillusioned her regarding human nature. Yet, she had a child to care for. What was she to do? She too needed someone to lean on. 5 years could change many people. Moreover, in her heart, she believed Su Qing would never return. Brother? Seeing Su Qing remain motionless, Chu Feifei grew anxious. You're in a poor emotional state. Perhaps you should return home to rest? I can find someone to deliver money, no need. Su Qing snapped back to reality, his expression calm and unreadable, concealing any inner turmoil. Chu Feifei felt it was best not to press further. To be honest, Su Qing's willingness to return home with her made her heart sore. Even if he was doing it to get back at someone, what did it matter? She had waited for this day for 5 years. There was no way she would let this opportunity slip away. Let us go home now. What? Feifei? You must be joking. The moment the Chu family received the call, everyone was left astounded, their hearts racing in disbelief. Was the sun rising from the west? The workaholic Chu Feifei was actually bringing a man home. Chapter 92. Without home or car, do you even qualify? Are you a local of Zhejiang? No. Then you must be here to strive for success. Do you own a house? Not to mention a car. No, I don't have either, Su Qing replied honestly. This response rendered Chu Hanzhou, the president of the Chu group and grandfather of Chu Feifei, utterly speechless. He shot a disapproving glare at Chu Feifei, who sat nervously beside him, as if questioning her. With nothing to your name, how could you possibly be interested? Her parents, Chu Dong and Lu Wenqian, wore equally displeased expressions, their lips twitching in disbelief. Surely, this cannot be the son-in-law they envisioned. They exchanged glances, wondering if their persistent urging for her to find a suitable partner had inadvertently disrupted her ambitions. It must have been that little rascal, Xiaoling, who spilled the beans after they called her earlier to inquire if she was in a relationship. Ahem. Noticing the silent exchange of discontent among her grandfather and parents, Chu Feifei instinctively knew they were dissatisfied. She kicked Su Qing lightly and shot him a glare. Are you out of your mind? Why would you say something like that? Su Qing returned a look of helplessness. I merely spoke the truth. Be quiet. Chu Feifei stepped on his foot, feeling a twinge of regret for having impulsively brought him home without preparing him for the conversation. Thankfully, it was a sudden decision, and other family members couldn't rush back. Otherwise, the ones interrogating Su Qing would not just be her grandfather and parents. Grandfather, parents. Chu Feifei hurriedly intervened. He has his own enterprise now. Though it may not rival the Chu group, it holds great potential. His own enterprise? The expressions of her grandfather and parents softened slightly. While he may not have a car or a house, at least he has his own career and isn't a freeloader. In what field does your enterprise primarily develop? Her grandfather continued to inquire. Hardware manufacturing, producing steel components, Su Qing replied candidly, which essentially meant he aimed to outbid Xiao Group for their contracts and production lines. I see. Chu's grandfather was not surprised. The current policies in Zhejiang support industrial production, which has a low entry threshold but is somewhat challenging to profit from. The window of opportunity for industrial development had long been monopolized by substantial corporations. Those entering the market now could only hope to scrape by. Nonetheless, he pressed on. What is your quarterly profit? If this young man truly aspired to be with Chu Feifei, he must first ensure his enterprise could sustain its normal operations, rather than seeking shortcuts through Feifei's status. If that were the case, Chu's grandfather would vehemently disagree, considering the wealth of exceptional suitors available to Feifei. Grandfather. Chu Feifei feigned displeasure with a pout. This isn't an inquiry, it's an interrogation. Casting a glance at Su Qing, whose expression remained stoic, she felt a pang of anxiety, fearing he might become offended. My enterprise was established less than half a month ago, and we've made a profit of nearly 10 million, Su Qing stated truthfully. Less than half a month, and you've profited 10 million. Chu's grandfather was taken aback, confirming that he was not joking. If it had taken longer to reach 10 million, he might have looked down on it. But to achieve such a feat in such a short time was remarkable. What a business acumen! Is the hardware manufacturing industry truly so lucrative? Even Chu Feifei's parents regarded Su Qing with newfound seriousness. How did you manage that? Chu's grandfather inquired, curiosity evident in his voice. I liquidated all my assets and industries, Su Qing explained. Chu's grandfather was momentarily stunned, then became slightly irate. Are you jesting? Su Qing remained silent. This silence confirmed to Chu's grandfather and the others that he was not joking. This prompted Chu Feifei's father, Chu Dong, to scoff. So, you're a contract trader. A speculator. What? Su Qing furrowed his brow, looking at Chu Dong. Did you not hear me? Chu Dong clarified, realizing the implication. He thought Su Qing was merely a young man with potential and business acumen, when in fact, he was just a speculator. As legitimate business people, they held deep disdain for individuals like Su Qing, who tarnished the industry's reputation. Su Qing's expression stiffened. Had he said anything to deserve such accusations? Just as he opened his mouth to respond, he was cut off. You might not know, Chu Feifei whispered, explaining, recently, there was a Ponzi enterprise that specialized in reselling contracts and liquidating assets. Ponzi enterprise? Su Qing nodded, acknowledging his awareness, though he refrained from mentioning that he was responsible for their downfall. The Ponzi enterprise had struck deals with numerous manufacturers, then sold those contracts to Zhejiang's producers for profit. Su Qing was well aware of this. After the Ponzi enterprise collapsed, it triggered a chain reaction affecting numerous manufacturers, with overdue or defaulted amounts skyrocketing into the billions. Smaller businesses might have been less affected, but a supply-demand relationship existed between industries. Just because smaller enterprises dodged the bullet didn't mean larger corporations escaped unscathed. Even the Qiao Group, with a cash flow of 50 million, faced difficulties, let alone other large enterprises and conglomerates. While others might be oblivious, the Chu Group had incurred losses exceeding 10 billion during this upheaval, erasing several quarters of profit. This was due to their series of cooperative production agreements with the Ponzi enterprise. Thus, when they discovered Su Qing was involved in the same line of work, their contempt was palpable. Especially after the Ponzi enterprise's demise, this sector had become a breeding ground for easy profits, yet such earnings were hardly commendable. For the Chu Group, it was hardly worth mentioning, let alone sanctioning his relationship with Chu Feifei. I do not approve. You should leave, Chu's grandfather asserted sternly, relieved that he hadn't invited more family members, or he would have been utterly embarrassed. What? Grandfather? Chu Feifei's expression shifted alarmingly as she stood up hastily to explain. It's not like that. Please, let me explain. There's nothing to discuss, Chu Dong interjected firmly. Feifei, you surely understand our family background? He continued. You are the esteemed project manager of the Chu Group, directly liaising with your grandfather, the president of the group. Your position is undoubtedly significant. You are beautiful, sharp-witted, and not lacking in intellect. Given your qualifications, which suitor in Zhejiang could possibly be unworthy of you? He cast a blatant look of disdain at Su Qing, and yet you choose to settle for this? What a direct insult. The Chu family was hardly exemplary. Su Qing furrowed his brow. Although he felt irked, he refrained from further explanation. There was no need for justification. If they deemed it so, then so be it. He had come here merely to placate Chu Feifei, hoping she would lend him money. Chapter 93, 1 million, leave my daughter alone. Feifei, please refrain from speaking. Chu Dong interjected, gesturing for her mother, Lu Wenxian, to take her upstairs. If you were engaged in any other pursuit, even a less respectable one, it would be acceptable. At least a man should have his own career. Our Chu family holds a certain status, and if Feifei were truly enamored with you, we could consider investing in you. But you, alas. As a father, I am profoundly disappointed. His daughter, no longer a child, had spent recent years engrossed in her career, unable to entertain matters of the heart. But recently, he noticed her disinterest at work, often lost in thought, giggling at her phone. As experienced parents, how could they not recognize the signs? He had initially thought to subtly inquire with her assistant, Xiao Ling, only to be met with an outright confession. Dad, Chu Feifei exclaimed, shaking off her mother's hand. Can't you have a civil conversation? What's wrong with speculation? It's still a means of earning money through one's own abilities. And I'm not asking for your, before she could finish. Chu Dong struck her across the face. The others present were taken aback, unable to comprehend that Chu Dong would resort to violence against his own daughter. Su Qing's expression darkened. He had intended to remain silent, but now, clutching her stinging cheek, tears welled in Chu Feifei's eyes. She had never been struck in her life. "You are my daughter. If I do not care for you, who will?" Chu Dong declared, his voice heavy with authority. Old Master Chu remained silent. While he felt a pang of sympathy for his granddaughter, he also believed that this harshness might jolt her into recognizing reality. "I absolutely do not agree," Chu Dong insisted, waving for Lu Wenxian to take Chu Feifei upstairs, then casting a dark glare at Su Qing. Su Qing exchanged a glance with Chu Feifei, signaling her to ascend. He felt a swell of guilt, regretting that he had rushed to bring her home without preparing for this conversation. With tears in her eyes, she snatched her phone from the table and dashed upstairs to send a text of apology before burying herself under her blanket, weeping inconsolably. "Listen here. You are not of the same standing. No, you are not even from the same world. You, an outsider, have no status, no background, and certainly no standing here. What are you?" Chu Dong's voice dripped with disdain. "My daughter, the esteemed heiress of the Chu Corporation, a leader in her project department, earns in a day what your entire company does. I cannot fathom what honeyed words you use to deceive my daughter. I warn you, from this moment forth, stay far away from her." Chu Dong was deeply disillusioned. It should have been a joyous occasion for his daughter to bring a man home. Yet, he could not comprehend why she would choose such a dubious path. In his eyes, such individuals were adept at manipulation, and he believed his daughter had been ensnared. "Here is 1 million. He threw a card at Su Qing's face, a blatant insult. Su Qing could no longer remain seated, rising with a cold expression. "What kind of person I am is none of your concern. It is far superior to striking your own daughter. You." Chu Dong's temper flared. Old Master Chu intervened, attempting to defuse the situation. "Young man, I admire your accomplishments at such a young age. Having earned so much money, it should suffice for a comfortable life. However, you and Feifei are simply incompatible. You are not of the same class. Persistence is futile." Before he could finish, Su Qing interrupted with a scornful laugh. "What class? How much nobler are you than I?" Chu Dong retorted with cold indifference. "Indeed, we are far more noble than you. Is 1 million too little? I shall offer you 10 million. He promptly pulled out his phone to call the company's finance department. "Consider it charity. Young man, 10 million should suffice for you to change careers." Old Master Chu mused, convinced that Su Qing sought to climb the social ladder, motivated solely by money. "Fine. 10 million for you to leave my granddaughter alone. Surely that is a fair bargain." As Chu Dong hung up, indicating the funds had been transferred, Su Qing could not help but chuckle. The silence spoke volumes to Chu Dong and Old Master Chu, who plainly understood it as mockery. "Is it insufficient?" Chu Dong's face darkened, bewildered at how his daughter had found such an unworthy suitor. "Make a counteroffer." Old Master Chu, in a grand gesture, stated that as long as Su Qing remained absent from his granddaughter's life from that moment forward, he would entertain any price. They could have simply expelled Su Qing without compensation, yet it was evident that Chu Feifei had been advocating for him, clearly caring for this speculative man. "Are you serious? Young man, do we really need to negotiate?" Chu Dong and Old Master Chu exchanged cold smiles, underestimating the resolve of the young man before them. 10 billion. Consider it a loan." Su Qing added, emphasizing the word loan as he truly felt like crying. Chu Dong and Old Master Chu were left speechless, aghast at the audacity of this young man. 10 billion. Why don't you just rob a bank? I might as well give you the entire Chu Corporation." Chu Dong erupted in anger, demanding he leave at once. Back in her room, Chu Feifei lay hidden under her covers, sobbing uncontrollably, feeling utterly ashamed to face Su Qing. She had never anticipated that events would unfold in such a manner, nor did she expect her father and grandfather to resort to violence against her. This was inconsequential. The real dilemma lay in how she would explain the situation to Su Qing. Would he think that her family was all about status and class? She understood Su Qing, who had no background or privilege, achieving his success solely through his own efforts and talents. He was not a mere speculator, though he had indeed liquidated some assets. He had merely recognized a favorable investment opportunity. Though he had not disclosed the details, Chu Feifei believed he would not engage in ventures lacking certainty. Yet, the thought of how to communicate this to him left her distraught. Knock, knock. Lu Wenxian stood outside the door, listening to her daughter's heart-wrenching cries, while below, her husband and father-in-law continued to argue about expelling Su Qing. She felt torn, unsure of whose side to take. Her daughter had finally awakened to the notion of romance. Yet her husband and father were staunchly opposed. To Lu Wenxian, the future son-in-law's profession mattered little, as long as he could provide a stable and honest life for her daughter. Chapter 94. As long as you like him, mother supports you. However, her husband and father-in-law expressed their disapproval, stating that if others from the Chu family learned of this, they would likely object to their future son-in-law pursuing such a profession. They had recently suffered significant losses in this industry, and perhaps a portion of the billions they lost had been earned by this very person. How could they not be indignant and look down upon him? Sigh. I entered the room, ignoring her daughter's protests to leave. Lu Wenxian pushed open the door and stepped inside. Sitting by the bedside, she gazed at her daughter, who was curled up in the blankets, crying inconsolably. Lu Wenxian's heart ached deeply. The last time she had seen her daughter so heartbroken was 4 or 5 years ago when a man she liked had fallen into misfortune. During that time, her daughter wept daily, wallowing in despair for quite a while before finally emerging, throwing herself into her work and never mentioning matters of the heart again. Watching her daughter grow older, Lu Wenxian worried that if she didn't find a worthy partner soon, she might never marry at all. It wasn't that they were impatiently urging her. As parents, they were concerned that she might exhaust herself with work. Unexpectedly, during such a time, her daughter brought home a man, initially thought to be merely appeasing them, but now, seeing her in such distress, Lu Wenxian realized that her daughter was serious this time. However, his response had been rather disappointing, and his nonchalant demeanor raised suspicions about his intentions. Did he wish to provoke Chu Feifei's father and grandfather to sever their relationship? Alas, foolish daughter. Lu Wenxian felt a wave of sympathy, believing her daughter had encountered a scoundrel. Yet, perhaps it was necessary for her to endure hardship in order to grow. Just as she was about to reach out and comfort Chu Feifei, her peripheral vision caught sight of her phone on the table, still lit and displaying a chat interface. Curiosity piqued. She picked it up, assuming it was a conversation with a friend, but gasped in astonishment upon seeing the chat history and contact notes. Her daughter, this person, was said to be dead? No peeking. Chu Feifei quickly reached out to snatch the phone back. Lu Wenxian was left speechless. She knew her daughter well. During her darkest times, she had been there to support her. Over the years, they had discussed certain matters. So she had a vague understanding of the contact notes and some events. Hadn't that person been declared dead? How could he know? From the chat records, it was evident that the man was downstairs. This was impossible. Realizing something, Lu Wenxian hurriedly questioned Chu Feifei, fearing that she might have been deceived. If he hadn't died, then he was a complete fraud. How dare he appear after deceiving her daughter so thoroughly? Speak up. Have you been tricked? I will report this. Seeing her daughter remain silent, Lu Wenxian threatened. No, you can't report him. Chu Feifei, indeed, responded to this tactic, emerging from her cocoon to embrace Lu Wenxian, sobbing. All right, stop crying for now. Just tell me honestly. Is he a fraud? It's absurd. Didn't he die 5 years ago? How could he appear again 5 years later? Her daughter seemed so naive. Fine, even if he isn't a fraud. He did indeed die 5 years ago, so who is he now? There was only one possibility. He had been impersonated. Moreover, the chat records indicated that it was her daughter who had been incessantly pursuing him, sending dozens of messages daily, with only a good night at the end of the night. My goodness, who was Chu Feifei? The heiress of the Chu group. In terms of status and identity, she was among the elite in Zhejiang. How could she so humbly chase after someone? A man whose identity she was unaware of 5 years ago. Surely she hadn't been deceived. After a series of pressing questions from Lu Wenxian, a heartbroken Chu Feifei finally murmured, I'm certain he is. Then why has Ti died? Once Ti had said that he was dead? Moreover, he was sentenced to death. Could it be that? Lu Wenxian's expression shifted dramatically as she pondered. Could it be that he had escaped from prison? No, no. Chu Feifei's face paled slightly as she hurriedly wiped her tears, explaining, he is innocent. If he is innocent, then why was he arrested? Why was he sentenced to death? Why is he still alive? Lu Wenxian exclaimed, almost convinced that he was a fugitive. Can you let me finish? Chu Feifei, visibly agitated, couldn't help but shout at her mother. Lu Wenxian was taken aback. Chu Feifei was typically strong-willed, but not one to lose her temper without reason. Now, she was defending a fugitive. Wait. It dawned on her why Chu Feifei had reacted so explosively. It mirrored the way her husband and father-in-law had been pressing her, not allowing anyone to finish speaking. At this thought, recalling the slap her daughter had received, her eyes moistened as she gently embraced Chu Feifei. All right, I won't say anything, but can you assure me he is truly innocent? That he really isn't dead? Are you certain he isn't a fraud? I can assure you. Chu Feifei replied earnestly, I had someone investigate. There are no records of him in official archives, not even an explanation for his entry, from his arrest to his sentencing. The entire process was completed in a single day, as if someone wanted him dead. Indeed, Lu Wenxian was not merely a housewife. She was one of the top legal professionals in Zhejiang, having handled various complex cases. She articulated what Chu Feifei had been trying to convey. Yet, she was puzzled. If someone truly wanted him dead, why was he still alive? Wasn't he a death sentence supposed to be carried out immediately? I don't know. Chu Feifei buried her head against Lu Wenxian's chest, shaking her head. I can assure you, he is the one, without a doubt, perhaps due to her professional instincts. Lu Wenxian sensed that this matter was far more complicated than it appeared. Otherwise, how could one be arrested, sentenced, and executed all in a single day, with not a single word recorded in official documents? Even the most heinous criminals did not receive such treatment. Thus, the only possibility was that someone wished for his death, secretly resolving to investigate this matter, if only for her daughter's sake. Daughter. Lu Wenxian straightened Chu Feifei, gazing earnestly into her tear-filled eyes. Do you truly believe in him? Despite their relationship appearing rather unorthodox, seemingly her daughter was the one persistently pursuing him. One could not deny that the man had returned home with her, and even amidst disparaging remarks, he had not refuted them. Perhaps it was simply his nature to be taciturn. Though she was not particularly fond of him, she understood her daughter's deep obsession and affection for this man. As a self-proclaimed open-minded woman, she would not deprive her daughter of her pursuit of love, unlike her husband and father-in-law. If her daughter liked him, if she believed in him, then she should be free to pursue her desires. No matter the circumstance, mother would always be her unwavering support. Upon hearing her mother's declaration, Chu Feifei was astonished. She had never realized her mother had such an enlightened perspective on her feelings. Hiki. Lu Wenxian chuckled softly and confided in Chu Feifei. When your father pursued me, your grandfather was also displeased with me. Yet, what of it now? Isn't our life fulfilling and our family harmonious? Remember, you are meant to share your life with someone you cherish, rather than allowing the opinions of those around you to dictate your feelings. This is your own life. As long as you find joy and fulfillment, your mother will undoubtedly offer her wholehearted support. After all, you were destined to embark on a journey of matrimony. Chapter 95. I was wrong, gravely mistaken. 10 billion. Why don't you just rob a bank? Suddenly, a loud shout from outside startled Chu Feifei, her complexion shifting dramatically. This is bad. That guy actually. What 10 billion? Lu Wenxian hastily pulled her back. Could it be that this man approached her daughter just for goodness? Chu Feifei understood what she meant. Your daughter is not foolish. Let's just consider it a business investment. But even so, it can't possibly be 10 billion. Lu Wenxian was taken aback. That is no small sum. Moreover, they had recently suffered significant losses. However, upon reflection, her daughter was certainly no longer a child. She was the head of a project department within a conglomerate, and the profits earned were far more than just 10 billion. Quickly, they must leave. Who dares to come to the Chu family? Let me tell you, there is not a single penny to be had. Stay away from my daughter. Otherwise. Hearing the commotion outside, Chu Feifei didn't have time for further words and rushed out. I'll pay. What? In the lobby on the first floor. Old Master Chu and Chu Dong looked up in astonishment at the running Chu Feifei. Instantly, they were filled with rage. Are you out of your mind? 10 billion. Do you think it's just 10 bucks? At this moment, he could confirm that his foolish daughter had indeed been deceived. This man, gritting his teeth, he fixed a fierce glare at Su Qing, wishing he could rush over and strike him, but old Master Chu intervened just in time. Observing Chu Feifei sprinting down, his expression grew solemn as he asked sternly, do you realize what you are doing? Although the Chu family conglomerate is grand, 10 billion is still not an insignificant amount, especially since they had just invested 300 million into the Qiao family enterprise, only to suffer a loss of over 10 billion. Most crucially, Su Qing, in his eyes, appeared nothing short of a fraud. This is 10 billion, not 10 bucks. Grandfather, father. Chu Feifei rushed to Su Qing's side, casting him a glance that signaled for him to leave it to her. Seeing their extreme reactions, Su Qing, to be honest, was already disinterested. It was merely 10 billion. Forget it. Leveraging his own identity, he could demand far more than that. Not to mention, using their funds to undermine the stock market of their invested enterprise. He would ultimately be profiting from them while returning their 10 billion. It may seem that they suffered no loss, but in reality, Su Qing's actions resembled speculative profiteering, utilizing their money to generate profit before returning it to them. Goodness, if they ever discovered this. He would never be able to exit the Chu family doors. Unavoidably, Su Qing felt a twinge of guilt. He patted Chu Feifei on the shoulder, saying, "Perhaps it is better to let it go if you don't wish to lend it." Both Chu Dong and Old Master Chu were infuriated, laughing in disbelief. "When did we say we would lend you anything? And you think we can just let it go?" "No." Chu Feifei firmly rejected. "I have promised you. You come back with me, and I will give you." Chu Feifei, unable to contain herself, she shouted with anger, "You have become quite bold. That is 10 billion. Enough. This time." Chu Feifei did not yield. "Do you think I am a child of 3? Grandfather, father, do not forget, I am the head of the project department. Most of the group's projects were negotiated by me, and I am responsible for a significant portion of the profits." "What do you mean by this?" "This time." Old Master Chu interrupted furiously. "Are we about to settle family accounts now?" Chu Feifei did not mean it that way. Being labeled with such a heavy accusation was unbearable. "Child." Chu Dong took a deep breath, striving to remain calm, and spoke patiently. "I understand that you have made significant contributions to the group over the years. It can be said that the group owes half of its success to you. However, within the family, you are my daughter, and I am your father. I cannot stand by and watch you be deceived." "Deceived what? What has he deceived me about?" "You know nothing." Back and forth. They hardly listened to one another, and Chu Feifei lost her patience. "I am not a child. I do not need to explain myself to you. After all these years, have you ever truly listened to me? Do you know why I have devoted myself solely to work, showing no interest in anything else? It is precisely because you do not listen to me. The group, always work-related matters. I just want you to pause for a moment and hear me out." "Is that too difficult? Do you think I put in so much effort for what?" "Isn't it to earn your approval, so you would listen to me properly? Now it appears I was gravely mistaken." With that, she scoffed bitterly, her body weakening as she leaned back. "Daughter, Xiaofei." Chu Dong and Old Master Chu panicked, wanting to rush over but were held back by Su Qing, who embraced her in his arms. Watching Chu Feifei's emotional breakdown, Su Qing found no humor in their family matters. Instead, he felt deep compassion for her. She, much like Xiaoisen, had endured a strenuous existence over the past 5 years, her heart burdened with emotions yearning for release. "Daughter." Chu Dong's heart ached, grinding his teeth in frustration. Yet he did not alter his opinion of Su Qing based on her earlier outburst. He believed that a speculative profiteer is ultimately just that, unworthy of respect. Though their profession is legitimate, relying on others to cushion their failures is fraught with peril once complications arise. "When did I ever claim to be a crafty contract dealer?" Su Qing could no longer restrain himself and spoke up. It was not that he wished to defend himself, but rather, he felt remorse for having asked Chu Feifei to borrow 10 billion. Chu Feifei regretted it even more, had she known. She would have simply given Su Qing the 10 billion without bringing him back. "Then what about your earlier?" Upon hearing that Su Qing was not the contract dealer they assumed, Chu Dong and Old Master Chu were incredulous. "Did you ever give me a chance to speak?" Su Qing retorted coldly, not holding back. He had not even had the opportunity to voice his thoughts, yet they had already placed such heavy accusations upon him. Who could withstand that? At this